softly. When our child is born, I'll take him horseback riding, hunting, and traveling everywhere. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Such a life would indeed be wonderful. Shen Yunyan was already looking forward to it just hearing Xiaoliang mention it, but she remained the most level-headed one, smiling and saying, "Now that you are the rightful emperor, where will you find the time for sightseeing? This is probably just a passing thought. In the southern frontier." "What did you say? He really became the emperor?" Nan Yuan looked at Nan Gongkong in disbelief. "You're not just spreading rumors, are you?" Nan Gongkong shook his head directly. This matter was spoken by the emperor himself. He truly became the emperor of Xia. "Aren't you happy?" "Happy? Humph." Nan Yuan felt a surge of irritation upon hearing this, waving her hand impatiently and grumbling. "What does Xia have to do with me? Why should I care about this? Whether I'm happy or not, does it affect who becomes the emperor?" Although she was a princess doted on by everyone, she had a clear understanding of herself and would never harbor inappropriate thoughts. Nan Gongkong, however, didn't understand why Nan Yuan, who had been in high spirits earlier, was now so irritable. "Don't you like him? Do you like him?" Their eyes met, and they remained silent for a while. Finally, Nan Yuan sighed helplessly. "I don't dislike him, but I think his ambitions extend far beyond this small Xia. I'm afraid that one day we might become his prey. What then? As long as I'm here, no one will dare to bully you." Nan Gongkong immediately pledged. Now, Nan Yuan understood what it meant to talk to a wall. Especially seeing Nan Gongkong's eager to be praised expression, she felt even more exasperated. "Forget it, I won't talk to you. I'll go talk to my brother." Nan Yuan shot him a glare. Ever since childhood, she had thought this man's brain was problematic, and now it was finally confirmed. His brain wasn't quite right. "Brother, aren't you at all worried?" Nan Yuan frowned slightly, looking at him with confusion. The Southern Emperor found her anxious demeanor somewhat amusing and said calmly, "Such things aren't new. Whose throne isn't stained with blood? But Xiaoliang is very capable. Aren't you worried he'll finish dealing with domestic affairs and come to attack us?" Nan Yuan was getting anxious. "Brother, since war is inevitable, wouldn't it be better to strike first?" The Southern Emperor was utterly surprised. His sister, a mere woman, was offering such ruthless advice. "You want his life?" "No, I just want peace in the world. I hate fighting." Nan Yuan spoke her mind honestly. As a princess of a nation, she had witnessed the true horrors of war and understood how cruel it was. The constant conflicts between nations brought suffering to the common people. War led to widespread misery, which was why Nan Yuan detested it. "I'm your brother. How could I not understand your intentions? But Xiaoliang might not be the person you imagine. He hasn't coerced me into anything. You can rest assured." The Southern Emperor gently stroked her cheek. Although he was deep and inscrutable in front of others, in her presence, he simply wanted to be a loving brother to his sister. "Brother, I'm really scared." Xiaoliang's anger can be terrifying. Nan Yuan leaned on her brother's shoulder. "I just hope he truly wants to live a peaceful life." Xiaoliang's first action upon ascending the throne was not to clean up the court, but to issue new regulations, establishing women's schools and opening up the civil service exams to women. To make everyone understand, he set the first batch of exams for the coming spring. This news shocked the entire court. During the morning court session, Xiaoliang watched the ministers hesitate and stammer, finding it somewhat amusing. "Although I now sit on this throne, I am willing to listen to opinions. The purpose of these court sessions is to understand the situation outside. Everyone, speak up." Xiaoliang sat there, exuding an aura of a sovereign. Although many were reluctant to admit it, there was no denying that he was more suited for the position than anyone before him. "Your Majesty, establishing women's schools is inappropriate, and opening the exams to women is utter nonsense." An elderly censor with white hair knelt down. Since ancient times, men have been responsible for external affairs, while women manage the household. This goes against propriety. The censor's face was resolute, but his words were as foul as excrement. Seeing his indignant expression, Xiaoliang found it amusing. Women have their own merits. "Minister Liu, Are you in such a hurry because you're afraid your position might be taken by a woman? Your Majesty. Minister Lu grew anxious. One must fulfill their duties in their position. Since you are now the emperor, you must be responsible for the people. This is no time for frivolity. In everyone's eyes, Xiao Yang was acting frivolously, merely trying to please his wife through such measures. How could someone who prioritized personal matters over the welfare of the nation be fit to be emperor? Chapter 265. Did you install your head where your butt should be? You say I haven't been responsible for the people of the world? Good, very good. Xiao Yang let out a cold laugh. Linu. Linu stepped forward from behind, holding a thick ledger in her hands. She began to read aloud, reporting the incredible achievements made by the women of the Qin region during this period. In the face of these figures, even those who found the situation absurd had no choice but to keep their mouths shut. Minister Lu's face turned crimson, and he clenched his teeth, glaring at Linu. Enough! Stop! But Linu, being Xiao Yang's subordinate, was not easily intimidated by Minister Lu's outburst. She ignored the powerless shouting and continued her calm recitation until she finished the entire ledger. She then raised an eyebrow at Minister Lu, smiled, and pulled out another ledger. She began to read out the revenue and losses of the Ministry of Revenue over the years, clearly highlighting the disparities. Now, even the Minister of Revenue's face turned grim. But with the facts laid bare before them, he could only choose to remain silent. Clap, clap, clap. Xiao Yang clapped his hands. Everyone says that a virtuous woman is one without talent, but it is these talentless women who have created such miracles. I don't see anything wrong with that. If women can hold up half the sky, why should we confine them? This statement, coming from someone in such a position, would normally be considered rebellious and hard to accept. But with the data to back it up, no one dared to openly oppose it. Since no one has anything to say, then this matter is settled. Xiao Yang waved his hand decisively. He had only intended to inform these officials today, not to seek their approval. After all, whether they agreed or not, he was determined to proceed with this. Since no one has any objections, I will ensure that this matter is properly supervised. Xiao Yang smiled, looking at the officials below. Write down all your work over the past 5 years and report it to me. If anyone hides anything, I won't be lenient. But don't worry, I'm not a harsh person. This isn't meant to make things difficult for you. I just want to understand your work. Rest assured, any mistakes made in the past will be forgiven. I'm only looking to the future. The officials had never heard of such a policy before. They looked at each other, filled with anxiety. Your Majesty, since that is the case, we have nothing more to say. However, your harem is currently empty. It is necessary to select consorts to enrich the harem and continue the royal lineage. The Grand Steward of the Inner Court stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Xiao Yang had long known that once he ascended to the throne, he would face such matters. So, he wasn't flustered or angry. Instead, he looked at the man with a half-smile. I have just ascended the throne, and everything is in disarray. With 3 neighboring countries looming, war could break out at any moment. Yet, instead of focusing on procuring supplies or averting conflict, you are preoccupied with my personal life. How? Did you install your head where your butt should be? The officials were stunned by Xiao Yang's words. They had witnessed many eras and seen much, but they had never encountered such direct and crude language. They understood that while Xiao Yang seemed to be addressing the Grand Steward, he was actually warning all of them. The world is not at peace, and I cannot rest easy. I have no interest in selecting consorts. Those of marrying age should be married off. Don't waste your youth waiting. Xiao Yang stood up and left with a sweep of his sleeve. What did this mean? The officials whispered among themselves, but they found it hard to argue with his logic. They were at a loss for what to do. From the Qin Prince's palace to the imperial palace, Xiao Yang was busier than ever. Sitting in the study, he looked at the piles of memorials, feeling a headache coming on, and his temples began to throb. I told you being an emperor isn't all it's cracked up to be, but no one believed me. Look at this mess. Xiao Yang angrily threw the memorials onto the table. These scoundrels are always asking for money with outstretched hands. Truly shameless. Your Majesty, the Duke of Protecting the Nation and the Marquis of Valiant Courage request an audience. Ji Xiang entered from outside, kneeling on the ground, trembling. Seeing his nervousness, Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be afraid. I know that although you served that traitor, your heart still remembers my parents. After all, you took good care of my mother while in the palace. Your Majesty is too kind. I am just a lowly servant. Having a sense of justice makes you anything but lowly. You are a good person. Now, focus on your duties and don't overthink. Call them in." Xiaoyang waved his hand, ending the conversation. The Marquis of Valiant Courage and the Duke of Protecting the Nation strode in, both elderly but still full of vigor. Especially the Duke of Protecting the Nation, whose gaze at Xiaoyang was filled with complex emotions. The two entered and knelt down, kowtowing. "Your subjects pay their respects to your Majesty. Both of you are pillars of the state. There's no need for such formalities. Please rise and have some tea. If you have anything to say, take your time." Xiaoyang smiled warmly, showing no trace of imperial arrogance. Originally from a vast world, he had no concept of rigid hierarchy and no innate sense of superiority. The two men had expected Xiaoyang, given his aggressive rise to power, to be either irritable or bloodthirsty. They were pleasantly surprised to find him so amiable. "Your Majesty, we came today without any particular agenda. It's just that the border is in urgent need, and the soldiers' provisions are insufficient. What should we do? It's still cold, and some soldiers have frozen to death." The Duke of Protecting the Nation knelt on the ground, almost in tears. "What?" Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, his brows furrowing. "Didn't we prepare winter clothing last autumn?" The national treasury was empty then. All the funds were used in the capital. Who would care about the border regions? The Duke of Protecting the Nation's face was filled with resentment. "Duke Zhao, be cautious with your words." The Marquis of Valiant Courage grew anxious. "You can't speak so recklessly in front of the Emperor." Xiaoyang waved his hand, smiling. "It's fine. I appreciate straightforward talk. After all, they have been guarding the border all year round, ensuring the stability and prosperity of the capital. We cannot let the soldiers feel neglected. Ji Xiang, take my token to the Empress and request 500,000 taels of silver and 300,000 winter garments to be sent to the border for the soldiers." Xiaoyang called out to the outside. "What?" The Duke of Protecting the Nation had thought his plea would be in vain, but to his astonishment, Xiaoyang agreed so readily. "Your Majesty, is this true?" "Ha ha ha, sitting on this throne, how could I speak idly? What I promised, I will deliver." Chapter 266. You worry too much. After receiving a definitive answer, the Duke of Protecting the Nation finally relaxed and whispered, "Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you. This is something I should have done in the first place. There's no need to thank me. The soldiers guarding the border have it tough. Let them be as comfortable as possible," Xiaoyang sighed. Besides the Qin region, there were many other places even more desolate, some even more barren than Qin. These areas required special attention. Xiaoyang smiled and then said softly, "Is there anything on your mind, old Marquis?" "Your Majesty, I have nothing to report. I just worried this old scoundrel might say something inappropriate and anger you, so I came to check on him," the Marquis of Valiant Courage replied honestly. At this, the Duke of Protecting the Nation rolled his eyes and retorted, "Cut the nonsense, you old fool." "Haha, good, very good. Seeing you two getting along so well puts my mind at ease. The stability of the Great Xia depends on both of you," Xiaoyang smiled, then turned to the Marquis of Valiant Courage. "Since you're here, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." "I shall take my leave now." The Duke of Protecting the Nation, being perceptive, promptly bid farewell. Left alone with the Marquis, he couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Though he was of an age where such things shouldn't matter, he couldn't explain why he felt inexplicably nervous in front of this young emperor. "Relax, old Marquis. I'm not here to reprimand you. I just have a personal matter to discuss with you," Xiaoyang smiled, looking at him. "Your Majesty, you humble me. Please speak directly. The Marquis of Valiant Courage respectfully bowed. Xiaoyang took a deep breath. Your son, the young Marquis, has taken a liking to the daughter of the Minister of Rights. What are your thoughts on this? What? The Marquis of Valiant Courage was utterly surprised. He hadn't expected to be kept behind just to discuss this matter. He paused for a moment, then chuckled. Our family comes from a military background, not favored by the scholars. The Minister of Rights is the most rigid of them all. I'm afraid he wouldn't look kindly upon us. What if I were to arrange the marriage? Xiaoyang smiled. Although Great Xia values the literati over the martial, when it comes down to it, who else can take the field but the military? If one doesn't have the strength, no amount of cleverness matters. I want everyone to know that the literati and the martial are inseparable. Hearing this, the Marquis of Valiant Courage felt a surge of excitement. Previously, as a military family, no matter how many battles they fought on the front lines, they had endured countless indignities. But now, with the Emperor's words, who would dare look down on the military? Since your Majesty is so gracious, I dare not refuse. I'm just unsure how the Minister of Rights would react. Don't worry about that. I'll find a way, Xiaoyang assured him. With that, he stood up, smiling at the Marquis of Valiant Courage. I know this sudden change must be overwhelming, but this empire is mine, isn't it? These words brought back memories of the peace and prosperity during Xiaoyang's father's reign. The Marquis of Valiant Courage took a deep breath, his eyes moistening. If not for that traitor, this world would have remained prosperous and peaceful. It will. I'll do my best, Xiaoyang smiled, looking at him softly. I will do everything in my power to keep this world prosperous and peaceful. Long live the Emperor. Long live, long live, long live. The Marquis of Valiant Courage knelt down and performed a grand bow. After finally managing to dismiss him, Xiaoyang felt a wave of fatigue and headed towards the Zhaoyang Palace. Honey, I'm back. Xiaoyang cheerfully entered, only to see Shun Yunyan sitting there with a cold expression, clearly upset. Seeing this, Xiaoyang was startled and quickly approached. What's wrong? Why are you upset? The Grand Steward of the Inner Court came by. Tianzhao walked over, giving Xiaoyang a worried look. What? What did that old man want? Xiaoyang frowned, clearly displeased. What did he say? He said I'm jealous, that I can't tolerate others, that I'm unworthy of the position of Empress. He advised me to be more generous and take charge of the selection of concubines to ensure the continuation of your lineage, Shin Yunyan said, unable to hold back a bitter laugh. Hearing this, Xiaoyang was so furious he overturned the table, gritting his teeth. That eunuch! I'll kill him. Your Majesty, please calm down. The surrounding maids and eunuchs were terrified, kneeling straight on the ground, afraid that Xiaoyang might really kill them in his rage. Seeing this, Shun Yunyan finally felt a bit better. She pulled him down to sit and waved her hand to dismiss the others. Why are you so angry? Isn't he just doing his job? Shin Yunyan sighed, her voice subdued. I just didn't expect these people to be so impatient. It's laughable. With so many things in disarray and leaks everywhere, they don't care about anything but your bedchamber. How amusing. Hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. I think the same. These people's minds are definitely off. So, what are you going to do? I've already addressed this in court. Don't worry about it. I'll handle it, Xiaoyang reassured her, gently putting his arm around her shoulders and placing his hand softly on her belly, full of anticipation. Seeing him like this, Shun Yunyan's anger melted away, and she could only murmur softly, I don't know how long I can hold on. The court is a battlefield, and so is the inner palace. All factions need to be balanced and appeased. I know you care for me, but some things can't be helped. I don't want you to be troubled because of me. You worry too much, Xiaoyang smiled. Just focus on resting and safely giving birth to our child. Don't concern yourself with other matters. I'll take care of everything. Xiaoyang, you're so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Shin Yunyan wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice soft and sweet. Xiaoyang smiled and whispered, There's one more thing I need to discuss with you. Now that you're the Empress, Yuanfeng is the brother of the Empress, so I plan to place him in charge of the Imperial Guards. Also, I intend to bestow a noble title upon your mother. What do you think? Xiaoyang, what are you saying? Yuanfeng is only 13 years old. Shen Yunyan was anxious. How can he lead the Imperial Guards at such a young age? You can't let me be the reason you're criticized. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and then whispered, All right, let's make it official. We'll decide the position of the Imperial Guard Commander through a tournament. It's still early in the year, so it's a good time to liven things up. Chapter 267. Insubordination. Setting up an arena? Shen Yinyan was utterly taken aback when Xiaoyang casually suggested such a ridiculous idea. She furrowed her brows and said in annoyance, What are you playing at? Do you think this is some kind of martial arts tournament for matchmaking? I don't care if it's men or women. If a woman can win, I'll let her take charge of the Imperial Guards. Xiaoyang declared confidently. Although Shen Yinyan thought Xiaoyang was being absurd, his reasoning wasn't entirely wrong. Only by achieving such a result could everyone be convinced. With this in mind, Shen Yinyan eventually nodded and murmured, If that's what you've decided, then let's proceed as you say. I have something else to discuss with you, Xiaoyang said, pulling Shen Yinyan's hand and speaking softly. Although the inner palace is vast, it's essentially just the two of us living here, and in the future, maybe a child. We don't need so many people to serve us. Keep an eye on the older ones and let them go. Let them do whatever they want. And for the areas far from where we live, seal them off to save on expenses. The country is full of financial holes, and there are many places where money is needed. Upon hearing this, Shen Yinyan immediately nodded in agreement. What you're saying resonates with me. Look, this is what Tian and I have been organizing recently. Take a look. Xiaoyang knew that when it came to such matters, he always had an ally in Shen Yinyan. He carefully examined the documents Shen Yinyan had organized and smiled, saying softly, You've thought of things more thoroughly than I have. If we can keep eunuchs in the palace, we shouldn't keep maids. The maids can still find a way out, but eunuchs have it much harder. All right, I understand. Don't worry, I'll handle this, Shen Yinyan nodded. I also feel that having so many people is unnecessary. After all, it's just the two of us, isn't it? As they leaned against each other, Shen Yinyan still felt somewhat unreal. She rested her head on his shoulder, lowering her voice. Yang, this world is truly ours now, but sitting here, everything feels so surreal. Why is that? You're just being silly. Don't worry, this world is ours, and the great harmony of the world will also be ours. Xiaoyang smiled, gently kissing her and saying softly, All you need to do is stay by my side and watch as I unify the world. Shen Yinyan looked up. With someone like you as the emperor, this world will certainly be in good hands. Of course, with your trust in me, I naturally have to do my best. Xiaoyang grinned at her. However, this chief steward of the inner palace is too infuriating. How about this? You find him some trouble, and I'll have him executed and replace him with someone else. Is that even possible? Upon hearing this, Shen Yinyan couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. She said helplessly, Where did you get such arrogance? Arrogance? Xiaoyang snorted, then said irritably, Look at this palace. The state it's in. That guy in that position must have embezzled a fortune. Even under the emperor's nose, the common people are suffering, yet he's dressed in gold and silver. If I don't kill him, who should I kill? But I'll do it openly, to set an example. Now, Shen Yinyan finally understood Xiaoyang's intentions and immediately nodded. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. That's more like it. After dinner, Xiaoyang still insisted on telling stories to the child in Shen Yinyan's womb, recounting various anecdotes from ancient times. Whether the child liked them or not was unclear, but Shen Yinyan always fell asleep listening. After coaxing her to sleep, Xiaoyang left quietly. Being an emperor is no easy task, and he still had many memorials to review. Arriving at the imperial study, Xiaoyang opened the documents and felt a headache coming on. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. These scoundrels are all here asking for money. Am I a treasury? This Xia emperor is a damn scoundrel. Damn it. You seized the world but didn't manage it properly. You're ruining people. Xiaoyang was so angry he cursed out loud. Damn it, this scoundrel left me with this mess. Do I owe him something? Ji Xiang stood silently by, not daring to utter a word. Picking up the ledger, Xiaoyang felt even more suffocated. The vast national treasury contained less than 10 million taels of silver? Such a large Xia kingdom. Where's the money? Where's the money? Xiaoyang took a deep breath and slammed the table. Ji Xiang, first thing tomorrow, go to the Ministry of Revenue. I want all the tax records for the past 5 years, all of them. Yes. Ji Xiang immediately bowed and acknowledged the order. He knew that once an investigation began, someone was bound to suffer. But it had to be done. Otherwise, how long could they endure this financial crisis? The next morning, Xiaoyang sat on the dragon throne and threw all the account books onto the floor of the Grand Hall. This is the fine job you've done at the Ministry of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue, Zhao Zhuai, immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Calm my anger? How have you been running the Ministry of Revenue? For years, these tax records have been a mess. And you've been covering up the truth. The national treasury is empty, we can't even afford to eat, and the frontier troops lack provisions. Why didn't you report this? Xiaoyang was so furious he wanted to slap the man. His words failing to express his anger, Xiaoyang glared at him, ready to strike at any moment. Zhao Zhuai clearly hadn't expected that Xiaoyang, upon ascending the throne, would first investigate this matter. The suddenness of it left him no time to falsify accounts, and kneeling there, he couldn't find words to defend himself, only managing to stammer in fear, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I don't know. I truly don't know. Don't know? Ha ha ha. Well, what a fine I don't know. Xiaoyang suddenly laughed, then turned to the side. Duke Protector. The Duke Protector immediately stepped forward. I am here. How have you been doing your job as the Duke Protector? The frontier soldiers are starving and freezing, yet you didn't even bother to coordinate with the Ministry of Revenue? Do you expect them to fight off invaders while starving and covered in frostbite? Xiaoyang demanded coldly. At this, the Duke Protector immediately understood Xiaoyang's intentions. He knelt down and said, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I am guilty. I should have reported directly to Your Majesty instead of repeatedly running into walls at the Ministry of Revenue. I truly deserve to die. Huh. Indeed, the old ginger is still the spiciest. Xiaoyang was extremely satisfied with this response. But Zhao Zhuai was nearly scared out of his wits. He straightened up and pointed at him. Duke Protector, what do you mean by that? How dare you? Xiaoyang slammed his hand on the dragon throne and stood up, striding forward and kicking Zhao Zhuai to the ground. He snorted coldly, Disorder in the court, insubordination. Do you want to die? Chapter 268, Living Freely. The hall fell silent, not a single person daring to breathe heavily. Zhao Zhuai knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. Your Majesty, please see clearly. I am innocent, truly innocent. Innocent? What a fine word for innocence. Xiaoyang snorted, then directly grabbed Zhao Zhuai by the neck, coldly staring at him. I said, past matters are to be forgotten, but the way you handled this task is utterly disgraceful. You deserve to die. Zhao Zhuai had never imagined that Xiaoyang, now the emperor, would personally do such a thing. He was actually going to strangle him with his own hands. This was the first time Zhao Zhuai felt so close to death, even feeling as if he had touched the nose of the king of hell. His face full of pleading, he struggled with all his might, but couldn't move a muscle. Seeing this, Xiaoyang flung the man away and returned to his throne, speaking calmly. I am the emperor, and my words are law. Yesterday, I said I would not pursue past grievances, and I will not. But incompetence and lack of virtue are two different things. Zhao Zhuai, I can spare your life, give you a chance. Leave immediately for the south and clarify the salt tax matter for me. Otherwise, bring your head when you return. Now, Zhao Zhuai felt even more desperate. The salt tax was a complex issue, and he was powerless to address it. How could he possibly untangle such a mess? Your Majesty, I. Zhao Jue looked at Xiaoyang in despair. I am incompetent. Incompetent? Humph. What a fine word for incompetence. If you are incompetent, then you are unfit to be Minister of Revenue. Guards, take him to the prison and investigate thoroughly. Xiaoyang waved his hand, ordering the man to be locked up. The entire court was on edge. No one knew who would be next, as all of them had their own flaws. Xiaoyang sat there, his gaze sweeping over each person. Is there anyone else who cannot fulfill their duties? Speak up now. We dare not. The officials all knelt, no longer daring to underestimate Xiaoyang. Seeing this, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. I know the world is difficult, with famines and everywhere needing money. So, I give you 1 month to report all matters requiring funds. I will handle them as needed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Long live, long live. Now, the officials were finally convinced. After the court session, Xiaoyang returned to his study and saw Tao Jinzi waiting there. He smiled. You're here? Your subject greets the Emperor. Tao Jinzi respectfully bowed. Seeing Tao Jinzi's formality, Xiaoyang chuckled and said lightly, Rise. With our relationship, there's no need for such courtesy. Tao Jinzi knew something was up from Xiaoyang's expression, but he still said, Your Majesty, all the investment returns are here. A total of 30 million taels of gold. The post stations and docks you mentioned are all completed, and they should generate an additional 30 million taels of silver annually. Although the national treasury is empty, our earnings are substantial, and we should be able to manage. He then presented the ledger. Since the previous emperor's reign, our Chamber of Commerce has been steadily accumulating wealth. People believe the national treasury was in Chu, but in reality, we hold 10% more. However, have you decided, Your Majesty, if you truly intend to utilize it? Tao Jinzi looked at Xiaoyang with concern. With the country in disarray, money was the most needed. What he meant, Xiaoyang understood. It was because the throne was unstable, and he feared some unforeseen event. But Xiaoyang believed that what was in his hands was his, and he wouldn't let it go. I've already decided, but your mention of the national treasury reminded me, I haven't used the things Yue gave me yet. Xiaoyang took out a key and smiled at Tao Jinzi. Do you know how much money is in Chu's national treasury? Seeing the key, Tao Jinzi's eyes lit up. With Chu in turmoil, they probably haven't had time to deal with the treasury. This is a great opportunity. Haha. Of course, it's settled then. Go take as much as you can. Xiaoyang grinned. Using Chu's money to fund our Xia's army. Not bad, not bad. The two agreed on this matter, and after handing over the 30 million taels of gold notes to Xiaoyang, Tao Jinzi turned and headed to Chu to plunder the treasury. Xiaoyang took the gold notes to the Zhaoyang Palace and handed them all to Shen Yunyan. Go spend it. So much? Where did it come from? Shen Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. You didn't go robbing, did you? Seeing Shen Yunyan's shocked expression, Xiaoyang couldn't help but kiss her cheek, laughing. No, I didn't go robbing. It's from Tao Jinzi's business. Is this from your mother? Shen Yunyan looked at the notes, her eyes red. Yang, your mother was really good to us. She had her ending planned from the beginning. These words made Xiaoyang's heart ache even more. He would never forget the question the princess asked him before she left. I promised my mother to restore Xia to its former glory, and I will keep that promise. I will be with you, watching you. We will always be together. The two embraced tightly, their hearts connected at this moment. In Chu, brother, in 3 days, we'll reach the capital of Chu. Have you thought about how to confront father? Chu Ruoyue looked at Chu Xiaoyao curiously. Chu Xiaoyao held his sister's hand and whispered, Before, I just wanted to vent my anger, but as we marched up, it was too easy. So, I feel this country is truly rotten. If we don't change the rulers, it won't be us who take it over. Chu Ruoyue leaned on her brother's shoulder, softly saying, Brother, I support you. Of course I know. You and I are the closest in this world. You naturally support me. But Xiaoyang has already ascended the throne, which I didn't expect. Chu Xiaoyao glanced at Chu Ruyue. Did you know about this beforehand? No, he wouldn't have told me. But the noble consort is dead, and Chu Yue was also executed. So, they must have made a deal, and now they're probably living freely. Chu Ruyue said this with some envy. Brother, when can I live freely? Chu Xiaoyao looked at his sister with affection, gently patting her head. When brother takes over the world, you'll divorce Xiaoyang and return to my side. Then, you can do whatever you want. Live freely? Chapter 269. Resentment? Brother, can we really do this? Chu Ruyue sighed, looking at the capital city not far ahead. She murmured gloomily, I don't know why everything has been going so smoothly on this journey. It's so smooth that it feels unbelievable. What do you think father will say when he sees us? He should be proud that our Chu kingdom still has such backbone, Chu Xiaoyao snorted, patting his sister's head gently and whispering, Stay by my side and watch as I flatten the capital city. Chu Palace. This rebellious son. The Emperor of Chu clenched his teeth and cursed angrily. However, Empress Chu did not feel that Chu Xiaoyao had done anything wrong. After all, she had lost her son. Yet as the Emperor of Chu, he hadn't even bothered to react. A life had been lost in vain, and how could she not resent that? With a cold gaze, she watched the Emperor of Chu, who was raging with fury, feeling nothing but irony. The most despised, the lowest of the imperial sons in Chu, was the only one with any ambition in the entire kingdom. What a colossal joke. Why aren't you saying anything, Empress? The Emperor of Chu finally noticed that Empress Chu seemed a bit off. Seeing the Emperor's frantic behavior, Empress Chu felt only ridicule. She said indifferently, What does your Majesty want me to say? What is there left for me to say? Are you blaming me? Although the Emperor was old, he was no fool. Are you blaming me for the Crown Prince's death? Hearing this, Empress Chu burst into laughter, as if she had heard the funniest joke. What does your Majesty expect me to do? Pretend like nothing happened, just as you are doing now? Perhaps you can easily do that, but I cannot. I had only one child. I suffered through a difficult labor, in pain for an entire day and night, just to give birth to him. Yet, he was lost in vain. At this, the Emperor of Chu became anxious. How dare you? You dare speak to me like this now? Wasn't my forbearance all for the sake of the Chu kingdom? The Chu kingdom? Those words now seemed like a mockery. Empress Chu looked coldly at the Emperor, who was in a frenzy, and said calmly, Yes, so I will stand with you and guard this so-called Chu kingdom. After all, the Chu kingdom was now on the brink of collapse, and the dream of wealth they had woven for themselves would soon vanish like a bubble. The Great Xia Palace. News of this quickly reached Xiaoyang, including the Emperor of Chu's attitude. He glanced at the memorial in his hand and smiled at young Feiyu. What do you think the Emperor of Chu is thinking? He's willing to exchange 30 cities for cooperation with me, yet he's unwilling to pass the throne to his own son. Isn't that absurd? How would I know what that fool is thinking? But what about my brother's proposal? What do you think about the idea of a marriage alliance? My youngest sister is quite a beauty, you know. Yang Feiyu looked at him curiously. I'm not interested in your sister. Don't send her over. Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, Marriage alliances may seem intimate, but they are actually quite fragile. Why bother with such alliances when we can cooperate and trade more reliably? Interests are eternal, aren't they? But marriage alliances are the trend now. Only by becoming relatives can we ensure stability. You don't have any children, so naturally, it would have to be with you. Yang Feiyu spoke with conviction. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples and said softly, My heart belongs only to my wife. I won't accept anyone else. Even if someone were sent here, they'd just be kept in the palace, wasting their life. Yang Feiyu raised an eyebrow, looking at Xiaoyang. You can refuse my brother, but what about others? A lifelong commitment to one person. What a ridiculous promise. Why take it so seriously? Besides, you're now the emperor. For the sake of the kingdom, even sacrificing your body is necessary, isn't it? What nonsense was this? Although all my siblings are dead, there are still some royal relatives. If you really want a marriage alliance, you can find someone else. But it's absolutely impossible for it to be with me. You can figure it out yourselves." Xiaoyang waved his hand, not wanting to emphasize this anymore. Now, Yang Feiyu fully understood Xiaoyang's stance. He stood up from his chair, smiling. "I have no objections. As long as it's a marriage alliance with your royal family, that's enough. I'll go back and tell my brother to send someone over soon. I've just ascended the throne, and so has the Northern Emperor. Why don't we wait until the situation in Chu is settled, and then the 4 emperors can gather together for a drink?" Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at Yang Feiyu. This was a bold proposal, but somehow, it was intriguing. Yang Feiyu immediately clapped his hands. "I've never seen such a scene before. Sounds good to me. I'll go back and tell my brother." With that, he turned and walked out. A Fu brought over some tea and stood beside Xiaoyang. "Your Majesty, is this really your plan?" "Yes. With the chaos in the world, it's the common people who suffer. In recent years, everyone's been struggling with natural disasters and calamities, so we're all weakened. It's better to talk about cooperation and plan gradually." Xiaoyang smiled, taking a sip of tea. Not bad." A Fu nodded after hearing this. "With someone like your Majesty ruling the world, things will definitely get better. As soon as I took the throne, you're already eager to flatter me?" "Not flattery, just heartfelt words." A Fu spoke earnestly, but Xiaoyang didn't believe a single word. He set down his teacup and looked at a Fu. "What about the investigation I asked you to do?" "This Grand Steward of the Inner Treasury is quite a talent, Your Majesty. Please take a look." A Fu handed over all the information he had gathered. After glancing through a few pages, Xiaoyang's face darkened. "I had prepared myself for him being corrupt, but I never expected this eunuch to be so insatiable. What does he need all this money for, with no descendants? To take it to his grave?" "Your Majesty, I don't know about that, but I've heard that this Grand Steward has quite a few women in his care." A Fu's face turned slightly red. What a pervert. A filthy eunuch. Xiaoyang felt a wave of disgust at the thought of such sordid matters, his eyes rolling to the heavens. Still, he put the ledger away. "Since the evidence is clear, it's time I pay this Grand Steward a visit." With that, he stood up and headed towards the Inner Treasury. The Inner Treasury was in charge of the entire palace's expenses, and although the head was a eunuch, the power it wielded was considerable. "Your Majesty?" "Greetings, Your Majesty. What do you need?" "Just have someone tell us. Why come in person?" The Grand Steward immediately bowed upon seeing Xiaoyang, his face full of fear but still trying to flatter. Xiaoyang glanced at him and smiled faintly. "I need something special, and I'm afraid the message might get miscommunicated, so I decided to come in person." "What does Your Majesty need?" The Grand Steward ushered Xiaoyang to sit down and personally served him tea. Xiaoyang didn't rush to speak. He just sat there, holding the teacup, sniffing it. He smiled and said, "The tea here in the Inner Treasury is indeed the best in the world." "Your Majesty flatters me. The best tea in the world is naturally in the imperial study." The Grand Steward knelt on the ground, trembling. Seeing his nervousness, Xiaoyang smiled faintly. "Why are you so nervous?" "I was just joking. I am terrified, Your Majesty, truly terrified. The Grand Steward has managed the Inner Treasury for so many years. How could you be terrified? In this palace, what people eat and use, isn't it all a matter of your word? Even if I am the Emperor, I suppose I have to follow your arrangements, don't I?" Those words left the Grand Steward dumbfounded. He knelt on the ground, trembling. "Your Majesty, these words are too much for me to bear. I dare not." "Is that so?" Xiaoyang directly threw the evidence on the ground. "I came today to borrow your head for a use." "What?" The Grand Steward looked up at Xiaoyang in disbelief, only to realize that Xiaoyang's eyes were calm, indicating that in Xiaoyang's view, the Grand Steward was already a dead man. "You embezzled a total of 136,000 taels of silver. I've already sent someone to confiscate it. You dared to embezzle the palace's funds. You really are bold. Xiao Yang's voice was not loud, but it carried a strong sense of oppression. At this point, the Grand Steward dared not defend himself. He pitifully looked at Xiao Yang. Your Majesty, spare my life, please spare my life. I want to spare you, but who will spare the people of this world? Even while serving in the palace, you dared to embezzle. I truly cannot keep you. Xiao Yang shouted coldly. Drag him out, behead him. Hang his head on the palace gate, so every minister who comes to court can see it. No, please, Your Majesty, spare my life. The Grand Steward's snot and tears flowed together, but it was too late, and he was still carried out. The remaining eunuchs all knelt on the ground, their faces pale with fear. Who among them had clean hands? However, they were all just petty thieves. I know about your deeds, but I can't be bothered to deal with them. Put back what you shouldn't have taken, and the rest, deal with it yourselves. Xiao Yang snorted, stood up, and turned to leave. The next day, at the morning court, all the ministers arriving for court could see the bloodied head hanging at the palace gate. They were all familiar with this person, and naturally understood that this was a warning. The Grand Steward was the chicken, and they were the monkeys. When they entered the court and saw Xiao Yang sitting on the dragon throne, everyone's hearts filled with respect and awe. This was the result Xiao Yang wanted. He knew that from now on, no one would think that his young ascension to the throne was insignificant. In the Zhaoyang Palace, Your Majesty, how can I, a mere servant, take charge of the inner treasury? Lu Li looked at Xin Yunyan in disbelief. Xin Yunyan held her hand and smiled gently, saying softly, when we were in the Qinhuang Palace, you followed me. What kind of person you are, how could I not know? I say you can, so you can. Go ahead, do your best. Thank you for your patronage, Your Majesty. I will definitely do my best. Lu Li knelt on the ground, her eyes red. But now Tianzhao is pregnant, and the Empress is also with child. If I leave now, who will serve the Empress? There are so many palace maids in the harem, can't someone serve me? Besides, Pu Tao is still here, you can rest assured. Xin Yunyan smiled. At this moment, the palace maid named Pu Tao stepped forward, smiling. Yes, sister, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of the Empress. Now, everyone in the palace knew that the Empress was the apple of the Emperor's eye. Who would dare to neglect her even a bit? Your Majesty, maybe I should stay and serve you until after you give birth? Lu Li still felt uneasy. Xin Yunyan waved her hand. The inner treasury is in disarray now. Once you go there, you'll be busy for a while. I'm fine now, and if I really need help, I'll call you. It's not too late. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Li still knelt on the ground, respectfully giving Xin Yunyan a deep bow. As she watched Lu Li leave, Xin Yunyan smiled and held Tianzhao's hand. I see you look a bit off. What's wrong? Didn't get the position of Grand Steward? Are you unhappy? Your Majesty, what are you saying? How could I care about that? I'm just worried about you. Lu Li is the most meticulous. With her by your side, I can be at ease. Tianzhao looked at Xin Yunyan with concern. Xin Yunyan shook her head and said softly, the most meticulous one isn't Lu Li, it's the Emperor. Your Majesty? Tianzhao was surprised. Could this also be a show of affection? She sighed helplessly. Although the Emperor takes care of every detail, after all, he is now the ruler of a nation. He is very busy and probably doesn't have much time to accompany you. You are here to accompany me, aren't you? Xin Yunyan smiled, holding her hand and sitting beside her. We grew up together. With you by my side, I feel at ease. I have been with you since I was a child, and at this crucial moment, I naturally have to be by your side. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will protect you. Tianzhao spoke with sincerity. Just as Xiaoliang entered, he heard these words. Greetings, Your Majesty. Tianzhao quickly stood up to pay her respects. Xiaoliang waved his hand. Rise. My Empress, I can protect her well. You are also with child, so you should be careful. I am of humble birth, not so delicate. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Tianzhao was very respectful towards Xiaoliang, afraid of any impropriety. Chapter 270, Bring It Over. Why are you so nervous? I remember that back in the Qin Palace, you would even snap at me when your lady wasn't happy. Why are you so timid now? Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask, finding her behavior amusing. Upon hearing this, Tianzhao recalled her previous actions and immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive me. It was all my fault before. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang felt a pang of discomfort. He personally helped her up and whispered, I understand that times have changed. I am now the emperor, and naturally there is distance between us. But no matter how circumstances change, you are someone who grew up with Yunyan. You must always support each other, understand? Yes, I understand. I will do my best for my lady. Tianzhao quickly agreed. She hadn't expected Xiaoyang, now an emperor, to remain as kind and calm as before. This eased her tension considerably. Xiaoyang didn't say much else. He simply sat beside Shen Yunyan, leaned on her shoulder, and softly asked, I heard you've been eating well lately? I don't know what's going on. Before, I couldn't eat much, but now I can't stop wanting to eat. I'm always lazy and sleepy, like a pig. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat. Look, I've gained weight. Shen Yunyan pointed to her waist. Have I put on a lot? Xiaoyang immediately sensed something was wrong. He held Shen Yunyan's wrist, carefully taking her pulse. His expression changed. Someone, bring me all the medicinal residue the Empress has been taking recently. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan grew anxious and grabbed Xiaoyang's hand. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with our child? Don't panic. Listen to me. It's not as bad as you think. I just need to investigate. Xiaoyang gently patted her hand, soothingly. Soon, the medicinal residue was brought over. Xiaoyang examined it closely, then his expression darkened. Who was in charge of preparing the medicine? Your Majesty, it was me. Lu Li knelt down and replied. I personally collected all the medicine from the Imperial Hospital and supervised the brewing process. I never left the task, so I truly don't know what went wrong with the ingredients. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang realized this little maid wasn't involved. She wasn't flustered, remained calm, and could clearly explain every detail, indicating her innocence. Several of these ingredients were added in excess. They increased the Empress's appetite, causing her to eat more. This makes the baby grow too large, making childbirth difficult. Xiaoyang's face grew grim. If I hadn't discovered this in time, it could have led to a fatal outcome for both mother and child. How vicious! Shen Yunyan was furious, sweeping the medicine bowl off the table. Seeing this, Xiaoyang quickly stepped forward to calm her. Don't get angry. Fortunately, we discovered this early, so the baby is fine. Don't let this affect your health. This information must be kept strictly confidential. Do not let anyone know, and do not alert the culprit. Understood? Xiaoyang's cold gaze swept across everyone present. The attendants all knelt down, not daring to breathe heavily. Shen Yunyan quickly composed herself and raised an eyebrow at Xiaoyang. What are you planning to do about this? This was definitely intentional. Though I'm not yet sure of the motive, rest assured, I will investigate this thoroughly. I will protect you and our child, Xiaoyang reassured her. With me by your side, you have nothing to fear. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan felt a bit more at ease. She lowered her head, gritting her teeth. I just wanted to have a safe childbirth. Why is it so difficult? Why? Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang also felt a pang of discomfort. However, some matters couldn't be dealt with in front of Shen Yunyan. He gave Tianzhao a look, and soon, incense was lit to calm her, allowing Shen Yunyan to fall into a deep sleep. Xiaoyang then turned and headed to the imperial study. Afu, take some men and bring all the physicians from the imperial hospital to me. Yes. Afu understood how much Shen Yunyan meant to him, so he dared not delay and quickly went to carry out the order. All 30 physicians from the imperial hospital, from the oldest to the youngest, now knelt in the imperial study, trembling. Xiaoyang stood up and walked among them, finally stopping beside an elderly man with white hair. Everyone else leave? Upon hearing this, the old man collapsed. Your Majesty, spare my life. Xiaoyang found this amusing. What do you mean by that, Zhao Taipu? I just want to have a chat with you. Why would that require sparing your life? Now, Zhao Taipu was even more distressed. Your Majesty, I know nothing. Is that so? Xiaoyang glanced at him, then calmly said, You're old and frail. I wouldn't want to harm you. So, I'll have someone else take your place. F you, bring Zhao Taipu's family here. Your Majesty, no, please. Zhao Taipu began kowtowing. I don't know anything. I truly don't. Those who say, I don't know usually do. Xiaoyang wouldn't let this go easily. He would take his time. He sat there silently. The vast imperial study was now empty except for the two of them. The atmosphere was suffocating, their breaths audible. The pressure was almost unbearable for Zhao Taipu. Yet, he dared not die, nor could he. Soon, Afu brought in two children, around 7 or 8 years old. As soon as they entered, Zhao Taipu cried out despairingly, Your Majesty, it's all my fault. The children are innocent. Please, don't involve them. Spare them, Your Majesty. Seeing Zhao Taipu like this, Xiaoyang found it amusing. You care for your own grandchildren, but don't I care for my child? Tell me, who is behind this? I can't say. I truly can't. Please, Your Majesty, just grant me death. Zhao Taipu's head was bloodied from kowtowing, but he dared not reveal anything. Seeing this, Xiaoyang became even more intrigued. He crossed his arms, leaning his head to the side, watching Zhao Taipu on the ground. Someone so eager to prevent the Empress from a safe delivery must be an underling of some traitor. It seems he's well hidden. Chapter 271. Not worthy at all. Although the Emperor of Xia had not done anything particularly good during his reign, how could he have ruled for so many years without amassing any personal power? It was just hidden within the court, and before he could exert its full influence, he had already died. Xiaoyang had initially thought that since time was on their side, there was no need to rush. But to his surprise, they were the ones in a hurry. Looking at the two trembling children on the ground, Xiaoyang smiled cruelly and said lightly, Do you know what I'm about to do next? I do not know, Zhao the imperial physician said, looking at Xiaoyang in despair. Your Majesty, I will cut open their bodies, smear them with honey, and then throw them near an ant nest. I wonder, how long will it take before they are completely devoured? Xiaoyang said, looking at Zhao with curiosity. This caused Zhao to collapse in horror, sitting on the ground in despair. Your Majesty, you cannot do this. You are a wise ruler. You cannot be so cruel. Cruel? You were about to kill my wife and child, and you expect me to treat you with courtesy? Huh. How can one repay evil with kindness? Xiaoyang stepped forward and directly crushed the child's fingers. The excruciating pain made the child cry out loudly. Each wail was like a knife, slicing through Zhao's heart. Xiaoyang coldly smiled. Guards, take these two children out and bring me some honey. I want to. I'll talk. Zhao prostrated himself on the ground, gritting his teeth and shouting, It's Minister Lin Fan of the Ministry of War. The Minister of War? The one promoted by the late Emperor of Xia? What did he use to threaten you? My son. He has my son. Zhao cried out in desperation. I know I have committed great sins, but I am already over 70 years old, and I only have that one son. I cannot abandon him. So that was the case. Xiaoyang wasn't in a hurry. He simply smiled and said lightly, In that case, you should continue working for him diligently. Do not reveal any flaws, understand? After leaving here, no matter who asks, tell them that I was worried about the Empress's health, and thus kept you here to inquire in detail. Do you understand? Zhao was shocked that Xiaoyang did not immediately kill him at this moment. He looked up, disbelief in his eyes. Your Majesty? Leave. Xiaoyang waved his hand, then glanced at Afu and smiled. These two children have a clever look about them. I like them, so I'll keep them here. Zhao's heart, which had just settled, was once again in turmoil. But he knew he had no right to speak now, and could only tightly shut his mouth. As Zhao left, Xiaoyang's expression grew even darker. This Lin Fan is hiding deep indeed. Your Majesty, what should we do next? What's so difficult about that? Just lure the snake out of its hole. Xiaoyang sat there, smiling at Afu. Fu felt a chill run down his spine. This Lin Fan was likely to end up with no burial ground. In the Chu kingdom, the defenses were swiftly breached. Chu Xiaoyao stood tall, gazing down at the deposed emperor of Chu, who sat slumped on the ground. Father, I don't think you expected it to be me standing here, did you? How dare you, you rebellious son. If you have the guts, kill me. Anyone who kills their king and father deserves to be hunted down. The former emperor of Chu was furious, glaring at him with such hatred that he wished he could bite this wretch to death. Seeing the former emperor's rage, Chu Xiaoyao smiled lightly. After all, your throne is going to be passed to someone else. Why not me? You? What are you? A low-born wretch, unworthy of anything. The former emperor struggled to stand, coldly looking at him. The greatest regret of my life is that I didn't strangle you at birth. Regardless of who our mothers were, we are your blood, aren't we? Chu Ruyue looked at her father in disbelief. Everyone thinks we are lowly, but we are your children. How can you think of us as lowly? The former emperor looked at her with even more disdain. You, a woman who willingly became a concubine, what right do you have to speak here? Will you write the abdication decree or not? Chu Xiaoyao looked at him coldly, his patience wearing thin. Originally, he had still harbored some filial feelings, but now it seemed that it was all just his own wishful thinking. How laughable. I will not write it. I absolutely will not. Without this abdication decree, you are a traitor. Any member of the Chu royal family can rise against you. I want to see how long you can sit on that throne. The former emperor laughed. Chu Xiaoyao, having reached this point, had already prepared for various contingencies. He smiled and stepped forward, gripping the former emperor's neck. Is that so? Father, are you truly so heartless? If you have the guts, kill me. No, father is ill. I must take good care of him. Chu Xiaoyao smiled, then released his grip, coldly watching the former emperor fall. Take him away. Yes. At this moment, the entire Chu palace was no longer under the control of the former emperor, but was now ruled by Chu Xiaoyao. After the former emperor was taken away, the Empress Dowager sat there, her back straight. How do you intend to deal with me? If not for the Empress's benevolence, we siblings might not have survived until today. How could we offend the Empress? Chu Xiaoyao smiled. You don't need to worry. Once everything is settled, the Empress Dowager can go to the temple to live in quiet seclusion. You can live whatever life you desire. The Empress Dowager looked at Chu Xiaoyao in surprise. You will let me go? This four-cornered palace has imprisoned you for so many years. Don't you want to leave? Chu Ruyue asked, looking at her. The crown prince is no longer here. What is there for you to cling to? The Empress Dowager thought of her son and felt a sharp pain in her heart. She looked at Chu Ruyue. When he died, did it hurt? He was granted high honors before his death. It didn't hurt, Chu Ruyue replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yes, it didn't hurt. But how unjust. Our great emperor, whose son died and didn't even have the courage to stand up. Huh. What right does he have to sit on that throne? Your Majesty, Chu Ruyue, feeling pity for her, stepped forward and whispered, everything is past. The dead are gone. But we who are alive must continue to live, mustn't we? Chapter 272, Cooperation. Living well, you little girl? What are you trying to say to me now? You mean living well is asking me to persuade him to get the abdication decree, right? The Empress of Chu gave a half-smile, looking at Chu Ruyue. How could I not know what you're thinking, seeing you grow up? How ridiculous. Seeing the Empress like this, Chu Ruyue was momentarily at a loss for words. She could only sigh helplessly, lower her head, and speak softly. Your Highness, you watched us grow up. If it weren't for your kindness, children like us, so lowly, might not have had the chance to grow up. So, I'm grateful to you and won't make things difficult for you. As for what you said, he will agree. He definitely will. The news soon reached them, and Xiaoyang smiled faintly, saying, this matter is quite interesting. Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Li Nu felt something was amiss and looked at him curiously. What is your majesty smiling about? Nothing. I'm just curious what Chu Xiaoyao is waiting for. Could it be that he suddenly realized how deeply he feels for his father? Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh at this point. The bond between father and son is indeed a laughable thing. Hearing this, Li Nu snorted. What father-son bond? When the crown prince died here, the emperor of Chu didn't react at all. Now, this lowly son comes forward, and suddenly there's a father-son bond? I think he's just messing around. Xiaoyang glanced at Li Nu, chuckled, and said lightly, yes, usually. One doesn't feel much of a father-son bond, but at times like this, bloodline naturally becomes the most important thing. Sometimes, some things can be ruined by the word bloodline. Previously, Xiaozhe was desperate to die, but after learning he had a child, he decided to live on. So, bloodline is the most terrifying thing in this world. Now, Li Nu grew anxious, frowned, and looked at him, whispering, could it be that Chu Xiaoyao is going to cause trouble? It's not really trouble. If he's not willing, then forget it. I have my own plans. Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. Although Xiaoyang had indeed cooperated with Chu Xiaoyao, he wasn't the type to put all his hopes on others. So even if something went wrong with Chu Xiaoyao, it wouldn't affect him much. Hearing Xiaoyang's words, Li Nu finally relaxed, smiled, and then said softly, that's good, then I'm relieved. What's there to be worried about? The biggest concern now isn't outside but inside. Soon, a Fu returned with the investigation report. This Lin Fan is quite a formidable character. He handed the documents directly to Xiaoyang, saying, from the previous dynasty, this guy has been crawling in the shadows. Take a look. Xiaoyang looked at the information written on the documents, his face darkening with anger. This man is truly vile, utterly deserving of death. However, he's very good at acting. He has a good reputation in the court, is straightforward, and people have a good impression of him. If we act now, it might. A Fu looked at Xiaoyang with concern. Xiaoyang placed all the documents on the table and said lightly, why should I worry about this? Is killing someone really that difficult? Ah. A Fu, not the sharpest tool in the shed, was momentarily confused by the meaning behind Xiaoyang's words. Seeing his clueless expression, Li Nu couldn't help but feel disdain and snapped, are you stupid or what? The emperor means to take his life. Once a person is dead, everything ends. All plans naturally come to a halt. Hearing this, a Fu immediately understood and grinned at Xiaoyang. Yes, I'll do it right away. Good. Xiaoyang looked full of satisfaction, smiling at him. Indeed, you're teachable. Soon after the new year, the temperature in the capital had risen significantly, but in the Qin region, it was still bitterly cold. Xiaoyang was worried about the soldiers at the border suffering in the cold, so he quickly sent Shen Yuanfeng with supplies and men to check on them. After Xiaoyang ascended the throne, Shen Yuanfeng's position became quite awkward. By rights, he was the emperor's brother-in-law, but due to his young age and the previous scandals involving the Shen family, he had always been in an uncomfortable position. But now, things were different. With a real task at hand, Shen Yuanfeng's voice naturally became stronger. He quickly led his men and set off. Meanwhile, Shen Yunyan's pregnancy was progressing, with her due date still a couple of months away. However, Xiaoyang was uneasy and had already arranged for people to be on standby in the palace to attend to her at any moment. Seeing how much Xiaoyang cared, Shen Yunyan was deeply touched and smiled at him. Why are you so nervous? The baby is only 7 months old, and there are still 3 months until the birth. 3 months will pass quickly. With your pregnancy advancing, I can't help but worry. Xiaoyang frowned, looking at her, and gently rubbed her belly. This child is hard one, and you care so much about it. I can't bear for anything to happen to it. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan leaned against him and whispered, I know, you're doing all this for me, but people outside might laugh at you for it. What's there to laugh at? I'm taking good care of my wife and child, Xiaoyang said with conviction, snorted, and then touched her belly with a smile. The imperial physician has said it's a boy, but you prefer a daughter, don't you? We can have a daughter next time. Shen Yunyan shook her head, smiling at Xiaoyang. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang shook his head and said softly, "One child is enough. Bearing a child is too arduous, and I can't bear to see you suffer so much. You're the emperor. One child isn't enough. Even the emperor has only one child, so why wouldn't one child be enough for the emperor?" Xiaoyang spoke with such conviction. He smiled at Shen Yunyan and said softly, "If we have only this one child, once he's born, he'll be the crown prince, and in the future, the emperor. It can reduce so much internal strife, don't you think?" Chapter 273, The Salt Inspection. Shen Yunyan naturally understood what he meant by internal strife. She raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "Are you really satisfied with just one child?" "I'm satisfied as long as I have you. This little radish was what you wanted in the first place," Xiaoyang snorted. "If it were up to me, I'd rather you spend more time with me. Where else could you find someone who would begrudge such things with their own son?" Shen Yunyan looked at him and smiled. "Of course, I'll be with you. Didn't we promise to accompany each other for a lifetime? As long as you remember that. I was just afraid you might forget, and then what would I do?" Xiaoyang said pitifully, hugging her gently. "Now that you're in your later months, you need to worry less about everything, all right? The most important thing is to exercise more, understand? Otherwise, if the baby gets too big, you'll be in a lot of pain. As long as you make it through the birth, we can raise the child slowly." Upon hearing this, Shen Yunyan was momentarily at a loss between laughter and tears. "I find it hard to believe there's a father like you in this world." Most men were most concerned about their children, but Xiaoyang was different. All he cared about was Shen Yunyan. Whether it was about children or not, he didn't seem to care at all. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Shen Yunyan felt that even if she were to die right now, she would die without regrets. After becoming the emperor, Xiaoyang no longer had the freedom he once enjoyed, so the time he could spend with Shen Yunyan was significantly reduced. After sitting for a while, he had to return to the imperial study to deal with all sorts of miscellaneous affairs. The Duke of Protecting the Nation was already waiting in the imperial study. Seeing Xiaoyang arrive, he immediately stood up and paid his respects. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "No need for formalities. Let's get straight to business," Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at the Duke of Protecting the Nation. "What do you think about going south to inspect the salt industry?" The Duke of Protecting the Nation hadn't expected Xiaoyang to be so direct. Hesitating for a moment, he replied, "Inspecting the salt industry in the south is undoubtedly necessary. However, the Minister of Revenue is a frail scholar. If he were to go alone, he might never return." Indeed, he was a sensible man. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, then continued with a smile. "In that case, I'd like Zhao Lin to accompany him. What do you think?" "What? Zhao Lin? No, he's just a playboy who can't do anything. How could he go on such a mission?" The Duke of Protecting the Nation instinctively shook his head, clearly looking down on his own son. This took Xiaoyang by surprise. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the Duke of Protecting the Nation. "Don't you know your own son? Zhao Lin may seem like a rogue, but in fact, he's quite capable. During the previous emperor's reign, you played the fool, but now that I've ascended the throne, this is a time of great need for talent. Are you still going to keep up the act?" The Duke of Protecting the Nation knelt down. "Your Majesty, I have no such intentions. I dare not, truly I dare not." Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled. "Zhao Lin grew up with me, so I know very well what kind of person he is. Duke of Protecting the Nation, it all depends on whether you're willing to let him go." Hearing these words, tears almost welled up in the Duke of Protecting the Nation's eyes. He had thought that they would live out their lives in mediocrity, but never expected a turn of events. He looked up at Xiaoyang, took a deep breath, and said, "Your Majesty's command is my will." "Good. Call Zhao Lin to the palace. I'll talk to him personally," Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at the Duke of Protecting the Nation. Zhao Lin arrived quickly, but he was also a bit awkward. After all, they were childhood friends who had spent months laughing and joking together, but now their relationship had shifted to one of ruler and subject. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Zhao Lin entered the room, momentarily stunned, but quickly bowed deeply, following all the proper protocols. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang smiled and said lightly, "Rise quickly. I called you here not to watch you kneel before me. Did your father tell you? I want you to go on the salt inspection." Xiaoyang got straight to the point, starting with the main business. There was no way around it. Now that he was the emperor, he was far too busy and had to save time. The Duke of Protecting the Nation had only told him to come to the palace, but he had never imagined it would be for such a matter. Zhao Lin looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief and said softly, "Me? No, Your Majesty, I can't do it." "Stop talking nonsense. We grew up together. I know what kind of person you are. This salt inspection is a major matter. I wouldn't trust anyone else with it." Xiaoyang waved his hand, immediately shortening the distance between them. Hearing this, Zhao Lin's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down a bit. He said with a smile, "Since Your Majesty trusts me so much, I will naturally spare no effort and will not shirk my duty. Rest assured, I will do my utmost." "That's more like it. Ask for whatever you need, and I'll provide it. There's only one thing. You must get the job done well and make it look good, understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty. I will definitely get it done well and make it look good." Zhao Lin bowed, full of confidence. Xiaoyang looked at him and smiled, then said lightly, "I trust you. Go now, don't waste time, and leave immediately." "Yes, I will depart at once." Zhao Lin bowed and turned to leave. Having spent years as a playboy, Zhao Lin had long wanted to prove himself. Now that he had this opportunity, he naturally needed to show his worth. Lu Jing waited at the palace gate. Seeing him come out, he immediately went up to him with a smile. "Your Highness." "No. What did the Emperor want with you?" "He wants me to go on the salt inspection." "What? Why would the Emperor send you?" Lu Jing immediately became anxious. He frowned and looked at Zhao Lin. Both of them were born as playboys, known as the three troublemakers of the capital. Why was one now the Emperor, and the other was being sent on the salt inspection? "Why can't I go?" Zhao Lin glanced at him and said irritably, "Do you think everyone is like you, just eating, drinking, and having fun? What kind of talk is that?" Hearing this, Lu Jing felt a pang of distress. He said sullenly, "So now I'm the only good-for-nothing left?" Zhao Lin couldn't help but pinch his cheek and said with a laugh, "Actually, I think it's quite good if you can always be a good-for-nothing. After all, your family is rich, so being a playboy isn't a big deal." Lu Jing became anxious. "I want to go with you. I want to go on the salt inspection too." "You can't go. Stay at home." Zhao Lin frowned. "The salt inspection is dangerous and arduous. You can't handle it." Chapter 274, Determined to Go. This time, Lu Jing was truly anxious. He glared at Zhao Lin with wide eyes. "I don't care what others think of me, but we grew up together as brothers. Do you really see me as a useless waste in your eyes?" Zhao Lin looked at Lu Jing's anxious expression, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. After a moment of thought, he spoke softly, "It's not that I look down on you. The task of inspecting the salt trade is extremely dangerous and complicated. Besides, you don't have the Emperor's appointment. What can you do there? It won't be of any use." At this, Lu Jing became even more anxious and immediately submitted a petition to see Emperor Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was surprised that Lu Jing was so eager about this matter. Looking at Lu Jing kneeling on the ground, he felt a mix of amusement and confusion. That's a mission to inspect the salt trade in the south, not a search for beautiful women. Why are you so excited? Your Majesty, I know I've been reckless and foolish in the past, but under those circumstances, that's the only way I could survive. Your Majesty, I'm not a useless person. I can help. I can transcribe documents. I can manage accounts. I'm quite capable. Lu Jing looked earnestly at Xiaoyang. Although I've always indulged in pleasure in the Marquis's residence, my father did arrange for someone to properly educate me. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Xiaoyang was genuinely surprised. He looked at him and asked, "Do you want to achieve merit and build a career?" A true man aspires to greatness in all corners of the world. How could I not want to achieve merit and build a career? It's just that the previous environment was unfavorable. Now that Your Majesty is wise, I naturally want to contribute to this world. Lu Jing knelt there, speaking sincerely. The one who grew up with him was the original owner, not the current Xiaoyang. So Xiaoyang wasn't sure what kind of abilities he truly possessed. However, seeing his determination, Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment, then tossed a few account books over. You have one night. If you can verify them correctly, I'll seriously consider it. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Jing immediately kowtowed, then picked up the account books and flipped through them. He said, "These should be the palace's internal account books, right? They're completely absurd. All the figures here are inflated and misleading. They're deceiving, Your Majesty. The accounts may look neat, but they're full of loopholes." Hearing this, Xiaoyang was genuinely surprised. He raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "I underestimated you before. You've been acting quite well all these years." "It wasn't all acting. After all, I really do enjoy indulging in pleasure," Lu Jing said with a slightly embarrassed smile. In his youth, he enjoyed eating, drinking, and pleasure. But now that he was older, he naturally wanted to achieve something great. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded and waved his hand. "Since you have such ambition, I'll fulfill it directly. You can go with them. I'll give you a position in the Hanlin Academy. How about it?" "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Jing immediately kowtowed again. In truth, being an official in the Hanlin Academy didn't offer much profit, but it sounded prestigious. However, the Youngie Marquis family was of military origin, with everyone skilled in martial arts. Having a scholar in the family was considered a great honor. Holding the imperial decree, Lu Jing walked out triumphantly, his face beaming with excitement and satisfaction. He went straight to Zhao Lin and declared, "Look, now I'm a high-ranking official in the Hanlin Academy." "What?" Zhao Lin couldn't believe his ears. He looked at the imperial decree in Lu Jing's hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. "How did you persuade the emperor? How did you get such a position? This is impossible." Hearing this, Lu Jing became anxious and retorted irritably, "What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Let me tell you, this is a legitimate imperial decree, a legitimate appointment. I'm definitely going with you to inspect the salt trade." Now that things had reached this point, Zhao Lin had no right to object. He could only obediently nod and said softly, all right, I'll rely on you then." "That's more like it." Lu Jing leaned back in a chair, smiling happily. "I thought we'd live our lives aimlessly, but never expected a turn of events like this. We actually have the chance to serve our country. Zhao Lin, I really feel so happy." These words struck a chord with Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin sighed, looking at Lu Jing, and said softly, "The fact that you and I have such a chance is thanks to heaven's grace. This is a rare opportunity, so we must cherish it and not let it slip away." The two looked at each other, their hearts filled with determination. In the cold palace of the Chu dynasty, Chu Xiaoyao stood tall, holding a bowl of fragrant meat porridge. He looked down at the emperor of Chu, who had been starved for 4 or 5 days, and smiled. "Father, you've been without food or water for so many days. Aren't you hungry? You unfilial son, beast. I am your own father, yet you dare treat me like this. Beast, disobedient and unfilial." The emperor of Chu roared with a cold face, but being old and having gone without food or water for days, he now resembled an old dog, utterly lacking in any threat. Seeing him in this state, Chu Xiaoyao only found it amusing. "Father, you must have forgotten. My sister and I grew up here. Our mother's origins were humble, and you always felt it was a great humiliation to have children with such a woman. But have you ever thought that it was you who drank too much and forced yourself on my mother, who didn't want it? You insolent! What are you talking about?" The emperor of Chu straightened his body, glaring fiercely at him. "Your mother was willing to be low. She climbed onto the dragon's bed, seeking nothing but wealth and honor. She deserved it, all her own fault." "Was that so?" Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyao felt an overwhelming sense of irony. "You've probably forgotten how things were back then. My mother had only half a year left and could have escaped this place of torment, but you took her forcefully, despised her, and left her here to die. How ruthless you are." You don't know, do you? My mother had someone she loved. Every time she was with you, she felt utterly disgusted. You despised her so much, yet you still had 2 children with her. Isn't the most disgusting person in this world yourself? Chu Xiaoyao stepped forward and grabbed his chin. Will you write the abdication decree or not? The Emperor of Chu, now in his twilight years, was no match for a strong young man. He lay weakly on the ground, utterly humiliated, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred, yet he had no power to threaten. He glared at Chu Xiaoyao. You traitor! You want the decree? Kill me if you must. Chapter 275. Enjoying a peaceful old age. All right then, you won't eat either. Chu Xiaoyao chuckled, stood up, and turned to leave. After being starved for several days, just when food was within reach, it was about to be taken away. How could Emperor Chu endure this? Stop, you rebellious son. Do you want to starve me to death? Not at all. It's just that you're not listening, and I have no choice but to feed these to the dogs. Chu Xiaoyao stood still, stirring the minced meat in the bowl with a spoon. He smiled, and the aroma wafted out. Emperor Chu, already feeling the pangs of hunger, now seeing Chu Xiaoyao's actions, his eyes turned red with anger, wanting to devour the bowl in one bite. It's not easy to endure hunger, is it? Father, you've lived a life of luxury, growing up in riches, so you've probably never experienced this feeling before, right? But when we were young, we often went hungry. Growing up was truly difficult. Back then, not only did we not have minced meat, but we couldn't even afford chicken tails. Chu Xiaoyao's voice choked as he spoke, lowering his head. How could you know this? You'd never understand. Hearing this, Emperor Chu felt even more desperate. All right. Chu Xiaoyao smiled, standing there as he watched his father write the abdication edict. With this edict, everything would be legitimate. Thank you, father. Chu Xiaoyao smiled, handing the minced meat over directly. Eat. Emperor Chu grabbed the bowl and began devouring it. Father, don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll let you stay here and enjoy your old age. I'll make you watch as I expand our Chu kingdom. Chu Xiaoyao laughed heartily, holding the abdication edict as he turned to leave. Chu Ruoyue waited outside the door, watching her brother emerge with the edict. She stepped forward and whispered, Brother, you did it? You really got it, didn't you? Yes, I'm now the legitimate emperor. Chu Xiaoyao's tone was laced with sarcasm as he said this. He took Chu Ruoyue's hand and walked towards a dry well at the back. The two exchanged glances and knelt down together. Back then, when mother passed away, father didn't even come to see her. It was only through the grace of the Empress Dowager that she was cremated, and we scattered her ashes here ourselves. Chu Xiaoyao took a deep breath, looking at Chu Ruoyue. You were only 6 then. You probably don't remember, do you? Chu Ruoyue glanced at the deep well in front of her, lowering her head and softly said, Brother, although I was only 6 then, I knew from that day on we no longer had a mother. I understand. I remember. I know everything. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyao took a deep breath and kowtowed heavily. Mother, I've made you proud. Everyone said I was the son of a lowly servant, but now I'm going to be the emperor. I'm going to be the master of Chu. Mother, don't worry. I'll always support brother. Chu Ruoyue's eyes reddened. You were always worried we wouldn't grow up, but now we've grown up well, and we've brought you this entire kingdom. Mother, I miss you so much. Yes, who wouldn't miss their own mother? Chu Xiaoyao held his sister's hand, kneeling there straight, staring at the dry well. To others, this might seem like a bizarre place, but to them, it was where their mother rested. To see their mother, they could only come here. The entire night passed, and Chu Ruoyue, seeing her brother's calm expression, whispered, Brother, dawn has come. Yes, dawn has come. Chu Xiaoyao smiled, helping Chu Ruoyue to her feet. Once we leave, I'll be the emperor, and you'll be the princess of Chu. I ask you, have you thought it through? Do you really want to divorce Xiaoling? Divorce? When she married Xiaoling, she had always hoped her brother would become the emperor soon, so she could leave Xiaoling and be herself. But now that this moment had truly come, she felt a bit uneasy. Brother, I want to go to Qin Province, to Chu Street. Chu Ruiyue smiled. That's my life's work. I can't bear to leave it. What about Qin Yao? Chu Xiaoyao looked at her curiously, then softly said, Don't you want him? This time, Chu Ruiyue didn't hesitate at all, quickly looking at him. Brother, are you going to regret it? Even though I'm now a noble princess, I still want Qin Yao. I want him. All right, as long as you divorce, I'll arrange your marriage, let you two be together for life, okay? Chu Xiaoyao held her hand, smiling warmly, then softly said, You're the only one in this world who shares my blood. Sitting on the throne is just the first step. The road ahead will be even more difficult and treacherous. We must hold each other's hands and never let go, understand? Brother? Chu Ruiyue felt a bit emotional, softly calling out, then nodded. I'll always be with you, brother. No matter how many hardships lie ahead, I won't back down. The ascension of a new emperor naturally required a proclamation to the world. It seems to be happening earlier and smoother than I expected. This Chu Xiaoyao is indeed a natural-born emperor. Xiaoling, upon hearing the news, smiled. After all, he's my brother-in-law. Quickly send the congratulatory gifts. Li Nu glanced at Xiaoling. Your Majesty, are you really going to let the Princess of Chu divorce? What else can I do? Xiaoling smiled faintly, saying, This was something we agreed upon long ago. Today, it can finally be done, and both sides should be happy about it, right? Li Nu thought for a moment, then whispered, Actually, a marriage alliance between the two countries can greatly strengthen their relationship. Enough, such talk is forbidden from now on. I don't need to rely on marriage alliances. I only need the Empress. Go handle it. Xiaoling waved his hand, directly handing the divorce papers to Li Nu. Send it over with haste. Seeing the divorce papers, Li Nu felt a wave of helplessness, nodding obediently and turning to carry out the task. As soon as she left, a Fu entered. The Minister of War has suddenly died. Well done. Xiaoling nodded in satisfaction. No one saw anything, right? Your Majesty can rest assured. No one saw anything, I guarantee it. A Fu was quite confident in his skills. Xiaoling thought for a moment, then softly said, You've been by my side all these years, acting as my shadow. But times have changed. Now that I'm the emperor, it's time to give you an identity that can be seen in the light and stand on the stage. Chapter 276, Mocking You. A Fu immediately knelt down. I have been by your side for many years and never thought about these things. I only wanted to stay with you forever. Why are you so nervous? If it were just you, it would be fine no matter what, but don't forget, you now have a wife and children. What kind of person you are, they will be too. Don't you want your child to be born and live in the light? Or do you want your child to become a shadow guard as well? Would you bear to do that? Xiaoyang looked at him with a hint of helplessness. These words, without a doubt, struck a chord with a Fu's vulnerabilities. He knelt on the ground, his eyes downcast. In truth, I have long known that I have wronged my wife and children, but I had no choice. From the moment I was born, my fate was sealed. I am your shadow guard, and will be for life. I say it is for life, and it is for life. Now that I say it is not, Xiaoyang said seriously, looking at him. You have been with me since I was a child, and you have learned everything I have. You are not inferior to me in any way. So, I believe you are capable of taking on the position of Minister of War. What? A Fu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiaoyang. Your Majesty? What? Are you so happy you've gone mad? Let me tell you, don't think I'm doing this out of favoritism. I'm testing you. You must ensure that all matters of the Ministry of War are handled perfectly. Do you understand? Xiaoyang crossed his arms and looked at him. I ascended the throne in haste, and most of my trusted aides are still in the Qin region. With the chaos there, they won't be able to come anytime soon and will likely remain in Qin. I have few people I can trust by my side, so don't let me down. A Fu knew that no amount of words could express his gratitude. He knelt and kowtowed several times. Your Majesty's great kindness, I would sacrifice my life to repay it. Enough. You're wasting time with all this sentimental nonsense. Instead of blubbering here, you should be thinking about how to handle the next steps. Go on. Get out and get to work. Xiaoyang waved his hand, clearly disliking sentimentality. This was indeed a huge piece of good news, and Afu immediately shared it with Tianzhao. What did you say? Tianzhao looked at Afu in disbelief. You? You mean this is true? Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? Afu smiled, hugging Tianzhao and whispering, Before, I always felt that my life would be lived in the shadows, and I worried that you would suffer because of me. I even feared that our child would live the same life as me. But now, everything is different. Things are looking up. From now on, you will be a proper official's wife, and our child will be a proper official's son. Isn't that wonderful? Although Afu spoke with certainty, the suddenness of their happiness left both of them overwhelmed, especially Tianzhao, who could hardly believe this was real. She stared at him, wide-eyed. So, you mean our child can have a future? Yes, he can rise through military or civil service, just like everyone else, living in the light of day, Afu said, hugging her tightly. Tianzhao, I am so happy. Soon, the imperial decree arrived. His Majesty's decree, granting the surname Meng, named Meng Fu, officially assuming the position of Minister of War. His wife, granted the surname Tian, named Tianzhao, shall move out of the palace immediately and reside in the minister's residence. Ji Xiang smiled at the couple. He bowed to Afu. Congratulations, Minister Meng, madam. A surname? Afu never imagined that after half a lifetime, he would now have a name of his own. He knelt down and kowtowed deeply, then extended his hand. I humbly thank your Majesty's grace. Seeing this, Ji Xiang also smiled. Minister Meng is truly blessed. Thank you, Eunuch Ji. Meng Fu stood up, smiling at Ji Xiang and handing him a silver ingot. Please accept this token of appreciation. These two servants are quite sensible. I'll leave them here to help with the packing, Ji Xiang said with a smile before turning and walking out. Although Tianzhao had long anticipated this day, now that it had come, she felt a pang of reluctance to leave the palace. She turned and headed towards the Zhaoyang Palace. Your Highness, Tianzhao knelt down, hugging Shen Yunyan's waist. Your Highness, I am leaving. Shen Yunyan was well aware of the events that had unfolded. Seeing Tianzhao like this, she gently raised the corner of her mouth, wiping away her tears with a handkerchief and softly said, This is a blessing from the Emperor for you and your husband. It's a good thing. Why are you crying while hugging me? Your Highness, I can't bear to leave you. Tianzhao's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Shen Yunyan. Seeing her like this, Shen Yunyan gently smiled, helping her up and softly said, Silly girl, don't you remember? When you got married, I already burned your indenture. You are no longer a servant. Now that your husband has risen to the position of Minister of War, you are a proper noblewoman. No one will look down on you anymore. Why do you still refer to yourself as a servant? Hearing these words, Tianzhao cried even more, tears falling one by one as she whispered, No matter what, I will always be your Highness's servant. If not for your protection since childhood, I wouldn't have grown up at all. It's because you were by my side that you suffered. Protecting you is only natural, silly girl. Forget all the hardships you've endured. From now on, just live as the minister's wife, okay? Shen Yunyan couldn't hold back her tears, her voice choking with emotion. Tianzhao nodded firmly, then knelt down and respectfully kowtowed to Shen Yunyan. Your Highness, I am leaving. Go. Shen Yunyan forced a smile, but tears still fell uncontrollably. They both knew that from this day forward, there would be no more female official Tianzhao in this world, only the minister's wife, Tianzhao. Even Afu would vanish from this world, becoming the Minister of War, Meng Fu. Their past would be erased, as if they had never existed. This was the tragedy of a shadow guard. Once gone, they left no trace behind. Shen Yunyan put on a coat and went outside. From a distance, she saw Xiaoyang standing on the city wall, his hands behind his back, looking down. She smiled and walked up to him, standing by his side. What are you looking at? Nothing, just looking around. Xiaoyang smiled at Shen Yunyan. It's still a bit cold outside. Why did you come out? I was worried you'd cry, so I came to check on you. It seems you're quite strong. After all these years together, you must still feel a bit reluctant, right? Shin Yunyan smiled at him, leaning against his shoulder. If you cry now, I won't mock you. Chapter 277. Another alliance through marriage. Cry? Why would I cry? This is a good thing, isn't it? Xiaoyang smiled, then spoke softly. Everything is moving in a positive direction. We should be happy, right? Shin Yunyan glanced at him. Can I say you're being hypocritical right now? No, let's go back. Xiaoyang turned around abruptly. Come here. I'll carry you. Shin Yunyan blushed. No, the child in my belly might get squeezed. You're right, Xiaoyang nodded, then directly picked her up horizontally and strode down the path. Since they moved in, many people in the palace had been dismissed, so the streets were mostly empty, and no one saw them embracing. Yet, Shin Yunyan still felt embarrassed. Her face flushed as she scolded him. You're the emperor now. Why are you acting so recklessly? What if someone sees us? At this, Xiaoyang chuckled mischievously, his tone light. No matter who I am, you're my wife. I want to hold you, so I will. What's the problem? I didn't say there was a problem. I just think you have no shame. Shin Yunyan shot him another disdainful look. Xiaoyang laughed, then kissed her cheek fiercely. I have no shame. So what? When it came to shamelessness, Shin Yunyan was no match for him. She could only sigh in resignation and give in. Seeing this, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, carefully carrying her back to the Zhaoyang Palace. Someone, clean this place up. From now on, I'll be reviewing memorials here. Originally, Xiaoyang didn't want to bring work into the presence of the person he loved, but the memorials were simply too numerous. He had severely underestimated his workload. If he kept reviewing them in the imperial study, he'd never get to spend time with his wife. Therefore, Xiaoyang decided to work here. When he got tired of the memorials, he could look at his wife. What could be better? Thinking this, Xiaoyang felt even more pleased, grinning at Shin Yunyan. Your Majesty the Empress, do you have any objections? Since His Majesty the Emperor has spoken, how could I dare to object? Shin Yunyan smiled at him. I also enjoy having you by my side. As long as they were together, even if they were each doing their own thing, it was good. As spring bloomed, a letter arrived from the Northern Emperor Yang Tianhe. It didn't say much, only mentioning that he would be bringing his youngest sister for a visit. Everyone understood what bringing the youngest sister meant. However, with Shin Yunyan about to give birth, Xiaoyang didn't want her to be upset, so he kept this matter hidden, and no one in the entire palace dared to mention it. Your Majesty, what does the Northern Emperor mean by this? Li Nu looked at Xiaoyang with concern. Xiaoyang shook his head, his tone calm. Nothing. Go and compile a list of suitable young men from our royal family for marriage. Li Nu was puzzled. What is this for, Your Majesty? I want it, so just do it. Why so many questions? Go now. Xiaoyang waved his hand, dismissing Li Nu. He then sent a message directly to Yang Feiyu. Yang Feiyu's greatest trait was his love for stirring up trouble. Upon receiving the message, he rushed to the palace almost immediately. Seeing Xiaoyang's unhappy expression, he was quite pleased, grinning as he approached. See, I told you so, but you didn't believe me. Xiaoyang shot him a glare, his tone irritated. Cut the nonsense. What's going on? What do you think? It's a marriage alliance. You're not facing this for the first time, are you? Shouldn't you be familiar with it by now? Yang Feiyu smiled. This time, it's our youngest sister, Yang Feiner. She's a spoiled and willful little girl. You'd better be careful. Do you think your Northern Emperor has a screw loose? I said, no marriage alliances, no marriage alliances. Can't he understand that? Xiaoyang was getting impatient. Besides sending his sister here, does this guy have no other way to stabilize his reign? Seeing Xiaoyang's anger, Yang Feiyu was puzzled. Listen, you're the emperor now. Having a harem is the most normal thing. Why are you acting like such a virtuous woman? You should know better than I do what a harem means. What exactly are you trying to achieve with this? What the harem represented, Xiaoyang understood all too well. While it was part of the empire and a shortcut, still, but Xiaoyang didn't want to hurt the person who had been with him for so long. Moreover, he had always been monogamous and had no intention of taking on others. Being forced like this made him feel utterly miserable. His expression changed several times, then he clenched his teeth. Go back and tell your brother. If he really sends her here, I'll chop her up and feed her to the dogs. Ha ha ha, great. I'll go back and say that. Yang Feiyu, clearly someone who thrived on chaos, didn't care about the consequences of his words. As long as it was interesting, he was all for it. Seeing his behavior, Xiaoyang felt a headache coming on. Get out. Seeing you gives me a headache. Get lost. Hey, you called me here, and now you're telling me to leave. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Oh, by the way, isn't your brother-in-law transporting supplies to the border? I heard he was ambushed. Do you know about this? Yang Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang with concern. What did you say? What happened to Yuan Feng? What about my brother? Shen Yunyan, who had come to deliver pastries, unexpectedly heard this. She hurried in, grabbing Yang Feiyu's arm. Tell me what happened to my brother? I. Yang Feiyu was dumbfounded, never expecting his casual remark to be overheard. Xiaoyang quickly stepped forward, embracing Shen Yunyan. It's all right, Yuan Feng is fine. Don't worry, trust me. But Shen Yunyan couldn't trust him. She pushed him away. What happened to my brother? My stomach. Shen Yunyan's stomach suddenly hurt, clutching Xiaoyang's arm. My brother. I want my brother to be safe. Xiaoyang picked her up horizontally and headed outside. Summon the imperial physician. Summon the midwives. The empress is going into labor. Yang Feiyu, you'd better watch out. Xiaoyang glared menacingly at him. Yang Feiyu was dumbfounded, and upon hearing this, he was terrified. No, it wasn't me, really. I didn't mean it. She eavesdropped on her own. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 278, Chapter 281, Premature Birth. Unfortunately, the entire palace was in chaos, and no one was paying attention to him. Hey, I'm wronged. I really am. Hey. Yang Feiyu was getting anxious, but he couldn't follow them to the inner palace and could only pace around in the imperial study. In the Zhaoyang Palace, the imperial physicians and midwives quickly arrived and began examining Shen Yunyan. The palace maids knelt and rose. Your Majesty, childbirth is considered inauspicious and impure, and it may affect the nation's fortune. Please wait outside. Xiaoyang, having come from a vast world, cared little for such superstitions. The empress is giving birth, and you are not attending to her but wasting time here. Anyone who dares to speak another word will be executed. Xiaoyang roared, I care not for anything else, only for the empress's safety. He didn't care about the child or the heir. He only wanted Shen Yunyan, only her safety. Shen Yunyan's screams echoed. It hurts so much. Please, ensure the child's safety. I want my child. Save the empress. I am the emperor. Obey my command. Xiaoyang clenched his teeth and ordered. He walked over to Shen Yunyan's side, tightly gripping her hand. You promised me a lifetime together. If you dare to leave me first, I will follow you to the underworld and never let you go. Do you understand? It hurts, Aoyang. I'm in so much pain. Yuan Feng? Shen Yuan Feng is fine, focus. Xiaoyang shouted harshly. This was the first time since they met that he had spoken so sternly to Shen Yunyan. Shen Yunyan didn't dare to disobey, and could only nod and push with all her strength. You go out. You are the emperor. Childbirth is inauspicious. You must leave to avoid affecting the nation's fortune. Go. Xiaoyang, listen to me. Go. Shen Yunyan struggled to pull her hand back. Don't worry. I will do my best to give us a healthy child. Go, Xiaoyang. Please leave. Childbirth is the most sacred act of welcoming new life. There is no impurity, no inauspiciousness, and it does not affect the nation's fortune. You are my wife, risking your life to give me a child. I won't leave. I want to be here with you. Xiaoyang held her hand, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead with a cloth. Don't be afraid. I'm right here. Our child will be the bravest, Don't be afraid. Shin Yunyin was in excruciating pain, almost on the verge of death. Seeing Xiaoliang so close, her lips suddenly curled into a faint smile. With such a husband, I have no regrets even if I die. Ah! Empress, push harder. Ah! The screams and the midwives' calls filled the air. But Xiaoliang seemed deaf to it all. All he could see was Shin Yunyin, drenched in sweat, in unbearable pain. His heart was clenched, and he muttered through gritted teeth, "You little brat, if you keep tormenting your mother, I'll strangle you." The child in her womb seemed to hear the threat and began pushing on its own. It's born, it's born. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Empress. It's a little prince. The midwife held the messy baby and knelt to announce the good news. Take it out, clean it up. Xiaoliang waved his hand, pulling the blanket higher to wrap Shin Yunyin tightly in his arms. How is the Empress now? The Empress is just exhausted. Nothing serious. She'll wake up after some rest. Linglong stepped forward. Your Majesty, we need to change the Empress's clothes and tidy the bed. All of you out. I'll do it myself. Xiaoliang waved them away, dismissing everyone. He personally changed Shin Yunyin's clean clothes, using warm cloths to wipe her sweat-soaked body, and replaced the bedding with clean ones, ensuring she was comfortable before he finally relaxed. By then, the cleaned baby was brought back. Xiaoliang leaned in to take a look at the wrinkly little creature. The Empress risked her life to give birth to this ugly thing? Even the midwife doubted if she had heard correctly. Where did a father find fault with his own child? Your Majesty, this is your first time as a father. All newborns look like this. The little prince is already quite handsome. The midwife awkwardly stood there. Seeing Xiaoliang's obvious disdain, she even felt as though she were holding a piece of trash. Fortunately, Xiaoliang's focus was on Shin Yunyin. Have the wet nurse bring the child to stay in this hall. Though this little guy is ugly, the Empress treasures him. She'll probably want to see him first when she wakes up. The midwife suddenly felt sorry for the little prince, born to be disdained by his own father. Poor thing. Really pitiful. Shin Yunyin was too exhausted and slept for a day and night, only waking up the next morning. My child. Where is my child? Shin Yunyin opened her eyes, frantically searching for her baby. Seeing her like this, Xiaoliang felt a mix of disappointment and gloom. I thought you'd look for me first. Here's your precious son. He's so ugly. Xiaoliang said with obvious disdain as he placed the sleeping baby into Shin Yunyin's arms. The doctor said you're weak, so you need to rest properly. The child is fine, so don't worry. Finally, Shin Yunyin snapped back to reality, looking at the soft little thing in her arms, feeling incredulous. Is this my child? Is this really my child? If not your child, would it be a mouse? Xiaoliang chuckled, leaning in to embrace Shin Yunyin. You scared me to death, you know that? Shin Yunyin looked at him. What are you afraid of? Childbirth is like this for women. Look, our child is so beautiful. Why don't you give him a name? How about Xia Chaochu? Xiaoliang said casually. This time, Shin Yunyin couldn't hold back. Xiaoliang, this is your child, not a stray dog you picked up outside. Fine, let's call him Xia Tsong, okay? Xiaoliang quickly changed his mind, smiling. What do you think? Xia Tsong? Tsonger? Good, a good name. I like it. Shin Yunyin held the baby, gently calling out, Tsonger? Tsonger? I'm your mother, and this is your father, a big bad guy. Seeing Shin Yunyin's face full of happiness, Xiaoliang finally felt that this little ugly thing had some use. Your mother nearly died giving birth to you. You must take good care of her and be filial, understand? Xiaoliang looked seriously at the tiny baby, giving his instructions. Shin Yunyin, still fragile after childbirth, teared up hearing this. Ah Liang, you're so good to me. Chapter 279. The one who was picked up. You just went through so much to give birth to our child, and all I can do is this. I still feel ashamed and inadequate. Xiaoliang looked at her with a sense of guilt. Upon hearing this, Shin Yunyin gently smiled and softly said, Childbirth is a natural process for women, nothing extraordinary. You're overreacting. Overreacting? It's you who doesn't understand the gravity of the situation. Do you know how dangerous it was? I was on the verge of going mad watching you. Xiao Yang held her tightly, as if a slight loosening would make her disappear. Seeing him like this and glancing at the baby in the swaddling cloth, she truly felt that she had nothing left to regret in life. With you and this child, I'm completely content. I want nothing more. This life is without regret, Shen Yunyan murmured, wrapping her arms around his waist, tears inexplicably falling. Suddenly, Shen Yunyan seemed to think of something and pushed Xiaoyang away, staring at him intently. No, where's my brother? As expected, brothers really are just picked up. Xiaoyang found her nervousness amusing and gently pinched her cheek. My silly wife, your brother is perfectly fine. He's also my brother. How could I let anything happen to him? This was all part of our plan. You can rest assured. I guarantee he's safe and sound. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Xiaoyang and muttered, such a big matter, and you didn't tell me earlier. It caused our child to be born prematurely. If anything had happened to the baby, I would never forgive you. How was I to know that Yang Feiyu would be so loose-lipped? Xiaoyang still felt irritated thinking about it. If it weren't for that guy blabbering in the imperial study, Shen Yunyan wouldn't have gone into premature labor. At this thought, he suddenly remembered that Yang Feiyu was still in the imperial study. You rest now. I need to go settle accounts with that scoundrel. Xiaoyang tucked her in and turned to leave. Sure enough, upon reaching the imperial study, he found Yang Feiyu fast asleep. Remembering his own anxious night while this guy slept soundly, anger surged within him. He stepped forward and kicked Yang Feiyu off his chair. Ouch! Yang Feiyu fell to the ground with a cry, startled to see a figure standing before him. You, who are you? Guess who I am? Xiaoyang grabbed him and lifted him up, grumbling. I've told you countless times, your big mouth will get you into trouble someday. And now it has, hasn't it? Look at the mess you've caused. Me causing trouble? Yang Feiyu looked equally wronged. I didn't mean to say it in front of her. She just happened to overhear it. Besides, I was only keeping an eye on things for your sake. And now you don't even appreciate it? You're feeling wronged? Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. Do I not know what's going on with my own brother-in-law? He waved a dismissive hand. All right, you've said enough. Now scram. Get lost? Now? Yang Feiyu rubbed his growling stomach and glanced at the dark night outside, feeling utterly speechless. He gritted his teeth and complained, It's so late, and you're not even offering me a meal? Just sending me away like this? You're too heartless. Only eunuchs are allowed to stay overnight in the palace. If you're willing, I have no objections. Xiaoyang gave him a sinister look, showing his gleaming white teeth. Seeing this, Yang Feiyu wisely chose to leave. Watching his retreating back, Xiaoyang felt another surge of anger and spat in disgust. After getting rid of Yang Feiyu, Xiaoyang snapped his fingers, and Linu appeared before him. Your Majesty, rest assured, Shingongzi is safe and sound, Linu smiled. However, the news spread quite rhythmically. Xiaoyang glanced at her. Are you implying there's a spy in the ranks? I've said nothing, but such a possibility cannot be ruled out, right? Linu chuckled, looking at Xiaoyang. Your Majesty has just ascended the throne, and many things are still unclear. This is the most vulnerable time for troublemakers to stir up chaos. What if someone is secretly causing trouble? Once I take the throne, I won't give it up. You can rest assured on that. Xiaoyang waved his hand. The Empress is worried about her brother. Bring him back quickly. Enough of his wandering. Indeed, for the Empress, everything else pales in comparison. Although Linu somewhat disapproved of Xiaoyang's attitude, she couldn't help but feel a small tinge of envy. If there were a man in this world who treated her like this, perhaps she too would feel her life was complete and without regret. Unfortunately, she was an assassin, destined to never rise above her station, never to marry like ordinary women when the time came. Why are you still standing here? Go to your work. Xiaoyang turned back to find her lost in thought behind him. Linu snapped out of her reverie and softly said, I'm fine. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled at her, his voice gentle. You don't look fine. Tell me what's going on. It's really nothing, just a bit envious, hee. Linu laughed awkwardly and turned to leave. Envious? Of what? Xiaoyang, always attentive, immediately sensed her unease. Shiyu. Xiaoyang called softly. A black shadow swiftly descended and knelt before him. Master! After Afu left, everything was handed over to Shiyu, making him Xiaoyang's most trusted aide. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and then smiled. Tell me, what's the matter? I understand your meaning, Master. Shiyu looked up, confused. Please clarify. Not knowing, Xiaoyang realized then that assassins were usually focused only on their tasks, devoid of emotions, and not allowed to develop them. After all, they were tools, mere instruments for their masters to wield in battle. If not for Afu meeting Xiaoyang, he might have lived his entire life as nothing more than a weapon. At this thought, Xiaoyang sighed and softly asked, I mean, could she have someone she likes? Master is wise. No, we are loyal to the master. Shiyu seemed frightened, trembling on the ground. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang felt even more helpless, giving him a disdainful look before waving his hand. Forget it. I can't explain it to you. Just do your job. Chapter 280. The Disaster of Extirpation. Shiyu took a deep breath and hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Although Li Nu is playful by nature, she is truly loyal to you. Something's not right. Although these shadow guards are fellow sufferers, in reality, there isn't much interaction between them, nor should it lead to any emotional attachment. This is all to ensure the master's interests. So normally, even if someone died right in front of them, they should remain unflinching. But Shiyu is different. After just asking a few questions, he's already panicking like crazy. Could it be? Xiaoyang immediately became intrigued and smiled at Shiyu. I see you have quite a special feeling for her. How come? Are you two very familiar with each other? Secret liaisons between shadow guards are a disaster that could lead to the extermination of an entire family. Although they don't even know where their family is, such matters are absolutely not something to be casually admitted. No, subordinate dares not. Subordinate truly dares not. Shiyu felt his body trembling, looking pitifully at Xiaoyang. Subordinate truly dares not. Subordinate and Li Nu are completely innocent. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang felt a bit uncomfortable and for a moment didn't know what to say. Taking a deep breath and hesitating slightly, he then said in a low voice, Actually, Li Nu has performed quite well recently. She's skilled in martial arts and capable of handling affairs, so I plan to promote her to be the head maid of the royal study. That way, she won't have to do these dangerous tasks anymore. If that's the case, it would truly be Li Nu's fortune. Shiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and genuinely felt happy for her. For a shadow guard, dreaming of living in the light of day is a constant wish. Even a small position like a palace maid is far better than being a shadow guard. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang understood everything. There must be something going on between these two. Soon, Xiaoyang waved his hand. Forget it. You better leave now, go on. Yes. Shiyu smiled, lightly tapping his toes, and disappeared without a trace. After dealing with this matter, Xiaoyang almost immediately rushed towards the Zhaoyang Palace. Although he had long known that a new life would be born, now that the child had actually arrived, the feeling was different. He couldn't help but want to be by their side every moment. Upon returning, Shen Yunyan had already fallen asleep with the child. Xiaoyang immediately slowed his steps and quietly approached, gazing at the two faces, one big and one small, feeling immensely satisfied. Since they were asleep, he naturally wouldn't disturb them. He turned and walked to the other side, sitting at the desk and carefully going through the memorials. When he was still the Prince of Qin, Xiaoyang thought his life was as carefree as a deity. Now, after becoming the emperor, he felt a sense of urgency akin to the 996 work schedule. Whoever said being an emperor was the most enviable thing in the world. Northern border. Yang Feiyu hurried back overnight and directly entered Yang Tianhe's private chambers. Do you want to die? Yang Tianhe was in the middle of something and felt a surge of anger upon sensing someone's presence. He grabbed a belt and threw it out, quickening his pace to finish before finally dressing and coming out. Yang Feiyu had grown up frequenting brothels, so he naturally didn't feel anything unusual about such a scene. He just smiled at him. "Brother, you're quite vigorous. Get lost. Why are you in such a hurry to come here?" Yang Tianhe rolled his eyes at him irritably. "This." Yang Feiyu awkwardly rubbed his nose and said in a low voice, "They refused the marriage alliance. They said if you dare send someone over, they'll cut ties and even kill someone." "Kill who?" Yang Tianhe was somewhat curious. "This Xiao Yang. I really don't understand what he's thinking. There are so many women in the world, yet he only wants one? What's the point of being an emperor?" Not only did Yang Tianhe not understand what was going on, but even Yang Feiyu, who was well-versed in the ways of men and women from his time in brothels, couldn't figure it out. He glanced at Yang Tianhe and said softly, "We grew up in the royal family and have seen enough of men's fickleness. Perhaps we're just not used to the idea of someone being so deeply devoted." At this, Yang Tianhe was even more speechless. He rolled his eyes and said irritably, "We grew up in the royal family, so we've seen more than our share of fickleness. But who in the world is like that? Tell me. What to say?" Yang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively and said indifferently, "I don't know. I'm just a product of a one-night stand. I was born as a disgrace to the northern border royal family." Hearing this, Yang Tianhe also sighed. "While birth is important, it's not everything, is it? I think you'd better come back and do what you're supposed to do. How long are you going to wander around like this before you're satisfied? Do what I'm supposed to do?" Yang Feiyu heard this and couldn't help but laugh. "My dear brother, you wouldn't have forgotten, would you? I'm the son of a courtesan. What I'm doing now is exactly what a son of a courtesan should be doing, isn't it? One's birth is something determined at birth, so no matter how hard one tries later, it's impossible to change this fact that follows one for life." Seeing Yang Feiyu like this, Yang Tianhe knew that further persuasion would be useless. Many things ultimately had to be figured out by oneself. Thinking of this, Yang Tianhe sighed. "You're the most knowledgeable about men and women. So tell me, what should we do about this marriage alliance?" Marriage alliance? Even at this point, he's still thinking about this? Yang Feiyu began to doubt this man's intelligence for the first time. He looked at him in confusion and said helplessly, "Although I can't understand Xiao Yang's thoughts, I must say, forcing a relationship doesn't lead to happiness. So I think it's best not to let our sister suffer, don't you think?" Suffer? Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice came from outside, and then a young woman in red walked in. All her hair was tied up high, without any hairpins or ornaments, looking spirited and valiant. "Two brothers, where are you planning to send me to suffer?" The young lady walked in, coldly looking at the two men whispering to each other. Seeing her, Yang Tianhe immediately felt a headache coming on. He took a deep breath and said helplessly, "This is my private chamber. Just walking in like this. Where are your manners?" "Propriety? What propriety?" Yang Xuanya smiled and walked over, saying lightly, "You two are dressed neatly, clearly not doing anything improper. Instead, you're plotting against someone, aren't you?" Chapter 281. What battlefield? This. If she were to admit it, it would feel somewhat unfair, but if she denied it, she couldn't bring herself to say it. "In fact, we didn't scheme against you," Yang Feiyu said with a smile, looking at his youngest sister. He lowered his voice and continued, "You should know that you've reached the age where you should marry. So, we were planning to find you a good match. How could that be considered scheming?" "A good match?" The moment she heard those three words, Yang Xuanya's expression darkened. She shot him a glare and snorted, "What's the point of getting married?" "Brother, I don't want to marry. I want to follow you to the battlefield." Yang Xuanya's eyes lit up at the thought of fighting. Seeing his sister like this, Yang Tianhe felt a headache coming on. He sighed, "Now that the world is at peace and the four seas are united, where is there a battlefield? Is that really what you think, brother?" Yang Xuanya grew anxious, furrowing her brows as she looked at him. "Don't you think our cooperation with Xia can last forever? that Xiaoyang is not someone who can be trusted. Once he finishes dealing with internal affairs in Xia, he'll turn around and deal with us. We should strike first. Don't you understand? Strike first? Yang Tianhe's expression darkened as he considered her words. After a moment, he said softly, "While you're right, these are not words to be spoken lightly. You're a young lady, yet all you think about is fighting. What kind of life is that?" Originally, she thought her brother would praise her for being right, but instead, she was met with criticism and lecturing. Seeing Yang Tianhe's serious demeanor, Yang Xuanya felt a surge of frustration. She muttered, "Brother, are you really willing to give me to him? I've heard that man has too many tricks up his sleeve. You're no less cunning yourself. Besides, with your temperament, would you even like someone who lacks wits?" Yang Tianhe chuckled, looking at her. "I know you're not happy about it, but don't worry, he won't take you." "What?" Yang Xuanya's face fell, and she felt a wave of indignation. "Pfft. Who does he think he is? He doesn't want me? Pfft." Both brothers had expected her to be pleased by this, but instead, she had flipped out. Yang Feiyu found her reaction amusing and stepped closer, teasing, "So, do you like him or not? Do you want him or not? If he doesn't want you, why are you so upset? Did you lie before? Do you actually want to get married?" "Humph." Yang Xuanya's expression turned even darker. She pushed him away and snapped, "Of course I don't want him, but I'm the princess of the northern border, not some cabbage that he can take or leave as he pleases. Pfft. Who does he think he is? He's the emperor of Xia, not the ruler of the world." The more she spoke, the angrier she became, as if she wanted to personally cut him down. The two brothers exchanged a glance, sensing something else was going on. They chuckled and said, "If that's the case, why don't you come with me to Xia?" "Ninth brother, are you trying to trick me?" Yang Xuanya eyed him warily. "You're full of schemes. I'm not going with you." "Not going? That won't do. I'm your blood brother. Do you think I'd harm you?" "Humph." A single cold laugh said it all. Seeing that she was no longer as easy to manipulate, Yang Feiyu felt helpless and turned to Yang Tianhe. Yang Tianhe waved his hand indifferently. "You two are tough nuts to crack. I can't control you. Do as you please." With that, he turned and walked inside, adding as he went, "You're dismissed." The emperor's authority had returned. The two brothers looked at each other, then turned and walked out. "Listen, little sister, don't say your brothers don't care about you. I'm telling you, Xiaoyang is a rare gem. Don't miss this chance," Yang Feiyu said earnestly. Unfortunately, Yang Xuanya paid no heed to his words. She rolled her eyes and said coldly, "Humph. You're overthinking. If you think he's so great, why don't you marry him yourself?" What kind of absurd suggestion was that? Yang Feiyu wasn't flustered. He waved his hand and said calmly, "If you're really that unwilling, then forget it. I don't want to force you." With that, he turned and walked away. What was that supposed to mean? Yang Xuanya was puzzled. She had been prepared to resist to the end, but to her surprise, her brothers had simply let it go. It was over just like that? What was the point of her coming here in the middle of the night? A month later, Xin Yinyan had finally finished her confinement period. Although the child was premature, with a month of careful nurturing, he had grown plump and adorable. "How is the Empress's health, physician?" "Your Majesty, rest assured, the Empress's health is in excellent condition." The physician responded cautiously, terrified of losing his head over a single misstep. Xin Yinyan looked at Xiaoyang's cautious demeanor and felt a bit helpless. After hesitating, she said softly, "Didn't you promise me that once the physician said my health was fine, I could go out for a walk? I've been cooped up in this room for a month, eating and sleeping like a pig." "Nonsense. How could you be a pig? There's no pig in the world as beautiful as you," Xiaoyang said with a smile. "Since you want to go out for a walk, I'll accompany you, and we'll bring the child. He should see the sun too." The weather in the capital was perfect, neither too cold nor too hot, with spring flowers in full bloom. The couple, holding their child, strolled through the imperial gardens. Although the palace was vast, for Xiaoyang, it was his home. He didn't like having too many people around, so besides the necessary staff, he had sent most others away. The palace was mostly filled with young eunuchs, with only a few maids. Thus, the path was quiet as they walked. Seeing the flowers in the imperial garden blooming in full splendor, Shen Yinyan's lips curled into a smile. The last time I came to the palace, there weren't so many flowers. They're so beautiful. I really like them. Chapter 282. I really am willing. I knew you liked flowers in full bloom, so I had them plant more, hoping you could see them as soon as you came out. How is it? Do you like them? Xiaoyang smiled gently, looking at her. If you like them, it's the blessing of these flowers. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunyan was so moved that tears almost fell from her eyes. She leaned on Xiaoyang's shoulder, choking back sobs. What blessing is there in flowers? Having you is my blessing. Xiaoyang kissed her tenderly and whispered, bearing a child is such a hard thing, but the heavens are kind to you, giving us a boy first. Let's not have any more children, just the three of us living together, okay? What? Shen Yunyan couldn't believe her ears and opened her eyes to look at Xiaoyang. You're the emperor. How can you have only one child? So what if I'm the emperor? What's wrong with having one child? I'll have only this one. Xiaoyang spoke with such righteous indignation, then snorted. I only want you as my wife, and I only want this one child. What's wrong with that? Seeing Xiaoyang's righteous demeanor, Shen Yunyan was both amused and touched. She blinked and looked at him. Now that you only have me as your wife, the ministers are already in an uproar. If you only have this one child, there will surely be more difficulties ahead. Right now, you've just ascended the throne, and the world is still unstable. I'm willing to open the harem. I really am willing. Shen Yunyan looked straight at him, her voice soft. I know I'm the most important to you, so I'm willing. I don't want you to be troubled because of me. I'm willing to be with you, really? Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt his heart ache. He gently stroked her cheek and whispered, Are you foolish? If I can't make my own decisions while sitting on this throne, then what's the point of sitting here? Xiaoyang, I don't want you to be troubled because of me. Shen Yunyan was also getting anxious. We're husband and wife. We should share weal and woe, shouldn't we? Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang was deeply moved. He held her hand and smiled tenderly. If all the affairs of the world are connected to my bed, then all these years of my efforts would be in vain. Don't worry when I say I can. I really can. You're willing to do this for me, and I'm truly touched. Indeed, the one who loves me the most in this world is you. Xiaoyang embraced her, burying his head in her shoulder. Outside, Xiaoyang was a decisive ruler, but in front of Shen Yunyan, he was just an ordinary man, exuding an indescribable softness and tenderness. Shen Yunyan felt Xiaoyang's presence on her shoulder, and her lips curled up slightly. She nodded lightly. All right, since you say you can, then I believe you can. You can do it. You definitely can. Hand in hand, the two of them strolled through the garden. By the way, Chu Ruoyue has officially asked for a divorce from me. From now on, it's just you. Xiaoyang smiled at her. I promised you before. I said I only want you. From now on, even those mere appearances won't exist. Shen Yunyan glanced at him, her brows slightly furrowed. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, You once told me you're not from this world. Your world is peaceful, so in your world, a man can only have one woman for a lifetime, right? Yes, Xiaoyang nodded, smiling. In our world, men and women who love each other can be together. If one day they no longer love each other, they can separate. But while they're together, there can't be a third person, because love is a matter between two people. Shen Yunyan's upbringing was completely different from Xiaoyang's. After all, she had been raised as a future queen, and tolerance was a compulsory lesson. As for love, Shen Yunyan had never really thought about it, or even known what it meant. She looked at Xiaoyang, hesitated, then whispered, If one day you don't love me, you won't want me anymore, will you? I won't stop loving you. I'll love you for this lifetime. Xiaoyang smiled. Don't worry. How could she not worry? Hearing this, Shen Yunyan felt a pang of sorrow. She sat down, lowering her head and whispering, I remember when I was little. My father often held my mother's hand and said such things, but later he killed my mother for power and wealth. I know all of it. Xiaoyang walked over, gripping Shen Yunyan's shoulders and forcing her to look at him. He smiled. But now I already have power and wealth, don't I? But people change, don't they? Yes, Xiaoyang nodded. He looked at Shen Yunyan, his lips curling up with a hint of seriousness. I know promises are the most ridiculous things in the world, so I want you to stand by my side and watch how I keep my word. Actions speak louder than words. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan suddenly hugged him tightly, whispering, The imperial physician said my body has fully recovered. Huh. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang immediately felt his desires stir. Since Shen Yunyan's pregnancy, for the sake of the child in her, Xiaoyang had been living like a monk. Now, finally, he could have some fun? He immediately sat down, pulling Shen Yunyan onto his lap with a strong motion, and kissed her deeply. Ah! Shen Yunyan let out a startled cry, quickly grabbing Xiaoyang's hand that had slipped into her clothes, her face pale with shock as she looked around, afraid someone might see. She slapped him irritably, gritting her teeth. That's not what I meant. Besides, are you crazy? Can't you see where we are? Keep your voice down. No one can see us, Xiaoyang chuckled softly, his hand forcefully slipping in further, deepening the kiss, growing more passionate. However, although he was eager, he wasn't reckless. He was just teasing, trying to scare Shen Yunyan a bit. He picked her up and strode toward the Zhaoyang Palace. The little palace maids behind them all lowered their heads, wisely choosing not to follow. Xiaoyang, you're such a scoundrel. Shen Yunyan felt utterly humiliated, biting hard into Xiaoyang's chest. Chapter 283. Already made a move. Xiaoyang's breathing paused for a moment. Wait a bit before biting. Xiaoyang's voice was hoarse, and he quickened his pace. He threw the person onto the bed and leaned over. Wife, I've missed you so much. Disgusting. Don't say these things, Shen Yunyan blushed, clearly also aroused. I miss you too. The room was filled with a romantic atmosphere, and Xiaoyang finally satisfied his hunger. The next morning, Xiaoyang emerged from the room refreshed and instructed the newly promoted personal maid Nero. The Empress has had a hard night. Don't disturb her. Take good care of her. Yes. Nero blushed and quickly responded. She had been in the palace for a long time and had never seen anyone speak so confidently about such matters. Seeing Xiaoyang's satisfied expression made her even more embarrassed, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look anymore. In a good mood, Xiaoyang was also in high spirits during the morning court. Even when some officials gossiped below, he was unusually calm and didn't lose his temper. My child has reached a month old, and I find this child quite intelligent, so I have already instructed the imperial household to confer the title of Crown Prince, Xiaoyang announced directly in court. What? This statement caused an uproar. Everyone looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, momentarily unsure of what to say. Xiaoyang found their shock amusing and snorted, saying lightly, What? Do you have any objections? Hearing this, everyone knelt down. The Crown Prince is crucial to the nation's foundation. This is just a nursing infant. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. To be honest with you, I find childbirth exhausting, so I don't plan to have any more children. This one is enough. You deal with it yourselves. Xiaoyang said this and turned to leave. He left quite freely, but to everyone else, it felt like a bomb had been dropped on them. This is outrageous. Exactly, this is outrageous. Which emperor has only one child? This. Prime Minister Fong, please say something. Prime Minister Fong then looked at their anxious faces with annoyance and said irritably, Are you all out of your minds? Why are you so concerned about someone else's personal affairs? You don't even understand salt, tea, wine, iron, or the tax system. Instead of wasting time here, why not think about how to handle these matters? With that, he turned and left, his sleeves flailing. Although Fong Nan was the prime minister and had aged, he was not a rigid person. After recent events, he realized that Xiaoyang was an excellent ruler, and under his governance, the country would surely prosper. In that case, why worry about who lies in the emperor's bed? As long as the emperor himself is fine, isn't that enough? Xiaoyang may have left, but he was well aware of what was being said. Are you sure Feng Nan really said that? Xiaoyang looked at Li Nu with some surprise. Li Nu also found it unexpected and nodded, whispering, yes, it's true. I heard it clearly. That's exactly what Prime Minister Feng said. Ever since I ascended the throne, Prime Minister Feng has been silent. I thought he had some bias against me, but now it seems he was just observing me. Xiaoyang smiled and glanced at Li Nu. Now, with his attitude, it seems he's quite satisfied with me as emperor. Whether it's the ministers or the common people, who the emperor is doesn't matter much to them. As long as they can live a good life, that's enough. Xiaoyang's rise to power was unconventional, and although they were unwilling to accept this emperor, they had no choice but to acknowledge him. After all, they had to bow their heads under someone else's roof. But now, Xiaoyang had righted the wrongs and taken the throne. People weren't particularly happy about it. Who knew if they were just replacing one set of predators with another? After some time of observation, convinced that he was a ruler worth following, they naturally began to voice their thoughts. Xiaoyang's lips curled into a smile as he said, truly a veteran of 3 dynasties. What a sly old fox. Good. I like such an old fox. As long as he had the world and the people in his heart, even an old fox was better than someone who lacked insight. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang smiled again. Your Majesty, the imperial uncle has returned. Ji Xiang hurried in, his face full of joy. Following closely, Shen Yuanfeng entered, dusty and weary, kneeling on the ground. Your servant pays respects to the emperor. Yuanfeng, rise quickly. Xiaoyang stepped forward and helped him up. Let me see, are you all right? Injured? Your servant is incompetent. The goods, all of them. Shen Yuanfeng's face was full of shame. I deserve death. Xiaoyang saw his expression and knew he must have suffered greatly. He took a deep breath and then said quietly, the goods can be replenished. You being safe is what matters. Your sister has been very worried about you. By the way, she gave birth to a boy. Have you seen your nephew yet? Come, go clean up first, then come with me to see your sister and nephew. Shen Yuanfeng's eyes immediately reddened as he whispered, I'm sorry. I'm so useless. Stop talking nonsense. Come with me. Xiaoyang pulled him and turned to leave. Soon, Shen Yuanfeng was cleaned up, and they headed together to the Zhaoyang Palace. Yuanfeng? You're back, Wu-Wu. You've finally returned. Shen Yunyan's eyes were red as she stepped forward, hugging Shen Yuanfeng tightly. Her voice choked. Why did you take so long to return? I thought something had happened to you. Wu-Wu, are you all right? Let me see you. Why have you lost so much weight? Seeing his sister, all the emotions Shen Yuanfeng had bottled up burst out. He hugged her and cried loudly, Sister Wu-Wu, I'm a useless person. I lost all the goods, sister. I'm sorry, Wu-Wu. I've brought shame to you, Wu-Wu. After all, he was just a teenager and still vulnerable. When faced with problems, seeing his close family, he couldn't help but break down. Knowing that boys were concerned about their pride, Xiaoyang turned and walked out. Outside, he went to the imperial study and looked at the injured, trembling secret agent kneeling on the ground, his brow furrowed. Who exactly is it? So ruthless. It's the Liao region near the Qin border. The Liao king personally led the attack, saying they can't survive either, and the emperor should treat everyone equally. The secret agent knelt on the ground, trembling. Your servant deserves death. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Chapter 284. What exactly is going on? The blame lies with the Liao king, not you. The uncle has returned safely, and you've done well. Go and rest and recover from your injuries. Xiaoyang waved his hand, dismissing him. The Liao king. Xiaoyang had little impression of this person. Although he had inherited all the memories of the original owner had never interacted with such figures, leaving this area entirely blank. After his transmigration, he hadn't heard anything unusual about the Liao king either. But now, at this moment, the Liao king suddenly emerged and stirred up trouble. What was his motive? Was it to show his strength? Xiaoyang lowered his head, pondering carefully, but for a moment, he couldn't figure out the details. Come, investigate thoroughly. Find out what's going on with the Liao King. Also, check if anything has happened in the Liao region. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and issued the order. Soon, someone was dispatched to handle the matter. Xiaoyang felt that this matter was extremely suspicious, so he quickly made his way to the Zhaoyang Palace. By now, Shun Yunyan and Shun Yuanfeng's emotions had stabilized. Both were overjoyed, gazing at the swaddled baby. Seeing Shun Yuanfeng like this, Xiaoyang finally relaxed. He had been a bit worried that Shin Yuanfeng might be left with some psychological scars because of this incident. I pay my respects to your majesty. Shin Yuanfeng knelt down to greet Xiaoyang. Seeing his expression, Xiaoyang knew that he felt guilty. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he stepped forward to help Shan Yuanfeng up, whispering, "Don't take this matter to heart. This incident wasn't your fault." Hearing this, Shan Yuanfeng felt a mix of emotions. He glanced at his sister and then said softly, "Your Majesty, if I didn't have a sister who is the Empress, would such a grave matter be enough to warrant execution?" Shin Yunyan couldn't help but laugh and frown at the same time, looking at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You silly boy, what are you talking about? Have you gone mad?" "I haven't gone mad. Brother-in-law, I know you care for me, but now you're not the same as before. You're the emperor, and everything you do must follow proper procedures. If my actions put you in a difficult position, I fear I wouldn't be able to live with myself." Shun Yuanfeng knelt on the ground, looking pitifully at Xiaoyang. "This incident is my fault. I failed to complete the task you entrusted to me. I deserve to die." Tears streamed down Shun Yuanfeng's face as he knelt there. Seeing her brother like this, Shun Yunyan felt a pang of guilt, but she couldn't intervene. She knew too well the magnitude of her brother's mistake. Hearing this, Xiaoyang looked at them both with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "I'm just handling this matter impartially. There must be something suspicious about it. Before the truth is uncovered, I won't blame anyone. You can rest assured. I will handle this matter fairly." "All right, you've finally returned. Your sister has been so worried that she couldn't eat or sleep. Get up now, and let's have a good meal. Look at you, all skinny and dark, like a dried dung ball." Xiaoyang gave him a disdainful look. Shin Yuanfeng felt relieved upon hearing this and knelt there, still somewhat bewildered as he looked at Xiaoyang. "Brother-in-law, have you figured out why the Liao region suddenly went mad?" "Not yet, but I've already sent someone to investigate. The truth will come out soon. Just relax." Xiaoyang smiled and helped him up, whispering, "Outside, you are my subject, but at home, you are my brother. No matter what, I will protect you. Just rest assured." Hearing this, Shun Yuanfeng felt deeply moved and instinctively looked at his sister. "You silly boy, when your brother-in-law talks to you, why do you always look at me?" Shin Yunyan looked at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Whether inside or outside, you are still my brother, the only one in this world who shares my blood, aren't you?" "No," Shin Yuanfeng smiled, looking at the baby in the swaddle. "Now there's also Tsonger, this little one. Sister, you have another person who shares your blood." Saying this, he took off the jade pendant around his neck and placed it in the baby's hand. "This is something I've worn since I was a child. Sister, now that you are the Empress and have everything, I'll give this to my nephew." Hearing this, Shun Yunyan's smile deepened. She reached out and stroked Shin Yuanfeng's head, chuckling. "Looks like my brother has really grown up. Not bad, not bad. You really have the demeanor of an uncle. I'll thank you on Tsonger's behalf. All right, let's serve the meal. I'm starving." Xiaoyang waved his hand, signaling to start the feast. Knowing that Shen Yuanfeng had endured a tough journey back, they had prepared a rich, meaty meal to replenish his nutrients and energy. Seeing Shen Yuanfeng wolfing down the food, Shun Yunyan felt another pang of heartache. Although Shen Yuanfeng was only in his teens, as a man, he couldn't stay overnight in the palace. After the meal, he left. Once he was gone, Shen Yunyan finally had the chance to talk with Xiaoyang in private. The two of them, leaning together, watched the sleeping child, enjoying a moment of warmth. Is it really not Yuanfeng's fault? Or are you just saying that to comfort me? Shen Yunyan looked at him, her eyes filled with guilt. As the Empress, I can't be of any help to you, and even cause trouble for you through my brother. It's my fault, all my fault, for holding you back. I'm telling the truth. Why blame yourself? Xiaoyang looked at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation, then whispered, You've been my wife for so long. You should know my temper. So, rest assured, I'm not deliberately covering up anything. Seeing Xiaoyang's serious expression, she finally relaxed. That's good. Then, what do you think should be done about this matter? I don't know anything yet, so I can't make a judgment for now. Let's wait for the investigation results. These are minor matters. Don't worry too much. Just focus on recovering your health. Xiaoyang smiled gently, placing a kiss on her forehead. Still recovering? Shen Yunyan couldn't help but laugh and frown at the same time. Look at me now, eating and sleeping all day. What's the difference between that and a pig? I really can't recover anymore. Shen Yunyan protested. Chapter 285, The Price. In Xiaoyang's eyes, Shen Yunyan's current state was still far from satisfactory. He smiled at her and then whispered, Just listen to me. Whatever I tell you to do, you do it. Go to sleep now. You still have to take care of the child tomorrow, don't you? With that, he wrapped his arms around her and drifted off into a deep sleep. Shen Yunyan had anticipated a restless night, but she never expected Xiaoyang to fall asleep so quickly. Gazing at his peaceful face, she felt a surge of concern. Though he said nothing, she knew he must be under immense pressure. The next morning, Xiaoyang woke before dawn to attend court. Sitting on the dragon throne in the Golden Hall, he listened as his ministers passionately criticized Shen Yuanfeng. As they droned on, Xiaoyang felt a growing headache. Looking at them, he said calmly, All these resources have been sent to Liaodi, which is still part of our Great Xia territory. If there are truly any difficulties, isn't it right to provide assistance? Your Majesty, you cannot be so biased. Liaodi is clearly plotting against the throne. They even dared to seize imperial supplies. They are asking for death? The censor's words were sharp, almost as if he wanted to jab his finger into Xiaoyang's face. Seeing his agitation, Xiaoyang merely smiled and raised an eyebrow, turning to the Grand Counselor. Speaking of which, this matter should be discussed with Minister Pan. The autumn harvest in Liaodi failed, yet you said nothing. You are truly impressive. At this, Pan Yu fell to his knees, trembling. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I am confused. I truly do not know what you are referring to. You don't know what I'm saying? Xiaoyang chuckled, as if hearing a great joke. With a disdainful snort, he coldly added, Are you truly ignorant, or are you pretending to be confused with me? On the first day of my reign, the king of Liaodi submitted a memorial requesting aid, yet you ignored it. Now, the entire Liaodi region is in chaos, with people exchanging their children for food. Are you satisfied? Are you happy? What? How could this be? Your Majesty, this doesn't add up. The Minister of Revenue immediately stepped forward, gritting his teeth. Minister Pan previously informed me of this matter. I managed to gather 200,000 taels of disaster relief funds. How could there be such widespread suffering and child trading? What? Hearing this, Xiaoyang's expression changed instantly. Clenching his teeth, he growled, Excellent. A fine Grand Counselor, a fine Minister Pan. Very well. Guards, seize his property. Now, Shen Yuanfeng, take the men and go. Xiaoyang roared coldly. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I am innocent. Pan Yu wailed on his knees. However, at this point, Xiaoyang had no desire to speak further. He coldly gazed at the man kneeling before him and snorted, Stay here and wait. When Xiaoyang first learned of this news, he was furious. Today, he had come to court with the intention of executing someone. Such corrupt officials must be eliminated. Their survival would only bring more suffering to others. With this thought, he clenched his teeth once more. The hall was deathly silent. Everyone's breathing was shallow, afraid that a single misstep would cost them their heads. Due to the suddenness of the event, the confiscation was swift. Within an hour, Shin Yuanfeng returned and handed the inventory to Ji Xiang. As Xiaoliang glanced at the numbers on the list, he suddenly laughed. Good, very good. A Grand Counselor has amassed wealth comparable to that of a kingdom. Ha ha ha, excellent. Guards, drag him out and execute his entire clan. Xiao Yang's voice was icy, as if emanating from the depths of hell. This statement shook the entire court. Everyone looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief. Since the founding of the dynasty, such an event had never occurred. Never. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Consider your decision carefully. I learned of this matter last night. I never expected it to be so shocking. I know that all of you in your current positions feel precarious, but if this continues, the entire Great Xia will be on the brink of collapse. Xiao Yang was heartbroken, throwing the ledgers and inventory directly at Pan Yu's face. Damn it, take a good look at what you've done. Xiao Yang was usually a composed and restrained man, rarely showing such an outburst. But now, he was truly desperate, truly out of control. You deserve to die. Your entire family deserves to die. All of you, die. Xiao Yang roared. Seeing the shocking ledgers, those who had wanted to intercede fell silent, some even wanting to kick him. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Prime Minister Fong, Shin Yuanfeng, and the Minister of War. All of you investigate. No matter who is implicated, execute them. Xiaoliang coldly gazed at them. If this matter is not thoroughly investigated, I do not deserve to sit on this throne. Everyone understood that he was truly furious. No one dared to speak, all kneeling in silence, not even daring to breathe heavily. Xiaoliang did not continue speaking. He simply turned and left, his sleeves flapping. Now, he fully understood that under the previous emperor's rule, the entire court had decayed, and the entire Great Xia had decayed. Prepare. I will personally go to Liaodi to provide disaster relief. Xiaoliang made this decision while sitting under a elm tree. What? Ji Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he immediately knelt. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Liaodi must be in chaos. If you go there, it could be dangerous. I am not afraid of danger. I must go and I will go. Xiaoliang waved his hand. Don't waste words. Go and issue the imperial decree. Seeing this, Ji Xiang dared not argue further, simply nodding obediently. I will go at once. Xiaoliang, are you all right? Shin Yunyan entered with a tray of pastries, seeing Xiaoliang's anger and feeling anxious. She whispered, What happened? Why are you so furious? Is this really not Yuanfeng's fault? Or are you just saying these things to comfort me? Shin Yunyan looked at him, her eyes filled with guilt. As an empress, I cannot help you, and have only caused trouble for you through my brother. It's my fault, all my fault. I've held you back. What I said is true. Why blame yourself? Xiaoliang looked at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation, then softly added, You've been my wife for so long. You should know my temperament. So, rest assured, I am not intentionally shielding anyone. Chapter 286. Simply deserves to die. Before Shen Yinyan could finish her sentence, Ji Xiang entered and knelt down. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister requests an audience. Hearing this, Xiaoliang slightly frowned. This was the first time Fong Nan had come to the imperial study to see him alone, so it must be something important. Summon him in. Yes. Seeing this, Shun Yinyan gently touched Xiaoliang's cheek and turned to walk towards the back. Fong Nan arrived quickly. Upon entering, he immediately knelt down. Your humble servant pays respects to your Majesty. The Prime Minister is an elder statesman of 3 reigns and has aged. There's no need for such formalities. Please, take a seat. Xiaoliang waved his hand. Although he was now the emperor, it still felt somewhat uncomfortable to have such an elderly person kneel before him. Fong Nan was somewhat surprised by this response. He had expected a harsh reception for coming to see the emperor at this time, but to his astonishment, Xiaoliang's mood was now remarkably calm. Observing his demeanor, Xiaoliang smiled softly and said, The outburst I had in court earlier was merely to make an example. I am well aware that everyone takes some liberties for themselves, but this time, Such a huge mess has arisen, and I simply couldn't hold back. After confirming Xiao Yang's stance, Fong Nan got up from the ground and sat down in a chair beside him, saying, I was initially worried that your majesty would seek to eradicate all evil, but now it seems you understand the principle that overly clear waters have no fish. Xiao Yang nodded and said quietly, the world is vast, and there will always be places for filth to hide. If we were to thoroughly investigate, it would only waste time and resources, causing panic among the people and hindering progress. However, this matter in Liaodong cannot be overlooked. Your Majesty, rest assured, I too believe that Pan San deserves to die, so I will not plead for him. I am just curious about your Majesty's next plan. Fong Nan looked at Xiao Yang with concern. Killing a group of people would not solve the root of the problem. I plan to personally go to Liaodong to oversee disaster relief, Xiao Yang said frankly. What? Fong Nan had considered various strategies, but he never expected Xiao Yang to choose the most dangerous one. He was going to personally oversee the relief efforts? Your Majesty, do you know how many people out there want to assassinate you? I know. Xiao Yang stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside. Ever since I was old enough to understand, I've faced the most assassination attempts. Over the years, I've grown accustomed to it. This trip serves two purposes. One is to oversee disaster relief, and the other is to lure the snakes out of their holes. I've just had a child, so of course, I don't want to die. I will protect myself, but I ask the Prime Minister to take care of affairs in the capital. Xiao Yang stood with his hands behind his back, bathed in sunlight. Putting oneself in danger, though risky, was the best solution. Fong Nan was truly surprised that Xiao Yang, at such a young age, had the courage to take such a decisive action. It was truly unexpected. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will handle things here properly. Fong Nan stood up and respectfully bowed deeply. With this, the two of them had reached an agreement. Hearing this, Xiao Yang finally relaxed and smiled, then said softly, I knew there would always be someone capable of shouldering this responsibility. I have served 3 emperors and have seen the reign of your father. During his time, the world was not like this. But later, treacherous officials ruined this once great land. Now, Your Majesty, you are restoring order, and this is good. I believe the world will improve, it will. Everyone now placed their hopes for governing the world on Xiao Yang, and even Xiao Yang himself felt it was his duty. However, Shun Yinyan only felt heartache for her husband. After Fong Nan left, Shin Yinyan came out from the back, looking worried. Are you really going to go yourself? What if someone tries to assassinate you? Anyone who tries to assassinate me will only meet their end. You don't need to worry. You know my capabilities, don't you? Xiao Yang pulled her into his arms and sat together on the chair. This throne is heavy and vast. To sit firmly on it, one must have the means and carve a bloody path. Shin Yinyan looked at Xiao Yang's determined expression and suddenly felt a warmth in her heart. She smiled faintly and nodded vigorously. Yes, you're right, I'll listen to you. Seeing her innocent and adorable expression, Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh. But you mustn't be idle at home either. You must do what needs to be done, understood? What needs to be done? Shin Yinyan glanced at him. I understand. I'll take good care of myself and our son. Isn't he your son too? Xiao Yang smiled, kissed her, and said softly, I know you've always handled the affairs of the harem well. The things you did in Qin were also done without fail. But now that you've just given birth, your body is still weak. Don't push yourself too hard. Rest when you can, understood? I understand, I understand. Why are you always so nagging, like a woman? Shin Yinyan expressed her disdain, but despite her words, she leaned comfortably against Xiao Yang's shoulder and whispered, Aliang, promise me you'll come back safely. I promise you. Xiao Yang immediately nodded and agreed. The most needed for disaster relief were naturally silver and grain, so Xiao Yang naturally had to prepare before setting out. He couldn't go empty-handed. When Tao Jinzi entered the palace, he knew it wouldn't be good news. But when he heard the demand for 500,000 taels, he was shocked. He knelt down, ready to face death. Just kill me. I know you have money. Stop pretending. Xiaoyang snorted. How much can you possibly spend? What are you saving it for if not for me to use? Was that even something a person would say? If it weren't for the fact that the other person was the emperor, Tao Jianzi would have cursed him out. He glared at him, gritting his teeth, and said, I really don't have the money. What's the point of keeping the treasury's wealth if not to spend it? Xiaoyang gritted his teeth. My patience is running thin, so be careful. Tao Jianzi knew he was just a passing god of wealth, and any money he had would be emptied out. Chapter 287. Support from all sides. He looked at Xiaoyang with a face full of grievance, feeling utterly frustrated. He muttered, 50,000 taels are available, but what good is money alone? Indeed, you know me best. Give you 15 days to transport all the surplus grain from the Qin region to Liaodong. What? When Tao Jianzi heard this, he genuinely felt like committing suicide on the spot, just to end his misery quickly. However, he knew this task was inevitable, so he could only nod, yes, I will arrange it immediately. After this matter is resolved, I will certainly reward you handsomely. Xiaoyang smiled at him. Reward? Heh, last time he mentioned a reward, and then demanded such a large sum of money. Tao Jianzi's face looked worse when he entered the palace, and even worse when he left, as if mourning the loss of his mother. Chu Kingdom, the royal palace. Brother, have you heard? Xiaoyang has executed 10 generations of a family. Chu Ruiyue rushed in, looking at Chu Xiaoyao. What? Chu Xiaoyao was stunned upon hearing this, staring at Chu Ruiyue in disbelief. He whispered, What did you say? How is that possible? Do you know what you're saying? Executing 10 generations? Why would he do that? It's fresh news, everyone in the world knows now. It said it was for the disaster in Liaodong, and all the responsible officials were dealt with the main culprit executed along with 10 generations of their family. Chu Ruiyue quickly shared the information she had obtained. Xiaoyang is truly ruthless and decisive, isn't he? Good, very good. Chu Xiaoyao chuckled. We both know a little about the situation in Liaodong. This move, though harsh, is necessary in troubled times. Xiaoyang is truly born to be an emperor. Seeing her brother not surprised but rather appreciative, Chu Ruiyue's expression changed. She frowned and looked at him, whispering, Brother, don't you find it terrifying? He's not executing me, so why should I be afraid? Chu Xiaoyao looked at her. Within the Xia Kingdom, people are already anxious, but our Chu Kingdom isn't faring much better, is it? Under current circumstances, whoever starts a war will only end in ruin. So, our only choice is to maintain peace, isn't it? Indeed, this was the reality. Everyone was preoccupied with their own troubles, creating an unspoken balance. Chu Ruiyue sighed after hearing this, murmuring, Yes, we're all preoccupied. Who has the leisure to wage war on others? Chu Xiaoyao glanced at her and furrowed his brows slightly. Is that all you came here to tell me? Not exactly. I just feel that since Xiaoyang became the emperor, he seems different from before. Previously, he wasn't like this. I don't know why, but I feel uneasy, an inexplicable unease. Chu Ruiyue sighed, looking worried. Seeing her like this, Chu Xiaoyao set down his brush, frowning slightly as he looked at her. Ever since he signed the divorce papers, you've seemed distracted. You've always liked Qing Yao, haven't you? I've been preparing to arrange your marriage. What's going on with you? If you have other plans, you must tell me clearly, don't ruin your life. Brother, you don't think I've fallen for Xiaoyang, do you? What would I like about him? I'm worried about you. Chu Ruiyue took a deep breath, hesitated, then whispered, While we maintain this strange peace now, it will eventually break. When that happens, we'll inevitably face each other with weapons. What then? Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyao finally relaxed, thinking his sister had taken a liking to Xiaoyang. He glanced at Chu Ruiyue and said calmly, Though Xiaoyang acts ruthlessly, I don't think he's a bloodthirsty warmonger. Remember the last time 3 countries attacked? He managed to resolve the war through his own planning. So, I've often wondered, if it comes to a struggle for supremacy, what method he would use to end the war. Resolve? Can wars be resolved? Alright, our Chu kingdom lacks nothing but money. Let's support them with 200,000 taels as a gesture of our alliance. Chu Xiaoyao waved his hand, not wanting to discuss it further. Chu Ruiwei glanced at her brother, but didn't say more. She stood up and walked out, turning back at the door to whisper, "Brother, about the marriage, arrange it soon. I want to get married." "Alright, I will." Chu Xiaoyao didn't look up but agreed. The act of executing 10 generations was unprecedented, so even the Southern Emperor was surprised. This Xiaoyang is truly remarkable. Just ascended the throne and dares to do such a thing? The Southern Emperor placed a chess piece on the board. Nangongli glanced at him, then picked up a piece and said calmly, "Xiaoyang is no ordinary character. Originally, the Xia kingdom was outwardly strong but inwardly weak, on the verge of collapse. But now, they have such a capable ruler. It's hard to say whether that's a good thing or not." The Southern Emperor looked at her. "What does the Empress mean?" "I'm just a woman. What could I mean? I'm just worried about the Emperor." Nan Gongli smiled. Though the current situation seemed stable, who knew what would happen next? Seeing Nan Gongli like this, the Southern Emperor chuckled. "You don't want me to be the one to break the peace, do you?" Hearing this, Nan Gongli quickly shook her head. "It's better to defend than to attack." With that, she placed her chess piece. "Ah!" The Southern Emperor slapped his thigh in frustration. "I was careless." At that moment, Nan Yuan'er entered, holding her skirt. "Brother, have you heard about Xiaoyang? He is now the Emperor of the Xia kingdom. You should address him as Your Majesty." The Southern Emperor frowned, looking at his flustered sister. "What have you heard?" Nan Yuan'er took a deep breath. "Brother, shouldn't we give them some money?" "Money?" The Southern Emperor had expected Nan Yuan'er to talk about the execution of 10 generations, but was utterly surprised she mentioned money. He frowned at her. "Money? What money?" "Liaodong borders our Nanjiang, and this year has been a complete failure. So, I was thinking, shouldn't we offer some support?" Nan Yuan'er said this with a worried expression, as if genuinely troubled. Chapter 288. What are you going to do? Her words took the Southern Emperor by surprise. He tilted his head, looking at her with a smile. "You little girl, who has always been preoccupied with eating and drinking. When did you start worrying about such matters?" Upon hearing this, Nan Yuan'er became displeased. She huffed, speaking with irritation, "I am, after all, your own sister. How can you say that about me? I'm telling you, I'm being serious here. We really can't stand idly by. We can't just ignore it. Besides, you know more about the current situation in the southern frontier than I do, don't you? So now is the perfect time to establish diplomatic relations. Brother, please consider it carefully." Although Nan Yuan'er usually had a playful nature, when it came to serious matters, she was quite earnest. Especially today, her words made perfect sense. Seeing his sister in such a mature light, the Southern Emperor felt a wave of comfort. "Actually, I've been discussing this matter with your sister-in-law, and then you walked in. Since you're so enthusiastic about this, why don't you take charge of the relief supplies?" "Your Majesty?" Nan Gongli looked at him in surprise, speaking softly. "The Liao region is in chaos, and the Great Xia is unstable. What would you have a young girl do there?" Nan Yuan'er raised an eyebrow, looking at her brother with a half-smile and a huff. "Don't think I don't know what you're implying. I'm telling you, you'd better drop your little schemes. I have no romantic interest in Xiaoyang. Everything I'm saying is for your sake. If you keep this up, I really will lose my temper. I can't help but feel that after your trip to the Xia kingdom, you've become much more formidable. Did Xiaoyang teach you something?" "Brother." Nan Yuan'er was genuinely getting flustered now. It was about the Xia kingdom, so why did it keep circling back to Xiaoyang personally? Hearing this, Nan Gongli caught on to the nuance and shot the Southern Emperor a look. "Your Majesty, are you implying that the Nan Gong family isn't worthy of the princess?" The matter between Nan Yuan'er and Nan Gongkong had already been settled, but the Southern Emperor's current attitude seemed to be more ambiguous about Xiaoyang. The implications were clear to anyone. The Southern Emperor felt both amused and helpless upon hearing this. He frowned slightly, glancing at the Empress before speaking softly. Nanuaner is being childish, but why are you too? Brother, who's being childish now? Nanuaner rolled her eyes. You don't want to go yourself, and I'm your only sister. How about this? I'll go with Nan Gongkong. What do you say? This time, Nan Gongli didn't object. Instead, she found the suggestion reasonable and nodded in agreement. I think that's a good idea. Why don't we just settle your wedding now? That way, the princess can go with her husband to provide relief, which would be proper and also give face to the Xia kingdom. This? Nanuaner blushed, speaking in a tiny voice. I haven't asked him yet. Asked what? Nan Gongli looked at her, puzzled by her shyness. She furrowed her brow and asked softly, What are you asking? He hasn't told me he wants to marry me. Nanuaner muttered, her head lowered. He was all talk in front of you, but when it's just the two of us, he's like a mute, not saying a word. Who knows what he's really thinking? Seeing Nanuaner's bashful demeanor, the Southern Emperor realized his sister must be quite fond of this young man. He sighed helplessly but then smiled softly. All right then, go ask him. I'll wait right here. Nan Gongkong was actually a royal guard, not far from where they were. Nanuaner hadn't expected to be sent to ask him on the spot. She looked at her brother in surprise, but quickly turned and walked out, directly approaching Nan Gongkong. Will you marry me? What? Nan Gongkong almost doubted his ears. What kind of bold words were these? What was she saying in broad daylight? I'm asking you, will you marry me? Princess, I'm on duty. This time, Nanuaner was truly getting impatient. She stepped forward, grabbing his collar fiercely, and said menacingly, Stop wasting my time. I'm asking you, will you marry me? If you don't answer, I really will lose my temper. Lose her temper? Although Nan Gongkong didn't understand why Nanuaner was asking such a question, seeing her serious expression, he didn't dare to dodge. He immediately nodded, I will. Louder. I will. The Southern Emperor walked out and saw the two of them grinning at each other. He felt both amused and exasperated, rolling his eyes and saying, Are you two trying to tell the whole world? All right, I get it. Since it's a mutual affection, I'll grant the marriage. And so, the marriage was settled. Soon, Xiaoyang received condolences from the three kingdoms. Looking at the letters on the table, Xiaoyang found it amusing. Look, the world is still full of love. What? Li Nu stood by, her face filled with confusion. She tilted her head, looking at her master, and asked, puzzled, What does your majesty mean? I really don't understand. Xiaoyang glanced at her and smiled. I feel you've been doing a great job lately, so I want to promote you. From now on, you won't hide in the shadows. You'll be the head lady-in-waiting of the imperial study, helping me guard this place. What? Hearing this, Li Nu was dumbfounded. Your Majesty, what are you saying? Weren't they talking about the relief efforts? Why was she suddenly being promoted? By the way, I also need a personal guard. Who do you think among the secret guards would be suitable? Xiaoyang asked curiously, looking at Li Nu. Without hesitation, Li Nu immediately replied, Jin Yu. He's very good. It seemed these two were fond of each other. Xiaoyang found her flustered expression quite amusing. He smiled and said lightly, If that's the case, then it'll be him. You two must cooperate well, understand? Your Majesty, I have no relationship with him. Li Nu was anxious, frowning as she looked at Xiaoyang. It wasn't that she was overly sensitive, but she felt that Xiaoyang's gaze was rather peculiar. Chapter 289. The Jinx. Xiaoyang found her nervousness amusing and tilted her head, saying lightly, I didn't say much, so why are you so tense? I. Li Nu bit her lip but couldn't utter a word, eventually offering a helpless bow before turning to leave. A while later, the Duke of Protecting the Nation and the Marquis of Valiant arrived together. Seeing these two, Xiaoyang felt a headache coming on and decided to just give up, sitting there and saying, Go ahead. What other terrible news do you have for me? What do you mean by that, Your Majesty? The Duke's face darkened. Do you see me as nothing more than a messenger of bad tidings? Heh, no, in my eyes, you're a cursed bringer of good news, Xiaoyang said honestly. Even the usually stern Marquis of Valiant couldn't help but chuckle at this. The Emperor is right. To them, our Duke is indeed a jinx. He then handed over all the recent findings. The court is rotten to the core. Not a single ministry is clean. Whether to dig deeper and to what extent is up to you. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled softly and said, if they're useless, then select a few who are. Arrange it immediately. Next spring, hold an extra imperial examination, open to both men and women. What? What? The two men looked at each other in disbelief. Open to both men and women? What did that mean? Your Majesty, are you suggesting women should also take the imperial exams? This is absolutely unacceptable. The Duke was anxious. The court has always been a man's world. When has it ever been women's responsibility to shoulder the weight of the nation? If this gets out, what will become of our great Xia's reputation? Xiaoyang shrugged. I've already decided. That's how it's going to be. He stood up, glancing at the Duke. Sometimes, you really underestimate women. Trust me, when women excel, men will feel ashamed. Isn't our Empress a perfect example? Heh. The Duke couldn't force a smile. This was just too absurd. But they all knew Xiaoyang was a man of his word, so they could only sigh in resignation. Your Majesty, are you really going to personally oversee the disaster relief? Of course. Xiaoyang nodded and said with a smile, such a major event requires the Emperor's personal attention. With you two holding the fort in the capital, I'm at ease. If anything arises, discuss it among yourselves. The entire empire is rotten. What could possibly happen in the capital? The empire belongs to all its people, not just those in the capital. We can't ignore the suffering of others just because those in the capital are well-fed and clothed. Previously, when Xiaoyang was in Qin, he only dealt with Qin's affairs. But now that he sits on the throne, he must oversee the entire empire. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang smiled again and said softly, all right, everything is almost ready. I'll depart tomorrow. Well, the two men felt their visit had been in vain. They had hoped Xiaoyang would listen, but now they realized they had been too naive. Seeing their less than pleasant expressions, Xiaoyang asked with concern, why do you two look so glum? Is something wrong? If there is, you should tell me the truth. I've said all I needed to, Your Majesty. Nothing more to add, the Duke said bluntly, his temper showing. The Marquis frowned, feeling a headache coming on. With an unreliable leader and a hindrance for a teammate, what kind of situation was this? Hearing this, Xiaoyang burst out laughing. Good. If there's nothing more to say, then you may leave. They had expected Xiaoyang to feel offended, but instead, he smoothly dismissed them. When they exited the study, their faces were grim. How did we end up leaving? The Duke suddenly felt something was off and frowned at the Marquis. You old fool. I asked you here to help me speak, yet you said nothing. What's going on? Why ask me? The Marquis's face darkened, and he rolled his eyes, annoyed. Look at your own behavior. How could I speak up? I told you to keep quiet in the study, yet you couldn't control your mouth. Me? The Duke hadn't expected the blame to fall on him. He glared at the Marquis. You're suddenly brave now. Why didn't you dare speak up in front of the Emperor? Jixiang immediately reported their quarrel to Xiaoyang. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Seems I still have much to learn about my ministers. Watching Xiaoyang's gleeful expression, Jixiang was puzzled. What did this mean? He had served Xiaoyang for some time and found him, despite his ruthless actions, to be an easy master. His temper was stable. He didn't suddenly fly into rages and was understanding and considerate of his servants. He never made things difficult for them and even cared about their well-being, granting leave for illness. However, his personality and ideas were truly unpredictable. Seeing Jixiang lost in thought, Xiaoyang was surprised. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? We've been busy lately, so if you're tired, just tell me. Take a few days off. Hearing this, Jixiang felt even more honored and immediately knelt. No, I'm not tired. I'm guilty of zoning out while on duty. There's no need to feel guilty. I often zone out during court sessions too. All right, you may leave. Xiaoyang waved him off. Jixiang breathed a sigh of relief and left. In the Zhaoyang Palace. Sister, I want to go with the Emperor, Xin Yuanfeng pleaded, looking at Xin Yunyan. Xin Yunyan shook her head. Although your martial arts are good, your mind isn't. You should read more. Go to the royal study and study with the other children. Chapter 290. Stirring up trouble? What do you mean by studying? Xin Yuanfeng had thought that he would never need to study again in his life, but never did he expect that he would be sent back to school at this moment. With a face full of reluctance, he muttered, I don't want to go, sister. I just want to be a military general. The Emperor has agreed to this, and I think his reasoning is sound. Even if you want to become a general and lead troops into battle, you need a sharp mind and must study military strategy. You must go. Xin Yunyan waved her hand decisively. Previously, Xin Yunyan had always felt sorry for Xin Yuanfeng, who had been born without a mother. As his elder sister, she naturally wanted to show him extra affection. Whatever he wanted or wished to do, she would support. However, Xiaoyang's words a few days ago had given her much food for thought. While she loved her brother dearly, indulging him excessively might not cultivate a truly outstanding younger brother. Seeing his sister's stern expression, Xin Yuanfeng felt even more disheartened. He lowered his head and mumbled, Sister, my dear sister, please, I really don't want to go to school. I don't like studying. You must go. If you don't call yourself my brother. Xin Yunyan's tone instantly turned cold. Seeing that his sister was truly angry, Xin Yuanfeng dared not argue further and reluctantly nodded. Seeing her brother's pained expression, Xin Yunyan felt a twinge of heartache. She sighed helplessly and said, You're my brother. Do you think I don't know your character? Sister, you know I don't like studying. I only enjoy practicing martial arts. I get a headache just looking at words. Xin Yuanfeng made a final attempt to resist. Xin Yunyan gently stroked his head and whispered, You were already composing poetry at the age of 3, so you have talent. It's just that as you grew older and learned about those things, you began to detest scholars, which is why you don't want to study, isn't it? Indeed, it was because of his hatred for Shan Tao that he refused to become an official and only wanted to be a military general. Hearing his sister's words, Xin Yuanfeng lowered his head and remained silent. Seeing her brother's despondent look, Xin Yunyan felt another wave of heartache. She leaned closer, sighed, and murmured, It's sister's fault. If only I hadn't told you those things. I feel so guilty now. Sister? Xin Yuanfeng grew anxious, furrowing his brows as he looked at her. He whispered, Sister, it's my own fault for not being diligent. How is this your fault? Please, don't say any more. I'll study hard. If you hate studying just because you dislike our father, then you're being foolish. You're punishing yourself for someone else's mistakes. Do you understand? Xin Yunyan sighed and gently touched his cheek. Sister knows you're very smart, right? Of course, he was intelligent. Xin Yuanfeng took a deep breath and muttered, I'm just afraid. Afraid that if I learn too much, read too many books, and understand too many truths, I'll end up like him. No, that's not true. What kind of person he is has nothing to do with how much he reads. He is who he is, even if he never read a book. Xin Yunyan held her brother's hand. Listen, sister doesn't want to force you, but I want you to be well. Do you understand? Finally, Xin Yuanfeng calmed down. Though still somewhat reluctant, he nodded. Yes, I understand. I'll study hard and not embarrass you, sister. That's more like it. Xin Yunyan nodded in satisfaction, pinched his cheek, and smiled. Come, let's go see your little nephew. Just as she finished speaking, Xiaoyang walked in. Upon entering, he saw Xin Yuanfeng's red, tear-streaked eyes. What happened? Did your sister scold you? Xiaoyang asked with a smile, though his tone was more of schadenfreude. Xin Yunyan rolled her eyes at him and said quietly, Didn't you suggest he study more? He's upset about going to school. In the end, it's all your fault. What? How did I just walk in and get blamed for this? Xiaoyang wanted to protest that it wasn't his fault, but meeting his wife's gaze, he chose to remain silent and took the blame. Seeing this, Shun Yuanfeng couldn't help but smirk. Brother-in-law, we're going to see the little nephew. Are you coming? Of course. That's my son. Let's go. Xiaoyang said and headed straight to the child's room. Inside, they found the baby sleeping peacefully in his swaddling clothes. Glancing outside, Xiaoyang frowned. What time is it? Why is the baby still sleeping? What do you know? Babies eat and sleep, that's what they do. Shen Yunyan stepped forward, smiling as she gently touched her son's face. But if we're being picky, he does sleep a lot lately. Guess he's not a fussy one. Too well-behaved. No. Xiaoyang stepped forward, held the baby's hand, and carefully took his pulse. His expression immediately changed. The child is poisoned. What? Shen Yunyan screamed, quickly cradling the baby and looking around warily. How could this happen? Xiaoyang's face turned cold. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Take the child back first. I'll handle the investigation. All right, I'll take the child back. Shen Yunyan turned and walked out with the baby. Xiaoyang looked at the two wet nurses trembling on the floor. I was merely asking about the crown prince's condition. Why are you so nervous? Have you eaten anything unusual recently? The two women exchanged glances, then cautiously looked at Xiaoyang. We are wet nurses, so we only eat what the small kitchen prepares for us. No salt is allowed. Indeed, that was the rule for wet nurses. Seeing their frightened expressions, Xiaoyang knew the problem likely wasn't with them. Linu, check the small kitchen, Xiaoyang said, glancing at Linu. Linu quickly left and returned shortly, carrying a pot. I checked everything carefully. Everything was normal, except for this pot. It was tampered with during the firing process, Linu reported, his face grim. To attempt such a thing against the crown prince of the realm was truly unforgivable. Chapter 291. What a scheme! What a move! As expected, upon hearing this, Xiaoyang's expression turned even grimmer. He coldly snorted. Is that so? Then I shall see for myself what is going on here. He took the pot, examined it meticulously, and his expression darkened further before he smashed it to the ground. Then, he grabbed the wet nurse's wrist to take her pulse. All of you leave. The crowd, trembling with fear, turned and exited the room. Only after stepping outside did they regain their breath, feeling as if they had truly survived. Shun Yunyan, having settled the child, came over. Seeing the mess in the room, she frowned slightly. Xiaoyang, what's wrong? Nothing. Xiaoyang shook his head dismissively. These people poisoned the wet nurse to make our child a fool. Initially, it just caused lethargy, but by the time the child is 3 or 4, they would be a complete idiot. What? Shen Yunyan was shocked to her core upon hearing this. She staggered, nearly falling, and looked at him in disbelief. What did you say? How could this be? Who could be so malicious? Are they trying to kill our child? I will investigate this thoroughly, but now is not the time to panic. From now on, you must take care of the child yourself, understand? Xiaoyang looked at Shen Yunyan with concern. You must also keep a close eye on the wet nurse's diet. Do not let the child out of your sight, understand? Shen Yunyan nodded immediately. I understand. Don't worry, I will protect our child with all my might. Such a matter was indeed horrifying. Xiaoyang knew how frightened and helpless Shen Yunyan must be. He stepped forward, stroked her hair gently, and said softly, Don't worry, I'm here. I will protect both of you. After calming Shen Yunyan, Xiaoyang went straight to the imperial study. The incident had already sparked investigations, so it was time to check on the results. Speak, what exactly happened? Xiaoyang stared directly at Li Nu. Li Nu's expression was grim. The people from the small kitchen committed suicide, and the trail has gone cold. Suicide? All of them? Excellent. What a scheme, what a calculation, what a move. They really went all out. Xiaoyang glanced at Li Nu, then said in a low voice, Since they're all dead, dispose of them. Feed them to the dogs. Yes. Li Nu immediately nodded in agreement. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment, then said softly, This person is highly skilled. They must be well-versed in pharmacology. To pull off something like this in the Zhaoyang Palace, they must be someone trusted by the Empress. But the Empress's attendants were all handpicked by me. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Upon hearing this, Li Nu also nodded. The Empress's attendants are indeed trustworthy. But if it's not someone close to her, who else could have done it? Investigate who bought this pot. Xiaoyang's gaze finally landed on the shattered remains. Since the root of all this was the pot, that was where they needed to focus their efforts. Li Nu immediately understood. Right. The Emperor is indeed wise. I will investigate this right away. This matter has already caused quite a stir. But since the kitchen staff are all dead, the trail has been cut off. Do not make a fuss. Investigate discreetly, understand? Xiaoyang looked at the somewhat excitable Li Nu with concern. Li Nu nodded immediately. Yes, I understand. After saying this, she turned and walked out. Shen Yuanfeng, upon learning of this, was also restless. He hurried over. Brother-in-law, have you found anything? How is it going? Not much yet, but this matter is quite peculiar. While it seems well planned, there are still many flaws. So, I believe they don't really intend to harm the child. They just want to delay me from going to Liaodi. Xiaoyang had now calmed down and began analyzing the situation. Shen Yuanfeng looked at Xiaoyang, puzzled. Brother-in-law, I don't understand. Going to Liaodi to provide disaster relief, what does that have to do with anyone? We should think about who would go in my place if I don't. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow at Shen Yuanfeng. Shen Yuanfeng thought carefully for a moment. The Minister of Revenue? Exactly him. Xiaoyang chuckled. I imagine it's because of the many shady dealings during his previous tenure. Now that I'm about to investigate these matters, he's naturally very anxious and looking for an excuse to cover his tracks. Shen Yuanfeng looked at Xiaoyang. But we don't have evidence. Yes, we don't have evidence. Xiaoyang's fingers lightly tapped on the table. Even without evidence, we can follow this trail. There must be hidden lines we don't know about in the palace. This is my home. My wife and child are here, so I must uncover this line. Brother-in-law, what can I do to help? Just stay with your sister and comfort her. After all, this matter was aimed at him, so there was no need to involve others. Shen Yuanfeng was, after all, just a child. How could he handle such matters? Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Shen Yuanfeng was concerned. Brother-in-law, could they be plotting against you? Planning a rebellion? Even if they have that intention, do they have the capability? Xiaoyang snorted. Don't worry, they just want to delay me, not actually do anything. In essence, it's just to save their own necks. However, anyone who dares to harm his son is as good as dead. We will depart tomorrow on time. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoyang finalized the decision. In the Ministry of Revenue's residence, Lu Nantian paced the floor. It's over. It's over. Something's going to happen. The Emperor must have discovered it was me. What should I do? Master, calm down. Haven't all the people been dealt with? Bai Shu stood by, smiling at him. If the Emperor had truly discovered it was you, you'd already be beheaded by now. Lu Nantian glanced at him and snorted coldly. Ultimately, it's all the fault of the former crown prince. If he hadn't extorted me back then, how could there be so many complications? Chapter 292, Persuasive Words. After Xiaozhi left, Bai Shu felt like a drifting leaf without a place to settle. So in desperation, he had no choice but to seek refuge with Lu Nantian. But to his utter surprise, Lu Nantian turned out to be another Xiaozhi. Not only was his mind not sharp, but his temper was also terrible. At times, Bai Shu couldn't help but wonder what kind of fate he had, to serve masters who were all so hot-tempered. Seeing that Lu Nantian was about to erupt in a tirade, Bai Shu quickly stepped forward and said, My lord, this is not the time to be shouting. If the Emperor has already found out about this, our lives are in grave danger. But since it seems the Emperor is still unaware, we still have a chance. A chance? Do you think I'm a fool? What chance do we have left? It's only a matter of time before this scandal breaks. So we must act before the Emperor takes notice. We need to earn merit, Only then can we redeem ourselves and save our lives. Bai Shu was almost in tears. He looked at Lu Nantian with pleading eyes, speaking with all the earnestness he could muster, hoping to convince him to stop venting his anger and focus on the matter at hand. Initially, Lu Nantian had resigned himself to a countdown to his demise, but upon hearing Bai Shu's words, he found them quite reasonable. His brows furrowed tightly as he looked at Bai Shu with frustration. Then tell me, what should I do to earn the Emperor's favor? What does the Emperor lack the most right now? That's what you should offer him. Bai Shu spoke as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Something has happened in Liaodong, and the Emperor has already executed someone. If we're found out, we won't fare any better than the last one. The most urgent thing now is to offer the Emperor money. With enough money, we can buy our safety. Money? Upon hearing this, Lu Nantian felt a pang of heartache. He took a deep breath and looked at Bai Shu, gritting his teeth as he asked, "How much money?" "How would I know?" Bai Shu glanced at Lu Nantian, half amused, half exasperated. He lowered his head and muttered, "That depends on how much you think your life is worth." Lu Nantian certainly thought his life was worth a great deal. If one were to die, money would be meaningless. The key was that he was still alive. If he lost his fortune as well, then what was the point of living? Seeing Lu Nantian's hesitation, Bai Shu couldn't believe his eyes. He never expected that even at this critical moment, someone would still be reluctant to part with their wealth. Did money really matter more than one's life? However, unless Lu Nantian himself brought it up, anything Bai Shu said would be pointless. So, he could only sigh in resignation and stand quietly, waiting for Lu Nantian to make his decision. Time ticked by, and the room fell into an eerie silence. Finally, Lu Nantian slapped his thigh and declared, "Better to preserve the Green Mountain." "My lord is wise." Bai Shu immediately stepped forward, fearing Lu Nantian might change his mind. The next morning, as soon as the morning court session ended, Lu Nantian hurried to the imperial study to request an audience. Xiaoliang was already simmering with anger over the matter involving his child, and now hearing that this man had come to see him on his own accord, he found it rather amusing. He glanced at Ji Xiang and said with a smile, "What are you standing there for? Quickly bring him in. Summon the Minister of Revenue." Ji Xiang bellowed to the outside. Soon, Lu Nantian entered, kneeling on the ground and performing a respectful kowtow. Xiaoliang looked at the prostrated figure and found it quite laughable. He made no move to let him rise, simply sitting there silently observing. Lu Nantian didn't dare to raise his head, but he could feel a gaze burning into the top of his scalp, as if it might scorch his very skin. The sensation of being watched like this was terrifying, making him feel as though he might die at any moment. "Rise," Xiaoliang finally said after what felt like an eternity. Lu Nantian's legs were numb, and it was with great difficulty that he stood up, gazing pleadingly at Xiaoliang. "Your Majesty, I am aware that the national treasury is currently strained, and the Emperor is facing many difficulties. Therefore, I wish to donate some money to show my support for Liaodong." Xiaoliang hadn't expected this man to come bearing silver at such a time. It seemed he was a shrewd one, but by doing so, he was practically admitting his guilt. Though he knew what was going on in his heart, Xiaoliang maintained a gentle demeanor on the surface. He smiled and said, "The Minister of Revenue is truly a man of great integrity. I should indeed express my gratitude on behalf of the people of Liaodong." These words made Lu Nantian's legs go weak once more. He nearly collapsed to the ground again. Looking at Xiaoliang, he pleaded, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. It is my duty. I only beg for your mercy and a chance to live. The Minister of Revenue has extended a helping hand in this difficult time. I should be thanking you, not speaking of forgiveness. Could it be that you've done something behind my back that I'm unaware of?" Xiaoliang sat there, smiling faintly as he watched him. At this, Lu Nantian realized the full extent of his predicament. His little misdeeds had already been uncovered. Thinking of Pan Sin, who had been executed along with his entire extended family, Lu Nantian collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Your Majesty, spare my life. I know I've done wrong. I truly do. Wrong? In what way? Xiaoyang continued to feign confusion, curious to see what kind of explanation this man could come up with. There were too many wrongs, and Lu Nantian didn't know where to begin. He could only look at Xiaoyang with pleading eyes, repeating, "Your Majesty, spare my life." Satisfied with the game, Xiaoyang clapped his hands and said calmly, "That depends on your performance. I'm quite curious, in your eyes, how much is your life worth?" 800,000 taels. That's my entire fortune. I beg your Majesty to spare my life. Lu Nantian had originally prepared 500,000 taels, but under the current circumstances, that clearly wasn't enough. So, he had no choice but to offer all his wealth. A mere minister of revenue could casually produce 800,000 taels. Xiaoyang clenched his teeth, his eyes practically blazing with fury, but he nodded nonetheless. Since the Minister of Revenue is so sincere, I am willing to make this deal. Bring the money immediately, pack your things, and leave the capital. I won't kill you. Chapter 293. Not without a chance. What? When Lu Nantian heard this, he was completely stunned. He had thought he could escape this disaster, believing that even if he had to fork out 80,000 taels now, he could earn it back later. But to his utter surprise, while his life was spared, his wealth and glory were gone. He stood frozen, staring at Xiaoyang, momentarily forgetting to respond. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Xiaoyang found it somewhat amusing. With a smirk, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Your Majesty, I know I deserve to die, but the Ministry of Revenue is a busy and intricate place. If someone else were to take over suddenly, I fear your Majesty might not be accustomed to them. Why not give me a chance to redeem myself through meritorious service?" Lu Nantian knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. If he returned home empty-handed, he feared he might starve to death in the countryside. Seeing his insatiable greed, Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh. "You're right. Since that's the case, then exile to the frontier it is. That way, you can contribute to our great Xia. Guards, take him away." Xiaoyang immediately changed his expression, letting out a cold snort. "What?" Lu Nantian couldn't believe what was happening. He stood there in shock until guards came to drag him away. Only then did he react, quickly kneeling and begging, "Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, I admit my mistake. Your Majesty, I truly know I'm wrong. I've fulfilled my promise to you. You will live and live on." Xiaoyang said with a cold smile. Death should have been the easiest thing. So if he had let Lu Nantian die quickly, Xiaoyang would have felt it a pity. No, he should let him live. "Go and capture Bai Shu." Xiaoyang waved his hand, instructingly knew. Although Xiaoyang had never directly confronted Bai Shu, he knew the man was a formidable character. Given how Lu Nantian had caused such trouble, it was likely this fellow was behind it all. Soon, Bai Shu was dragged in, looking somewhat disheveled, but he still politely knelt and paid his respects. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang found it somewhat interesting. He smiled and said in a low voice, "It seems I underestimated you before. I am but a commoner, your Majesty. It's only natural you wouldn't notice me." Bai Shu was well aware of his place in society. Xiaoyang glanced at him. "Though you are a commoner, your schemes are as numerous as a beehive. Tell me, what is this all about?" Xiaoyang wasn't naive, nor was Lu Nantian. If no one had been pulling the strings behind the scenes, how could Lu Nantian have truly given up all his wealth? "This is my act of allegiance," Bai Shu said directly, looking at Xiaoyang. "I know your Majesty holds the fate of this world in your heart, so I only ask for a chance to live." "Oh?" Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised by this response. He frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Although you were once associated with the deposed crown prince, you held no official rank, merely being a strategist. Now that the deposed crown prince is dead, you could simply leave. Is there someone stopping you from going?" "Leave?" Bai Shu had spent years building his network in the capital, not to simply walk away. He stared directly at Xiaoyang. "Does your Majesty truly not need me?" This statement struck a nerve. Currently, the court not only lacked funds but also talent. Therefore, regardless of gender, Xiaoyang would carefully assess anyone with talent and place them in appropriate positions. However, this man's identity was too special, making him not someone to be used lightly. I don't trust you. Leave, and I'll reward you with 10,000 taels, Xiaoyang said frankly. Although he had anticipated this outcome beforehand, hearing it now, Bai Shu felt a wave of despair. He lowered his head and said softly, I only wish to serve the country. Fine. Then take the imperial examinations. If you can make your way step by step to my presence, I promise to treat you equally. I won't mistreat you. How about it? Xiaoyang spoke honestly. If this man had real talent and determination, then he could be used. Bai Shu had thought all hope was lost, but to his surprise, it seemed there was a glimmer of light after all. He stared intently at Xiaoyang. Your Majesty, are you serious? I am the Emperor. Would I lie to you about this? As long as you have the will, there will be a time for you to serve. Hearing this, Bai Shu didn't waste any more words. He kowtowed once and then turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Xiaoyang smiled. This man is quite interesting. Interesting? What's so interesting about him? Li Nu looked at him with concern and whispered, Your Majesty, this man has too many tricks up his sleeve. Isn't that obvious? Xiaoyang chuckled and then said softly, In this world, those who survive are the ones with many tricks. So, you should learn from him, don't you think? Li Nu hesitated for a moment, then whispered, Are you saying I'm stupid? Stupid? Xiaoyang tilted his head and looked at her, smiling. I didn't think you were stupid before, but now, it seems you might be a bit. Your Majesty? Li Nu looked at him in disbelief. I always thought I was quite smart. Hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded. If you're smart, then be smart. Don't take the wrong path, understand? All right, I'm about to leave the capital to see my wife and child. Li Nu was now accustomed to this situation. Whenever Xiaoyang had a spare moment, he would rush to the Zhaoyang Palace, longing to be by their side every second. Entering the room, he saw Shen Yunyan holding their baby, walking around the room and cooing, Come, come, let mother see. Whose adorable little baby is this? Songer, I'm your mother. Your mother. Son, I'm your father. Xiaoyang grinned, stepping forward and blinking at his precious son. How come it feels like you've grown so much again? Hearing this, Shen Yunyan couldn't help but laugh. She glanced at him and said softly, Of course, babies grow bigger. How adorable. Look, so chubby and cute. His eyebrows, eyes, and nose all look like you, but his mouth is like mine. Seeing Shen Yunyan's contented expression, Xiaoyang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He smiled slightly and said, He looks like you. You're beautiful, so our child will grow up to be a handsome man. Chapter 294. Be more careful. Looks don't matter for boys. What matters is having a strong fist. That's why I feel at ease with you. Shen Yunyan chuckled as she looked at Xiaoyang. You've been so busy lately, running around like crazy. Why do you have time to visit me now? Of course, I have to come and bother you all the time. Xiaoyang snorted, leaning against her shoulder and whispering, If I had known being an emperor would be this exhausting, I would have never taken the job. Oh, by the way, I'm about to head to the Liaodi region. You know about this, right? How could Shen Yunyan not know about Xiaoyang's affairs? She glanced at him, nodded, and softly said, I know you need to go there in person. This matter is crucial and directly affects the livelihood of the people. If someone else screws it up, it'll only bring trouble to us. Go ahead. I can take care of myself and the child. Don't worry about us. But you, when you're out there, be careful. Don't be too impulsive in any situation. Remember, me and the child are waiting for you at home. As she spoke, Shen Yunyan's eyes reddened. She truly didn't want him to risk his life alone. But now that they had a child and she was the empress, leaving the palace wasn't so easy anymore. Seeing his wife so concerned, Xiaoyang felt a warm glow in his heart. He chuckled and said, all right, I get it. You've told me this so many times already. My ears are about to get calluses. Don't worry, I'll come back safe and sound. That's more like it. Shen Yunyan glanced at him and muttered, I really wish I could feel at ease, but I just can't. The thought of you going to such a dangerous place alone makes me anxious. Don't be anxious. I'm not going alone. I'll have plenty of people with me. Just take care of things here at home. Oh, and make sure you pay attention to the internal selection. We need to have our own people in place this time. Xiaoyang gently pinched Shen Yinyan's cheek. Shen Yinyan nodded immediately. Don't worry about home. I'll handle everything perfectly. Although Xiaoyang hated to leave, he knew he had to. After all, he was responsible for the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of people. After tidying up, he prepared to leave promptly. Xiaoyang was unlike most emperors. He didn't follow all the unnecessary formalities, so when it came to getting things done, efficiency was his top priority. Instead of traveling slowly with the main group, he used the national relay stations he had built in the Qindi region to rush toward the Liaodi region at full speed. Liaowang Mansion. Father, I heard the emperor has set off. What do you think he's coming here for? A young man in white, looking worried, asked the middle-aged man in front of him. Jinger, what do you think? Why do you suppose the emperor is coming here? The Prince of Liaodi looked curiously at his beloved son. Qi Jingtian glanced at his father, hesitated, and then softly said, Father, I don't think he's here to accuse us. After all, we only took some supplies. We didn't harm anyone. That's considered treason in the eyes of the court. The Prince of Liaodi sighed. Our Liaodi region is remote and barren, always neglected. But we've always been obedient, so the court has never bothered us. This time, however, we took the initiative to seize the court's supplies. I'm afraid. But without those supplies, the entire Liaodi region would be in chaos. Qi Jingtian grew anxious. Even if we're in a barren land, are we not part of the Great Xia? Seeing his son like this, the Prince of Liaodi smiled. In the eyes of the emperor, we're just ants. But don't worry, son. If the emperor holds us accountable, I'll take full responsibility. The Liaodi region will have to be left to you. Father, it's my fault. I acted on my own. I'll take full responsibility. The Liaodi region can do without me, but if it loses you, it will fall into chaos. Qi Jingtian knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Originally, the Prince of Liaodi had vehemently opposed this action. It was his own stubbornness that led to this reckless decision, and now it had brought such disaster to the Liaowang Mansion. 10 days later, after days of non-stop travel, Xiaoyang finally arrived in the Liaodi region on the evening of the 10th day. Although he had heard it was a barren land, he hadn't expected it to be so different from the barrenness of the Qindi region. The Qindi region was like modern-day northeast China, but here, it was more like the northwest, with endless yellow sand. However, seeing such a scene from the northwest was quite fascinating. Xiaoyang dismounted his horse and looked at Jinyu beside him, smiling. This place is quite nice, actually. Very beautiful. I've heard that once the sandstorms start, all the hard work of the year is wasted, Jinyu said, showing a bit of concern for the people. But that was the truth. The scenery was indeed beautiful, but the sandstorms were truly terrifying. Although this place resembled the Northwest, it was even more desolate than the Northwest. The first thing Xiaoyang thought upon arriving here was that they needed to plant trees. Nothing else could stop the endless sandstorms. With that thought, Xiaoyang smiled, found a relatively clean inn, and rested. Your Majesty is the ruler of the entire country. How can you stay in such a humble place? Jinyu looked worriedly at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't mind at all. He waved his hand and said indifferently, This isn't a big deal. I've stayed in worse places. Remember, from now on, call me young master. Yes, young master. Jinyu nodded immediately and went out to prepare food. After the long journey, Xiaoyang was indeed tired and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Nangongkong and Nanyuaner also arrived in the Liaodi region. I thought the Qindi region was already desolate enough, but this Liaodi region is even more so. It seems that while the Great Xia has a vast territory, there aren't many places that can be effectively developed and utilized. Nanyuaner looked around with a look of distaste. The sandstorms here are terrible. Walking on the road, a gust of wind blows, and you end up with sand in your mouth. Nangongkong glanced at her. You've been traveling all this way. Are you tired? How about we eat something first? Chapter 295. Shouldering the Responsibility. At this point, Nanuaner became a bit anxious. She shot him an annoyed glance and whispered, "Are we here just to eat? I wonder when this Xiaoyang will finally arrive. He is now the ruler of the Great Xia, so it's better not to address him by name in the future. If someone finds out, it will only bring trouble to us." Nangong Kong looked at her seriously. Although Nanuaner wanted to argue, after thinking for a long time, she couldn't come up with any rebuttal and eventually just gave him a big glare. Xiaoyang walked alone toward the Liao Prince's residence, submitted his name card, and waited at the gate. Seeing Xiaoyang's visiting card, the Liao Prince frowned slightly. Why does this name sound so familiar? Xiaoyang? Isn't that the emperor? Qi Jingtian was dumbfounded. I thought he wouldn't arrive for at least 10 more days. How is he here already? This. First, invite him in. The Liao Prince put away the visiting card and turned to walk outside. As soon as he stepped out, he led his son and knelt on the ground. Your servant pays respects to the emperor. May your majesty live 10,000 years. Your servant failed to welcome your majesty in advance and humbly asks for forgiveness. Let's talk inside first. Xiaoyang waved his hand and strode inside. The Liao Prince, still kneeling, didn't dare to move, but after waiting for a while, he realized there was no one else except Xiaoyang. How could this be? The emperor traveling without any guards, just by himself? The Liao Prince glanced at his son, his heart pounding, knowing he had no control over the situation and could only stand up and follow inside. Once inside, Xiaoyang could tell that the Liao Prince's life was rather modest. Although the mansion was large, most areas were empty and lacked valuable items, indicating that these years they had been strict with themselves. Entering the main hall, Xiaoyang found a seat and looked at the nervous father and son, finding it somewhat amusing. Why are you so restrained? If I remember correctly, this is the Liao Prince's residence, your home, isn't it? The entire world is the emperor's domain. The Liao Prince stood there, visibly uneasy. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang smiled. Since the Liao Prince is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. This time, I've come to discuss the matter of the imperial supplies from the court. It was me who led the men to seize them. If the emperor wishes to blame someone, blame me. Qi Jingtian knelt on the ground, staring straight at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang glanced at him and said calmly, "Was it you? It seems you have quite the courage. Liao Prince, you've failed in teaching your son. Yes, it's all my fault. He's young and inexperienced. Please forgive him, your majesty." The Liao Prince knelt on the ground, trembling. Xiaoyang realized that despite his age, the Liao Prince lacked the boldness of his son and wasn't as straightforward. Talking to him would be pointless. So, he turned his gaze to Qi Jingtian. "You say you led the men to seize my supplies. Then I'd like to ask you, do you know what kind of crime that is?" "It's a capital offense, punishable by extermination of the clan." Qi Jingtian kowtowed. "Your Majesty, I did this in secret without my father's knowledge. They know nothing of it. Please show mercy and spare the others in the Liao Prince's residence." Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang found it amusing. Indeed, young people often had a touch of idealism. "Liao Prince, you may leave. There are some things I need to discuss privately with the young master." Xiaoyang waved his hand, dismissing the Liao Prince. The Liao Prince, worried, glanced at his son but didn't dare disobey the emperor's order and left, trembling with fear. "Now, it's just you and me. I'm really curious why you would steal the supplies, especially knowing the consequences. Why take such a risk?" Xiaoyang looked at Qi Jingtian with curiosity. Even though he already knew the answer, he still felt the need to ask. Qi Jingtian suddenly raised his eyes and looked straight at him. "I know it's a capital offense punishable by extermination of the clan, but I had to do it. Not for any other reason. But because if I didn't, the tens of thousands of people in the Liao region would starve to death. Please save them, your majesty. I know I deserve to die, and I won't defend myself. I only beg your majesty to spare the others in the residence and save the people of the Liao region." They are also subjects of the great Xia. Seeing his sincere plea, Xiaoyang was somewhat moved. I never expected you, a young man, to know so much. Interesting, truly interesting. Xiaoyang smiled, then said calmly, Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you did it for the sake of the people. However, the death penalty may be waived, but the punishment cannot be avoided. You will still be punished severely. Hearing this, Qi Jingtian breathed a sigh of relief. I know my crimes are grave. Please punish me, Your Majesty. I sentence you to oversee the relief efforts. Xiaoyang smiled and added softly, The 3 neighboring states have sent us a lot of supplies. This time, I've also brought a considerable amount of money. Before leaving, the Minister of Revenue gave us 800,000 taels, all of which I've brought here. They will arrive soon. Within 10 days, I want a complete inventory of everything. Really? Really? Xiaoyang stood up and looked at him. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed, somewhat helplessly. I've just ascended to the throne, and there are many things in the world I cannot immediately control. So, it's only now that I've learned of the plight in the Liao region. What? Qi Jingtian looked at him in disbelief. Your Majesty didn't ignore us, but didn't know? Yes, I didn't know. I'm seated here, and your life is in my hands, so there's no need for me to deceive you. I haven't abandoned the Liao region, nor will I ever abandon it. Xiaoyang's tone was resolute, each word firm and powerful. Your Majesty is wise. With your Majesty ruling, it is the fortune of all the people. Qi Jingtian couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Although it was a bit embarrassing for a young man to cry at this moment, Xiaoyang understood perfectly why he was sobbing. He glanced at him and said calmly, All right, get up quickly and prepare for what you need to do. Oh, and during this time, I'll stay here, but don't reveal my identity. Just call me sir. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Find me a quiet room. I don't like noise. Chapter 296. What exactly happened? Is it over already? Qi Jingtian couldn't believe that the matter had passed so simply and peacefully, not even a single rebuke. As he stepped out of the room, he was still in a daze. Seeing his precious son in such a state, the Prince of Liaoning grew anxious. Son, what's wrong? Talk to your father. Father, His Majesty. This? Qi Jingtian still found it hard to believe, so much so that he couldn't even string together a complete sentence. The Prince of Liaoning, already worried about his son, became even more anxious upon hearing this and seeing his son's state. I'll go find him. Father, no, don't go. His Majesty didn't blame me. He said he wants to stay at our house and asked for a quiet room. Qi Jingtian finally snapped back to reality and grabbed his father. What? The Prince of Liaoning had the same expression as his son upon hearing this. The two of them stared at each other, their eyes wide open, locked in mutual gaze. Inside the room, Xiaoyang waited for a long time, but to his surprise, no one came to attend to him. Qi Jingtian. Xiaoyang shouted from inside. This time, Qi Jingtian finally came to his senses and quickly turned back. Your servant is here. Didn't I say I need a quiet room? Xiaoyang frowned, looking at him. Upon hearing this, Qi Jingtian finally regained his senses and bowed to Xiaoyang. The room has been arranged. Please follow me, sir. He led the way out, and Xiaoyang nodded, following him. They ended up at a very nice little courtyard. Orchid garden? Not bad, very elegant and quiet. I've been traveling all this way and am extremely tired, so I think I'll just sleep first. You all go about your business and sort out the disaster relief supplies. Whatever is missing or insufficient, we'll discuss after I wake up. Xiaoyang directly lifted his skirt and walked inside. After coming out of the orchid garden, Qi Jingtian wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered, Father, what's going on with His Majesty? He's very different from the rumors. Hearing this, the Prince of Liaoning also felt surprised. After thinking for a moment, he whispered, I don't know what's going on either, but it seems to be a good thing. As long as our Liaoning people can survive, he can do whatever he wants, even if it means taking our entire family's lives. Seeing his father like this, Qi Jingtian lowered his head and said gloomily, Father, I think His Majesty is sincere. Sincerity? For an emperor, the most absent and the least should be sincerity. Qi Jingtian was young and didn't understand this yet. The Prince of Liaoning patted his head. All right, let's not talk about this now. Let's hurry and get going. The people are waiting for us. Hearing this, Qi Jingtian immediately nodded and turned to leave. Xiaoliang said he was going to sleep, and he really did sleep, falling into a deep slumber as soon as he lay down. Nanyuaner and the others were still at the inn, waiting for an audience, but to their surprise, there was no movement for a long time. This made Nanyuaner feel extremely uncomfortable. She rolled her eyes in frustration and muttered, "What's wrong with this Xiaoliang? We came to deliver supplies, yet he's not in a hurry at all. Could it be that it's our people who are starving?" Seeing Nanyuaner's angry look, Nangong Kong sighed helplessly and whispered, "Didn't I tell you before? You mustn't call him by his name directly. He's not just Xiaoliang now, but also the Emperor of Xia. We must show him respect." Respect? We've been traveling nonstop to help, not daring to pause for a moment, fearing we'd delay the disaster relief. Yet he's acting like it's none of his business, as if he's above it all. It's like the Emperor isn't worried, but the eunuchs are. Oh wait, I'm not a eunuch. Nanyuaner became angrier as she spoke, finally sitting down in frustration. Seeing her like this, Nangong Kong found her utterly adorable. He raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. All right, don't be angry. Don't worry, he'll summon us sooner or later. Don't you know what kind of person Xiaoliang is? Upon hearing this, Nanyuaner became even more upset. She lowered her head and muttered softly, "Yes, precisely because I know too well what kind of person he is that I'm so angry." Seeing her upset, Nangong Kong gently patted her head as a form of comfort. The next morning, Xiaoliang woke up early, changed into casual clothes, and with a slight smile on his lips, walked outside. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw a table full of delicious food. Seeing this, Xiaoliang's expression changed. He frowned and looked at Qi Jingtian. "If I remember correctly, I came here for disaster relief, which means Liaoning is in a critical situation now. Why are you indulging in such formalism? All this food could feed the refugees for several days. Why waste it on just me? Your Majesty, after all, you are the Son of Heaven." Qi Jingtian spoke hesitantly, a bit embarrassed. "This is already very simple. Today is fine, but don't do this again tomorrow, understood? I'm here for disaster relief, not to enjoy myself. If I wanted to enjoy myself, I would have stayed in the capital. What's the point of coming here? For a vacation?" Xiaoliang rolled his eyes. "There's too much here for me to finish alone. Quickly call everyone over to eat together." Seeing Xiaoliang's lack of airs, Qi Jingtian was momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced at him and whispered, "But how can we sit at the same table as you?" "It's nothing." Xiaoliang smiled and then whispered, "We're all human, so why distinguish between high and low? Let's eat quickly, and after that, we have work to do. Speaking of which, your lack of harvest this year must have a reason. Our most important task now is to properly provide disaster relief and let the people survive. But even more crucial is to find the cause of this problem and solve it. Only then can we ensure that such a situation doesn't happen again in the future." Qi Jingtian nodded. "Actually, I've already started investigating with my father, but..." He glanced at Xiaoliang and said helplessly, "We haven't found a solution yet." "So, the root of the problem has already been identified?" Chapter 297. "What's the matter?" Xiaoliang looked at him. "So you know why? It's because of the sandstorms. These dust storms are common in Liaodi, and no one can do anything about them. It's just the weather," Qi Jingtian said, feeling somewhat frustrated. He sat to the side and muttered softly, "I actually really like this place, but with all this yellow sand everywhere, it's really not giving anyone a chance to survive." After hearing this, Xiaoliang nodded and said quietly, "Compared to nature, human strength is indeed insignificant, but if we think of a way, we can still fight back a bit." Xiaoliang glanced at him and smiled, saying, "First, we need to plant trees. That's the best solution. But with such strong sandstorms, how can trees survive?" Qi Jingtian looked at Xiaoliang, both amused and exasperated. Xiaoyang nodded. You don't need to worry about that. Just arrange the manpower, and I'll take care of the rest. I have my own ideas. Now, hurry up and eat. I still have things to do. What things? What could he possibly have to do? Qi Jingtian really wanted to ask, but he was afraid of Xiaoyang's unpredictable moods, so he could only sigh helplessly and mumble, All right, I understand. After finishing his meal, Xiaoyang left directly and headed toward the inn. Is this Xiaoyang ever going to show up? Nanyuaner was pacing back and forth, anxious. I have things to do. What's the rush? Xiaoyang opened the door and walked in, looking at Nanyuaner with a half-smile. In that instant, Nanyuaner thought she might be seeing things. She stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide. You, how did you suddenly appear? Are you human or a ghost? Princess. Nangong Kong was getting anxious. He frowned and looked at her. You must show respect in front of the emperor. Hearing this, Nanyuaner felt annoyed, but also knew he was right. Reluctantly, she bowed to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled and then said softly, Since we're not in court, there's no need for such formalities. Besides, you're here to help. For me, and for the entire Great Xia, you're all benefactors. Although Nanyuaner disliked his arrogant demeanor, hearing this softened her stance. She quickly shook her head and said quietly, No, you really don't need to be so polite. Well, politeness is still necessary. So, hurry up and hand over the supplies you brought. Xiaoyang got straight to business after the pleasantries. Nanyuaner suddenly felt she had been too kind before. She clenched her teeth and glared at him fiercely. You? Me? What about me? Xiaoyang looked at her, amused and exasperated. Is there something wrong with what I said? Right? Yes. Too right. Nanyuaner snorted, and then began counting the items. My brother said he'll come to visit you in a while. I hope you're prepared. Prepared? Prepared for what? Xiaoyang glanced at Nanyuaner. When friends come, there's always wine. Tell your brother to come anytime. Eat and drink as he pleases. I'll host. After saying that, he ordered his subordinates to move all the supplies away. This Liaoti is desolate. You should play around for a bit, and then head back quickly. Xiaoyang waved his hand at them. Nanyuaner was completely caught off guard by his audacity. I know it's inappropriate to say this, but isn't this a bit like using someone and then discarding them? No, because you're not a donkey. With that, Xiaoyang stood up and walked out. Nanyuaner was seething, glaring at his back. She clenched her teeth and muttered angrily, Did you hear what he said? Is that even something a human would say? What a scoundrel. Pft. Seeing Nanyuaner's tantrum, Nangong Kong was both amused and helpless. He tilted his head and looked at her, saying quietly, Why do I feel like you're really different around this Xiaoyang? Could it be that you actually like him and don't even realize it? Are you jealous? Nanyuaner chuckled and looked at him. Then she said softly, If I liked him, why wouldn't I marry him? I'm marrying you because I like you. Hearing this, Nangong Kong felt much better. He looked at Nanyuaner with some guilt and said softly, It's all my fault. My status doesn't match yours as a princess. You're too good for me. If I cared about that, I wouldn't have chosen you. Besides, you're not inferior at all. You're amazing and I like you. Nanyuaner leaned against him and whispered, We finally got a chance to get out. Why don't we stay out and have some fun for a while before going back? The capital is too restrictive. I like the outside world, so free and fun. Seeing Nanyuaner's eager expression, Nangong Kong nodded with a smile. All right, let's have some fun. With that, he took her hand and walked out, their movements swift and evasive, leaving all the guards behind. Nanyuaner chuckled, wrapping her arms around his waist and whispering, You finally learned how to live life. Xiaoyang took the supplies to the prince's residence. He handed everything over to Qi Jingtian and asked, How is it now? Have the people eaten? Do they have homes to return to? Everything has been distributed. You can rest assured. Qi Jingtian was still a bit nervous. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, Let's not worry about other things for now. The most important thing is that the people have food in their bellies. Hungry people can't do anything. I didn't know about the situation here before, but now that I do, we have to fix it. At this, Qi Jingtian finally relaxed. He blinked and looked at Xiaoyang. I want to know who hid this from you. There are so many people in the court. Someone was bound to hide it. Don't worry, things like this won't happen again. Xiaoyang smiled. What should we do next? There's not much else. It all comes down to money. If we have the money, nothing is difficult. Qi Jingtian spoke honestly. Xiaoyang nodded. It's better to teach someone to fish than to give them fish. I think the people need to be self-reliant. In a couple of days, a batch of tree saplings will arrive. Once we plant them, things will improve. Xiaoyang smiled. You all go about your business. I've never been to Liaodi before, and I want to explore. Don't follow me. Chapter 298. Rumors and Whispers. Just have some fun? When did they still have the heart to have fun? Qi Jingtian looked at Xiaoyang, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. After a moment of hesitation, he said in a low voice, the entire Liaodong region is in chaos right now, with many bandits roaming around. Wouldn't it be better to bring some guards? If something happens, what would we do? Xiaoyang glanced at him and retorted irritably, do you think you're cursing me? Everyone is starving. Who has the energy to go robbing? Even if they had the intention, they don't have the strength, do they? Stop wasting my time and go do whatever you need to do. Before coming here, Xiaoyang had intended to personally oversee the disaster relief efforts. But now, he felt that leaving it to the Prince of Liaodong and his son was more reliable. After all, they were locals and understood the situation better. Most importantly, they were genuinely devoted to serving the country and its people. So, why interfere? The world is vast, and if he had to personally handle everything, he'd be exhausted. Moreover, the people of Liaodong were already uneasy. If he were to remove the father and son now, who knows what rumors would spread? Besides, he had his own matters to attend to. Shaking off the tailing agents, Xiaoyang entered a particularly discreet tavern. Sitting down, he said, you really are something. There's nothing in this world you don't know, is there? Finding such a hidden tavern. You're quite impressive. Are you complimenting me? Yang Feiyu chuckled, then said softly, though you're praising me, it doesn't sound sincere. Are you just saying that? Stop beating around the bush. Have you prepared what I asked for and the information? You know I'm busy, right? Xiaoyang smiled at Yang Feiyu. Though he found the young man annoying, he had to admit his competence made him indispensable at times. Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Yang Feiyu immediately adopted a pitiful look, like a spurned little wife, gazing at him with puppy eyes. You're so practical. When you need me, I'm your sweetheart. When you don't, you tell me to scram. Now that you see me, you don't even ask how I am. You just order me around. What was wrong with this guy? Xiaoyang was at a loss, feeling both amused and exasperated. He twitched his mouth and said irritably, enough, stop talking. Not talking? Why not talk? Do you want me to talk or not? Are you still listening to me? Yang Feiyu stared at him with a cheeky grin. Do whatever you want, talk or not. You're too annoying. Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. Though these matters were urgent, they could wait a moment. Yang Feiyu's greatest hobby was self-indulgence, and if he didn't get it out of his system, he wouldn't get to the point. Seeing that Xiaoyang had lost interest in his act, Yang Feiyu changed his demeanor and said gloomily, you're really annoying, you know that? Anyway, I've investigated what you asked. The Prince of Liaodong and his son are loyal. They didn't embezzle the relief funds. The problem is that the relief funds from the capital never reached Liaodong. So, the issue lies in the capital. Indeed, the remote regions were relatively stable, but the power struggles in the capital were the most corrupt. These high-ranking officials, enjoying high salaries and the best resources, were engaged in such dirty dealings. They deserved to die. Xiaoyang felt a surge of anger, though it was followed by a sense of helplessness. Even though he was furious, he knew there was no completely clean bureaucracy in the world. Anyone in power would have some degree of greed. Seeing Xiaoyang's troubled expression, Yang Feiyu found it amusing. Curiously, he said, I remember you being quite decisive. Why the worry now? If these people don't listen to you and don't do their jobs, just execute them and replace them. That's easy for you to say. Those are entrenched officials, not cabbages. You can't just chop them all down. Xiaoyang glanced at Yang Feiyu and said coolly, You're usually all about self-interest. Why are you so eager to help me this time? What do you want to tell me? Can you read minds or something? Yang Feiyu blurted out, then regretted it and lowered his head, embarrassed. Sorry, I forgot you're the emperor now. How can I talk to you like this? Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, Actually, I'm a bit glad you talk to me like this. Everyone around me is so cautious, afraid to do anything. It's as if I'll eat them. Being emperor is really boring. I'd rather be a carefree prince. Oh? Yang Feiyu hadn't expected Xiaoyang to say such a thing. Curiously, he said, I always thought you were ambitious and enjoyed power struggles. I never imagined you'd dislike it. Who would enjoy conflict? Do you think being emperor is the ultimate high? Xiaoyang looked disdainful and said gloomily, Being emperor is the hardest job in the world. Power is great, but there's no freedom. If a ruler seeks freedom, the entire world would pay the price. Yang Feiyu nodded and said with a grin, You've hit the nail on the head. I've always thought so. I don't want to be emperor. It's not fun. That's why I let my brother be emperor and chose to be a carefree rich man. That's enough for me. If not for the many things he cared about, Xiaoyang would have preferred Yang Feiyu's life, doing whatever he wanted, free and easy. How enviable. Chapter 299. Truly annoying. Although he thought that in his heart, he would never say it out loud to let this guy gloat. Xiaoyang frowned and looked at him, then said irritably, Stop wasting my time with your nonsense. Just tell me, what is the real reason you came to find me this time? How could this guy be so hard to manipulate? Yang Feiyu hadn't expected that despite his best efforts to hide his intentions, he had still been discovered. He looked at Xiaoyang with a hint of embarrassment, hesitated, and said in a small voice, Actually, you already know why I'm here, so why ask me? You know I'm just here to pass a message. Please, could you at least consider it? Xiaoyang hadn't initially understood why Yang Feiyu had come to see him, but now, hearing this, everything became clear. It all revolved around the same tiresome issue, his personal life. These people were truly insufferable. The world was vast, with countless events unfolding daily, yet none of it could divert their attention. They were hell-bent on meddling with his private affairs. Truly annoying. Xiaoyang felt a wave of disgust and frowned at Yang Feiyu. Is your sister so ugly and ill-mannered that no one wants to marry her? So you're trying to pawn her off on me as a last resort? Hey, don't you dare talk nonsense. What are you saying? Yang Feiyu was flustered and clenched his teeth as he looked at him. Before he could finish, a woman burst out, glaring at Xiaoyang with clenched teeth. Who are you calling ugly and ill-mannered? What was going on? Xiaoyang hadn't expected Yang Feiyu to pull such a trick. Without even a word of warning, he had brought someone here. What a scoundrel. Although he was cursing inwardly, Xiaoyang remained calm on the surface and simply asked, Who are you? What? Yang Xuanya looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, even more furious, and snapped, What's wrong with you? You don't even know me, yet you're bad-mouthing me behind my back? So you're the Northern Princess? You don't match what your brother said about you. They said you're fiery and hard to deal with, like a little chili pepper, but I think you're quite nice. It seems your brothers are really unreliable, aren't they? They're ruining your reputation out here. Xiaoyang smiled and smoothly shifted the blame. What? Yang Xuanya's face turned even darker, and she spun around, glaring at Yang Feiyu with clenched teeth. Is this how you've been portraying me outside? Well, what a great brother you are. You just wait. Yang Xuanya shot daggers at both of them with her eyes before turning and storming out. Only then did Yang Feiyu finally realize what had happened. He looked at Xiaoyang, a mix of laughter and tears, and sighed. Do you hold a grudge too much? I just mentioned it to you, and you're already setting me up like this? You say I'm setting you up? Puffed. Aren't you the one setting me up? You're not as skilled as me, so you blame me. Xiaoyang spoke with complete confidence. Both of them were the same, but he had outsmarted Yang Feiyu, so he hadn't been caught. Seeing this, Yang Feiyu could only sigh in resignation. That was my sister just now. You've seen her for yourself. She's not exactly a beauty, but she's definitely pretty. She won't disgrace you, will she? I've always thought that even if the whole world doesn't understand me, you would. But I never expected even you wouldn't. Is it so wrong of me to just want to live my life with my wife? Why are you all so obsessed with my bed? Xiaoyang sighed, genuinely troubled. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Yang Feiyu smiled and said lightly, I grew up in a brothel until I was 6. That's why my father always saw me as a disgrace to the royal family. By rights, I shouldn't have been allowed in the palace, but due to some fortunate circumstances, we were brought back. As the son of a courtesan, I've seen the most unfaithful men. When a man is sweet on you, he'll say all sorts of beautiful things, make grand promises, and mean them sincerely. But when he turns cold, it's terrifying. Like the person who once loved you never existed. He won't spare a thought for the past. So how can I trust you? By the end, Yang Feiyu almost felt a bit pitiful. Xiaoyang knew that throughout history, whether in ancient or modern times, the story was the same. Few men and women remained faithful to one person for life. He didn't know if he could do it either, but he was certain that he loved Shen Yunyan deeply. So for now, at this moment, he didn't want anyone else. Your sister is a good girl. She's bold and spirited. She shouldn't be treated like a gift to be thrown onto my bed. That wouldn't be fair to her, would it? Xiaoyang smiled at Yang Feiyu. Outside the door, Yang Xuanya couldn't believe her ears. She had never expected that someone like Xiaoyang would say such things. He actually understood fairness? He was actually standing up for women? Yang Feiyu didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Xiaoyang was about to leave as well when Yang Xuanya blocked his path. Was what you said just now true or false? I was just speaking casually. I never thought you were ugly. In fact, I think you're very beautiful, really stunning. Xiaoyang said these words against his will, just wanting to leave and regain his freedom. But how could Yang Xuanya let him get away so easily? I'm asking you, do you really think it's unfair for me to be sent here to marry you? Yang Xuanya grabbed Xiaoyang's arm. Is that really what you think? What was wrong with this girl? Seeing her so serious, Xiaoyang felt a mix of laughter and tears, but he still nodded and said helplessly, You're right. I do think it's unfair to just send you here without asking your opinion, regardless of whether you're willing or not. A girl like you should be out on the battlefield, not cooped up in a courtyard. It's such a waste. Chapter 300, Making Enemies. Do you really think women can go to war? Yang Xuanya looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. You really think that? Why shouldn't I think that? Are you saying that you wouldn't be able to kill enemies on the battlefield? Or that your arrows wouldn't be able to kill anyone? Xiaoyang smiled. Excellence is excellence. Whether you're a man or a woman, the value of what you do remains the same. Being a woman doesn't change that. What? Yang Xuanya's eyes sparkled with a hope she had never felt before. You're really different from everyone else. It seems even my brother doesn't truly understand you. Observing her reaction, Xiaoyang let out a soft chuckle. Most people in this world have many sides to them. Perhaps I show you this side of myself, but in front of your brother, I'm completely different. He calls me ruthless, and he's right. Anyone who violates my bottom line will face my merciless fury. I like your character. I'll go back and tell them I agree to marry you. Yang Xuanya said with a bright smile. Xiaoyang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at her in disbelief. Sister, I told you all this to make you give up this dangerous idea. Why have you decided on it now? Because marrying anyone else wouldn't give me the life I want. Marrying you would make me yours, and then you could just throw me onto the battlefield. We wouldn't see each other, and you could still remain faithful to the one you love, right? Yang Xuanya said with such confidence, as if this was the best arrangement possible. What kind of nonsense is this? Xiaoyang glanced at her, feeling a bit helpless. While what you said is true, I don't just want to remain faithful to my wife. I don't even want to give you a title. I thought you were smart, but now I see you have a brain, just not a good one. Do you think everything in this world will go according to your imagination? Do you think I'm the end? Let me tell you, I'm just the beginning. Many others will fight to get into your bed. Do you really want to offend all the feudal lords over this? Do you think it's worth it? Yang Xuanya looked at him with confusion. Hearing this, Xiao Yang's lips curled into a smile. He chuckled softly and then said calmly, "Perhaps everything in this world requires weighing the pros and cons, and maybe you're not wrong. But I like it, and I want to do it. I want this to unfold according to my wishes. So, I won't take you, or anyone else. Don't waste your time. But I can help persuade your brother to let you do what you want. How about that? Do you really think you can do it?" Yang Xuanya looked at him in disbelief. Isn't using women to balance the situation the most common and simple thing for men? Maybe there are people who think that way, but I'm not one of them, Xiaoyang said with a smile. In my eyes, men and women are the same. Men can do things, and women can do them too, even better. A woman's value goes far beyond bearing children. There's so much more. He stood up and turned to leave. As she watched his back, Yang Xuanya took a deep breath. Having someone like you as the Emperor of Xia is a blessing for all the people. Thank you, Xiaoyang said without turning back, waving a hand as a farewell. Just as he left, Yang Feiyu returned. Seeing his sister in her dazed state, he couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He sat down and said lightly, "He's long gone, out of sight. What are you still looking at? Planning to turn into a stone statue waiting for her husband? I remember you said you didn't like this guy and wouldn't even look at him. Now you can't tear your eyes away?" Hearing this, Yang Xuanya rolled her eyes at him with obvious disdain. "You're all men, but why is the difference so big? Look at you, then look at him. Pfft, pfft. Who are you spitting at?" Yang Feiyu frowned at her, clearly annoyed. "You just met one man, and now you're dissing your own brother? Ungrateful wretch. Don't you remember who loves you the most?" Pfft. Stop with that nonsense, Yang Xuanya retorted without hesitation. "I thought, if it really didn't work out, I'd just marry him. After all, life has to go on, right? But I never expected that he wouldn't even give me a title." Hearing this, Yang Feiyu was genuinely upset. He stood up abruptly, clearly irritated. "What's wrong with that guy? Does he think he's too good for my sister? How dare he say such things to your face? I should teach him a lesson." Seeing her brother standing up for her like this, Yang Xuanya was deeply touched. She pulled him back down and smiled. "It's sweet of you to get so angry for me. I thought you were the kind of person who never got mad. Anyone with a heart would get angry about this, wouldn't they?" Seeing her laughing carefreely, Yang Feiyu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. "I really don't get you. How can you still laugh at a time like this? Is it funny?" "It's not funny, but I find it funny to see you like this. Besides, I didn't like him in the first place. If he doesn't want me, so be it. Why get angry about it?" Yang Xuanya said softly, smiling at her brother. Still, even though he's a bit annoying, some of the things he said make sense. Girls shouldn't just think about getting married and having kids. They should do something meaningful, or what's the point of coming into this world? Hearing this, Yang Feiyu's face darkened even more. He clenched his teeth and said fiercely, "We just want you to get married and live your own life. What did that bastard tell you? I'm just not getting married, not that I won't live my own life. What do you know, brother?" Yang Xuanya huffed and turned to leave. No, this needs to be sorted out." Yang Feiyu clenched his teeth and chased after her. "Xiaoyang, stop right there. Wait, I have something to ask you. What did you say to my sister?" Chapter 301. Settling Accounts After the Autumn Harvest. Watching Yang Feiyu's anxious expression, Xiaoyang found it somewhat amusing. She tilted her head and asked calmly, "What's the rush? What do you want to ask me? What did you say to my sister? Do you know she's so disheartened by you that she doesn't even want to get married anymore?" Yang Feiyu was getting flustered and said helplessly, "Even if you don't like my sister, you should at least be polite about it. How could you do this? It's too much." "Too much? Where did it cross the line?" Xiaoyang found his anxious state amusing and chuckled before saying coolly, I don't think I've done anything wrong. Besides, I've already told you I don't like your sister. Yet, you still brought her here, trying to force her on me. That's what's truly excessive. You're treating people like objects to be handed over, so how can you blame me now? I mean, how can there be a brother like you in this world? What? This was clearly his fault, yet now it seemed like it was his own mistake? Yang Feiyu didn't know what was happening. He had come here to demand an explanation, but now he felt like he wasn't fit to be a brother to his beloved sister. Damn it! He glared fiercely at Xiaoyang. I get it now. You're the master of twisting words. Look at what you've done to my sister, and now you're standing here so confidently, making it seem like it's my fault. Pfft. It is your fault, so why this seemingly? If you still don't know where you went wrong, go back and reflect on it, got it? Xiaoyang gave him a dismissive look and turned to head back to his residence. After spending some time exploring, Xiaoyang had gained a general understanding of the area. Instead of wasting time on leisure, he now needed to concentrate on addressing the challenges facing Liaodi. You can't save someone who's constantly in need. You can't keep the court endlessly subsidizing year after year. It's a bottomless pit. Upon returning to the Prince of Liaodi's residence, Xiaoyang immediately summoned Jinyu. Go. Bring Tao Jianzi here as quickly as possible. Yes. Jinyu didn't dare to ask questions and hurried off. Xiaoyang then took out paper and pen, beginning to write and sketch. When Qi Jingtian arrived in the evening, he found Xiaoyang intently focused at the table, seemingly writing something. He quickly approached and bowed. Your Highness, here's the report on today's disaster relief efforts. Would you like to take a look? No, that's your business. Don't bother me. Get lost. Xiaoyang waved him off. He needed to concentrate on his current task and didn't want to waste words. What's going on? Seeing Xiaoyang's annoyed expression, Qi Jingtian thought he might have done something wrong and felt uneasy. Your Highness? Out. Xiaoyang waved him away without hesitation. The Prince of Liaodi, standing at the door, watched his son leave dejectedly and frowned slightly. What's wrong with you? Did the Emperor reprimand you? Is there something we haven't done well? No, he told me to get lost. Qi Jingtian sat down on the steps, murmuring, Father, what's going on? I thought the Emperor was kind and approachable, but now it's like he's a different person. What went wrong? The Prince of Liaodi found his son's distress somewhat amusing and said calmly, Serving the Emperor is like taming a tiger. It's the most ordinary thing. The Emperor has been quite lenient. With the chaos in the capital and our previous mistakes, he's still focused on work without putting on airs, even delegating everything to us to speed up the process. We should be grateful. Father, do you think he'll settle accounts after the autumn harvest? Qi Jingtian looked at his father nervously, whispering, After all, we did things we shouldn't have. If he does settle accounts later, it's our own fault. Seeing his son's cautious demeanor, the Prince of Liaodi chuckled lightly. Who can guess the Emperor's thoughts? For now, all we can do is focus on disaster relief. If we are held accountable after the relief efforts, I'll have no regrets, as long as the people of Liaodi survive. Qi Jingtian's heart ached upon hearing this. Xiaoyang hadn't intended to eavesdrop, but they were right outside his door, and their voices grew louder. It was hard not to hear. However, he knew that speaking up now would only cause more trouble, so he decided to pretend he hadn't heard anything. After all, knowing things in his heart was enough. Father, you must be tired. Let's go back and rest. Qi Jingtian quickly reacted, supporting his father's arm and walking toward the back courtyard. After a night's work, Xiaoyang had finally completed all his plans neatly. He glanced at the documents on the table and smirked slightly. Your Highness, may I come in? Qi Jingtian came to pay his respects early in the morning. Xiaoyang felt that Qi Jingtian was clearly very curious about him, to the point of obsession. He rolled his eyes and grumbled, If I say no, will you stay out? No, Qi Jingtian answered truthfully. I have something to say. Then come in. Xiaoyang rubbed his temples. After a sleepless night, he felt quite drowsy. Qi Jingtian entered and looked at Xiaoyang eagerly. Your Highness, you look pale. Didn't you sleep well last night? Didn't you say you had something to say? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow at him. Finally, Qi Jingtian remembered why he had come. He nodded and asked softly, I wanted to know if you plan to settle accounts after the autumn harvest? What? Xiaoyang knew this guy lacked tact, but he never expected him to be so blunt and reckless. To ask such a question directly to his face? Was that reasonable? Seeing his curious expression, Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh and roll his eyes. What's the point of asking me that? If I say it's about the disaster relief, does that mean it'll never end? Of course not. If so, I was thinking maybe I should enjoy some good food and arrange my affairs. Qi Jingtian spoke honestly. Chapter 302. Efficiency Improvement. What? Xiaoyang knew this kid might have some issues in his head, but he never expected the kid to be outright brainless. He rolled his eyes and snapped, If you keep blabbering nonsense here, I won't even give you time to decide what to eat. I'll just kill you and get it over with. Now, scram. Got it. Qi Jingtian nodded immediately and turned to run. Watching him bolt so quickly, Xiaoyang was both amused and exasperated. Nonetheless, he picked up his work and headed to the Liao King's study. Your Majesty, I greet you. If there's anything you need, just give the order. Why did you come in person? The Liao King saw Xiaoyang and immediately knelt, visibly nervous. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang waved his hand and said softly, Forget it. I've told you before. No need for such formalities in your home. Why don't you listen to me? Yes, Your Majesty, I dare not. The Liao King was visibly tense. Xiaoyang waved again. Get up quickly, don't waste time. I have important matters to discuss with you. He stepped forward and pulled the man up, asking, I assume your Liao region, being so vast, has some skilled craftsmen, right? Take a look, can they make these? Xiaoyang handed over the blueprints. Initially, the Liao King was extremely nervous, but upon hearing this, his curiosity piqued. He studied the blueprints, gradually forgetting his anxiety. What does this mean? The Liao King looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. I want to know, what is this all about? Xiaoyang frowned. Can't you understand? These are new farming tools, designed to boost your productivity and efficiency. And this is a dam, to prevent sandstorms. These are fruit tree plantations, which can block sandstorms and generate income. Only by making you self-reliant can you ensure long-term peace and prosperity. Upon hearing this, the Liao King immediately knelt, choked with emotion. Your Majesty's benevolence is overwhelming. On behalf of all the people of Liao, I thank you deeply. Why do you keep kneeling when I'm talking to you? Just tell me, what difficulties do you face in implementing these plans? Xiaoyang stared directly at him. With Xiaoyang speaking so straightforwardly, the Liao King also became more direct, blushing slightly as he admitted, the biggest challenge is lack of funds. Our Liao region is barren, and even securing enough food is a struggle. That's not an issue. Construction naturally requires funding, and the imperial court will bear all the costs. Just let me know if there are any technical difficulties. Oh, and the women shouldn't be sitting idle either. I've developed production plans specifically for them. The local textiles here are of excellent quality and design, but they lack recognition. I'll promote these fabrics, showcase them to the world, and let everyone appreciate the excellence of Liao. Hearing this, the Liao King was moved to tears, hugging Xiaoyang and sobbing loudly. Xiaoyang felt an unprecedented awkwardness, both amused and embarrassed as he looked at the Liao King. Why are you crying? If there's a problem, just speak up. Crying doesn't solve anything. Old servant is just too moved. With your Majesty ruling, the people are truly blessed. Enough with the flattery. Get to work quickly. Gather all relevant personnel. Once the plans are in place, I need to return home. My wife and child are waiting for me. Having been away for so long, Xiaoyang missed his wife and child the most. That soft, tender little bundle. He wondered if it had grown at all. Hearing this, the Liao King didn't waste time. Soon, the study was packed. Another round of kneeling and greetings ensued, taking up a cup of tea's time. Before finally getting to the point, Xiaoyang didn't waste words. Just as he had done in the Qin region, he began assigning responsibilities to each person. Everyone received Xiaoyang's detailed plans, looking at him with admiration and awe. Feeling their admiration, Xiaoyang remained modest, smiling. Whether these can be achieved and done well depends entirely on your abilities. I'm far away in the capital, so the development of Liao relies on all of you. Hearing this, everyone felt a surge of warmth, kneeling and expressing their gratitude. Seeing this, Xiaoyang knew they were as eager as he was. After all, no one wanted to govern a poverty-stricken region, did they? After assigning tasks, the most crucial and awkward part arrived. Everyone stared at Xiaoyang, their eyes pleading. All of this required financial support. Without money, these beautifully crafted plans would just be useless pieces of paper. Xiaoyang understood this well and waved his hand. "Follow me, everyone." They followed Xiaoyang out of the study and witnessed a scene they would never forget. Before them stood a mountain of gold. Yes, a literal mountain made of gold. "I hope you can use this mountain of gold to ensure the people's peace and prosperity," Xiaoyang said. "Your Majesty is wise. Long live the Emperor. Long live, long live." Everyone knelt, shouting loudly, tears streaming down their faces. With the final task in Liao completed, Xiaoyang didn't want to waste any more time. He waved and turned to leave. Initially thinking he was just returning to his courtyard, the Liao king realized too late that Xiaoyang's courtyard was empty. He had already returned to the capital. "Father, this emperor is truly remarkable." Qi Jingtian looked at the mountain of gold and sincerely remarked, "With such a ruler, how can we lack a future?" The Liao king, too, was astounded. Xiaoyang's visit had brought no reproach, only immense support. Money, resources, everything they needed. Indeed, with such an emperor, all the people of the world can live in peace and prosperity. The Liao king gazed into the distance, perhaps reminiscing about the past. Could this truly bring back those days? Xiaoyang raced back, day and night, and finally, 10 days later, returned to the capital and to the Zhaoyang palace. "Wife, I missed you so much." Xiaoyang rushed in to embrace Shen Yunyan, but she pushed him away with disgust. "Someone, prepare water." "What? You're rejecting me?" Xiaoyang looked at her pitifully. "I rushed back to see you, almost flying. How can you reject me?" "But you smell." Shen Yunyan held a handkerchief over her nose. "You reek." "Ugh. Damn." Xiaoyang was both amused and embarrassed, finally submerging himself in hot water, closing his eyes in comfort. "Yunyan, you're so good to me. Having a wife like you, I'm so lucky." Chapter 303, Too Tired. "So many sweet words as soon as you return," Shen Yunyan said, half laughing and half crying. "I don't know when you became so glib." Xiaoyang looked wronged. "We haven't seen each other for over 2 months, and you don't miss me at all? As soon as I walked in, you were so disdainful towards me. Don't you love me anymore?" Seeing his pouting expression, Shen Yunyan felt momentarily at a loss. She sighed and said softly, "If it were just you and me, anything would be fine, but now the child is still young. You're all dirty and smelly. What if he gets sick?" "I knew it. Ever since we had little Radish, you don't love me anymore." Xiaoyang snorted and turned his face away. "You really are that kind of woman. I've told you countless times, it's Tsonger, not Little Radish." Shen Yunyan corrected again. Although they had given the child a very nice name, there was still this embarrassing nickname. Who would name a crown prince Little Radish? He's just a pesky little radish. Why can't I call him that? I will call him Little Radish. Xiaoyang snorted. "Honey, I've been away for so long. Don't you miss me at all?" "Of course I do," Shen Yunyan said, placing her hand on his shoulder and smiling softly. "How could I not miss you?" Immediately after, Shen Yunyan took the initiative and kissed him. How could he resist? Xiaoyang wrapped his arm around her and pulled her into his embrace. The two of them, submerged in warm water, held each other tightly and soon lost themselves in the moment. After their wild escapade, Xiaoyang was too exhausted and simply held Shen Yunyan as they fell asleep. At this moment, the senior maid Ming Yuan rushed in from outside. "Your Majesty." "Sure, speak softly." Shen Yinyan made a gesture to silence her. Ming Yuan immediately knelt down with a thud. "I deserve to die. I didn't know the emperor was here." "Sure, talk outside." Shen Yinyan quietly got up. Xiaoyang, who usually slept lightly, was already awake but didn't open his eyes. Seeing Ming Yuan's anxious expression, Shen Yinyan frowned. "What's the matter?" "Lady Tian is giving birth." "What? Tian Zhao is giving birth?" Shen Yinyan became nervous and quickly walked out. "Isn't it still a few days away? Why is she having an early labor?" "The lady had an early labor, and the baby's position is not right. She's struggling between life and death." Ming Yuan followed closely behind, reporting the situation. Xiaoyang, who initially didn't want to get up, couldn't help but do so hearing the commotion outside. They all went to the minister's residence together. They saw Ah Fu pacing back and forth at the door. Why hasn't she given birth yet? Ah Fu was extremely anxious. Inside the room, Tian Zhao's painful screams echoed, making everyone's hearts race. Shen Yinyan was very nervous. "Let me in. I need to be with her." "Your Majesty, Your Highness, it's not good. The lady's baby can't come out. If this continues, both mother and child will be in danger." "Nonsense." Ah Fu was furious and kicked the midwife. But at this moment, Xiaoyang remained calm. "Call the female physician to come here." "Yes, yes." The midwife struggled to get up from the ground and quickly brought the female physician over. The female physician was covered in blood and sweat. She knelt there, trembling. "Your Majesty, I have truly done my best, but..." "Stop the nonsense. You need to immediately cut open her abdomen, take out the baby, and then sew it up with sheep gut thread." Xiaoyang stared directly at her. "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Ah Fu immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty, I don't want the child, I want Tian Zhao." "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Xiaoyang stared directly at the female physician. The female physician took a deep breath and immediately calmed down. "Yes, I have heard of such a treatment before, but I have not practiced it. If something goes wrong, then... Do you have a better solution?" "No, I will do my best. Save my wife. I only want my wife." Ah Fu followed up and added another reminder. Seeing his anxious state, Shen Yinyan's expression changed. She snorted. "Tian Zhao's pregnancy has always been stable, and the baby was also stable. Normally, she should have a safe and smooth delivery, but why did she suddenly go into early labor and end up like this? Tell me, what exactly happened?" I am innocent." Ah Fu knelt on the ground, feeling extremely wronged. "Last night, I was too busy in the study and didn't want to disturb Tian Zhao, so I slept alone. But in the morning, when Tian Zhao came to bring breakfast, she saw a woman naked lying beside me, and that's how it happened." "What?" Hearing this, Shen Yinyan was so angry her nose almost turned crooked. She slapped him and said angrily, "I knew this wasn't simple. Listen, if Tian Zhao is fine, then it's fine. But if she has any problems, I'll have you buried with her." "I really didn't do anything. I don't even know that woman." Ah Fu felt wronged after being hit. Xiaoyang, however, remained calm and held Shen Yinyan's hand. "Don't get too excited. Take care of your own health. Don't worry, they will all be fine. You don't know, Tian Zhao and I grew up together, and she's endured so many hardships. Now that our lives are finally getting better, and then, you scoundrel, if anything happens to my sister, I'll fight you to the death." Shen Yinyan said, tears streaming down her face. Her entire heart was clenched, afraid that she might really lose Tian Zhao. Seeing this, Xiaoyang felt even more helpless. He sighed and said softly, "Now is not the time to blame anyone. Be good, okay?" The screams from inside soon stopped. About half an hour later, a weak newborn baby was carried out. "Congratulations, it's a boy. But since he was born prematurely and had a difficult birth, he's a bit frail. What about my wife?" "My wife?" Ah Fu was anxious. He had no interest in the baby and only wanted to know how his wife was doing. Seeing his behavior, Shen Yinyan gritted her teeth. "What a hypocrite." "Don't worry, sir, madam is fine." The midwife quickly replied. Hearing this, Ah Fu rushed into the room. Woohoo, Tianzhao, my sweet Tianzhao. She's not hurt. Why are you crying? Xiaoyang said with disdain, wrapping his arm around Shan Yinyan's shoulder and whispering, Don't get so excited. She's fine. Mother and child are safe. Mother and child are safe? Shan Yinyan looked at the kitten-like baby inside. This child is so frail just after birth. Who knows if he can be raised? That Ah Fu is really a scoundrel. All right, he's also pitiful. Don't talk about him. Xiaoyang held Shan Yinyan's hand. They don't have time now. Let's go meet that woman, shall we? Shan Yinyan finally came to her senses. She had been so tense earlier that she had forgotten about this matter. The real culprit wasn't Ah Fu, but that mysterious woman. Chapter 304. The Embroidery Zaox. The woman had already been tied up and was now locked in the firewood room. As the emperor, Xiaoyang naturally wouldn't go to the firewood room himself. Instead, he waited in the study, eagerly anticipating to see what kind of girl could make Tianzhao so angry that she went into premature labor. Observing Xiaoyang's demeanor, Shan Yunyan could sense something was off. She frowned and said with displeasure, If I didn't know better, I'd think you're taking some kind of sick pleasure in this. Caught red-handed? Xiaoyang glanced at her sheepishly and whispered, No, I'm not taking pleasure in it. I'm just curious, that's all. Purely curious. Soon, someone brought a woman into the room. The scene was undeniably alluring. Perhaps because she had been taken from her bed, the woman was now only wearing a crimson embroidered undergarment with mandarin ducks. Seeing this, Shan Yunyan's face darkened even more. Get her dressed. An undercover guard immediately stepped forward, removed his outer coat, and wrapped it around the woman's body. Noticing Shan Yunyan's anger, Xiaoyang quickly composed himself and looked at the woman with a serious expression. Do you want to confess yourself, or shall I ask you? The woman pitifully gazed at Xiaoyang, kowtowed, and choked out, Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. I will never do it again. It's all my fault for seducing the minister. It wasn't his fault. To an outsider, it might seem like she had some sort of affair with Ah Fu. In reality, however, the two were as pure as snow, with nothing happening between them. Xiaoyang looked at the woman's manipulative demeanor with disdain and said indifferently, The Minister of War has been with me since we were young, so I know him best. Moreover, since he married, he has been devoted to his wife, never seeking any other women. Even the maids in the minister's residence were carefully selected. A vixen like you wouldn't have been chosen. Hearing this, the maid's expression clearly showed her panic. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I will never dare again. She kept kowtowing until her forehead was bruised and bloodied, looking utterly pitiful. Unfortunately, despite her wretched state, Xiaoyang felt no sympathy. He coldly said, Look at you now. You don't resemble an ordinary maid at all. Your hands, your skin, so smooth and fair. You must have been carefully nurtured, a natural beauty. At this, Shan Yunyan also caught on to the underlying implication. Her face darkened as she glared at the maid, gritting her teeth. Speak. Who sent you here? Your Majesty, please spare me. I was just momentarily foolish. Please, Your Majesty, give me a way to live. The maid kept kowtowing, clearly hoping that Shan Yunyan would feel pity and offer her a way out. Xiaoyang waved a hand, sounding slightly annoyed. I usually dislike harsh interrogation, but it seems we must resort to that now. Jinyu, will a stick of incense be enough time for you? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, glancing at the man beside him. Jinyu immediately responded, Absolutely, Your Majesty. Rest assured. With that, he picked the woman up like a chicken and carried her out, soon followed by the sound of her screams. Hearing these sounds, Shan Yunyan's expression became somewhat uneasy, clearly showing her discomfort. Seeing this, Xiaoyang's lips curled into a faint smile as he said, Looks like my wife is still very kind-hearted. If you can't bear to watch, go back first. No, Tianzhao is my sister. I absolutely cannot let this go. I must investigate this matter thoroughly. Shan Yunyan's stance was firm. Although the screams made her uncomfortable, she could endure it. After all, Such incidents would likely become more frequent in the future. Observing her determination, Xiaoyang walked over and took her hand. Don't worry. Tianzhao is your sister, and that makes her like a sister to me. I will get to the bottom of this. Xiaoyang, thank you. Shen Yunyan leaned on his arm, finally relaxing. Seeing her vulnerable appearance, Xiaoyang smiled softly and whispered, in the future, I will never let you face such situations. I'm not some delicate rabbit. I don't mind these things. I'll learn to get used to it. But I hope you'll always be my little rabbit. Xiaoyang's lips curved into a gentle smile, filled with an indescribable tenderness. Looking at her adorable expression, Xiaoyang smiled warmly and placed a kiss on her forehead. Soon, the screams outside ceased, and Jianyu returned with a battered and bruised woman. Just moments ago, she had been a stunning beauty. Now, she was a mess, with no intact skin left. Jianyu had certainly been ruthless. Xiaoyang showed no sympathy for the battered maid, only coldly looking at her. Speak. What's the matter? I am a main young seductress, raised by the embroidery Zaox. My name is Hong Yun. I was sent to seduce high-ranking officials. The woman, on the verge of collapse, spoke the truth. The embroidery Zaox? Xiaoyang frowned slightly upon hearing this, glancing at Jianyu. Why haven't I heard of the embroidery Zaox before? Jianyu shook his head, whispering, Indeed, I've never heard of this organization before. It seemed that the great Xia Empire was indeed full of hidden talents. Not bad at all. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, smiling. This is good. Some surprises are always welcome. Go back and investigate this matter with Li Nu together. Your Majesty, what about this woman? Jianyu looked at Xiaoyang curiously. Xiaoyang's gaze shifted to Shen Yunyan, a playful smile on his face. Of course, she's to be handled by the Empress. With that, he stood up and walked out. He knew Shen Yunyan would not leave Tianzhao's side at a time like this, but his presence was unnecessary. Thus, he left the matter in her hands. Returning to the imperial study, Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before sending a message to young Feiyu. Although there was no definite news, Xiaoyang was certain that the young man had returned with him. He was sure young Feiyu would soon come to see him. Sure enough, not long after, Ji Xiang entered. Your Majesty, Mr. Yang is here. Let him in. Xiaoyang waved a hand, a faint smile on his lips. Yang Feiyu entered with a look of resentment, glaring at Xiaoyang. Finally remembered me, huh? Seeing his pouting expression, Xiaoyang found it amusing and said lightly, Look at you. I feel like you've been wronged or abandoned. Chapter 305, A True Master. How dare you even mention it? I asked you to do something for me, and look at what you've done. You're really not very kind, are you? Now, I have to take my sister back the way she came. Once we're home, my brother is going to kill me. Yang Feiyu sat beside him, full of resentment and frustration. Xiaoyang found his distress quite amusing and said lightly, I rarely see you looking so downcast, but I really don't understand. Your brother is quite good to you. So why are you afraid of him? Afraid? Impossible. Yang Feiyu snorted and muttered, You're overthinking things. I'm not the type to be easily afraid of anyone. All right, let's not talk about this now. What do you want? Why did you call me here? Have you heard of the Xiaozhao Pavilion? Xiaoyang got straight to the point. What? Yang Feiyu thought he had misheard and looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Aren't you always loyal to the Empress? How could you go to such a filthy place? You run a brothel, and you're calling others filthy? Xiaoyang said, half amused and half exasperated. I find that hard to believe. Yang Feiyu stepped forward, leaning on the table and looking at Xiaoyang with complete seriousness. You're really mistaken about me. My establishment may be a place of pleasure, but the women there are refined and charming. While there might be some strange transactions, the Xiaozhao Pavilion is completely different. Oh? What do you mean? Xiaoyang asked, intrigued. Yang Feiyu, who was usually quite casual, now stood there with a serious expression. It's a pink hell on earth. All the children are bought at the age of 3 or 4 and meticulously trained. Under the influence of special medicinal concoctions, these girls become delicate and boneless, the kind of women men adore. But that's not all. From a young age, these children are trained in various assassination techniques. They strike with precision and ruthlessness, leaving no trace. Many have tried to investigate, but no one has found any evidence. Yang Feiyu's expression darkened. So, it's best not to provoke the women from there. Hearing this, Xiaoyang chuckled and said calmly, "Such a formidable place. Do you know who's behind it?" "No idea," Yang Feiyu replied, shrugging nonchalantly. "What?" Xiaoyang was a bit surprised by this response. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "There are still things you don't know in this world? That's quite rare." Yang Feiyu snorted and said indifferently, "I'm just someone in the intelligence business, not a god. How could I know everything? Listen, there are some mysterious organizations in the civilian world. It's best not to investigate. It's just a waste of time." Seeing his serious demeanor, Xiaoyang finally calmed down and started to take the matter seriously. It seemed the situation was far more sinister than he had imagined. This woman didn't just want to drive a wedge between a Fu and Tianzhao. She wanted a Fu's life and Tianzhao's unborn child. It was a complete annihilation. How vicious. Xiaoyang's expression turned grim. Clenching his teeth, he muttered, "These bastards." "Yes, they're all bastards, and they're everywhere," Yang Feiyu said, blinking at him. "You should be careful too. Their next target might just be you." "What?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang perked up. "That's right. I'm the emperor. I'm their primary target." Seeing Xiaoyang's excitement, Yang Feiyu smiled and whispered, "So you have the same idea, don't you? Although I haven't seen it myself, I've heard that the women of the Xiaozhou Pavilion are quite extraordinary. Are you sure you can resist them?" Judging by his expression, it was clear that Yang Feiyu was just here to watch the show. Xiaoyang frowned, pinched his face, and said irritably, "Stop talking nonsense. It's about time you left, got it? Leave?" Yang Feiyu shook his head and whispered, No, I'm not going. How can I leave now? I need to stay and protect you." Heh. Seeing his enthusiasm, Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "You must have something wrong with your brain. I think you should find a good doctor and get yourself checked out." With that, he turned and walked out. He really needed to meet this mysterious woman. Hong Yun was covered in wounds, clearly showing that Jian Yu had not held back. She was barely clinging to life. Xiaoyang looked at the barely conscious Hong Yun and said with a smile, "I knew the Empress, being kind-hearted, wouldn't be able to bring herself to kill someone like you." Hearing this, Hong Yun twitched her lips. "The Emperor must love the Empress very much, right?" "Yes, I do. What's wrong with that?" Xiaoyang admitted without hesitation. Hearing this, Hong Yun burst into laughter, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. But the laughter only aggravated her wounds, causing her intense pain. She coughed violently, spitting out blood, and said weakly, "We've seen too many affectionate men. You know, when they abandon their so-called beloved, how cruel and resolute they are. All men in this world are the same. The so-called beloved is just self-deception." "Ha, it's really too funny." Seeing Hong Yun's state, Xiaoyang stood up and looked down at her, saying calmly, "It seems you're a poor soul who's never experienced true love. No wonder you'd say something like that. But that's fine. If you believe the world is as you see it, at least you'll live more easily." Xiaoyang didn't want to change Hong Yun's worldview. He just wanted to do what he needed to do. He slowly approached, grabbed Hong Yun's wrist, and carefully felt her pulse. Women like her must have something controlling them. Otherwise, how could they be so obedient? "Is it the passion goo?" Xiaoyang was surprised. "It seems the one behind you is quite a master. The passion goo is very difficult to cultivate, yet he can mass-produce it. Impressive, very impressive." Chapter 306, An Answer. "You, an emperor, actually recognize this?" Hong Yun looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. "Are you even a legitimate emperor? What kind of nonsense is that?" Xiaoyang frowned, slightly annoyed, and retorted, "If I'm not a legitimate emperor, Does that make you a legitimate woman? Heaven, earth, mystery, yellow. Which one do you belong to? Xiaoliang asked curiously. Then without hesitation, he tore open her clothes and saw the character Heaven on her shoulder, momentarily stunned. You're actually a heaven? Hong Yun was genuinely caught off guard by Xiaoliang's swift and decisive action. She felt a surge of anger and snapped, "So what if I am? If you have the guts, kill me." "Why would I kill you? You're more like a keepsake, a lucky charm. I'll keep you around and play with you slowly, hee." Xiaoliang said this with such confidence, it was almost shameless. Seeing this, Hong Yun truly began to panic. She had thought that once discovered, her fate would simply be death, but she never expected her identity to be uncovered so easily. Her gaze towards Xiaoliang was filled with aggression, but it was clear that her only weapon now was her eyes. Living like this must be torture for you. It'd be better to die, so you should be grateful to me. But what's with that look in your eyes? Xiaoliang raised an eyebrow, tilting her chin up and staring directly into her eyes. Let me guess, you must have family in Shoujiao Pavilion, right? It's a place full of women, and you're so protective of your family, so it must be your sister. This, Hong Yun was shocked, but quickly shook her head. No. Unfortunately, that momentary shock was enough to give Xiaoliang the answer he needed. Xiaoliang let go of her, stood up, and spoke down at her. Do you think I have the ability to find out who your sister is? I imagine your sister isn't at Shoujiao Pavilion, but living a relatively stable life in the home of some high official, isn't she? At this, Hong Yun truly panicked, struggling to move forward and attack Xiaoliang. However, she was tightly bound, and despite her efforts, she couldn't move an inch, let alone harm Xiaoliang. Seeing her frantic state, Xiaoliang shrugged and smiled. Looks like I'm right, but you've been specially trained, so you shouldn't be this agitated. So, you're deliberately acting to mislead me, aren't you? This left Hong Yun completely dumbfounded. How does he know everything? Xiaoliang chuckled. This is getting interesting. I'm already looking forward to the next part of the game. Guards, take her away and treat her well. Do not mistreat her in any way. I intend to keep her around for my amusement. Xiaoliang waved his hand and left without turning back. Now, Hong Yun was truly desperate. She had thought she could die cleanly, but never expected to be captured and treated this way. What should she do? What can she do? Xiaoliang left and headed straight to the Zhaoyang Palace. Seeing the sleeping child, his heart felt more at ease, and the restless emotions from earlier calmed down. Xin Yunyin noticed his expression and frowned slightly. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. By the way, how's Tianzhao? She's out of danger now, just very tired and needs rest. Childbirth is tough for any woman. No one can avoid it. When mentioning this, Xin Yunyin still felt a bit annoyed. She gritted her teeth and muttered, That Afu is just too foolish. What should we do about this? Both of them were set up. Why don't you blame Tianzhao for being suspicious? Xiaoliang began defending them. What? Xin Yunyin was seeing this side of Xiaoliang for the first time and couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. So, you're saying Afu is not at fault? What fault does Afu have? He just slept in the study. What does he know? It's Tianzhao who doesn't trust her husband at all. If I were Afu, I'd be angry too. Xiaoliang said this so naturally, it was as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. This situation was one Xin Yunyin had thought she was in the right about, but now, discussing it, she felt like she might be the one in the wrong. She looked at Xiaoliang in disbelief. I find your logic completely twisted. How is this twisted logic? It's the truth. Just tell me, isn't trust the most important thing in a marriage? Xiaoliang pressed on. Now, Xin Yunyin understood. Xiaoliang wasn't talking about Afu. He was talking about her. She raised an eyebrow. So, did you do something unforgivable outside that you need me to trust you? What kind of question is that? Xiaoliang chuckled, pulling her closer and whispering, I'm not defending anyone. I just think, no matter what, it's their life to live. Don't you agree? Hearing this, Xin Yunyin nodded along. Yes, we can only play matchmaker, but how their life turns out, we can't control. Exactly. So, let them handle these messy issues themselves. A married couple needs to go through some storms together. If they can hold hands and get through it, their future will be smoother. Just like us, we've gone through many storms, and we've never let go of each other's hands, which is why we're here today, at the peak, together. Xiaoyang held her hand. Don't you think so? This moved Shen Yunyan deeply, and she nodded firmly. Yes, you're right. They should experience some things for themselves. That's more like it. Xiaoyang smiled softly, kissing her. Don't worry, they'll get through it safely. At the minister's residence, Afu held Tianzhao's hand, his heart aching as tears welled up in his eyes. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. My fault. Tianzhao, having just returned from the brink of death, was exhausted. But when she looked at Afu, her eyes were filled with guilt. No, it's not your fault. It's mine. I didn't give you absolute trust. I doubted you, which is why someone took the opportunity. It's all my fault. How could it be your fault? You're the best, the very best to me. Afu's tone was resolute. Our child, though small like a kitten, I'll cherish her dearly. You can rest assured. Hearing this, Tianzhao's eyes reddened as she whispered, You don't know yet, but there's a scar on my body, ugly, hideous. Chapter 307. Attracting attention. I don't know how many scars I have on my body, and they are all quite gruesome and frightening, but it doesn't matter, Afu said with a smile. You only have one, but I have many. If you don't mind me, how can I mind you? Today you don't mind, but what about tomorrow? Tianzhao's eyes lowered. Min, after all, like beautiful things. Knowing that anything she said now would be useless, Afu chuckled softly, took her hand, and said gently, Right now, nothing else matters. The most important thing is your health. You must take good care of yourself, understand? I understand. Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Tianzhao obediently nodded, smiling at him. Don't worry, I won't do this again in the future. For several days, the court remained as calm as stagnant water. All departments were going about their business as usual, as if everything had returned to normal. But Xiaoyang was well aware that this was merely a surface calm, with undercurrents swirling beneath the surface. How is the investigation going? What have you found out? Xiaoyang's attention was now largely focused on this mysterious organization known as the Xiaojiao Pavilion. The existence of such a group in the civil society, with an unknown stance towards them, made Xiaoyang feel uneasy. Jian Yu looked at Xiaoyang with some difficulty and said softly, Your subordinate is incompetent. We have not yet found anything of value. What? Xiaoyang was well aware of Jian Yu's abilities, and if even he couldn't find anything, it likely meant they were truly at a dead end. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's expression grew grim. Continue the search. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find this Xiaojiao Pavilion. Yes. Jian Yu responded and turned to leave. Xiaoyang then looked at Linu, who was looking worried, and raised an eyebrow, curious. Are you worried about me, or about him? Of course, I'm worried about the emperor. Linu said, half laughing, half crying. What was the matter with him? Even at a time like this, he still couldn't be serious? Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Right, even if you're in a relationship, you can't neglect your work. This Xiaojiao Pavilion appeared too suddenly, and based on their usual style of operation, they should be cautious and not so easily discovered. So, I believe they might be covering for someone. There must be something big in the court that we haven't noticed yet. Xiaoyang wasn't a fool. He wasn't going to put all his eggs in one basket. So now, they needed to spread their efforts and find out if there were any other hidden dangers. Yes, I will be extra careful and keep an eye on all movements in the court. You only have one pair of eyes. It's hard to keep watch over everything. Xiaoyang was deeply concerned. Although all indications showed that everything was normal, he couldn't shake the feeling that something unexpected might happen. Seeing him like this, Linu spoke more seriously. I will do my best. No, there's no such thing as 1,000 days of defense. I think it's better to lure the snake out of its hole. But how do we do that? Linu's face was filled with frustration. Xiaoyang chuckled. Since he wanted to lure the snake out, he naturally had his own methods. He tapped Linu's forehead. Learn from this. What you learn will be your own skill. With that, he strode forcefully toward the Zhaoyang palace. After confirming that his son was not present, Xiaoyang overturned the table and glared angrily at Shen Yinyan. What exactly do you mean by this? Shen Yinyan, seeing his expression, immediately understood and knelt down. This concubine really doesn't know what she did wrong. Please calm down, Your Majesty. You don't know what you did wrong? I think you know it all too well. Shen Yinyan, have I been too lenient with you? Have you forgotten who is the emperor? Xiaoyang coldly stared at her. Let me tell you, the harem is under your management, but it is still my harem. Think about it carefully. Shen Yinyan gazed at him, her eyes filled with weiqi, biting her lower lip. Everything I do is for you. Humph, you know very well what you're doing it for. Xiaoyang clenched his fists, still looking furious. Although he knew it was just an act, seeing Shen Yinyan's weiqi expression still made Xiaoyang feel a pang of guilt. Come here, move all my things out. Move them to the Linglong Hall, Xiaoyang said and strode out. A little maid quickly stepped forward to help Shen Yinyan up. Shen Yinyan sat there, her face covered in tears. What did I do wrong? Not just Shen Yinyan, but everyone was puzzled. They didn't understand why Xiaoyang, who usually doted on the empress, would suddenly get so angry and show her no face. The news quickly spread, and soon the entire capital knew what had happened. Xin Yuanfeng, worried about his sister, hurried to the palace to request an audience, but after seeing his sister, he found her just crying and unable to speak a word. Sister, don't cry. What exactly happened? Why would brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? He's no longer the Xiaoyang from before. He is now the emperor. Shen Yinyan's eyes were red as she grabbed Shen Yuanfeng's hand. Brother, you must promise me never to say such foolish things again. There is a clear distinction between monarch and subject, and we should not overestimate our own importance. What? Shen Yuanfeng had thought it was just a trivial quarrel, but never expected the matter to be so serious. He looked at his sister in disbelief and whispered, Sister, what exactly is going on? What do you think? You men, what kind of creatures are you? Do I even need to explain? Shen Yinyan wiped her tears. All right, this is between us. You should stay out of it and leave now. What did she mean by what kind of creatures men are? Could it be? Shen Yuanfeng immediately stood up and hurried toward the imperial study. Ji Xiang entered and announced, Your Majesty, the imperial uncle requests an audience. Hearing that Shen Yuanfeng wanted to see him, Xiaoyang became annoyed and threw down the document in his hand. What does he want at a time like this? Let him in. Yes. Ji Xiang quickly turned and let Shen Yuanfeng in. Shen Yuanfeng entered and respectfully performed a deep bow. This subject pays his respects to Your Majesty. Was he really angry? Xiaoyang looked at him coldly. Rise. What do you want at a time like this? Chapter 308. Times have changed. Shen Yuanfeng was also caught off guard when Xiaoyang spoke to him in such a formal and businesslike manner. It was only now that he realized he had no leverage at all. Without Xiaoyang's special favor and exceptional treatment, he was practically nothing, not even qualified to stand up for his sister. In front of Xiaoyang, he was absolutely weak and powerless. Thinking of this, Shen Yuanfeng felt a surge of frustration. He looked at Xiaoyang with a complicated gaze, clearly unsure of how to begin the conversation. Xiaoyang, seeing his hesitation, could roughly guess what was going through the boy's mind. She frowned slightly and tapped the table. You came to the imperial study in broad daylight to request an audience. Is it just to stare at me? Jean? At the mention of this title, Shen Yuanfeng finally understood what it meant for times to have changed. In the past, Xiaoyang would never have addressed herself as Jean in front of him. A wave of sadness washed over him. Lowering his head, he muttered in a small voice, I have nothing to say, Your Majesty. Indeed, he was still just a child of 10 or so. Judging by how hastily you came, it must be about the Empress, isn't it? As an external official, you should refrain from meddling in the affairs of the harem. After all, this is my harem and my empire. Don't you agree? Xiaoyang coldly gazed at the bewildered Shen Yuanfeng below. Shen Yuanfeng had expected Xiaoyang to explain why such a situation had occurred. But to his surprise, all she said was to mind his own business. This wasn't the shift in attitude a bit too drastic? Being young and not yet mature in temperament, Shen Yuanfeng couldn't handle this response. He suddenly blurted out, "In your Majesty's eyes, is she just the Empress, and am I merely the Empress's brother? What do you mean by that? How dare you speak to me like this? Who gave you permission to address me so impudently?" Xiaoyang was furious and threw the teacup in her hand to the ground. "I see you've grown quite bold, relying on your sister's favor to shout orders in front of me. Do you even have me, the Emperor, in your eyes?" Zhan, the Emperor. Once upon a time, Shen Yuanfeng had naively believed that these titles were far removed from him. But now, he understood that anyone sitting on that throne would make the same mistakes. They were all lonely rulers, and no matter how deep their emotions were, they would inevitably change. "I have been disrespectful in the Emperor's presence, and I deserve death. But please, Your Majesty, do not take it out on the Empress. Punish me alone." Shen Yuanfeng knelt down directly. If it was to be businesslike, then let it be so for everyone. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang found it somewhat amusing, but she still maintained her patience and said gently, "Given your young age, I won't hold it against you. However, your current state of mind is too restless to be out in public. Go home and reflect on your actions." Reflect on my actions? Shen Yuanfeng's fragile heart was repeatedly crushed today. It trembled violently, and then he kowtowed heavily, "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty." After saying this, he stood up, gave Xiaoyang a deep look, and turned to leave. Undoubtedly, the boy's final glance carried some sting. To an outsider, it might have seemed as if he were the one who had been abandoned. Leaving the imperial study, Shen Yuanfeng returned to the Zhaoyang Palace, heartbroken. Upon entering, he hugged his sister and wailed, "Sister, he's changed. He's really changed. He's no longer the Xiaoyang of before." What was going on here? Although Shen Yunyan knew that Xiaoyang wouldn't give Shen Yuanfeng a good reception, her brother's reaction seemed a bit off. Logically, shouldn't he be angry and cursing? This pitiful, sobbing display. What was that about? "Sister, I told you men are unreliable, but you didn't believe me. You insisted on trusting him. Now look, he's so ruthless. What will you and the child do?" After crying enough, Shen Yuanfeng looked at his sister with concern. Shen Yunyan looked at him, feeling a mix of emotions. After a moment's hesitation, she softly said, "Since I knew my husband would one day become the Emperor, I was prepared for this day. I'm not a pushover, so don't worry. Did he make things difficult for you?" "He ordered me to return home and reflect on my actions." At this, Shen Yuanfeng felt another surge of grievance. "But what did I do wrong? The palace is in chaos now. I think you should go home quickly. Don't worry about me. After all, I'm still the Empress, and my child is still the Crown Prince. Go home now. Staying here will only distract me." "Sister, are you really going to stand against him?" Shen Yuanfeng had personally witnessed how close these two had once been, so he couldn't accept the idea of the once loving couple now standing against each other. Seeing Shen Yuanfeng like this, Shen Yunyan smiled and said softly, "My silly brother, if he no longer has any affection for me, then all I can do is hold on to what I can. Even if it's not for myself, I must consider the child, don't you think?" At this, Shen Yuanfeng fell silent. He could only look at his sister with concern. Xiaoyang is ruthless. When he loves you, you're the most important person in the world. But when he doesn't, he won't show mercy. I support you standing against him, but I'm afraid, sister. I'm really afraid you won't be a match for him. I fear he'll kill you. I have my methods. As long as you don't meddle, I'll be fine. Understand?" Shen Yunyan squeezed Shen Yuanfeng's hand and slipped a small vial into it. "Go home now." Feeling the small vial, Shen Yuanfeng's face was full of astonishment. He looked at his sister in disbelief. Could it be that this quarrel was so serious that it had reached the point of wanting to kill each other? Who could tell him what had happened? Why were two people who had once been so loving now at each other's throats? Why? Watching Shun Yuanfeng stagger out of the palace, Shun Yunyan's lips curled into a smile. She said, "Come, close the gates of the Zhaoyang Palace for me." Chapter 309. Willingly. What? What did you say? The gates of Zhaoyang Palace are closed. Xiaoyang felt completely out of sorts upon hearing this. Angry as he was, acting was acting. What did closing the palace gates mean? Did it really imply a separation? Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel like he was at a disadvantage. Ji Xiang watched Xiaoyang's reaction, unable to discern what he was feeling. He cautiously spoke in a low voice. "Shall I inform the Empress Dowager?" "Inform? About what? She can do whatever she wants. Get out." Xiaoyang impatiently waved his hand, clearly irritated. In the midst of his anger, a whiff of plum blossom fragrance suddenly wafted into his nose. He instinctively looked up and saw a fair-faced young maidservant offering tea beside him. Here she is. Xiaoyang hadn't expected their actions to be so swift. He had thought luring the snake out would take some time, but never had he imagined that they would act so quickly. A morning quarrel, and by the afternoon, someone had already arrived. Quite efficient indeed. "What's your name?" Xiaoyang picked up the teacup, smiling faintly as he looked at the girl. It was undeniable that whoever was behind this had some skill. In such a short time, they had found someone with a resemblance to Shen Yunyan that was about 3 or 4 points similar. Clearly, they intended to play a game of similar to her. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang found it even more intriguing. "This servant is called Lu Mei. Greetings, Your Majesty." The girl knelt down, trembling with fear. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction at her actions, lifting her chin and staring straight at her face, saying with a smile, "Lu Mei? A good name indeed. No wonder you carry a faint scent of plum blossoms. However, I find you unfamiliar. You're not a maid from the imperial study, are you? Your Majesty is sharp-eyed. This servant was recently selected by the Inner Bureau to serve Your Majesty." Lu Mei's face blushed, almost instinctively avoiding Xiaoyang's gaze. This girl was quite skilled indeed. Her shyness, her coyness, it was quite. Xiaoyang chuckled, "The name is good, and the looks are good too. Stay and serve tea." "Yes, this servant thanks Your Majesty for the grace." Lu Mei immediately became overjoyed, kowtowing on the ground. Unfortunately, Xiaoyang didn't take any further action, merely smiling and waving his hand. "Leave." "Yes, this servant takes her leave." Lu Mei hurriedly retreated from the room. Xiaoyang glanced at the tea in the cup and called for Li Nu. "Taste this and see if there's anything peculiar about it." Having witnessed the entire interaction between them, Li Nu smiled at him, then picked up the teacup, sniffed it, and took a sip, whispering afterward, "This contains a hallucinogenic drug?" "Yes, it's datura." Xiaoyang smiled. She must have thought I was already bewitched by her. Where does this little girl get her confidence from? Actually, I think it's mainly due to your superb acting that she couldn't help but believe it. Even I, standing by, almost believed it. Li Nu couldn't help but laugh at this point. Seeing her laugh, Xiaoyang's expression changed slightly, and he said irritably, "Why do I feel like you're gloating? On my honor, how dare I?" Li Nu quickly shook her head. Xiaoyang waved his hand. "Keep a close eye on the head of the Inner Bureau. Sister Linglong?" Li Nu looked at Xiaoyang in surprise, speaking softly. "Sister Linglong has been with the Empress Dowager since the beginning and has always been loyal. Most importantly, the Empress Dowager trusts her deeply. Since we moved in, the palace has been downsizing. How could there be a newly inducted maidservant?" Xiaoyang stared directly at her. If the Inner Bureau didn't approve, then who else could allow a maidservant to enter the palace? If the Inner Bureau didn't arrange it, how could a new maidservant serve in the imperial study? At this, Li Nu suddenly understood everything, her expression turning strange. She lowered her head and whispered, "It truly is knowing someone's face, but not their heart. Never did I expect it to be her. Of course, it's not just her. There must be others. What we need to do now is to lure the snake out, understand?" Xiaoyang stared straight at Li Nu. "Protect the Empress. No matter what happens, ensure the Empress's safety. Otherwise, I'll have your heads cut off and kicked like balls." Li Nu immediately knelt down. "Yes, this servant guarantees that even if I die, I will ensure the Empress Dowager remains unharmed." Go. Xiaoliang nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand to dismiss her. This was the result he wanted. Now that he had it, there was nothing more to say. Zhaoyang Palace. Tianzhao, upon hearing the news, disregarded her recent childbirth and entered, wanting to be by Shan Yunyan's side. Seeing Shan Yunyan's calm expression, she was puzzled. "Your Majesty, are you really not worried at all?" "Worried? Of course, I'm worried. Look at you. You've just given birth and you're here. Isn't that reckless? Why don't you take your body seriously? I'm telling you, if you don't take care during your confinement and leave a root cause of illness, it will follow you for the rest of your life, understand?" Shan Yunyan held Tianzhao's hand, nagging. Listening to her nagging, Tianzhao felt a warmth in her heart. She lowered her head and whispered, "Your Majesty, you're in this situation yourself, yet you're still so concerned about me. This emperor, he really shouldn't. Didn't he promise to love you forever, to be good to you forever? How could he do such a thing? How many heads do you have to dare speak ill of the emperor behind his back?" Shan Yunyan looked at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation, whispering, "All right, stop talking about this. The most important thing for you now is to take good care of your body, understand?" Tianzhao looked at Shan Yunyan, hesitated, then whispered, "Your Majesty, I feel like something's off with your state of mind. Could it be that you and His Majesty are of one heart? It seems you know me best." Shan Yunyan smiled softly, holding her hand tenderly. "Thunder and rain are all the Emperor's grace. Therefore, we must endure loneliness and humiliation. He is my husband, so whatever he does, I must cooperate with him. I do so willingly. What are face and reputation? I only wish for his safety." Chapter 310. Loss. Watching Shan Yunyan in this state, Tianzhao felt a wave of shock. Having grown up with the young lady, she was well aware of Shan Yunyan's cautious and reserved nature, shaped by the tumultuous events in the minister's mansion. Shan Yunyan rarely let her true emotions show, and even more seldom displayed such wildness. She was always rational and graceful. But now, for Xiaoliang, everything seemed different, as if everything had changed, truly changed. Tianzhao looked at Shan Yunyan directly and spoke softly, "Lady, you look so unfamiliar to me now. I'm really scared. I'm afraid something might happen to you. Are you okay?" "Why would anything happen to me? You just need to take care of yourself. For now, stay out of these messy affairs. It's better to avoid the limelight and live peacefully." Shan Yunyan smiled lightly and glanced at her. When Tianzhao brought up the topic, she felt a pang of discomfort. Her eyes lowered as she murmured, "Live peacefully? Before our marriage, I thought that if a man and woman loved each other, they could live happily after getting married. But now that I'm with the man I love, I feel a strange sense of loss." "Loss?" Hearing this, Shan Yunyan looked at Tianzhao with curiosity, hesitated for a moment, and then asked softly, "I don't know much about your relationship, but is he treating you badly?" "Not exactly badly, but before we were married, he always thought of me first, prioritized me in everything. Now, it's different. The contrast is too stark, and sometimes I really envy you. Having a man like the Emperor who gives you his whole heart. Even after becoming the Emperor, he remains the same, always putting you first. That's a great blessing, something countless people would envy." Hearing this, Shan Yunyan felt a warm glow. She smiled softly, her mind filled with memories of Xiaoliang's kindness toward her. She took Tianzhao's hand and said gently, "Not everyone can have that, but I believe a Fu can. You've just gotten married and faced so many troubles. It's normal to feel this way. Don't take it to heart. After all, you're husband and wife, a team that needs to support each other, don't you think? I understand the logic, but I just feel upset and uncomfortable." Tianzhao looked at her pleadingly and whispered, "Milady, why can't he love me the way the Emperor loves you?" Shan Yunyan didn't know how to comfort her on this matter. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly and said quietly, "I don't know. I thought that after becoming the emperor and empress, we could live in peace. I thought our dreams were about to come true, but I never expected things to turn out like this. A peaceful life is just too hard to come by. Yes, in this chaotic world, having a peaceful life is incredibly difficult. Seeing Shan Yinyan like this, Tianzhao felt a pang of sympathy. She reached out, took her hand, and smiled gently, saying softly, "It's okay. The emperor will always hold your hand, and you'll get through this. A peaceful life is just around the corner. Hopefully." Shan Yinyan sighed and leaned against Tianzhao, murmuring, "All right, then stay here and keep me company. Just rest and take care of yourself. I'll have them bring the child in too." Let a Fu reflect on his actions alone. Tianzhao almost laughed out loud upon hearing this. "I knew you loved me the most, lady. Cut the nonsense. You've been with me since we were young. Who else would I care about if not you?" Shan Yinyan chuckled lightly. As the emperor of the nation, Xiaoliang, instead of sleeping, climbed over the wall late at night and entered Shan Yinyan's Jiaoyang palace. He tiptoed into the bedroom. "Ah, who's there?" Shan Yinyan looked at him in disbelief. "Who are you?" "It's me," Xiaoliang whispered in a low voice. "What?" When Shan Yinyan recognized Xiaoliang's face, she was completely stunned. She rolled her eyes and said irritably, "What are you doing sneaking around at this hour? Are you trying to scare me to death?" "It's because of you. You closed the palace gates, and I thought something had happened to you. I was worried." Xiaoliang looked at her pleadingly and said sullenly, "You know I was just acting. Why are you taking it so seriously? Are you really giving up on me?" Shan Yinyan couldn't help but laugh at his pitiful expression. She rolled her eyes again and said, "Isn't it you who confined me here? Now it's like I'm the one bullying you." Seeing this, Xiaoliang lowered his head and muttered, "I just wanted it to be more convincing. But I thought you were really angry with me, so I thought I should reflect on my actions." Shan Yinyan looked at him pitifully. Hearing this, Xiaoliang couldn't help but laugh. He said softly, "What are you talking about? You're not wrong. You're always right." Finally, Shan Yinyan felt satisfied. She nodded contentedly and leaned against his shoulder, murmuring, "When will this ever end?" "It should be soon. They're getting restless." Xiaoliang explained everything about Lu Mei in detail. This made Shan Yinyan's expression even darker. She coldly looked at Xiaoliang. "These people are moving so fast? They've already found someone for you? Is she really that good-looking?" "Not particularly beautiful, just quite delicate. I think she resembles you from back then." Xiaoliang teased her with a mischievous smile. Shan Yinyan's expression changed at this. She snorted and said sullenly, "These people are really shameless. Knowing you love me the most, they deliberately find someone similar to me. Isn't that just trying to disgust me?" "Exactly. It's a two birds with one stone kind of move." Xiaoliang chuckled and looked at her. "But you're you. I only want you. Similar doesn't cut it, and neither does someone who looks just like you." Chapter 311. Holding Steady. These words were quite pleasing to Shan Yinyan. She nodded, then tilted her head to look at him, speaking softly, "I truly hope you can always remember these words. I'm really afraid. Now that you love me so much, what will happen in the future? What if you stop loving me later? What should I do then?" Seeing Shan Yinyan's anxious demeanor, Xiaoliang hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, "May I ask if you're pregnant again?" "What?" Shan Yinyan hadn't yet snapped out of her melancholy and immediately changed her expression. "What are you talking about? How could it be so soon?" Xiaoliang chuckled, pulling her into an embrace and speaking gently, "It's just that you're always overthinking things. I thought maybe it's because of hormonal changes from being pregnant." "What nonsense." Shan Yinyan gave him a direct glare, then said irritably, "You're now the ruler of a nation, so stop doing such things in the future, understand?" "Understood. So, can I sleep here now?" "No, go to your Linglong Hall." Shan Yinyan was resolute. Since the act had already begun, it had to be fully committed to. If by chance it was discovered, then all their previous efforts would be wasted. Hearing this, Xiaoliang felt utterly defeated, eventually turning unwillingly and walking out. His movements were undetectable, so there was no chance of being found out. Returning to Linglong Hall, lying alone on the bed, he felt icy and lonely. At this moment, LV May entered with a cup of tea. "Your Majesty, have some tea? Are you out of your mind?" Xiaoliang looked at her, utterly speechless. "Even if you want to talk more with me, you should find a proper reason, right? It's the middle of the night, and you want me to drink tea? How am I supposed to sleep then?" "What?" LV May hadn't expected her little scheme to be seen through so quickly. But soon, she realized that since Xiaoliang was well known, it wasn't surprising he could see through her intentions. She knelt down, speaking pitifully. "It's all my fault, Your Majesty. Please don't be angry. I just saw Your Majesty seemed upset, and thought some tea might help. Is this tea or ambrosia?" Xiaoliang smirked at her. "Little girl, tell me, what do you want?" LV May remained kneeling, looking at Xiaoliang with a pitiful expression, whispering, "I just feel sorry for Your Majesty. There's no other intention." "Feeling sorry?" "Indeed. Green tea girls are always like this. Green tea knows nothing. Green tea only feels sorry for her brother." Seeing LV May's genuine expression, he found it somewhat amusing. After hesitating, he asked with a smile, "What is there about me that deserves your sympathy?" LV May looked at him, struggling to discern his meaning. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, "Your Majesty always dotes on the Empress, yet she makes Your Majesty sad, so I feel sorry for you. Do you know the consequences of a palace made gossiping about the Empress? I dare not. I will never do it again. Your Majesty, please forgive me." LV May hadn't expected Xiaoliang to turn so quickly. Looking at her, Xiaoliang felt a wave of disdain, then said indifferently, "Forget it. You just spoke the truth. You may leave. Shall I help Your Majesty change clothes?" Xiaoliang spread his arms, not refusing. But soon, he felt a tinge of regret, as he discovered that although the girl seemed timid, she was quite bold. Just changing his clothes, she kept touching him all over, clearly taking advantage of the situation. Seeing her like this, Xiaoliang's lips curled slightly, but he didn't comment. LV May took this as tacit approval, her face flushing with embarrassment. After setting down the clothes, she ran out in a small dash. Watching her retreating figure, Xiaoliang felt another wave of disdain, rolling his eyes before muttering discontentedly, "For this kingdom, the price I've paid is too great." Lying on the bed, Xiaoliang endured the humiliation and fell into a deep sleep. In just a day and night, rumors had spread throughout the palace. Tianzhao looked at Shen Yunyan with concern, whispering, "Miss, are you really not worried at all?" "Worried about what?" Shen Yunyan smiled at Tianzhao. Although Tianzhao wasn't sure if she should say such things at this moment, she was genuinely worried about Shen Yunyan. So she mustered her courage and said, "Everyone in the palace knows that the emperor had a quarrel with you, is angry, and has taken a liking to a little maid in his study." Hearing this, Shen Yunyan found it utterly ridiculous. She said indifferently, "Our Zhaoyang palace has long since closed its gates, not allowing anyone in, yet someone still managed to pass on the news. You tell me, why is that?" This, Tianzhao looked at Shen Yunyan, tentatively asking, "Could it be that these rumors are deliberately spread to make you lose your composure? You're indeed worthy of being a minister's wife now. Look at you, your awareness has improved. You can even think of this, that's quite impressive." Shen Yunyan looked at her with satisfaction, a slight smile on her lips. This, Tianzhao felt rather awkward hearing this. After hesitating, she whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, you're praising me, right?" "Of course I am praising you. Isn't it obvious enough?" Shen Yunyan chuckled lightly. "Since someone is so eager for me to know about this and make a scene, then should I give them a reaction, or should I feign ignorance and watch them panic?" Although Tianzhao didn't understand why Shen Yunyan was asking her such a question at this moment, after hesitating, she still said, "I still think we should hold steady." "Indeed." Shen Yunyan nodded again with satisfaction, smiling. "Indeed, a girl from my side has a sharp mind. Right now, we must adapt to the situation by staying the course." Hearing this, Tianzhao immediately brightened up, cheerfully saying, "If that's the case, then we're quite at ease, just pretending to be deaf and dumb." Yes, just pretending to be deaf and dumb will do. Shen Yunyan smiled lightly, gently pinching the cheeks of the baby in her arms. Chapter 312. Mind your own business. The little baby, unhappy with being pinched, stretched its arms in protest. This reaction amused Shen Yunyan, who chuckled softly and then murmured, "Look, isn't this child's temperament exactly like mine?" Hearing this, Tianzhao finally felt relieved. She looked at Shen Yunyan and whispered, "At first, I was worried for you. But now it seems that the one who's about to suffer hasn't realized the danger yet." That statement was quite accurate. Shen Yunyan nodded in satisfaction, glanced at her, and then smiled. "You're absolutely right. Miss, shall we just continue with our lives as usual?" Tianzhao smiled. "To be honest, since coming to the capital, I haven't had such a peaceful life again. Since arriving in the capital, who hasn't been treading on eggshells, careful not to make any missteps?" Seeing Tianzhao like this, Shen Yunyan nodded in agreement, smiling. "Yes, after entering the capital, I thought about being a good empress, but I suddenly realized that some people simply don't like you. Their dislike has nothing to do with whether you're good or not. They just hate you for no reason. If that's the case, why should I bother pleasing others? It's better to live for myself." Tianzhao felt a twinge of discomfort hearing this. She held Shen Yunyan's hand earnestly and said, "Exactly, that's right. We're already the best. They hate us because they're blind, or because they're jealous of us for not being as good as we are." In the imperial study, Xiaoyang's face darkened as he looked at the stack of memorials on his desk. He spoke coldly. As soon as rumors started circulating, the officials in the court couldn't wait to submit memorials requesting the restoration of the selection of concubines. If there's no collusion behind this, who would believe it? Li Nu stood beside him, hesitating slightly as he looked at Xiaoyang. "Your Majesty, the harem has always been a place of tight information control. It's unlikely that the court would know about these rumors so quickly. It's more likely that there's a connection between the court and the harem. However, it's unclear who within the inner court is colluding with the officials." Hearing this, Xiaoyang nearly blew a fuse. He snapped irritably, "Am I asking you? Or are you asking me? What's the point of talking nonsense now? Why don't you hurry up and investigate?" Li Nu hadn't expected to blurt out his inner thoughts so carelessly. Seeing Xiaoyang's frustrated expression, he didn't dare to argue back. He quickly nodded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Sigh. These rumors must have already reached the Empress's ears. Why are these gossiping women so meddlesome? Aren't they deliberately trying to cause trouble for me? What am I supposed to do if she starts a fight with me over this? Xiaoyang propped his chin on his hands, genuinely distressed. Seeing him in such a helpless state, Li Nu felt another wave of disdain. But this time he refrained from saying anything more. He simply turned and walked out, realizing that everyone's mood was sour. If he said the wrong thing, he'd only end up suffering the consequences himself. With all the commotion in the palace, things outside weren't much calmer. Shen Yuanfeng, currently under house arrest, felt utterly distressed upon hearing these rumors. Although he had always believed that Xiaoyang wasn't an ungrateful person, for some reason, this time he felt deeply disappointed. Perhaps it was because of the poor attitude Xiaoyang had shown during their last meeting. "I need to see the emperor. Let me out." Shen Yuanfeng clenched his teeth, glaring at the guards at the door. Jinyu, looking utterly resigned, stared back at him. "Lord Guo, I think it's best if you return inside. The emperor has ordered you to reflect on your actions. If you leave now, it would be considered disobeying the emperor's decree. The empress's situation is already quite difficult. If you continue causing trouble, it won't be good for the empress either." "The empress's situation is difficult?" Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng's face turned even grimmer. "My sister just gave birth not long ago. How can she endure such turmoil? Let me out. I need to see my sister." "Please calm down, Lord Guo." At that moment, a young maid stepped forward and grabbed the agitated Shen Yuanfeng. She whispered, "Even if you were to enter the palace and see the emperor, it wouldn't help. It might only make things worse, causing the emperor to clash with the empress even more. I think it's better to return inside and avoid defying the emperor. After all, there's a clear distinction between subject and ruler." Jinyu, standing to the side, listened to this with a thoughtful expression. Indeed, this little maid had a way with words. Yes, there's a clear distinction between subject and ruler, a seemingly reasonable statement. But saying it at this moment was akin to pouring oil on the fire. Sure enough, Shen Yuanfeng's anger intensified after hearing this. He clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at Jinyu. If I insist on leaving today, will you dare to stop me? I must stop you, Jinyu said calmly, looking directly at him. The Emperor's orders are for me to guard you. If you leave, I'll likely lose my head. What would become of me then? What? Shen Yuanfeng hadn't expected the man to be so blunt. Seeing him like this, he was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the young maid suddenly began kowtowing. Sir Guard, please don't harm our Lord Gua. He's just young and impulsive, worried about his sister. He has no disrespect toward the Emperor. Finally, Jinyu couldn't hold back. He coldly stared at the little maid and said, When did I ever say I would harm Lord Gua? I'm just doing my duty. How did you twist that into me deliberately making things difficult for him? Hearing this, the maid's face turned pale for a moment. Although Shen Yuanfeng was young, having been by Xiaoyang's side for so long, he had matured somewhat. He finally sensed something amiss and stared directly at the maid kneeling on the ground. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? The maid clearly hadn't expected the focus to shift to her so suddenly. She knelt there, seemingly at a loss, her head bowed as she stammered, This servant is called Yuer. I pay my respects to Lord Gua. I'm new to the household, so Lord Gua doesn't recognize me. Is that so? New to the household and already bold enough to step forward and stop Lord Gua, to kneel here and speak in such a sarcastic tone? Well, you're quite something. Jinyu said with a sardonic smile, looking at her. Chapter 313, Schadenfreude. As expected, the next second, the girl's face turned pale. Although I just entered the residence, I have always admired Lord Guajiao. Do as you please. As long as the Guajiao residence doesn't get into trouble, the rest doesn't concern me, Jinyu interrupted impatiently, then turned to glance at Shen Yuanfeng before heading out to stand guard. Originally, Shen Yuanfeng was extremely worried about his sister and was desperate to find a way out. But now, something felt off. He furrowed his brows, hesitated for a moment, then snapped, Stop bothering people. Get lost. What? Yuer was clearly caught off guard. After all her efforts, she hadn't expected such a reaction. Shouldn't he have seen her as a rare confidant and treated her well from now on? Why was it like this? What went wrong? Seeing Yuer still kneeling there refusing to leave, Shen Yuanfeng's expression darkened. It seems you enjoy kneeling. Fine, then stay here and kneel. With that, he turned and left, not sparing her another glance. He wasn't the type to be easily swayed by beauty, and this girl wasn't even that stunning, just very good with words. As soon as he entered the study and sat down, Jinyu appeared out of nowhere. Are you a ghost? How do you move so stealthily? Shen Yuanfeng was startled and glared at him irritably. Jinyu merely shrugged and said indifferently, I didn't mean to scare you. The Emperor and Empress asked me to deliver a message to you. How's my sister? Shen Yuanfeng didn't care about anything else. All he wanted to know was how his sister was doing and why Xiaoyang had become so heartless. Seeing Shen Yuanfeng's anxious state, Jinyu felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Rolling his eyes, he said impatiently, What kind of person the Emperor is, others might not know, but surely you do. This single sentence left Shen Yuanfeng silent. He took a deep breath and muttered, I know what kind of person he is, but I'm not entirely sure yet. I just don't understand why he's doing this. The Emperor said he's disappointed in your behavior. The Empress said you'd better stay home and not meddle in other people's business. Jinyu relayed the message before vanishing in a flash. What did that mean? What was the hidden meaning behind those two sentences? Shen Yuanfeng was completely baffled, unable to grasp their true intent. But soon, it dawned on him. He had seen Xiaoyang's feelings for his sister, so Xiaoyang wouldn't easily change. Which meant, this was all an act. A joint performance by the two of them. What a pair of cunning, ruthless wolves. Shin Yuanfeng suddenly felt all his previous emotions had been wasted. He sat there, tugging at his hair in frustration. What a fool I've been. In the imperial study, Lu Mei brought in tea, her eyes shyly meeting Xiaoyang's. Those who knew her intentions saw her as devious, while those who didn't might think they were exchanging meaningful glances. Xiaoyang found it amusing how confident this girl was, daring to look him in the eye like this. Did she really think she had won his favor? Watching her shy expression, Xiaoyang smiled. Did you use a lot of rouge today? Your face is so red. Indeed, when Xiaoyang acted, he was quite convincing. That simple sentence was enough to make people blush. Lu Mei lowered her head, whispering, I'm just a bit nervous. I didn't use much rouge. Nervous? Why? Are you nervous serving the emperor? What are you nervous about? Xiaoyang propped his head on one hand, his gaze curious yet unreadable, filled with an enigmatic light. The young girl, despite her special training, was no match for Xiaoyang. She blushed, glancing at him timidly. Serving my master, I naturally feel nervous. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Like? Xiaoyang chuckled at these words. I am the ruler of this land, and you're just a tea-serving servant. You dare say you like me? How bold of you. Lu Mei hadn't received the response she wanted, and she froze for a moment before kneeling. It was my foolish dream, offending the emperor. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Watching her nervous state, Xiaoyang's lips curled into a smile. Is that so? I thought you wouldn't be nervous at all. Forget it. She's just a little girl. It's natural for her to have some unrealistic fantasies. You may leave. Xiaoyang waved her off. As soon as she left, Linu followed. Sister Lu Mei, what great fortune you have. The emperor seems quite different toward you, Linu said with a smile. Though Lu Mei had just entered the palace, she was well acquainted with the dynamics of the imperial study. She knew Linu's standing in the imperial study, so she was overjoyed. Sister, I don't quite understand what you mean. Could you explain? Haha, what else could it mean? It's to congratulate you. The emperor likely has his eyes on you, Linu said, lowering her voice but still sounding gleeful. What? Lu Mei was both shy and cautious, asking tentatively, Are you sure? But the emperor seemed angry earlier and sent me away. I've served the emperor for so long, and I've never seen him let bygones be bygones for those who've made mistakes. But with you, it's different. No matter what you do, he just laughs it off. Isn't that special? Linu suppressed her laughter, continuing to mislead. Now, Lu Mei was convinced, her face turning red as she turned and ran off. A classic case of a maiden in love. What a fool. Linu snorted disdainfully, then returned to the imperial study, recounting everything to Xiaoyang before smirking at him. If you have something to say, just say it. What are you looking at me like that for? Xiaoyang felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and chuckled. Go on. What else did you find? Your Majesty, you're quite charming. Even the spies sent to complete missions can't resist you, Linu said, covering her mouth and laughing, clearly enjoying the situation. Chapter 314. What are you talking about? What kind of nonsense is this? Xiaoyang looked at her smug expression with a wave of disgust and said irritably, Have I been too lenient with you lately? You're all getting so brazen. Don't you know I've been in a bad mood recently? Everything is going smoothly now. Why is your Majesty in a bad mood? Li Nu asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang became even more frustrated. He lowered his head and muttered, But I haven't slept with my wife for days. What? What? Li Nu had been listening attentively, but she never expected him to blurt out something like that. Was that it? She had initially felt a bit sympathetic, but now, Li Nu couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Xiaoyang sighed and continued, There's all this gossip in the palace, and the court is pressuring me again, demanding I open the harem to those women. I really don't get it. You know, Qin and Liao are in dire straits, especially Liao, which is a complete mess. Yet, they don't seem to care about any of that. All they talk about is my personal life, always focusing on my private matters. I just don't understand. Are these people out of their minds? Seeing Xiaoyang's frustrated expression, Li Nu felt he made sense and nodded in agreement. Then, she whispered, "Yes, it's like their eyes are glued to your majesty. It's really bizarre." Xiaoyang glanced at her. "How's the investigation into Xiaozhao Pavilion going? We found something. Do you know about the kingdom of Linglong?" Li Nu stepped closer and lowered her voice. "What?" Xiaoyang was taken aback upon hearing the name. That was a long time ago. How could it be related? After multiple inquiries, I discovered that Xiaozhao Pavilion has a connection to the kingdom of Linglong. It's said that the princess of Linglong, Chu Xuanji, was sold into a brothel. The training methods of Xiaozhao Pavilion. Moreover, Chu Xuanji was originally from the southern border, so she naturally knew how to control insects. Li Nu looked at Xiaoyang. Calculating her age, Princess Xuanji would be in her 50s or 60s by now. But I wonder what she's planning. Linglong Kingdom, the southern border. Xiaoyang tapped the table lightly with his hand and then said calmly, "It seems we need to have a talk with the emperor of the southern border. Don't stop the investigation. I need to know if there were any surviving royal bloodlines from the kingdom of Linglong. A woman who survived on her own probably wouldn't want to restore the kingdom. So, they must still have other royal bloodlines in their hands." After dismissing Li Nu, Xiaoyang still felt uneasy, so he quickly wrote a letter to the emperor of the southern border and sent it through his special channel. If this matter really had something to do with the kingdom of Linglong, it could bring endless trouble in the future. After thinking about it, he decided to sneak into Zhaoyang Palace by climbing over the wall. As someone who had traveled through time, he didn't know much about this matter, especially compared to Shen Yunyan, who was a native. "Why are you climbing over the wall again?" Shen Yunyan looked at him sneaking in from outside and was speechless. "There's only me here. Who are you performing for?" Now, Xiaoyang was genuinely embarrassed. He blinked at her and whispered, "I think you don't love me anymore. Look at how harsh you are with me now." "Cut the nonsense." Shen Yunyan glanced at him and said coolly, "You must have something to tell me, right? You don't seem to be here just to mess around." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang became even more excited. He walked up to Shen Yunyan and chuckled, "Hee hee. I knew the most understanding person in the world is my wife. I just wanted to ask you, do you know about the kingdom of Linglong?" "Linglong Kingdom? Why are you suddenly bringing that up?" "That was decades ago." Shen Yunyan looked at him, puzzled. Seeing her reaction, Xiaoyang knew he had come to the right person. He immediately nodded. "Recently, while investigating Xiaozhao Pavilion, I found that it might be related to Princess Xuanji." "What?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yunyan shook her head and said softly, "That's impossible. Princess Xuanji died by suicide the moment she entered the brothel. How could she still be alive?" "Died by suicide upon entering?" Xiaoyang frowned and asked softly, "Who said that?" "Everyone knows. The incident caused quite a stir at the time, so the whole capital knew about it. But I heard from my mother that she always admired Princess Xuanji. My mother said that Princess Xuanji was the most skilled insect controller in the world, but she was born at the wrong time, which led to such a tragic ending." After hearing this, Xiaoyang's brows furrowed tightly as he looked at Shen Yunyan. "Do you know which brothel she was sold to?" "Feng Yuelu. All the official prostitutes were managed there." Shen Yunyan smiled and took Xiaoyang's hand, gently saying, "I know there are many things going on recently, but you can't be overly suspicious. It really can't be Princess Xuanji. She's already dead." Xiaoyang held her hand and rubbed his head against her shoulder, whispering, "So, can I sleep here tonight?" "Of course not. Take your leave." Shen Yunyan pointed to the window. "Leave the way you came. Don't get caught." Xiaoyang realized that since being with him, Shen Yunyan had changed completely. She was no longer the gentle and graceful woman she used to be but had embraced her playful side, becoming more genuine and unpretentious. Yet, Xiaoyang liked this real and uninhibited Shen Yunyan even more. He hugged Shen Yunyan and gave her a firm kiss before reluctantly leaving. Watching Xiaoyang's retreating figure, Shen Yunyan's eyes grew deep, as if she was thinking of something. Her hand slowly clenched into a fist. Although she hid it well, Xiaoyang still sensed something was off. So, after returning, he immediately sent a message to young Feiyu, summoning him over. This guy was always well informed, so he should know what was going on. When young Feiyu arrived, he clearly had a chip on his shoulder. "Brother, what's the matter? It's so late." Chapter 315. The plot thickens. "In the middle of the night, I called you here for a reason. Tell me, what do you know about Princess Xuanji of the Linglong Kingdom?" Xiaoyang asked directly, feeling extremely irritable and wanting to get to the bottom of this matter quickly. Young Feiyu was clearly caught off guard by the sudden mention of such an old topic. He sighed and replied gloomily, "Aren't you busy enough? Why are you suddenly interested in ancient history? The story of Princess Xuanji happened ages ago. Are you sure you want to know? Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Xiaoyang shot him a disdainful look and said unhappily, "Just tell me what you know." "All right, I understand," young Feiyu said with a helpless shrug. He lowered his head and continued, "The Linglong Kingdom is actually the present-day Nanzhong. Back then, everyone joined forces to attack, and in the end, Nanzhong reaped the greatest benefits. Later, Princess Xuanji was sent to the Fengyue brothel, where she died by suicide on the same day. After that, she disappeared without a trace, and no one ever mentioned the Linglong royal family again. However, these are just surface stories. In reality, Princess Xuanji was secretly bought away by someone. It's said to be a high-ranking official." Young Feiyu glanced at Xiaoyang as he said this. "I don't know who exactly, but the person is surnamed Shen." "Shen? Shen? How could it be such a coincidence?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang's expression immediately changed. He said irritably, "Shen Tao? I don't know. Honestly, I really don't know." Young Feiyu shrugged, feeling helpless. "I've told you before, I just collect information. I'm not a fortune teller." "Fine, you can leave now." Xiaoyang waved his hand, and many pieces of the puzzle suddenly clicked into place in his mind. He glanced at young Feiyu and sighed. Seeing Xiaoyang in this state, how could young Feiyu really leave? He wanted to stay and enjoy watching Xiaoyang's distress. Smiling, he taunted, "You don't really think it's Shen Tao, do you? If so, then your queen, your precious one, wouldn't she soon?" "Get out!" Xiaoyang suddenly erupted with a burst of ferocity. At this, young Feiyu didn't dare to say more. He suppressed his smile, stood up, and walked out. Xiaoyang looked outside, his hands clenched into fists beneath his wide sleeves. If all these suspicions turned out to be true, then, he sighed, feeling the future was bleak. Soon, the Emperor of Nanzhong sent the best Gu master to the capital, though publicly it was not presented as a Gu master, but as an envoy here to exchange knowledge and learn. These days, Xiaoyang had been constantly dealing with Lu Mei, and it was almost certain both inside and outside the palace that she would be the new empress. Such rumors didn't bother Shen Yunyan, but she was still deeply troubled these days. At first, Tianzhao thought she was just putting on an act, but to her surprise, Shen Yunyan's condition seemed to be getting worse. Only then did Tianzhao realize it wasn't an act but genuine distress. Although Tianzhao didn't understand why Shen Yunyan was so troubled, she still tried to comfort her. "Miss, are you alright?" "It's nothing, Tianzhao. Look, the weather outside is so nice, but I don't know if I'll ever be able to enjoy such days again. My child is still so young. I don't know if I'll be able to watch him grow up. Tianzhao, promise me one thing. If something happens to me, you must take care of my child, no matter what, do you understand?" Shen Yunyan suddenly grabbed Tianzhao's hand and began to entrust her with this request. What was going on? Seeing Shen Yunyan's serious expression, Tianzhao became anxious and whispered, "Miss, please don't say such things. You'll be fine. You'll watch the crown prince grow up and ascend the throne." Shen Yunyan looked deeply at her child and sighed. "Miss, what's wrong? Tell me." Tianzhao was really getting worried now. "What happened? Why can't we talk about it together and share the burden? Why are you shouldering this alone?" "I'm not shouldering it alone. I just..." Shen Yunyan sighed. "These matters are too complicated, and I don't know how to explain them. Just know that if something happens to me one day, you must protect yourself at all costs." With that, she stood up and went to hold her child. The envoy arrived in the capital in the morning and was already in the imperial study by the afternoon. Naturally, Hong Yun was also present. After days of good food and care, Hong Yun had gained some weight, and her wounds had healed. Seeing her condition, Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, "It seems you've been living quite comfortably these days." Hong Yun didn't show much reaction to his words. She just nodded and smiled. "Yes, this has been the most peaceful period of my life. I never knew life could be like this. I guess I really haven't lived in the real world before." "Enough nonsense," Xiaoyang said, giving her a Yanwu look. "If you're in hell, don't drag the whole world down with you." Pfft. Hong Yun looked at Xiaoyang and chuckled softly. "If all men in the world were as clear-headed as you, then the Xiaozhao Pavilion wouldn't have such power. Indeed, most men in this world are foolish. Once they see a beautiful woman's tears and pity, they lose all sense and do whatever she says." You understand men well, but unfortunately, you've taken the wrong path." Xiaoyang shrugged and glanced at her. "But don't worry, I won't kill you easily." Soon, the Gu master came over to identify the Gu on Hong Yun. After a while, he nodded. "It's the passion Gu. Do you have a way to deal with it?" "No, the only way to alleviate the torment during an outbreak is through intercourse with a man." Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, "Are there any other dangers?" "Yes, on the 1st and 15th days of each month, there's heart-devouring pain. However, with the antidote, it can be temporarily suppressed. That's probably how they control them." The Gu master spoke frankly. Xiaoyang smiled upon hearing this and said lightly, "All right, I understand." He waved his hand to dismiss the Gu master, then looked at him expectantly. "Is there any Gu that can make me act quickly without harming my life?" "Yes, but during the outbreak, it feels like ants are gnawing, extremely painful." The Gu master looked at him with concern. "Your Majesty, are you sure you want to try?" Chapter 316. Far-fetched. It was clear that Xiaoyang didn't care about the side effects of this thing. He had to know the truth now. Although he was well aware that the truth might overturn all the beauty he currently had, he didn't want to be a fool or live in a daze forever. Even if he had to face a heartbreak, he would endure it. "All right, use it," Xiaoyang said with a smile, extending his hand and directly slashing his palm. He knew that no matter what kind of Gu worm it was, it needed blood to nourish it, so being infested was the same. The Gu master, seeing Xiaoyang like this, let out a helpless sigh. "Yes, then please endure it, Your Majesty." Soon, the Gu master took out a small jar from his sleeve and directly placed the small worm inside onto Xiaoyang's wound. The little creature immediately understood and bit down, then disappeared, clearly entering Xiaoyang's body. Xiaoyang waved his hand. "This matter must be kept highly confidential. You may leave now." "Yes." The Gu master looked at Xiaoyang with a mix of worry and sympathy, then turned and walked out. Xiaoyang sat alone in the imperial study, feeling the Gu worm moving inside his body. He knew that although he seemed relaxed now, once it acted up, it might be unbearable, but he wanted to know even more if the truth would hurt worse than this Gu worm. 3 days later, during the morning court session, Xiaoyang suddenly fainted and was carried back to the Linglong Palace. Originally, the gates of the Zhaoyang Palace were tightly closed, but upon hearing this news, Shan Yunyan rushed hurriedly to the Linglong Palace. But to her utter surprise, LV Mei actually blocked her. "Your Majesty, the Emperor is currently unwell, so he cannot see you for the time being. Besides, didn't the Emperor order you to be confined? Your Majesty is disobeying the imperial decree." LV Mei knelt on the ground, speaking with righteous indignation. Normally, Shan Yunyan would play along with her, but this time was different. Xiaoyang was inside, unconscious and possibly on the brink of death. She had no patience to waste words on such a small fry. "Li Nu, slap her!" Shan Yunyan shouted in anger. Li Nu naturally didn't hesitate, stepping forward and slapping LV Mei with both hands. Xiaoyang's sudden illness had everyone in the dark about what was going on, but Li Nu understood that the only one who could hold everything together now was probably Shan Yunyan, so she naturally needed to follow Shan Yunyan's orders. LV Mei was completely stunned, looking at Li Nu in disbelief, whispering, "Sister, are you crazy? The Empress disobeying the imperial decree. How dare you help the tyrant?" If the emperor wakes up and finds out you're causing trouble, he will definitely hold you accountable. Do you have a problem in the head? Li Nu looked at her with disdain, rolling her eyes and coldly saying, "She's the empress, and what are you? Just a low-ranking servant. How? The emperor gave you a few compliments, and now you're acting like the master here? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, the world is governed by the emperor, but the emperor's affairs are governed by the empress." What did that mean? LV May thought she had won Xiaoyang's favor and even secretly fell for him, but never expected to hear such words now? She couldn't accept it, truly couldn't. Taking a deep breath, she tightly gripped Li Nu's arm and said, "The empress's favor and affection for me, you all should have seen it. She will definitely make me the empress in the future." This person really had a screw loose, didn't she? Li Nu had seen people with wild imaginations, but never expected her to be so far-fetched. It was terrifying. She looked at LV May as if she were looking at a legendary fool, coldly smiling before saying, "I think your brain really isn't right. Fine. Let me tell you directly, the emperor's favor for you is just a fart." After saying that, she turned and walked inside, joking. Why would she waste her time on such a foolish person? Xiao Yang lay on the bed, his lips purple, his whole body convulsing, looking extremely frightening. The entire imperial hospital was kneeling on the ground, but they were all helpless. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Shen Yunyan already understood what was going on. She waved her hand. "Enough, all of you leave." Although Xiaoyang and Shen Yunyan had had their disagreements recently, Shen Yunyan was the legitimate empress, and her child was the legitimate crown prince. Who dared to disrespect her? One by one, they hurriedly picked up their medicine chests and turned to leave. "Imperial physicians, how is the emperor? How can you just leave like this? How is the emperor now? Speak, speak." Seeing the imperial physicians leave, LV May rushed after them, asking one by one. Now, everyone avoided her like a plague, quickly moving away, afraid of being implicated. Seeing this, LV May became even more furious, rushing in and cursing at Shen Yunyan. "You vicious woman, the emperor is seriously ill, yet you dismiss the doctors. What do you mean by that? Do you want the emperor to die so that the crown prince can ascend the throne?" This statement was utterly heartless. Tian Zhao stepped forward and slapped her hard across the face, saying fiercely, "How dare you? What are you to speak such words in front of the empress? Spreading malicious rumors. Come, drag her out and beat her to death with sticks. You dare. How dare you? The emperor loves me the most. If he wakes up and finds me gone, he definitely won't let you off." LV May was fearless, directly throwing herself to the side of Xiao Yang's bed, tightly gripping his hand. "Your Majesty, it's me, Mayor. Your Majesty." It was too disgusting. Seeing her like this, Shen Yunyan was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing who was too deep in the act. It was laughable, really laughable. She rolled her eyes and said indifferently, "Since you love the emperor so much, then stay here and watch." After saying that, she took out the jade pendant from her chest and smashed it to the ground. A green worm crawled out and burrowed into Xiaoling's wrist. Not long after, the struggling and convulsing Xiaoyang woke up, looking confused at everything in front of him. All he wanted to do now was curse. He had asked for a goo worm that acted quickly, but he didn't ask for one that would make him lose his mind. Could someone tell him what exactly was going on here? Chapter 317, Apology. Turning around, Xiaoyang noticed that Shen Yunyan's expression wasn't too good. Then he saw of Mei, her face streaked with tears, clutching his hand. What the hell? Xiaoyang immediately pulled his hand back as if he had touched something dirty, gritting his teeth in displeasure. "How dare you? Who allowed you to touch me?" "Your Majesty, I am Love Mei. I don't care if you're a plum or a peach." Xiaoyang was filled with disgust and coldly waved his hand. "Guards, take her away." This time, no one hesitated and quickly dragged her out. Shen Yunyan also waved her hand. "Everyone leave." Now, only the two of them remained in the room. Shen Yunyan looked at the man on the bed and said calmly, "Is there something you want to tell me?" Xiaoyang didn't know why, but previously he had felt justified in his actions. Now, facing her like this, he felt a bit guilty. He lowered his head and said softly, "What about you? Is there something you want to tell me?" "My mother is Princess Xuanji. That's all I know," Shen Yunyan said truthfully. "I didn't tell you this at first because I didn't know Princess Xuanji had any other significance. I didn't deliberately hide it. It just wasn't necessary to mention." This. Xiaoyang never expected that she would be so straightforward with him. He had even prepared himself for a confrontation, but now, Shen Yunyan had just bluntly stated it. He took a deep breath, looking at her with pleading eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't know. If you had doubts, why didn't you come directly to ask me? Why did you do something like this to hurt yourself? Didn't you tell me that if there's something, I should just say it? Didn't you say that?" Shen Yunyan took a deep breath, gritting her teeth as she looked at him. "What are you doing now? Have you even followed your own advice?" Seeing Shen Yunyan's angry expression, Xiaoyang felt even more guilty. He lowered his head and said softly, "This is indeed my fault. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Can I apologize to you?" Hearing this, Shen Yunyan's expression grew even darker. "I know what you're thinking. If because of my mother, you have some other thoughts about me, you can just tell me directly. I won't blame you for anything." Looking at Shen Yunyan like this, Xiaoyang suddenly felt that he really wasn't a good person. He took a deep breath and said helplessly, "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. I just didn't know you would know about this. I thought you didn't know." "How could I not know? Xiaoyang, even at this point, you're still trying to dodge the issue, aren't you?" Shen Yunyan stared straight at him. "Do you think I'm a fool, someone who believes whatever you say? Is that it?" "No." Xiaoyang got anxious. "Wife, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I'm sorry. I know I was wrong, okay?" Hearing this, Shen Yunyan shook her head. "Xiaoyang, you always say I don't trust you, but what about you? Have you ever truly trusted me? I know you're not the same person you were when we grew up together, but I truly love you. Not because you're Xiaoyang, but because you are who you are, that's why I love you." "Shen Yunyan, I'm sorry. This is my fault. I'm really sorry. I'll never do this again. Please give me a chance, okay?" Xiaoyang looked at her with pleading eyes. "My upbringing made it so I don't know how to trust people anymore. I didn't mean to, really." Seeing him like this, Shen Yunyan didn't know what to say for a moment. She took a deep breath, hesitated, and then said softly, "I think we both need some time to cool down. What do you think?" "You really blame me? Shouldn't I?" Shen Yunyan looked at him with a faint smile. "I thought you were different from others, but now it seems there's no difference at all." After saying this, Shen Yunyan stood up and turned to walk out. Seeing her leave like that, Xiaoyang felt very uncomfortable. He took a deep breath but didn't chase after her. He knew today's incident was indeed his fault, but he also knew that Shen Yunyan wasn't telling the whole truth. Shen Yunyan didn't return to her Zhaoyang palace, but instead went directly to Shen Yuanfeng's place and left the palace. Seeing his sister, Shen Yuanfeng was also quite surprised. He looked at her in disbelief and said softly, "Sister, why are you back? Why are you back at this time? When should I be back? Do I not even have the right to come home now?" Shen Yunyan stood there coldly, looking at Shen Yuanfeng. What was that supposed to mean? Shen Yuanfeng was momentarily confused about why his sister would say such a thing to him. He stared at her in disbelief, hesitated, and then said softly, "Sister, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried about you. I'm concerned about you. How much do you know about Mother?" Shen Yunyan looked at him coldly. "Is it because of Mother that you've been targeting Shan Tao, so eager to get rid of him?" Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng was stunned. "Sister, how did you find out?" "Only I knew about this, didn't I?" "No, I knew too, and I knew long ago. I just didn't know the details. Tell me, how much do you know? Is the Xiaozhao Pavilion connected to you?" Shen Yunyan stared straight at him, wanting to know the truth. Shen Yuanfeng realized he couldn't hide it anymore. He sighed helplessly and said softly, "Sister, do you really not hate it all? Not even a little?" "Hate what?" Shen Yunyan looked at him in confusion. I really don't understand. What are you resentful about? We were originally of royal blood. It was they who caused us to end up like this, wasn't it? Shen Yuanfeng looked at Shen Yunyan pleadingly. Actually, Shen Tao is also from the Linglong Kingdom. He was a great general, which is why he married and had you and me. But later, he truly pledged allegiance to the Xia Kingdom. Isn't that treason? Isn't that deserving of death? Moreover, to eliminate any worries, he killed our mother. Chapter 318. Self-Indulgence. For the first time, Shen Yunyan felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards her younger brother, whom she had raised since childhood. She looked at him in disbelief and said, the downfall of the Linglong Kingdom wasn't due to anything else. It was because the kingdom itself was weak. Back then, a tyrant ruled, corrupt officials wielded power, and the common people suffered. There was no other way. No other way. So rebellion is justified? So stealing someone else's kingdom is acceptable? If you put it that way, what did Emperor Xia do wrong? Why did you overthrow him? Shen Yuanfeng scoffed disdainfully. This left Shen Yunyan silent. After a long while, she looked directly at Shen Yuanfeng and asked, so what exactly do you want to do? I want to reclaim what is rightfully mine. I want to restore the kingdom. When did you start wanting to do this? This was crucial for Shen Yunyan, truly crucial. Seeing his sister like this, Shen Yuanfeng sighed, feeling a bit helpless, and said, Sister, does it matter when I started having these thoughts? Not at all. What matters is that you are my sister, and you should stand by my side, shouldn't you? No. Shen Yunyan naturally wouldn't believe such nonsense. When you were 6, a woman, an aunt, came into your life. She was kind to you, and you relied on her. But when the Shen family fell, she disappeared, and you never looked for her. I assume it was her, wasn't it? Shen Yunyan decided not to hold back anymore. Since her brother had already laid his cards on the table, what was there left to hide? Clearly, Shen Yuanfeng hadn't expected his sister to figure this out. He looked at her in disbelief. Sister, are you going to abandon me and stand against me? The fall of the Linglong Kingdom had nothing to do with Xiaoliang, yet you are now trying to take over his kingdom. Shen Yunyan clenched her teeth. You know what kind of person Xiaoliang is. Didn't he treat you well? He treated you very well, didn't he? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng sneered dismissively. Didn't Emperor Xia treat him well too? Yet he still ended up dead. Sister, can't you see clearly? We are blood-related, while he is just an outsider, a man. Once you become the princess of our restored Linglong Kingdom, you can have any man you want. Slap. Shen Yunyan slapped him across the face, glaring furiously. How can a boy your age speak so crudely? You. Shen Yuanfeng gritted his teeth. Sister, don't be stubborn. Men will betray you, abandon you, but I won't. I'm your brother, your blood brother. Seeing him like this, Shen Yunyan realized that anything she said now would be meaningless. She forced back her heartache and turned to leave. Originally, she had returned seeking comfort, but now she understood that all the problems stemmed from here. She returned to her Zhaoyang palace, sitting there in a daze, not uttering a word. Hearing that the empress had returned, Xiaoliang couldn't sit still. He hurried over and found Shen Yunyan sitting there, lifeless. He rushed to her side. Are you okay? What happened? Xiaoliang, I know who it is. Shen Yunyan looked directly at him. It's Shen Yuanfeng. Actually, Shen Yunyan had intended to keep this secret, but when she met Xiaoliang's gaze, she couldn't help but spill everything. What? Xiaoliang was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. What are you talking about? What does this have to do with Yuanfeng? Shen Yunyan's body trembled slightly as she hugged Xiaoliang tightly and recounted everything she knew and had discovered. I inherited my mother's entire legacy. I am the most skilled Gu master, yet I have never harmed anyone. Shen Yunyan looked at Xiaoliang. I hid this not to deceive you, but because I thought I would never use these skills in my lifetime. As for my background, I couldn't say. Although Xiaoliang had initially harbored suspicions, he now felt completely calm and could even understand Shen Yunyan. He even felt that the most despicable person might actually be himself. Seeing Shen Yunyan in such pain, he felt heartbroken and spoke softly. These messy matters shouldn't be something you worry about. I'll handle them. You just focus on taking care of the children. I want to take care of the children and not think about anything else, but how can that be possible? He's my brother. I know what he's doing is unforgivable, but I beg you, please don't kill him, okay? Shen Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang pitifully, speaking to him in a tone of utter humility for the first time. Xiaoyang wiped away her tears and said softly, Shen Yuanfeng is just a 12-year-old child. How much of this is his own idea? Ultimately, these thoughts were instilled in him by others, weren't they? You. Shen Yunyan sighed upon hearing this, as if realizing something, and leaned against him, murmuring, You're absolutely right. That's how it is. No one ever asked me if I wanted to be this way. From the moment I was born, I was destined to be a Gu master. Listening to her, Xiaoyang felt nothing but heartache. He held her close and said gently, If you don't like being a Gu master, then forget it ever happened. I'll handle the rest. I won't kill him, but I'll cut off the roots, eliminating all those who manipulated him. Really? Really? Xiaoyang understood that one cannot choose their birth. Shen Yunyan's silence was not intentional deceit, but a way to protect herself and her brother. What she never expected was that the person now causing her the most distress was the very brother she cared about the most. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang felt even more pained. My silly wife, if you had told me earlier, wouldn't I have resolved this sooner? How do you plan to resolve it? Shen Yunyan looked at him curiously. I'm really curious how you plan to handle this. Xiaoyang shrugged. It's not that difficult. Their whole scheme is just about restoring the kingdom. But most of Linglong's territory is in the southern borderlands. What does that have to do with my great Xia? What does that mean? Redirecting trouble? If the southern emperor finds out about this, he'll probably kill you. Biting off a piece isn't the real skill. Swallowing it whole is. You can't take the benefits without shouldering the risks. That wouldn't be fair, would it? Chapter 319. The Whipping. What kind of strange theory is this? Seeing Xiaoyang in this state, Shen Yunyan was speechless. She rolled her eyes and said sullenly, I now understand that no matter what the situation is, you always have your reasons, Xiaoyang. I'm sorry, I still caused trouble for you. It's fine. I like you causing trouble for me. Xiaoyang smiled, kissed her, and said, I also need to apologize to you. I didn't fully trust you and didn't communicate directly when things happened, which hurt your feelings. I promise this will be the last time, never again. Do you really not know why I was angry? Shen Yunyan looked at him helplessly and said gloomily, You could have just asked me directly, but you didn't. Instead, you chose to hurt your own body. Isn't this just taking advantage of the fact that I like you and can't bear to see you suffer? Hee. Xiaoyang couldn't help it, hugged her, and kissed her again. Yes, I wanted to see if you truly love me, if you really can't bear to see me suffer. Shen Yunyan gritted her teeth. How annoying. Annoying? I like it very much, Xiaoyang chuckled, hugged her, and said softly, Don't worry, I'll handle this matter properly. Yuanfeng is still young, he'll understand in the future. Although children in this era mature early, 12 years old is still young. The next morning, Xiaoyang summoned Shen Yuanfeng directly. In just one night, Shen Yuanfeng seemed like a completely different person. He entered without bowing and simply stood there, coldly gazing at Xiaoyang. It had to be said that this Shen Yuanfeng really made Xiaoyang feel a bit difficult to handle. After a glance at each other, Xiaoyang smiled. Do you think you're very great now, a big hero? What do you want to say? Shen Yuanfeng raised an eyebrow and looked at him. It seems my sister must have told you everything. Indeed, when a woman falls in love with a man, she can do anything, and my sister is no exception. When mentioning his sister, Shen Yuanfeng clearly had resentment. This tone immediately angered Xiaoyang. Guards, whip him, 20 lashes, Xiaoyang shouted coldly. Jixiang, hearing this, thought he had misheard and quickly knelt down. Your Majesty, please calm down. 20 lashes. Xiaoyang gritted his teeth. Now, Jixiang didn't dare to say anything more and quickly called for someone. Shen Yuanfeng naturally resisted, but the ones who came were the secret guards, so he wasn't a match for them. He was pinned to the ground and received 20 lashes firmly. He was stubborn, but not strong enough, and kept groaning in pain. Seeing him like this, Xiaoliang sneered coldly. You've never experienced such a feeling before, have you? You know how your father treats you, and you know what Zhao Meier thinks of you. You've never suffered since you were young, not because of that woman, but because you have a sister who loves you wholeheartedly. You. Shen Yuanfeng gritted his teeth. Xiaoliang, you don't understand anything. Do you think you're so noble? I am of royal blood too. My maternal grandfather was also an emperor. Hearing this, Xiaoliang found it even more amusing. No, you are not of royal blood. You are of the Shen family. Your maternal grandfather being an emperor has nothing to do with you. Even if the Linglong kingdom still existed, do you think your grandfather would pass the throne to you? Shen Yuanfeng suddenly realized something after hearing this. He looked at Xiaoliang blankly. I am the only male with royal blood left in the Linglong kingdom, so naturally. Naturally what? Xiaoliang looked at him with pity, as if looking at a fool. Haven't you seen how other families live? Have you ever seen anyone's grandson inherit their grandfather's estate? Now, Shen Yuanfeng was even more confused. Why hadn't he thought of this before? You think you're the last hope, the spark of a revolution, but in reality, you're just a scapegoat. After all, when the Linglong kingdom fell, you were just a story. So what does this have to do with you? Did you really believe those who brainwashed you, thinking you're some chosen one? When your grandfather was alive, you weren't even considered royal blood, let alone after he died. Now, the world is at peace, and the people live in harmony, much better than when your grandfather was in power. Are you going to make them suffer just because of your self-indulgence? Xiaoliang realized that naughty kids should be disciplined severely. After 20 lashes, the boy seemed to have become much clearer-headed, already starting to think. Shen Yuanfeng couldn't answer a single word. Seeing his clueless expression, Xiaoliang felt even more disdainful. He said helplessly, Your sister told me all this for your own good, because you can never restore the kingdom or become an emperor. Even if the South Frontier really falls apart because of them, the one who sits on the throne won't be you, understand? What do you mean? What do you mean? Don't you know? Your youngest uncle, who is only 3 months older than you, is still alive. You're just a target to attract fire, not just you, but your sister too, is a tool. When Xiaoliang said this, he became angry again. After all, these were the people he cared most about, yet they were being manipulated like this. It was truly infuriating. After hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng immediately shook his head. Impossible, you're lying. How could that be? Why not? You're just a grandson, while he's a son. The real royal blood, understand? Xiaoliang was full of disdain. Back then, your mother was sold and then bought back by Shen Tao, remade into a lady of the house, and married with great fanfare. All of this was prearranged, so they were always in an alliance. From the moment you were born, you were destined to be a scapegoat. How could this be? But they didn't say that. I am the only bloodline. Shen Yuanfeng had always believed this, but now saying it again, he felt it was like a joke. Seeing his hurt expression, Xiaoliang smiled faintly. Actually, this isn't anything to be ashamed of. From the moment you were born, you were already part of their plan. If they couldn't brainwash you, they wouldn't be able to do as they pleased. Brainwashed? What is brainwashing? Shen Yuanfeng looked at Xiaoliang puzzled. Chapter 320, Wailing in Tears. Was that the point? Seeing Shen Yuanfeng still looking like an innocent and naive fool, Xiaoliang felt a headache coming on. He said irritably, I'm asking you, did you ever think about restoring the kingdom before you were 6 years old? Shen Yuanfeng actually thought about it carefully for a moment before he replied in a low voice. No, back then I was ignorant and innocent. I never thought about these things. I just wanted to grow up quickly to protect my sister. Protecting his sister? Hearing this, Xiaoliang felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He rolled his eyes and looked at him disdainfully. You were always so eager as a child to protect your sister, but do you know how many tears your sister has shed for you? Just a moment ago, she knelt before me, wailing and begging me to give you a chance at life. What? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng felt as if the world had turned upside down. It's all my fault. Why are you making things difficult for my sister? Shen Yuanfeng gritted his teeth and glared at him. Aren't you the one who claims to like my sister? This kid's brain must have some issues. Xiaoyang suddenly felt that his understanding of Shen Yuanfeng was still lacking. How come he hadn't noticed before that the boy had problems with his brain? After hesitating for a moment, he said softly, "You have a problem with your brain, so I won't argue with you. But the person making things difficult for your sister now is not me. It's you. Shen Yuanfeng, think about it carefully. Stay here and kneel until you figure it out, then go see your sister." After saying that, Xiaoyang stood up and turned to walk out. He had to leave this place now, or else he might really lose control and kill this fool who only caused worry to his family. Shen Yuanfeng knelt there, his body burning with pain, but his heart was in turmoil. He had originally felt justified in his actions, but now, he suddenly felt like a complete fool. Not only had he been easily manipulated, but he had also dragged his sister down with him. From a young age, people around him had constantly reminded him of his responsibilities, but only his sister. She didn't care about anything else. She just wanted him to grow up safely, with no demands. Now, because of his stupidity, he had made his sister so sad. He truly deserved to die. Thinking of this, Shen Yuanfeng stumbled to his feet and headed straight for the Zhaoyang Palace. Seeing her brother covered in blood, Shen Yunyan felt her heartbeat stop. She widened her eyes in disbelief and rushed over quickly. "What happened? What's going on? What happened to you?" "Sister, don't worry. I'm fine. I just got beaten up," Shen Yuanfeng said, holding his sister's hand. Seeing the genuine concern in her eyes, he felt a wave of guilt and knelt down. "Sister, I'm sorry." What was going on? Seeing her brother like this, Shen Yunyan was momentarily at a loss. She hurried forward to help him up. "Why are you saying these things now? Get up quickly, let me take a look." "Sister, listen to me. Let me finish, okay?" Shen Yuanfeng looked at his sister earnestly, stubbornly staying on his knees. "I know my actions have made you sad and troubled. I was just afraid. I was just worried. I just wanted us to live a stable life. Sister, I just wanted us to live well, that's all. I wanted to gain some power, that's all." Seeing her brother like this, Shen Yunyan sighed and said helplessly, "I understand your intentions, but do you really think those people can give you the stability and happiness you want?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng didn't know what to say. He could only look at her pleadingly and say in a small voice, "I'm sorry. I'll listen to you from now on, sister. What should I do now?" What should they do? Even though Shen Yunyan was intelligent, this matter was too big, so she didn't know what to do either. She could only sigh helplessly. "This matter is beyond our ability to handle. Let's see what your brother-in-law says. Now, get up first. Let me see how you're doing." After all, her brother was her own, and she had to take care of him. When they were young, such things were natural, but now, Shen Yuanfeng was grown up, so he was quite embarrassed. He lowered his head and said in a small voice, "Sister, I can go back and apply the medicine myself? You just said you'd listen to me, and now you're not obeying?" Shen Yunyan gritted her teeth, displeased. After upsetting his sister earlier, Shen Yuanfeng naturally didn't dare to continue making her unhappy. Reluctantly, he stood up and awkwardly took off his shirt. Seeing the bloodied back, Shen Yunyan felt a pang of heartache. She gritted her teeth and said, "That bastard Xiaoyang dares to treat my brother like this." Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng grew anxious and whispered, "Sister, keep your voice down. He's now the emperor. If anyone hears you, there could be serious consequences." Shen Yunyan was full of anger. She quickly stood up to look for the wound ointment, gritting her teeth. "What's so great about being an emperor? He only knows how to bully people. I will never forgive him. Actually, if it weren't for my brother-in-law beating me, I might not have figured these things out. Sister, don't be sad. It's just some external injuries," Shen Yuanfeng sighed, feeling frustrated. External injuries? Seeing the crisscrossed whip marks, Shin Yunyan felt even more heartbroken. Does it hurt? Yes, Shin Yuanfeng truthfully replied. Sister, he bullied me. Originally, Shin Yuanfeng had wanted to be a well-behaved child, but the pain was too much, so he couldn't help but complain. Unfortunately, he spoke at the wrong moment. Xiaoyang walked in just as he said that, his face turning pale with anger. You little brat, you dare to slander me behind my back, huh? No, I didn't. Shin Yuanfeng quickly waved his hands, trying to explain, but accidentally pulled on his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Seeing this, Shun Yunyan was once again helpless. She rolled her eyes and said irritably, Can you two behave? Can you stop causing trouble? Can you? 20 lashes won't kill him. You don't need to worry too much, Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at Shin Yunyan. 20 lashes? What an astonishing number. Shin Yunyan ground her teeth. Xiaoyang. Chapter 321. A Blockhead. Xiaoyang looked at Shun Yunyan, who was clearly upset, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Finally, he could only lower his head and murmur softly. The child needs to be disciplined when they're disobedient. Look, isn't the result pretty good now? And you still dare to say that? Shin Yunyan was furious. You beat him up like this, and you still think you're in the right? Xiaoyang, let me tell you, this is my only brother. If you ever do something like this again, I'll never talk to you again. That was too serious. Hearing this, Xiaoyang grew anxious and quickly said, I know I was wrong. Okay? Please, don't be mad. I promise I won't lay a hand on him again. All right? That was more like it. Shin Yunyan glanced at him, then continued applying medicine to Shan Yuanfeng's wounds. She sighed and said, These are just superficial injuries, nothing serious. But have you thought about what we should do next? Next? Xiaoyang looked at Shen Yunyan and smiled softly before saying in a low voice, Don't worry, leave this to me. Since they want to harm the people closest to me, I'll give them a taste of their own medicine. Suddenly, Shin Yuanfeng turned to look at Xiaoyang. What do you mean? What do I mean? On one hand, they manipulate you to feed them information, and on the other, they send young, beautiful girls to my side to compete with your sister for my affection. What do you think they mean? Xiaoyang said with a smirk. How could this be? Shin Yuanfeng couldn't believe his ears. Clenching his teeth, he said, No, they wouldn't do anything to hurt my sister. I told them, absolutely not. Do you have a screw loose or something? At this point, you still think you can control them? Let me tell you, you're just a sharp blade in their hands, a blade aimed at your sister. In their eyes, you're nothing but a shield to block me. Xiaoyang hadn't intended to be so blunt, originally thinking that since Shen Yuanfeng was young, he might not handle such harsh truths well. But he never expected that while the boy was young, his brain capacity was even smaller. Given the situation, beating around the bush wasn't going to cut it anymore. Xiaoyang grabbed Shen Yuanfeng's wrist and looked at Shen Yunyan. Take a look. What kind of curse has he been put under? Curse? Hearing this word, Shen Yunyan's nerves tensed up. She clenched her teeth and looked at her brother, carefully examining him. After a moment, she flipped the table over and shouted, How dare you! Despicable! Shameless! This was the first time Xiaoyang had seen Shen Yunyan so enraged. The child beside them was startled by the sudden outburst and began to cry loudly. Xiaoyang quickly stepped forward, picked up the child, and gently soothed him. There, don't cry, don't cry. It's okay, Songer, don't cry. Your mother didn't mean it. Seeing the child scared, Shen Yunyan felt guilty and quickly went over to comfort him, softly saying, I'm sorry, my dear, I didn't mean to scare you. Don't be afraid. Tell me, what kind of curse is it? It's a cold curse. Shen Yunyan's face turned grim. She looked at her brother and said through gritted teeth, Actually, when he was little, I noticed that he grew slower than other children. Back then, I just thought it was because he wasn't well taken care of, not eating well, so his growth was stunted. But now it seems it's not that simple. He must have been cursed with a cold curse, which froze his bones and meridians, causing his development to slow down and making him look like he never grows up. What? Shen Yuanfeng looked at his sister in disbelief. Am I going to stay like this forever? No, you'll grow up, but very slowly. Look, you're already 12, but you're still smaller than kids your age, and your development isn't complete. Plus, you have no interest in women at all. That's proof of your slow growth. Shen Yunyan looked at her brother with nothing but pity. There's more to this? Xiaoyang looked curiously at Shen Yuanfeng. You really have no urges towards women? Is this the time to ask that? Shen Yuanfeng was confused. Sister, why do I have to grow so slowly? Because you're a year older than the real young master. He's a posthumous child, so you have to grow slowly to make it believable. Shen Yunyan clenched her fists. You're just a shield, a scapegoat to draw fire. Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng suddenly felt like everything he had believed before was a huge joke. He had actually trusted someone he didn't even know, truly believed he was of royal blood, truly believed he could unite the world. It was laughable, truly laughable. Seeing him in such a state, Xiaoyang patted his head gently and said in a low voice, It's not entirely your fault. After all, you were only 6 when they fed you all this nonsense. But tell me, where is that maid of yours now? Do you know? Qingyuan Pavilion. She's at Qingyuan Pavilion. Her stage name is Jin's. Shen Yuanfeng clenched his fists. I want to handle this myself. Xiaoyang shook his head. This situation has clearly surpassed your capacity to manage. You can't resolve it alone. I'll handle it, but you can be involved throughout the process. Also, the Nanjing region originally belonged to your maternal grandfather's family. If you want it, I can help you reclaim it. I don't want it. Shen Yunyan quickly interjected. What? Shen Yuanfeng looked at her in surprise. Sister, you really don't want it? No, I don't. Shen Yunyan shook her head firmly. I just want the people I care about to live well, to be safe and sound. Xiaoyang nodded. Whether you want it or not, it'll still result in the title of King of Nanjing, with no more Emperor of Nanhuang. The Great Xia was not Xiaoyang's sole objective. His ambition was to unite the world, fulfill his dream with Shen Yunyan, and ensure that all people could live as happily and peacefully as the citizens of Qindi. That's quite ambitious. Shen Yuanfeng looked at Xiaoyang and took a deep breath, murmuring, Although it sounds crazy, for some reason, I believe you can do it. Am I and my sister being brainwashed by you? This kid just learned a new word and started throwing it around. Huh? Xiaoyang walked over, slapped him on the head, and said irritably, Is that what you call brainwashing? With your brain, who could even clean it up? You're such a fool, always trying to be clever. Chapter 322. He will die. Sister, he hit me. Shen Yuanfeng exclaimed, feeling extremely wronged. He just hit me, and now he's hitting me again right in front of you. Sister, are you going to do something about it? This. Shen Yinyan hesitated, looking at her brother's pitiful expression, then spoke softly. If it weren't for the fact that he's already hit you, I'd want to hit you too. Think about what you've done. Don't you deserve it? This. Shen Yuanfeng was utterly shocked that his sister was siding with an outsider at such a crucial moment. He looked at Shen Yinyan with puppy dog eyes, whispering, Sister, you're blaming me, aren't you? You still blame me, don't you? Can't I blame you? Shouldn't you be blamed for what you've done? Shen Yinyan looked at him, sighing helplessly. I've watched you grow up since you were little, taking care of you. Since mother passed away early and father wasn't truly sincere with you, I was afraid you'd suffer. But I never expected that under my protection, you'd grow into such a fool. You'd believe anyone's words and turn against your own sister. Can't I even blame you for that? By the end, Shen Yinyan was deeply hurt. It was normal for a younger brother to make mistakes, and they could be guided properly. But for her brother to distrust her and stand against her because of outsiders, that was what hurt Shen Yinyan the most. Shen Yuanfeng had initially thought he could just act cute and get away with it, but seeing his sister's expression, he realized this wasn't going to be so easy. Xiaoyang, seeing the situation, also felt displeased. He snorted and muttered, You can oppose me all you want, but how dare you hurt your sister? I think he didn't get enough. Maybe another 20 lashes? Another 20? The pain of the lashes was something Shen Yuanfeng would never forget. If he had to endure another 20, he'd die. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, he noticed Xiao Yang's expression seemed off, and suddenly, it clicked. He quickly knelt down and said, "As long as my sister can be appeased, don't say 20, even 200, I'd be willing." Good lad. Come in. Give him 200 lashes." Xiaoyang ordered, and immediately someone entered. Shen Yinyan, who had been angry, now grew anxious at the sight. She grabbed Xiaoyang's arm, shielding her brother, and gritted her teeth. "How can you be so unreasonable? The boy already knows he's wrong. How can you keep hitting him? Do you want to kill him? I'll tell you, if you want to kill my brother, you'll have to kill me first. Didn't you say you're still angry? What should I do? I can only beat this brat to vent your anger." Xiaoyang looked equally troubled. Shen Yinyan was even more speechless upon hearing this. She quickly said, No, not at all. I'm not angry anymore. I'm not angry at all." "Not angry anymore?" Xiaoyang frowned slightly, hesitating before asking softly, "Are you really not angry?" "Yes, I'm not angry. He's just a child. Even if he made a mistake, we can guide him properly. Don't hit him anymore. If you keep hitting him, you'll kill him," Shen Yinyan said, looking at Xiaoyang with a mix of amusement and frustration. At this, Xiaoyang waved his hand, dismissing the enforcer. Then, he coldly looked at Shen Yuanfeng on the ground and snorted, "Today, I'll spare you because of your sister." With that, he turned and walked out, muttering as he went, "You'd better figure it out yourself." Finally, Shen Yuanfeng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that Xiaoyang really knew how to handle things. Otherwise, he had no idea when his sister would forgive him. He looked at Shen Yinyan pitifully, whispering, "Sister, why did you plead for me? This is what I deserve. I'm in the wrong, and I should be punished." Seeing him like this, Shen Yinyan had completely lost her temper. She sighed, feeling helpless. "I'm angry, I blame you, and I want to hit you, but what can I do? You're my brother, my own flesh and blood, the child I've raised since you were little. How could I bear to hurt you?" "Sister, I'm sorry." Shen Yuanfeng suddenly hugged Shen Yinyan. "I'm really sorry. I'm so foolish. I believed outsiders' words and doubted you. I actually thought I could protect you, but in reality, it's always been you protecting me since the day I was born. I've never truly protected you." Before, Shen Yuanfeng had always believed he would one day be able to protect his sister. But now, he realized he was just a fool, incapable of protecting her and only causing her trouble. Seeing her brother like this, Shen Yinyan sighed, pulling him up to sit and continuing to carefully apply medicine to his wounds. "Our birth circumstances are something we couldn't choose. If I could, I wouldn't want to be the daughter of the Xuanji princess. From birth, she was fed a goo worm, and now it resided within her. She never wanted to be a goo master, but it was destined from the moment she was born. This life, she was a goo master." All these years, to hide her true origins, Shen Yinyan had never used her abilities. But now, it seemed she couldn't hide it anymore. Seeing his sister like this, Shen Yuanfeng grew worried. He looked at her anxiously, whispering, "Sister, now that things are like this, will brother-in-law look down on us? If people outside find out we have the blood of the Linglong Kingdom, we might not have a place to live, right?" Wasn't that clear? Shen Yinyan had thought her brother was a fool, but hearing these words, she realized he wasn't. He was just too idealistic. "You know our people of Linglong are not accepted by the world, which is why we've been so focused on restoring the kingdom, just to live properly, right?" "Yes." Shen Yuanfeng lowered his head, his voice muffled. "I know brother-in-law treats you well, but that's because he doesn't know your true identity. Sister, have you ever thought that now he's the emperor, and his empire can't tolerate you? If he had to choose, what would he do?" This, Shen Yinyan had never thought about this issue. Hearing Shen Yuanfeng's words now, it was like a wake-up call. Yes, if it came down to choosing between the empire and the beauty, what would Xiaoyang choose? Shen Yinyan wasn't vain, and she didn't think she was more important than the empire. But deep down, she hoped Xiaoyang would choose her without hesitation. This internal conflict was tearing her apart, almost driving her insane. Chapter 323. The Most Painful Betrayal. She took a deep breath and looked at her brother, saying sullenly, "I don't know. The people of Linglong are considered taboo, an omen. Now the Empress of Xia is from Linglong. Isn't that the ultimate irony? If this stirs up public outrage, even the throne might not be safe," Shen Yuanfeng said, his eyes cast down. As Shan Yinyan listened, she felt something was off. Suddenly, she grabbed Shen Yuanfeng's wrist. "You wouldn't bring this up for no reason. So this was your plan from the start, wasn't it? You intended to use my identity to attack Xiaoliang and Rebel during the chaos, right?" "Sister, I..." Slap. Unable to hold back any longer, Shan Yinyan slapped him hard across the face. She stood up, pointing at Shen Yuanfeng's nose and shouting angrily, "Don't call me sister. I don't have a brother like you. How could you do such a thing? Forget about me. How has Xiaoliang treated you all these years? Don't you have any idea? How could you use such despicable methods against him? He treated you like a real brother, but what did you treat him as? And what did you treat me, your sister, as?" Shen Yinyan's hand trembled slightly, filled with despair. She never imagined that one day, she would become the blade aimed at the one she loved the most. "Sister, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I didn't start anything yet." Shen Yuanfeng panicked. "I'll cooperate with you. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. I just beg you, don't be angry, please? Sister, you're my sister, my only family in this world. If you abandon me, what will I do?" Slap. Shen Yinyan slapped him again upon hearing this. She looked at her brother, whom she had loved and cared for since childhood, shaking her head. "You know I'm your sister, don't you?" Tears fell, hitting her hand. "I'm your sister. I love and care for you. But how did you treat me? How could you do this to me?" Shen Yinyan collapsed to the ground. "Go away. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. Do whatever you want. Just don't call yourself my brother, and I won't be your sister anymore." Shen Yinyan had always been calm and detached, but this was the first time she felt such a deep chill. She had always thought that as long as her brother was with her, she wasn't alone in this world. But she never expected that her brother, her only source of warmth and support, had been plotting against her and betraying her all along. Even though these plans hadn't been carried out yet, the mere thought of it was enough to break her heart. "Sister! Sister!" Shen Yuanfeng panicked, reaching for Shan Yinyan's sleeve. "I know I was wrong. I won't do it anymore. I really won't. I'll listen to you from now on. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. I won't be willful anymore. Please, don't abandon me. Guards, escort the Marquis out." Shan Yinyan stood up from the ground, wiping her tears away. She knew that these schemes would eventually be carried out. After all, the power in Xiaojiao Pavilion wasn't really in Shen Yuanfeng's hands. He was just a scapegoat, a pawn. So sooner or later, this would be made public. Shen Yinyan was filled with dread. She didn't know what she would face when the truth came out, or what Xiaoliang would face alongside her. The thought that her own brother had plotted all this made her heart ache unbearably. Indeed, he was the brother she had loved and cared for since childhood. What a clever and cunning plan. If she weren't the victim, she might have even applauded his ingenuity. Soon, news of this reached Xiaoliang. He looked at Li Nu in surprise. "Are you sure?" "Yes. After your majesty left, the Empress and the Marquis had an argument. Shortly after, the Empress had the Marquis thrown out. He hadn't treated his wounds, and his face was swollen, likely from being slapped," Li Nu reported in detail. Xiaoliang had thought that after he left, the two of them would reconcile, but he never expected there to be more to it. How could this be? Xiaoliang knew how much Shen Yinyan loved and valued her brother. So something major must have happened for her to resort to hitting him like this. Did they say what it was about? Xiaoliang frowned, looking at Li Nu. Li Nu shook his head. Only the two of them were in the room, so no one knows exactly what happened. All we know is that the Marquis looked utterly defeated when he left. Utterly defeated? Xiaoliang took a deep breath, deciding not to rush to Shan Yinyan. He thought carefully for a moment, then said quietly, "Keep a close eye on the marquis. Don't let that fool do anything reckless."
Yes.
Also, contact the Emperor of Nanjiang immediately. I need to meet him.
Yes.
This was no longer just their personal matter. They needed to form an alliance. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and said, "Seal off all news immediately. Anyone who knows about this must be controlled. Anyone who doesn't cooperate, execute without hesitation."
Yes.
Jinyu, hidden in the shadows, acknowledged and went to carry out the orders. Xiaoyang then headed directly to the inner court. This was the first time since ascending the throne that Xiaoyang had personally come to the inner court. Linglong, the newly appointed head steward, hurriedly led the entire inner court staff to greet him. "We greet your majesty." "Rise," Xiaoyang said, his mood toward Linglong having changed. Previously, he had appreciated her for managing the inner court so efficiently, considering her a capable person. But now, he found it all rather laughable. "I have something to discuss with Steward Linglong in private. Is that convenient?" Xiaoyang said, directly addressing Linglong. Linglong had been by Shen Yinyan's side for years, though not as close as Tianzhao. She had a basic understanding of Xiaoyang and knew he wouldn't just chat casually. Her heart raced, but she didn't dare refuse, only bowing. "Yes, your majesty." The two walked into the inner chamber together. Once inside, Xiaoyang found a seat and looked at the nervous Linglong, smiling. "You're quite an actress. Even now, when you're clearly very nervous, you still manage to appear calm and graceful. No wonder the Empress never suspected anything amiss." Chapter 324. I won't leave you alone. Upon hearing this, Linglong's heart filled with even greater fear. She looked at Xiaoyang and whispered, "Your servant does not understand what your majesty means. Why continue acting in front of me?" Xiaoyang said with a smirk, his eyes fixed on her. "If I didn't have evidence, do you think I would come to find you? You've been lurking by the Empress's side for years, and reaching this position is well-deserved for you." "Your majesty? Whether you speak or not is up to you." Xiaoyang disliked wasting words. His wife was already in a chaotic state of mind, and he didn't have time to comfort her, let alone deal with these traitors. Linglong knelt on the ground, silent, her mind racing. She hadn't received any news, so she truly didn't know what Xiaoyang was asking about. Was there a flaw in the internal affairs, or something else? "Your majesty, please calm your anger. Your servant truly doesn't know what mistake she has made. Please, your majesty, clarify." Linglong knelt on the ground, her face filled with rage. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang felt a surge of anger. He said impatiently, "I had wanted you to confess on your own, but you're being willfully stubborn, forcing me to waste time, aren't you?" "Fine. I'll ask and you'll answer, agreed?" Xiaoyang said, trying to remain patient. "You're from the Xiaozhao Pavilion, aren't you?" The mention of Xiaozhao Pavilion drained all color from Linglong's face. She looked up at Xiaoyang in disbelief, then quickly lowered her head, whispering, "Your majesty, please calm down. Your servant doesn't know what Xiaozhao Pavilion is." "If I didn't have evidence, would I come to find you? One more time, I have little patience." Xiaoyang roared, "Speak." Linglong had been specially trained since she was young, so she wasn't easily intimidated. She kept her head down and whispered, "Your majesty, please understand. Your servant truly knows nothing." "Good, very good," Xiaoyang said, waving his hand. "Li Nu, take good care of our grand supervisor." Li Nu stepped forward, holding bamboo slivers, which he began to pierce into her fingers, smiling as he said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be one of your Xiaozhao Pavilion specialties, right? How does it feel? Comfortable?" "Ah, you." Linglong's delicate fingers were pierced through with the bamboo slivers, the pain excruciating. During her time at the Xiaozhao Pavilion, she had been part of the cooperative group and hadn't endured such suffering before. After 10 bamboo slivers were inserted, she was already on the verge of collapse, yet she still refused to say a word. Xiaoyang looked down at her. "It seems you're stronger than I thought." "Very well, if you don't want to speak, then don't." We'll just keep playing. Li Nu, twist them around, Xiaoyang said with a smile, as if he were whispering sweet nothings. Before Linglong could even comprehend what twist them around meant, Li Nu began to rotate the bamboo slivers. The sharp slivers shredded her fingers, and the pain overwhelmed her, even more so than the agony of a goo worm's activation. I'll talk. Help. Linglong finally broke, passing out from the pain. But soon, the pain brought her back to consciousness, and she hurriedly kowtowed. Your Majesty, please spare me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Boring, Li Nu said, twisting all 10 bamboo slivers before pulling them out. He coldly looked down at her. You should have just confessed earlier. Linglong was now drenched in sweat, too weak to argue, like a heap of mud, sprawled on the ground. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang's patience was completely exhausted. Speak. I was taken to the Xiaojiao Pavilion when I was 3 years old, and at 6, I began formal training. By 12, I was sent to the Empress's side to monitor her and keep track of Shen Yuanfeng's true situation at all times, Linglong said weakly. Every breath intensified the pain, and every word was a struggle to utter. She was pitiful, but Xiaoyang had no inclination to pity her. He coldly looked at her and said, What were they asking you to do? They wanted me to arrange for someone to seduce the emperor and reveal the empress's true lineage to the public, making her the target of scorn. For the sake of the nation, the emperor would have no choice but to depose the empress. This way, the empress's brother would not let it go, and— Shameless! Xiaoyang's face turned pale with anger. He had been puzzled before why Shen Yunyan, who cared so much for her brother, would turn against him after his departure. Now it seemed likely that she had discovered this plot. Without thinking, Xiaoyang felt a surge of panic for the first time. He had been through professional training, had survived blood-soaked battles, and had long since become indifferent to emotions. But now, he was panicking. He couldn't bear to think about what Shen Yunyan was facing alone, amid the chaos. He sprinted toward the Zhaoyang Palace, and without a word, he embraced Shen Yunyan, who was curled up on the bed, pulling her tightly into his arms. Holding her, a sense of calm finally settled over him. He whispered softly, Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm not afraid, Shen Yunyan replied, clinging tightly to Xiaoyang, her voice trembling with sobs. When her brother had revealed these words earlier, she hadn't cried. Even when she knew she might be condemned by everyone, she hadn't cried. But now, Xiaoyang was here, holding her, telling her not to be afraid. She couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. Woo! I'm sorry, Xiaoyang. I'm sorry. All the guilt, all the grievances, all the fear. It all came pouring out at that moment. Xiaoyang understood all her emotions. He said nothing, just held her, giving her the chance and time to let it all out. Everything would be all right. Perhaps because she had suppressed her emotions for too long, Shen Yunyan no longer cared about dignity or elegance. All she wanted to do was cry, to hold on to Xiaoyang and sob loudly. Xiaoyang had ordered everyone in the Zhaoyang Palace to leave. He wouldn't allow anyone to witness his wife's vulnerability. Shen Yunyan cried so hard that she eventually fell asleep in Xiaoyang's arms, her face still streaked with tears. Seeing her tear-stained face, Xiaoyang felt his heart twist with pain. He knew that one's birth was the most unchangeable thing. If she had a choice, Shen Yunyan, with her nature, would never want to be the daughter of the Xuanji princess. None of this was her fault. In fact, she hadn't done anything wrong. Yet now, she had to bear all the consequences alone. Why? Why was the world so unfair? Xiaoyang clenched his teeth, determined. No matter how difficult it was, he wouldn't let go of Shen Yunyan's hand. He took a handkerchief and gently wiped away her tears, saying softly, Since we are husband and wife, we will face hardships together. This isn't your fault. Don't be afraid, and don't apologize for things you didn't do. Chapter 325, Dispelling Shadows. Was it not wrong? Shen Yunyan looked up at Xiaoyang, hesitating for a long time before she finally spoke. Is it really not my fault? You don't blame me at all? Seeing her so cautious, Xiao Yang felt his heart breaking. He looked at her gently and said, I once told you that I wanted you to live a peaceful life, but now I've broken my promise. I didn't keep my word, and that's my fault, not yours. Shen Yunyin had thought that after this incident, things between her and Xiao Yang would just be what they were. She sighed and then said softly, Xiao Yang, I'm really grateful that you can tell me these things. Thank you for being so good to me. Xiao Yang knew that no words could dispel the shadows in her heart, and actions spoke louder than words. He kissed her fiercely and then wrapped his arms around her waist, saying, Trust me. Leave everything to me, okay? In the southern borderlands, the southern emperor looked at the letter in his hand, feeling a headache coming on. He frowned slightly and said with a hint of helplessness, Why does Xiao Yang always cause so much trouble? Xiao Yang? What's he done now? Nan Yuan'er looked curiously at her brother. Although she was now someone else's wife, she still preferred to stay in the palace. She often came back for no reason, and today she happened to visit her brother. But she didn't expect to see him in such a state of distress. She stepped forward, curious about the letter in his hand. The southern emperor was already feeling troubled, and seeing her like this only added to his irritation. He said impatiently, You're married now. Why do you keep coming back? I've told you countless times, even if you're a princess, you can't be so willful. Was the situation that serious? Seeing her brother like this, Nan Yuan'er didn't get angry or feel wronged. Instead, she stepped forward and gently smoothed his breath, saying softly, No matter what happens, you must stay calm and take care of your health. Brother, no matter what happens, I'm always on your side. We'll always be the best of siblings. Seeing his sister so understanding, the southern emperor felt a bit of relief. He nodded and said softly, I'm glad you think that way. Do you remember the kingdom of Linglong? Although Nan Yuan'er was young, as a princess, she was more aware of that past. She sighed and said softly, Brother, why are you suddenly mentioning this today? The kingdom of Linglong has been gone for so long. Why are you still dwelling on it? Your throne was given to you by our father. It's rightful and proper. Indeed, it had been over 20 years since the fall of the kingdom of Linglong. They were not actual witnesses, just hearsay. Hearing this, the southern emperor sighed and handed the letter to her, saying softly, These old grievances are too troublesome. You read it yourself. After reading the letter, Nan Yuan'er felt uneasy and fell silent, lowering her head and whispering, Brother, this is no small matter. What are you planning to do? Planning? What can I plan? The southern emperor looked at her helplessly and said with a smile, I must go and see Xiao Yang immediately. This matter is of great importance. If it escalates, it could be disastrous for our entire southern borderlands. Brother, what can you do? Your control over Gu is not as good as mine. Nan Yuan'er took a deep breath and looked at him. If it comes to a fight, I might be more skilled than you. Indeed, the royal family of the southern borderlands was like this. Every child was tested for talent at birth, and Nan Yuan'er was the most gifted, the one destined to become the best Gu master. Seeing Nan Yuan'er like this, the southern emperor understood what she meant. He took a deep breath, hesitated, and then said softly, If you're willing to go, that would be great. But you've just gotten married, and this trip could be dangerous. What if something happens? Danger to her life? Hearing this, Nan Yuan'er felt it was laughable. She blinked and said softly, If they really attack, can our southern borderlands withstand it now? The southern emperor couldn't answer this question. After all, the southern borderlands' military strength was insufficient and couldn't withstand an external enemy. He looked at Nan Yuan'er with a complex expression. Nan Yuan'er chuckled softly and said, Only I can go and have a chance of survival. If I don't go, the danger won't just be to me. I'm a princess, raised in luxury, and it's the people who have supported me all along. So I should do something for them, shouldn't I? Although she was usually willful and capricious, in matters of great importance, she was always the most calm and decisive. Seeing her like this, the southern emperor felt even more pained. He stepped forward and hugged her, saying softly, You honor. I'm sorry. I'm powerless. Although you are the emperor, the world isn't just yours. I too am of royal blood, and this is what I should do. Nanyuner knelt down and performed a deep bow. Your Majesty, I am willing to go. Please grant me permission. She was usually playful and rarely so serious and formal. Seeing her kneel before him like this, the Southern Emperor felt a mix of emotions. He stepped forward and helped her up. All right, you go. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nanyuner bowed again and then turned to leave. When she returned to her princess residence, Nanyuner began instructing her servants to pack, while she herself went to the kitchen to start cooking. In fact, she had always known how to cook, but being a princess, she rarely had the opportunity to do so herself. Now, she wanted to prepare a full meal with her own hands. When Nangong Kong entered the room, he thought he was seeing things. He couldn't believe his eyes at the crooked dishes on the table. What happened to the cooks? Why is it like this? Hearing this, Nanyuner's face turned pale. She said angrily, What do you mean? Do these dishes look that bad? Realizing what had happened, Nangong Kong immediately understood that these were dishes made by Nanyuner herself. He quickly stepped forward, held her hand, and checked it nervously. You're a princess, you don't need to do these things. Did you get burned? Let me see, quickly. Chapter 326. Beating you, scolding you. Seeing her husband so caring and concerned for her, Nanyuner's heart was filled with sweetness and joy. She retracted her hand and smiled, saying, Why exaggerate so much? Don't worry, I'm fine. Besides, it's just cooking a meal. Observing Nanyuner's demeanor, Nangong Kong immediately sensed something was amiss. He furrowed his brows and looked at her. You honor. You've always been straightforward. What's going on today? Nanyuner didn't elaborate. She merely pulled him to sit down and began serving him food, smiling. Actually, I've always dreamed of marrying you since I was little. Later, I learned to cook for my sister-in-law. Hee, but unfortunately, I'm quite clumsy and probably not as good as she is. Nangong Kong understood that Nanyuner was withholding something. He lowered his head and started eating. The taste was indeed not great, but Nangong Kong ate it bite by bite without any complaint. Seeing this, Nanyuner smiled. You've always been such a quiet person. Even when I teased you or scolded you, you never complained. With such a personality, who wouldn't take advantage of you? I can't imagine what would happen if I didn't stand up for you one day. At this, Nangong Kong finally put down his chopsticks and looked at her, speaking softly. We are husband and wife now. If you have something to say, you should tell me directly, right? I just want to eat first. Let's talk after the meal, okay? Nanyuner looked at him pleadingly, then lowered her head to eat. Although the food tasted average, Nanyuner enjoyed it because it was her own creation. After finishing the meal, Nanyuner sat on Nangong Kong's lap. I might need to leave for a while. Leave? Nangong Kong became anxious upon hearing this. He said in a low voice, You're fine here with me. Where do you want to go? I won't let you go. I want to be with you. Kong, you should understand. I am a princess. I am not just your wife. I am also the princess of Nanjong. My responsibilities include the nation and its people. So, there are matters that only I can handle. Nanyuner said this with a bittersweet feeling in her heart, but she was certain she would do it without regrets. Seeing Nanyuner like this, Nangong Kong understood what was happening. He smiled and said softly, Is it about the longevity kingdom? You honor. I can accompany you. No, if I fail, at least Nanjong will still have you. You will need to go to battle and avenge me. Nanyuner smiled gently at him. Those words struck a chord. Nangong Kong fiercely kissed her, as if only this could vent a bit of his frustration. 5 days later, Xiaoyang looked at Linglong, who was already in a miserable state in the firewood room, and smiled. It seems you've had a tough time lately, huh? What? Are you here just to laugh at me? As an emperor, how can you have the nerve? Linglong snorted. Previously, she had treated Xiaoyang with respect, but now that the mask was off, there was no need to hide anything. She might as well reveal her true self. Your Majesty, I am Lu Mei. Your Majesty. I know I was wrong. I want to leave here. I'm scared. Please, let me out. Lu Mei, covered in filth, rushed over pitifully, kneeling on the ground and begging, no longer showing any trace of her previous arrogance. Seeing her pathetic state, Ling Long was once again infuriated. She stepped forward, grabbed Lu Mei's hair, and slapped her repeatedly. "You shameless slut! Even at this point, you're still thinking about men? How did I end up with a companion like you? It's so embarrassing. What do you know? I've told you before, the Emperor clearly has feelings for me. It's all because of you. You're the real bitch." Lu Mei finally exploded, grabbing Ling Long's hair and biting down viciously. Both women were trained, so their fight was quite evenly matched, with neither willing to back down. Xiaoyang didn't rush to stop them. He just sat to the side, calmly watching them pull each other's hair. Ling Long hadn't expected Lu Mei to dare fight back at this point. Her expression changed and she snarled, Are you crazy? How dare you lay a hand on me? You're really asking for it." Saying this, she yanked Lu Mei's hair and slammed her head against the wall. Ahem. Seeing it was enough, Xiaoyang coughed. Li Nu, who had been restraining herself, stepped forward and kicked them apart, grumbling, "What's wrong with you two? Fighting at a time like this? I guess you really don't want to live." "Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. I wasn't plotting anything. I truly love you. From the first time we met, I've been deeply in love with you." Lu Mei clutched at Xiaoyang's robe, begging humbly. She couldn't forget the gentleness Xiaoyang had shown her, so these days, she had been reminiscing about their moments together, firmly believing that Xiaoyang was different with her. It must have been because of her identity that things had turned out this way. Xiaoyang looked at her filthy state and smiled. "You really love me?" "Yes, Your Majesty, I do." "How much do you love me?" "I would do anything for you, Your Majesty." Afraid that her words wouldn't convince Xiaoyang, Lu Mei's eyes almost popped out. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang found it amusing. "If you tell me everything you know, I can pardon you, give you a new identity, and even bestow a title upon you. How about it?" "Really?" Lu Mei suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for survival. Seeing this, Ling Long panicked. "Don't be foolish. He can't possibly love you. Don't be stupid." "What do you know? I've told you. The Emperor has feelings for me. You're just jealous. You're jealous of me." Lu Mei glared at her with gritted teeth. "All these years, you've been bossing me around. I've had enough. I just want to find someone who cares for me and live a good life. What's wrong with that?" Even though they were tools of the Xiaojiao Pavilion, they still had their own emotions and desires. Just like everyone else, all they wanted was stability. Chapter 327. Stop fantasizing. Seeing her like this, Ling Long knew she must be planning to betray the organization. Her face turned pale with anger, and she grabbed a stick from the side, directly swinging it down towards her head. "Since you are so shameless, then go to hell." At this moment, Xiaoyang finally reacted. He stepped forward and kicked Ling Long, who was throwing a tantrum, to the ground. Then, he pulled Lu Mei and turned to leave. "No, Lu Mei, you can't say anything reckless." Ling Long was pinned to the ground by Linu, but she still couldn't stop herself from threatening. Watching her so stubborn, Linu couldn't understand. He furrowed his brows and said in a low voice, "If I'm not mistaken, the Empress Dowager has treated you very well over the years. I really don't understand why you would betray her." "Why?" "I haven't betrayed the Empress. It's she who forgot her origins, who forgot who she is. She betrayed her own country." Ling Long gritted her teeth and laughed. She looked at Linu and snorted. "What do you, a lowly wretch, know? You understand nothing. Do you think your emperor is so noble and upright? He's just a usurper. Now that the world is at peace, I really don't understand. Even if the Linglong kingdom were to be restored, what would it achieve? Would the world become better because of it? If not, then what are you all so obsessed with?" Linu frowned, looking at her with confusion. In Linu's eyes, no one in this world was more suited to be the ruler of the land than Xiaoyang. It wasn't for any other reason. He was a man who cared about the world and wouldn't forget the suffering of the people just because he was in a high position. Before, it was the Qin region. Now, it's the Liao region. In the future, more and more places will follow suit. Then, the people will live in peace and contentment, and everyone can live a good life. What's wrong with that? Why do these pests have to cause trouble at such a beautiful time, just to make things difficult for others? Thinking of this, Linu's expression turned grim. He gave her a hard slap and turned to walk out. In the imperial study, Xiaoliang looked at Lu Mei, who was kneeling on the ground with affection in her eyes, and spoke indifferently. From the moment you first entered, I knew what kind of person you were. Everything was just to lure the snake out of its hole. My heart belongs only to the Empress. There is no other sentiment for you. What? Lu Mei had thought that Xiaoliang saved her from the fire because he liked her, but she never expected him to say this to her. If your Majesty doesn't have feelings for me, why be so kind to me? Why give me hope? Lu Mei frowned, looking at Xiaoliang in confusion. Xiaoliang smiled and then said calmly, "You're overthinking. I didn't intend to be kind to you. I treated you normally. It's your own imagination, not my doing. All I can give you now is the hope to live on. As for anything else, there is none." He wasn't someone who was skilled at manipulating others' emotions, so he naturally wouldn't say much at this moment. He just smiled at her, clarifying everything that had happened and shattering her last bit of fantasy. Indeed, after hearing these words, Lu Mei seemed to be struck by some terrible shock. She stared wide-eyed at the Emperor in disbelief. "I don't believe you never had feelings for me. It's because of the Empress, isn't it? Do you know the Empress's true identity? You two are mortal enemies. I didn't call you here today to listen to your nonsense. I called you here mainly to tell you that I'm giving you a way to live. Whether you take it or not is up to you." Xiaoliang had completely lost patience. He now finally understood that the minds of people obsessed with love were completely different from those of normal people. So, normal people couldn't communicate with love-struck individuals. For example, he just wanted to give her a way to live, but she only cared about whether he loved her or not. Was love, or lack thereof, important in the face of life and death? Although Lu Mei was love-struck, she wasn't a fool. She quickly realized the situation and knew she had no better choice, not even a middle ground. It was either life or death, black or white, with no gray area. She knelt there in despair, looking at him and whispering, "Although everything your Majesty did for me was just an act, my feelings for you are real. I truly admire and love you." What was the point of saying this now? Xiaoliang sometimes wondered what this girl had been raised on. How could a place like Xiaozhao Pavilion produce such a hopeless romantic? He was at a loss between laughter and tears. After hesitating for a moment, he said softly, "All right, since you have this sentiment, I won't let you down. If you tell me what you know, I'll consider how to arrange things for you." Hearing this, Lu Mei shook her head and said indifferently, "Actually, I really want to help your Majesty, but unfortunately, I'm just a small pawn. I don't know much. All I know is that Xiaozhao Pavilion was established by Princess Xuanji, and everyone there is controlled by a goo worm. I also know that the current manager of Xiaozhao Pavilion is a court official, but I don't know who exactly." What? Xiaoliang hadn't expected that Xiaozhao Pavilion's reach had truly extended into the court. But it wasn't hard to understand. If not for being in the court, how could they have such connections with the harem? He stared straight at Lu Mei and chuckled. If I were to announce a selection of concubines, would this person be particularly enthusiastic? I don't know. Lu Mei shook her head. She looked at Xiaoliang and murmured, "In fact, I don't know anything. The only person from Xiaozhao Pavilion I've ever truly interacted with is Ling Long. In fact, many things. Your Majesty could ask her." "All right, that counts as your cooperation in the investigation. Now, tell me, what do you want?" Xiaoliang waved his hand, not forcing her. In fact, before asking, Xiaoliang had already prepared himself for getting nothing. Now, although the information he got was little, it was better than nothing and could be considered a small gain. Seeing Xiaoliang's expression, Lu Mei suddenly staggered to her feet and walked up to him. She reached out, lovingly stroking his cheek, and whispered, "I want you." Damn! Xiaoliang felt a wave of revulsion, almost vomiting. He pushed her away with a shout, "How dare you? Didn't your Majesty ask?" Lu Mei fell to the ground but didn't get up. Instead, she lay there, looking utterly weak and defenseless. Seeing this, Xiaoyang felt another wave of nausea. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't test my limits. I'm not one to go back on my word." Now, she understood that even if she threw herself at him, Xiaoyang wouldn't take her. Chapter 328. The Opportunity to Choose. She took a deep breath and looked at Xiaoyang, as if recalling something, suddenly smiled, then lowered her eyes. "I've been infested with a goo worm," betrayed Xiaozhao Pavilion, "and there won't be any antidote in the future. It might be better to die quickly, so if your majesty truly wants to bestow a reward, just grant me a quick death. After all these years of suffering, living is worse than death. Most people have a will to survive. Even if life is unbearably difficult, they still want to live. But now, Lu Mei has completely given up hope, only wishing for a swift death to escape the pain." Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel some sympathy. In a way, he and Lu Mei were in similar situations. In modern times, he was abducted by human traffickers as a child and later chosen to join an organization, enduring countless hardships, despair, and witnessing the deaths of many companions as he grew up in constant fear. Later, he was forced to do things beyond his control. If not for a failed mission that resulted in his transmigration, he would have spent the rest of his life in such a state. "I've already summoned someone from the southern border. The goo in your body can definitely be resolved. So don't be impatient. Once you're healed, I'll grant you 100 taels of gold. Then you can do whatever you want, go wherever you please. You'll be completely free." Xiaoyang's voice remained calm, his eyes as serene as ever. But his words were like a machine gun fired at a placid lake. Lu Mei couldn't believe her ears. She looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. "How could a lowly servant like me deserve such effort from your majesty? No one is born inferior. Don't underestimate yourself." Xiaoyang waved his hand. "Go now. I'll arrange a place for you to rest." Just as Lu Mei was about to leave, Linu returned and immediately instructed someone to make the arrangements. Seeing Linu's expression wasn't the best, Xiaoyang found it amusing. He tilted his head, smiling. "You seem to have something to say to me, don't you?" "Your Majesty, I just don't understand why you're keeping them after they've done such things." Linu was puzzled. "Shouldn't Lu Mei be dead?" Xiaoyang chuckled and said softly, "If you had a choice, would you want to be an assassin? Like you, they're just pitiful people with no choices. So why must you drive them to extinction? Giving them a choice isn't a bad thing, is it?" Linu hadn't expected Xiaoyang to ask such a question and was completely baffled as to why someone as exalted as him could empathize with them. But hearing his words, she felt a warm glow in her heart, her lips curling into a smile as she softly said, "Your Majesty, with you ruling, this world can't go wrong. Those who can empathize with others' suffering will naturally care for and protect those in hardship. Although the world is vast and there are many wealthy people, most are in suffering. Now, with a ruler who understands their plight, perhaps the lives of the common people will be less difficult in the future." Seeing Linu's contemplative expression, Xiaoyang found it amusing. He rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Do I need your judgment to determine if I'm a good emperor? What an ego." Linu had only spoken from the heart, but she never expected to be so harshly dismissed by Xiaoyang. She looked at him, not angry, but instead burst out laughing. Previously, she had served several masters, but none were as easy to serve as Xiaoyang. Sometimes she felt it must be her good fortune in 3 lifetimes to have such a master. "Now that you're the head maid of the imperial study, I ask you, what exactly is your feeling for Jinyu?" Xiaoyang brought up the matter again. The abrupt change in topic nearly threw Linu off balance. She looked at Xiaoyang nervously and whispered, "Your Majesty, I've truly never thought about it. So you don't want to, or you don't dare?" Xiaoyang looked at her with curiosity. "Before, your identities didn't allow it, but now there's no such restriction. Why not consider your own matters? Even though I'm now a head maid, he's still an assassin." Linu looked at Xiaoyang, both amused and helpless. Xiaoyang shrugged, saying indifferently, "Your rules state that a couple can't both be assassins, so does it matter if he is?" The point is, you're no longer one, so you're qualified to think about it. Give it 3 days. If you can't figure it out, I'll send him to the frontier to spare us the annoyance. What does that mean? Hearing this, Linu immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, I like him very much. Linu, stop. Jinyu couldn't hold back and stepped out from the shadows. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. After all, an assassin appearing without summons was a serious offense, punishable by 100 lashes and being thrown into a pit of snakes. Seeing Jinyu step out, Linu's heart nearly leapt out of her chest. She stared in disbelief, stunned for 2 seconds before finally reacting. She stood up abruptly and strode over to him, slapping him hard across the face. Are you crazy? Do you know what the consequences of this are? Am I so repulsive to you that you'd risk your life just to refuse me? That's not what I meant. Jinyu panicked. He was never good with words, and in this complex situation, he didn't know what to say. He just looked pleadingly at Xiaoyang. Damn. Xiaoyang, noticing him looking at him, immediately waved his hand, saying irritably, This mess is all your own doing. What are you looking at me for? You're not expecting me to speak for you, are you? I'm not you. How would I know what you want to say? Matchmaking was fun, so Xiaoyang was content to watch the show. Linu clenched her teeth and looked at him. Today, let's clarify things in front of His Majesty. If you don't like me and don't want me, fine, I won't humiliate myself. But if you're afraid of dragging me down, then I'll have you one way or another. Speak up. Jinyu's face was full of distress. He had a lot to say but couldn't find the words, so he simply knelt down. Please punish me, Your Majesty. If he died, it would all be over, and no one would be implicated, right? Linu had never felt so exasperated. She kicked him again, muttering, You stupid wooden block. How did I fall for you? Chapter 329. Could it be a woman? Interesting, truly interesting. Xiaoyang had been under immense pressure for days, and now he finally had the chance to relax properly. What could be more entertaining than watching others tear each other apart? Jinyu knelt on the ground, staring at Xiaoyang with pleading eyes. However, it was clear that Xiaoyang was completely uninterested and wouldn't intervene. He was here to watch the show, not to mediate. After a long while, Jinyu managed to stutter out a sentence. I don't dislike you. How utterly frustrating. Li Nu knelt on the ground. Please, Your Majesty, grant us a marriage. Was that it? Xiaoyang seemed a bit unsatisfied. He looked at the two of them and said lightly, You two should think carefully. Once I grant a marriage, there's no turning back. If you regret it later, it will be too late. I've thought about it long ago. You should ask this blockhead. Li Nu angrily stood up and turned to leave. She knew her behavior was inappropriate, but she was too angry. Living under the same roof as this blockhead would surely drive her mad. Seeing Li Nu leave, Jinyu grew anxious. Your Majesty, what are you looking at me for? Go after her. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Opportunities don't come twice. Finally, Jinyu seemed to have a glimmer of understanding. He quickly stood up and chased after her. Xiaoyang crossed his arms. Look, this is the most beautiful thing in the world. Your Majesty, Mr. Yang is here. Ji Xiang entered and reported. Yang Feiyu? What's this guy doing here now? The mere mention of Yang Feiyu's name made Xiaoyang's head throb. He waved impatiently. Let him in. What's with that attitude? I came to see you, and you're not even happy about it? Yang Feiyu entered, gave a perfunctory bow, and looked at him with a hint of resentment. If Xiaoyang didn't know Yang Feiyu's sexual orientation was normal, he would have thought he had wronged him. Every time you come to see me, you put on this act. What exactly do you want? Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. Our relationship is as clear as day. Why do you always act like I've betrayed you? Hearing this, Yang Feiyu couldn't help but laugh. If we're being strict, you did betray me. I've been so good to you. Whatever you wanted to know, I told you. But how did you treat me? You even rejected my sister. You're heartless. Why does this keep coming back to that? Xiaoyang looked at Yang Feiyu, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Is the Xiaojiao pavilion yours? Ha ha ha. Yang Feiyu burst out laughing. If it were mine, that would be great. But unfortunately, it's not. If it were, do you think I'd be so polite with you? I'd have already made a move on you. Listen, can you stop obsessing over me? Hearing this, Xiaoyang's suspicions grew even stronger. Yang Feiyu's background seemed to match perfectly. His mother was a courtesan, and he was like this. Seeing Xiaoyang deep in thought, Yang Feiyu reached out. You can call the Empress to see if I'm someone with a goo worm in me. How would the Empress know? Xiaoyang's eyes flickered. Yang Feiyu seemed to hear something shocking and exclaimed, I've been so good to you, and you still hide things from me? Do you not trust me, afraid I'll spill the beans? That's really heart-wrenching. What else do you know? Xiaoyang looked at him seriously. Even though Xiaoyang was used to Yang Feiyu's antics, he had to take Shan Yunyan's situation seriously. There could be no mistakes. Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Yang Feiyu found it amusing. He rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, You're really strange. I don't get it. Why are you so spineless? Whenever it's related to the Empress, look at you. Look at how nervous you are. Isn't it embarrassing? Embarrassing? Not at all. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Cut the chatter. Answer my question. About the Empress, I know as much as you do. But about the Xiaozhou Pavilion, I know a bit more. Yang Feiyu spoke honestly, but this isn't just a matter for the Xia Kingdom. I need to report back to my brother, and then decide how to proceed. That was indeed the truth. So, are you here to say goodbye? I'm here to warn you to be careful of the harem. Yang Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang seriously. Shan Yunyan is your closest confidant, your beloved, but do not forget, she is also their sharpest weapon aimed at you. If they discover that Shan Yunyan cannot assist them, the consequences will be severe. They will use the goo worm to control her and make her kill you. What? Xiaoyang had never considered this possibility before, but hearing Yang Feiyu say it now sent shivers down his spine. He stared at Yang Feiyu. What exactly is your relationship with the Xiaozhou Pavilion? We don't have much of a relationship. If we must define it, it's a cooperative one. You know that. Yang Feiyu sighed. After all, the Xiaozhou Pavilion is in the business of making money, and so am I. We have to have some dealings. But I can assure you, before this, I had no idea the Xiaozhou Pavilion had ties to the Linglong Kingdom. Xiaoyang nodded. Who is the person you've been dealing with? Luo Bingqing. Yang Feiyu knew that at this point, honesty was crucial. Otherwise, they'd all face trouble later. Seeing that he was being cooperative, Xiaoyang was more satisfied. He patted Yang Feiyu's shoulder. Safe journey. Yang Feiyu didn't waste any more time and turned to leave. After much hesitation, Xiaoyang went to the Zhaoyang Palace and relayed Yang Feiyu's words to Shan Yunyan. I won't be controlled by a goo worm. I'm the best goo master. Shan Yunyan smiled. But this Yang Feiyu is quite thoughtful. He's even thought of this for you. Seeing Shan Yunyan's confidence, Xiaoyang felt relieved. He leaned against her and asked, Do you know Luo Bingqing? No, but Luo is a Linglong Kingdom surname. Shan Yunyan tilted her head and looked at Xiaoyang. That name doesn't sound like a man's. Could it be that the person who escaped the Linglong Kingdom back then wasn't a prince, but a princess? That's too crazy. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt his scalp tingle. He held Shan Yunyan's hand. Whether it's a man or a ghost, we'll meet them eventually. We just need to hold hands and wait patiently. Chapter 330. There are still good people. Hand in hand? Upon hearing this, Shan Yunyan felt a pang of unease in her heart. She lowered her head and whispered, With so many barriers between us, do you really still want to hold my hand? Love can overcome any obstacle, even mountains and seas. Besides, there isn't a major issue between us. You haven't done anything wrong, so there's no need for such heavy psychological pressure. No matter what, I will always stand by your side, and my heart will always be yours, Xiaoyang said gently, smiling warmly. Normally, he wasn't one to indulge in sweet talk, but he knew that Shan Yunyan was feeling extremely insecure right now. He needed to express all his love to reassure her. As expected, after hearing these words, Shan Yunyan's eyes welled up with tears. She looked at the sleeping child on the bed and whispered, I'm sorry. If I had discovered this earlier, everything would have been different. If I had told you the truth sooner, you wouldn't have been so passive. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Xiaoyang could understand why she hadn't told him the truth about the situation. If he were in her shoes, he might have made the same choice and not revealed everything. After all, no one could have predicted the severe consequences of the hidden truth. Let's not dwell on the past. Let's talk about the future. I've received a reply from the southern border. Non-Yuaner will come to help you. The Xiaozhou Pavilion is a significant threat, so I plan to eradicate it completely, leaving no trace. Xiaoyang straightforwardly shared his plan. What? Shun Yinyan was startled by Xiaoyang's ruthless demeanor. Although she had always known that Xiaoyang was a decisive and ruthless man, seeing him like this still made her a bit uneasy. After hesitating, she softly asked, "Is it really necessary? Can't you tolerate the people from the previous dynasty?" "No," Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, "If these people were just ordinary citizens, I naturally wouldn't wipe them out. I would even treat them well, allowing them to live in peace. But these people are ticking time bombs, always ready to threaten what we're trying to achieve. Under such circumstances, I have no mercy. I won't let a single one go." Shun Yinyan understood that what Xiaoyang said was the truth. She looked at him and nodded. "I'll help you. If I team up with Non-Yuaner, we can surely find the location of the goo worms, and then we'll know where the Xiaozhou Pavilion is." That was precisely why Xiaoyang had informed the southern border. Specialized tasks should be handled by experts. 3 days later, Non-Yuaner rushed all the way, covered in dust, and took advantage of Xiaoyang's special relay stations to reach the capital. She entered the imperial study, her body still chilled by the journey. Southern border princess Non-Yuaner greets Emperor Xia. Non-Yuaner knelt down and performed a formal bow. Her sudden formality surprised Xiaoyang. He remembered her as a more carefree girl from their last meeting. What had changed this time? Seeing Xiaoyang staring at her, Non-Yuaner stood up, her brow furrowing slightly. "We met in Liaodong not long ago. Why are you staring at me like that? Don't you recognize me?" That was the Non-Yuaner he knew. Satisfied that she wasn't acting strangely, Xiaoyang withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. "It's nothing. Even though it's only been a few months since we last met, I feel like the princess has changed somewhat. Enough with the small talk. I came here to help, not to play around. So, what do you need me to do?" "You need to go and have a good wash first, then wait for young Feiyu to bring back news. This matter doesn't just involve you and me. The northern border can't remain unaffected either." "What?" Non-Yuaner hadn't expected that after rushing here day and night, she would still have to wait. She frowned slightly. The northern territory isn't skilled in controlling goo worms. Even if they come, they won't be much help. Why not let me take a look at the love goo first? "All right, follow me." Xiaoyang smiled and led her to see Lu Mei. Seeing the clean and bright room with no signs of confinement, Non-Yuaner was a bit surprised. "You're quite the romantic, aren't you? Can't bear to mistreat her? Isn't it normal to feel reluctant?" Xiaoyang smiled and said casually, "This is a girl from the Xiaozhou Pavilion. She's deeply affected by love goo. You can take a look." "Really?" Non-Yuaner's eyes lit up with excitement. What kind of reaction is this? Xiaoyang was both amused and baffled by her excitement. "Yes, it's true. You can check for yourself." This only heightened Non-Yuaner's enthusiasm. She quickly sat down to examine Lu Mei's body and soon felt the goo worm inside her, exactly as described in the ancient texts. There really is such a thing as love goo in the world? It's incredible. Non-Yuaner now looked at Lu Mei as if she were some rare treasure. After hesitating, she said, "I've heard that love goo was a specialty of the Linglong Kingdom's royal family, something they never shared with outsiders. But when the Linglong Kingdom was destroyed, didn't they execute all the royal family members? How is it that someone still knows how to use it? Perhaps there are survivors, hidden gems. We don't know the specifics yet. For now, this is all the information we have. By the way, can men practice goo control?" Xiaoyang asked curiously, looking at Non-Yuaner. Non-Yuaner shook her head firmly. "Yin and yang are different. Goo worms prefer the yin, so men cannot practice goo control." Xiaoyang's eyes darkened. "So, the mastermind behind the Xiaozhou Pavilion is indeed a woman? A formidable woman indeed." Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Nan Yuan'er shook her head. Don't overthink it. Even if the Empress and I teamed up, we couldn't teach you Gu control. Why would I want to learn that? Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and then looked at Nan Yuan'er curiously. Before the Linglong Kingdom fell, your grandfather was the most famous Gu master there. How come men can't practice it? It wasn't him. It was my grandmother, Nan Yuan'er said disdainfully. You men are all the same. You can't stand to see a woman more powerful than you. Even if it's a woman who's strong, you try to take the credit. Let me tell you, all Gu masters are women. Men, well, they're just trash. What? Although Xiaoyang wasn't a trash man, hearing someone call men trash to his face still stung a bit. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're being a bit too absolute. There are still good men in this world. Chapter 331. Grave Nature. A good man? Who? You? Nan Yuan'er gave him a sarcastic look. Her Majesty the Empress is intelligent and capable. When we were in the Qin region, she led women in production, yet the world only knows you and not her. It was a bit hard to refute. Many things couldn't be achieved overnight, and this tradition that had been passed down for centuries couldn't be changed with just a few words. It had to be done gradually. Seeing Nan Yuan'er's indignant expression, Xiaoyang sighed. You're right. The world is tough, but women have it even tougher. Nan Yuan'er had expected him to argue, but to her surprise, he agreed with her. She hesitated, looking at him. Do you really think I'm right? Yes, Xiaoyang nodded. In fact, women are sometimes more outstanding than men. But in this era, everyone is constrained by circumstances. Don't worry, one day I will ensure that all women receive fairness. Not special treatment, not preferential care, just fairness. Yet, even these two words deeply shocked Nan Yuan'er. She stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief, finally regaining her composure after a long while. Are you serious? I'm working towards it, Xiaoyang smiled. I believe that as long as we persist, we will achieve it one day. At this, Nan Yuan'er's impression of Xiaoyang changed drastically. Previously, she had always thought of him as a despicable and ruthless man. But now, she felt he was practically a deity. The Xia kingdom was indeed fortunate to have such a divine emperor. Seeing Nan Yuan'er's expression and gaze, Xiaoyang felt a bit uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing much, Nan Yuan'er smiled. I just realized my previous understanding of you was too superficial. Now it seems you're not entirely worthless. She added, Can I stay in your harem? Was this a form of approval? Xiaoyang looked at her, amused but also a bit helpless, then nodded. Yes, you can. Just go directly to the Empress. I've been traveling and am quite tired. Since there's nothing urgent, I'll go rest first. Nan Yuan'er waved her hand and turned to leave. She had been to the Xia Palace a few times before, so she was somewhat familiar with it. Originally, Xiaoyang thought he'd have to wait a few days, but when he returned to the imperial study, he found Chu Ruyue, Yang Xuanya, and Yang Feiyu respectfully waiting at the door. Seeing Chu Ruyue at this moment, Xiaoyang felt a bit awkward. After all, they had once had a formal relationship, and meeting again inevitably felt strange. However, Chu Ruyue didn't seem awkward at all. She simply followed protocol and bowed respectfully, as if she had never known Xiaoyang. If not for their normal business cooperation, Xiaoyang might have even suspected she had forgotten who he was. You arrived quickly, Xiaoyang smiled, leading the way into the imperial study. He looked at Yang Feiyu, puzzled. You could have come back alone. Why bring your sister along? Our emperor said this matter is entirely entrusted to Ye. Yang Feiyu shrugged, speaking as if it were the most natural thing. Chu Ruyue stepped forward. My brother also instructed me to handle this matter. It was quite coincidental. This time, all the delegates were women. Xiaoyang rubbed his temples. All three princesses of the major kingdoms are now in our Xia Palace. This is unprecedented. I'm a bit overwhelmed. Nan Yuan'er is here too? Hearing this name, Chu Ruyue's expression changed immediately. It seems this matter is more serious than I thought. Yang Xuanya, the last to join them, didn't know the others and simply looked at Xiaoyang. Before leaving, my brother said this would be a tough battle. So, how do we fight? Did this girl only think about fighting? Xiaoyang took a deep breath and said, "You've all traveled far and are tired. Since you're here, there's no rush. Go rest first. We'll meet here in 3 days to discuss the plan." "I think we should just stay here. It'll be more convenient for communication," Chu Ryue suggested. "Besides, we're here in secret. Going to the guest house would draw too much attention." Yang Feiyu immediately nodded in agreement. "Exactly, let us stay in your palace." Heh. Xiaoyang coldly looked at him. "You grew up in the palace. Don't you know only eunuchs are allowed to stay in the harem?" Yang Feiyu, seeing Xiaoyang wasn't joking, felt frustrated. "I've been going out of my way for you. How can you treat me like this?" Chu Ryue didn't want to watch them act and pulled Yang Xuanya to find Shen Yunyan. Now, only the two of them remained in the room. Xiaoyang propped his head with one hand and tapped the table. "So, what's going on?" "The Xiaozhao Pavilion approached me for cooperation," Yang Feiyu said, looking conflicted. "They think the Northern Frontier's throne should be mine. Can you believe it? I never even thought about it, yet they did." He was clearly smug but pretended not to care. "What a character. Who approached you?" "A woman, dressed entirely in red, her face obscured. But based on my experience, she's probably quite beautiful." "What kind of nonsense is this? What did you say?" "I played hard to get, of course." Yang Feiyu stepped forward, looking concerned. "My movements in your Xia kingdom have always been covert. No one should know, especially since I'm cautious. Yet, she still found me so accurately. What does that mean?" "It means there's a leak in your side." This, Xiaoyang hadn't considered. He glanced at Yang Feiyu and smiled. "So, what are you planning now?" "They have an elite force of 100,000, though I don't know where they're hiding," Yang Feiyu sighed. "To be honest, these people are really naive. 100,000 soldiers want to overthrow 3 kingdoms? Are they crazy? And they talk about immortal bodies. How can there be such a thing in this world?" "Of course, there are no immortal bodies in this world, but what if special means were used to control them?" It seemed the nature of this matter was even more severe than Xiaoyang had imagined. Chapter 332. Knowing what it is. Xiaoyang's expression changed, and he immediately called Nan Yuaner and Shen Yunyan over. He sat there, serious and focused, looking at the two of them and said, "What I'm about to say might sound shocking, but no matter what you hear, you must not spread it outside, understand?" This was the first time Shen Yunyan had seen Xiaoyang so serious. Even Nan Yuaner, standing beside her, didn't dare to say much, only nodding along. "The Xiaozhao Pavilion has 100,000 immortal soldiers. Both of you are skilled in controlling goo, so you should know why these 100,000 are immortal, right?" Xiaoyang got straight to the point without any prelude. "What?" Both women looked at each other in disbelief upon hearing this, then quickly realized the gravity of the situation, their faces turning pale, especially Shen Yunyan, who staggered back a few steps. Seeing their reactions, Xiaoyang knew his guess was likely correct. He frowned, hesitated, then said in a low voice, "If I'm not mistaken, it's because they've been forcibly extended their lives with goo, right? You know what this is, don't you?" "It's human goo," Shen Yunyan said, her face pale, instinctively stepping back as she spoke. "I've only heard about this from my mother before. When goo cultivation reaches a certain level, it can expand, allowing one to refine beasts into pets, controlling them as they wish. This was originally just beast goo, but my mother said that if someone's skilled enough, they could refine humans into the same state, which is human goo." Damn, could such a vile thing really exist in this world? Xiaoyang had initially just been speculating, but now that his guess was confirmed, his face turned even grimmer. He looked at Shen Yunyan in disbelief. "Can you do it?" "I can," Nan Yuaner finally spoke up, breaking her silence. At this, Xiaoyang's expression changed immediately. "What did you say?" "I said I can do it. I've refined a tiger before," Nan Yuaner said directly, looking at Xiaoyang. "Human goo is against human ethics, so I've never tried it, but I believe it wouldn't be too difficult." Her sweet appearance made her words even more chilling. Before, Xiaoyang hadn't understood why the Southern Emperor would make such concessions for his sister. Now it seemed he had underestimated her. Her value likely wasn't just that of a princess. Hey, could you guys explain to me what you're talking about? Young Feiyu looked at them in confusion. What they were saying was completely beyond his understanding, but from their expressions, he could tell it was something very bad and troublesome. His words startled Xiaoyang, who frowned and looked at him, puzzled. Why are you still here? What kind of question is that? Yang Feiyu stared at Xiaoyang, feeling speechless. He rolled his eyes and said unhappily, I've been here since the beginning. Did you not notice me, or what? That's just too much. It's really hurtful. This is an absolute secret. Since you now know about it, I have no choice but to kill you. Only the dead can keep a secret, Xiaoyang said seriously, planning it out. Isn't that a bit too much? Yang Feiyu couldn't hold back anymore, grinding his teeth and said sullenly, Even if I can't beat you, you can't bully me like this, can you? I'm still breathing, and you're already planning how to kill me in front of me? Do you think that's reasonable? What about manners? What does manners have to do with anything at a time like this? Xiaoyang glared at him. I know you're naturally a big mouth, but this matter is of utmost importance. If you dare to spread it, I definitely won't let you off, understand? At this, Yang Feiyu also became serious, frowning at Xiaoyang and said helplessly, Even though I don't know what I did to make you misunderstand, I have to tell you, I'm actually quite serious. Heh, let's hope so. Xiaoyang clearly doubted this statement, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. He frowned and looked at Nan Yuaner. You can refine human goo, so do you have a way to dispel it? Once human goo is formed, there's no way to dispel it. They are already dead, Nan Yuaner said with difficulty, because the truth of many things is just that brutal. Shen Yunyan remained silent, but upon hearing this, she finally spoke, burning with fire can eradicate it completely. These 100,000 people are likely all that's left of the Linglong kingdom, aren't they? Xiaoyang took a deep breath, looking at Shen Yunyan with sympathy. This possibility had crossed Shen Yunyan's mind before. Now that Xiaoyang had said it out loud, she felt a bit uncomfortable, but she still shook her head and said softly, It's likely not just them. They must have harmed countless others. 100,000 human goo can't be made from just 100,000 people. There must be failures too. The Xiaozhao Pavilion deserves to die. Nan Yuaner's face darkened as she clenched her teeth and looked at Xiaoyang. You can't just ignore this. Where does this kid get this sense of superiority? Seeing Nan Yuaner's righteous indignation, Xiaoyang found it a bit amusing. He hesitated, then said softly, Of course, I can't just stand by, but the matter is so shocking that if we make a big fuss, it might disturb the people's hearts and play right into their hands. The others nodded upon hearing this. The emperor is right. Damn, is this the time for flattery? Is that what he wants to hear right now? What he needs are real suggestions. Everyone looked at Xiaoyang, clearly regarding him as their leader. Xiaoyang had a plan. None of you are from our Xia kingdom, so you can all use your unique abilities. I'm sure someone will come looking to collaborate with you soon. Remember, don't rush. Let the snake come out of its hole. The most important thing now is to find the hiding place of these human goo, so we can strike accurately. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Yes, we will do our best to lure them out. Chapter 333, Request. Is this a meeting or a military training session? Watching them all standing there like that, Xiaoyang felt a wave of irritation. He waved his hand and said, all right, stop standing around. Go on, get out of here. Everyone left, but Shen Yunyan remained. She stepped forward, gently massaging Xiaoyang's temples, and whispered, These messy matters are a bit troublesome. But you must take care of yourself and not push yourself too hard, okay? Xiaoyang closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment, nodding slightly. He murmured, Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I'll handle this properly. You mentioned luring the snake out of its hole. I think using Shen Yuanfeng would be more direct. Shen Yunyan smiled at Xiaoyang. What they most want to see is me turning against Yuanfeng, and then for Yuanfeng to stir up trouble. So, why not give them what they want? We can act like we've fallen out, and in the end, I'll compromise for the sake of family bonds. Wouldn't that mean they can make me do whatever they want? Hearing this, Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. He had considered this possibility before, but had worried that it might put both siblings in danger. He hadn't expected Shen Yunyan to propose this herself. Xiaoyang looked at her. Do you know that if you get involved, you'll be right in the center of the storm? When the waves come, I might not be able to save you. Although Xiaoyang was confident, he wasn't blindly so. This matter was more complicated than anything he had faced before, and he couldn't be sure he could protect everyone. No matter what happens, I'll stand by your side. That's my promise to you, and it will never change. I don't need your protection. I can take care of myself. Shen Yunyan smiled and leaned against Xiaoyang's shoulder. You told me that husband and wife should move forward together. You don't need me to remind you of that, do you? Xiaoyang saw that Shen Yunyan was back in her usual state and felt a wave of relief. He smiled, his lips curling slightly. Of course, that's how we'll do it. Hand in hand, moving forward together. That's more like it. Shen Yunyan patted Xiaoyang's shoulder. You go ahead and do what you need to do. I'm going to find Nanyuner. Some things are better handled when we discuss them together. With that, she turned and walked out. After everyone had left, Chu Ruyue walked in, her gaze filled with a mix of emotions as she looked at Xiaoyang. Why did everyone gather for a meeting, but you didn't inform me? Do you think I'm just here for decoration, unable to contribute anything of value? Xiaoyang looked at her, feeling both amused and helpless. After a moment's hesitation, he said softly, I don't know how to explain this to you, but this time, you really can't help. Not just you, even I can only stand by and watch. Hearing this, Chu Ruyue became anxious. She clenched her teeth and said irritably, You really look down on me, don't you? I didn't realize you were so competitive before. Don't you know what they say about each having their own specialty? Do you think we have the ability to handle this? Xiaoyang said, feeling both amused and exasperated. I've accepted this, so why can't you? Chu Ruyue frowned at him, feeling a bit helpless. What you say makes sense, but it still leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I came all this way, and you're telling me I'm just here for show. At this, Xiaoyang waved his hand and smiled. No. You have a big role to play. Everyone knows you're a wealthy woman, so people who need money will definitely come to you for cooperation. At that point, you'll be the most valuable one. Chu Ruyue raised an eyebrow at Xiaoyang. How do you know they're short of money? I don't know if they're short of money, but I do know that everyone needs money. They're all scurrying around like insects, so they must be short on cash. Everything requires money, so money is a good thing. Whoever has money has value, right? Xiaoyang smiled at her. Chu Ruyue had never thought about it from this perspective before. Now that Xiaoyang mentioned it, she found his reasoning quite convincing. So, what should I do now? Just wait for them to come to you, and show off your wealth a bit. Xiaoyang smiled. The Xiaozhao Pavilion was already a major problem, so the sooner it was dealt with, the better. Hearing this, Chu Ruyue immediately understood his intentions. She nodded. All right, I get it. I'm good at that. Leave it to me. By the way, have you heard anything about Yue lately? Xiaoyang suddenly brought up this name. At the mention of this name, Chu Ruyue's heart skipped a beat. She frowned slightly. She's already dead. Why are you bringing up a dead person for no reason? It's not that I want to bring her up. It's just that the tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. If you can contact her, get her to return to the capital as soon as possible. I can protect them. Xiaoyang looked at Chu Ruyue. Do you think the Xiaozhao Pavilion will let them go? True, the Xiaozhao Pavilion was full of extremists. They hated everyone in the world, especially since Xiaozhao had once been a crown prince. If they discovered their whereabouts, they certainly wouldn't let them off easily. Chu Ruyue sighed. The Xiaozhao Pavilion, a bunch of lunatics. Yes, a bunch of lunatics. Anyone with a sane mind wouldn't do such things. I'll try to contact them, Chu Ruyue mumbled in response, then looked at Xiaoyang. I didn't expect you to be so sentimental. Heh yeah. Xiaoyang snorted. If it weren't for today, I wouldn't have realized I'm still sentimental. That doesn't sound right. Chu Ruyue frowned at Xiaoyang. Are you calling them back for some other plan? What other plan could I have? Xiaoyang said, feeling both amused and exasperated. They're practically dead in name. What could I possibly scheme against them? I'm just worried they'll be caught up in this storm and suffer undeserved misfortune. Although Xiaoyang spoke nobly, Chu Ryue instinctively shook her head. I don't believe it. Damn it. Xiaoyang gritted his teeth. I finally decide to be kind for once, and you pull this on me. What do you mean by that? There wasn't really any other meaning. She just didn't believe him. Chapter 334. Deserving a beating. Chu Ryue looked at him and said calmly, From the moment I met you, you've been a man who only acts when there's something in it for you. So, you wouldn't suddenly have a change of heart and tell me your true intentions. What are they? Get lost, Xiaoyang snapped, not in the mood to argue. He just wanted this annoying woman to stay far away from him. What could he possibly gain from scheming against Xiaojia and Chu Yue now? Couldn't it be that he simply didn't want to see them die, so he decided to help? Seeing Xiaoyang's reaction, Chu Ryue realized that this time, he probably didn't have any ulterior motives. She smiled and said lightly, You can't blame me for thinking the worst of you. After all, you know exactly what kind of person you are, don't you? What kind of remark was that? Xiaoyang frowned at her and retorted irritably, You only worked with me for a short while. Don't act like you know me so well. Let me tell you, people have many sides. You'll understand that someday. Yes, you're multifaceted and cunning. Chu Ryue shrugged and turned to leave. Damn it. Xiaoyang watched her retreating figure, his anger flaring again. He gritted his teeth and said, Let me tell you, it's only because of your little bodyguard that you're even married. Otherwise, no one would have you. The same goes for you. If it weren't for Sister Shin being beautiful and kind, you wouldn't have found a wife either. Chu Ryue shot back, her voice still sharp as she walked away. Xiaoyang clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together. He rarely lost an argument, but this woman's mouth was truly deserving of a beating. In the Zhaoyang Palace. Sister Shun, I've missed you so much. Have you missed me? Chu Ryue walked in and hugged Shun Yunyan tightly. Sister Shun, your figure is even better after having the baby. This comment would have been innocuous, but it reminded Shin Yunyan of last night when someone had held her and said the same thing. Her face instantly turned red. Seeing this, Chu Ryue was a bit surprised. It's only been a few months, Sister Shun. Are you really going to be so reserved with me now? You little brat, stop talking nonsense. Shin Yunyan said, half laughing, half exasperated. Look at you. Where's the dignity of a princess? And now that you're married, why are you still so lively and carefree? What does being married have to do with it? Can't I still be happy? Chu Ryue said matter-of-factly. Sister Shun, I'll have you know, Qin is doing amazing things now. The products made by the girls there are very popular in Chu. Look how great we are. Speaking of this, Chu Ryue felt a strong sense of accomplishment. After all, Qin was where their dreams had begun, and everything had taken root there. Shin Yunyan looked at Chu Ryue with a smile. Look at you now, completely different from when we first met. Back then, you were so timid, as if we were going to eat you alive. Hearing this, Chu Ryue couldn't quite recall how she had been before. She smiled at Shin Yunyan and said softly, Yes, that timid version of me feels like it was a lifetime ago. Sister Shin, even though I've improved so much since then, I really miss those days and the times we fought side by side. We can still fight side by side now. Building an empire is easy, but maintaining it is hard. We still have a long way to go, Shin Yunyan said with a gentle smile. Besides, we still have many connections. There's no need to worry about the future. That was true. Although they now lived in the palace, many things outside were still ongoing. This meant that Shan Yunyan and Chu Ryue's partnership had been continuous. Xiaoyang, being the carefree person he was, never interfered with the women's business, and they had made quite a profit. Sister Shun, what do you think about this situation? Chu Ryue finally brought up the matter at hand, as this was the reason for her visit. Shin Yunyan hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Other things aside, the welfare of the people is of the utmost importance. To think that Xiaozhao Pavilion would go to such horrifying lengths for their own gain. How can we allow such a place to exist? As Xiaoyang said, we must eliminate evil completely. Such a place should be eradicated root and stem. I agree. Chu Ruyue nodded immediately. These people are truly despicable. Nanyuaner, sitting nearby, watched the two women with some surprise. She had thought that relations between the countries were more or less the same, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. At that moment, Chu Ruyue finally noticed Nanyuaner and smiled at her. I've seen you before. Hello, I'm Chu Ruyue. I am Nanyuaner, the princess of Nanzhao. Greetings, princess of Chu. Nanyuaner stood up and politely curtsied. Seeing her formality, Chu Ruyue waved it off with a laugh. Although we've never met, I've heard of you. They say you're not one to follow the rules, so why be so restrained? Nanyuaner was caught off guard by Chu Ruyue's directness on their first meeting and didn't know how to respond. Shen Yunyan stood up and smiled at the two women. We're all women, and we're here for the same goal. There's no need for so many formalities between us. Instead of being polite, we should focus on doing something meaningful, don't you think? Both women found this reasonable. We've already started researching the goo insects. Ruyue, what are your thoughts? Shen Yunyan quickly brought everyone back to the topic. Chu Ruyue propped her chin on one hand and said casually, the emperor said I'm like a fat lamb in the eyes of Xiuzhao Pavilion, so I don't need to do anything. I just have to wait for them to come to me. Then we'll study the goo insects, and you'll be the bait. What about me? Just then, young Xuanya walked in, exuding a heroic aura. She smiled slightly at the group. She bowed to Shen Yunyan. I am young Xuanya, the princess of Bei, greeting the empress. You're too polite, Shen Yunyan smiled. I've long heard that the princess of Bei is brave and skilled in battle. Today, I see that it's true. You flatter me, your majesty. I just happen to enjoy the battlefield, young Xuanya said, carefully observing Shen Yunyan. She had always been curious about what kind of woman could captivate a man like Xiaoyang. However, upon meeting Shen Yunyan, she didn't see anything particularly extraordinary. If she had to say, it was probably those eyes, full of strength, radiating hope as if just standing there could inspire others. Why is the princess of Bei staring at me so intently? Shen Yunyan asked, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 335. Don't overthink. It's unlikely anyone would feel comfortable being stared at like that. After hearing this, young Xuanya quickly averted her gaze and smiled at her, then whispered, my apologies for being rude, but I found the empress so beautiful that I couldn't help but look a little longer. At this moment, Shen Yunyan hadn't yet realized what young Xuanya's gaze implied, but Chu Ruyue, who was beside her, noticed and stepped forward to stand in front of Shen Yunyan, frowning at young Xuanya. Since the princess of the northern frontier is here, shouldn't you be first seeking an audience with the emperor instead of coming here? Young Xuanya's expression changed slightly. She looked at Chu Ruyue, forced a smile, and said, I just wanted to pay my respects to the empress first. I'll go see the emperor now. After saying this, she bowed and turned to leave. Shen Yunyan furrowed her brows slightly and tugged at Chu Ruyue's sleeve. It's our first meeting. Let's all be cordial. Why are you acting like this? Shinjiajie, that woman's gaze towards you is not right. She must have ulterior motives, Chu Ruyue said frankly. But now is not the time for internal strife. We need to unite and face the external threats together. I know you're doing this for my sake, but don't worry. I'm not stupid. I'll take care of myself. Now, go do what you need to do. Shen Yunyan smiled and patted her shoulder. Nanyuaner, watching the interaction between the two, realized their relationship was far from ordinary. Yet, she couldn't understand why they were so close. After Chu Ruyue left, Shen Yunyan turned back and met Nanyuaner's inquiring gaze. She smiled and said, we have business dealings. The fact that Chu Ruyue had once been a concubine to Xiaoyang wasn't widely known. On one hand, it was because Xiaoyang was merely a prince at the time, and his taking a concubine wasn't something people paid attention to. Additionally, Xiaoyang himself had taken steps to keep the news under wraps, fearing it would complicate matters if too many people knew. Now, it seemed Xiaoyang's initial concerns had been quite prudent. Imperial study. Xiaoyang rubbed his temples in frustration. He looked at young Xuanya, who stood before him and said, "There was really no need for you to come all this way for this matter. You say that because you don't want to see me, don't you?" Yang Xuanya huffed, her tone indifferent. "Don't worry, despite how different you are from every man I've met, I won't harbor any inappropriate thoughts toward you. I've seen your empress, and I can understand why you like her. However, by gathering so many people here, aren't you afraid of attracting those with ill intentions or causing unexpected trouble?" Xiaoyang knew very well that bringing everyone under his roof was a highly risky move. But with the current urgency, there was no other choice. "You probably don't know what's really going on, do you?" Xiaoyang sighed and continued, "The Xiaozhao Pavilion isn't just targeting the Xia Kingdom. It's targeting everyone, indiscriminately." After hearing Xiaoyang's words, Yang Xuanya was left in shock. Although she had been on the battlefield before, it was more of a sideshow. The truly gruesome scenes were never meant for her eyes. In a sense, she was a sheltered child, protected from the true darkness of the world. Now that she knew the truth, she felt a wave of unease. Clenching her fists, she said fiercely, "How can there be such terrible people in this world? There are many terrible people and many terrible things in this world, and they can't be avoided. They just keep coming. That's why we live, to deal with these things. Do you understand?" Xiaoyang smiled. "The 100,000 elite troops will inevitably clash with us sooner or later. So, what are your plans?" He raised an eyebrow, looking at her. Originally, Xiaoyang had thought having Yang Feiyu from the northern frontier would be enough. But now that Yang Xuanya had been sent here, he had no choice but to make use of her. "Of course, I'll take the field in armor. Not afraid of dying? Why would I be afraid of death if I want to be a general?" Every word from Yang Xuanya was firm and resolute. She wanted to be a true general, not someone who merely wore armor and played a minor role on the battlefield. "Absolutely not. I forbid it." Yang Feiyu immediately became anxious. "You're the princess of the northern frontier, our youngest sister, our precious treasure. I absolutely forbid you from putting yourself in danger." Yang Xuanya rolled her eyes at this and said sullenly, "I'm your sister, not your pet. I have my own thoughts and my own desires. I know everything you do is for my sake, but why won't you ask me if I even want this kind of care?" Yang Feiyu found himself at a loss for words in the face of such a direct question. He sighed helplessly and said softly, "I know what you want, but no matter what, you're still a girl. Can you beat me?" Yang Xuanya huffed. "Your skills in horseback riding and archery are inferior to mine. What gives you the right to look down on me? What's wrong with being a girl? Are women not allowed on the battlefield?" Well said. Even Xiaoyang, sitting to the side, felt this girl's words were quite impressive. Seeing Xiaoyang's amused expression, Yang Feiyu felt a surge of frustration. He grumbled, "This child has always been wild, and now, because of you, she's even wilder. Now she's obsessed with nothing but going to the battlefield to cut off heads. I just don't understand. What kind of magic do you have?" "Because I respect her own desires and her choices," Xiaoyang replied with a smile. "But you never did you?" Yang Feiyu's expression darkened further. He looked at Yang Xuanya and said sullenly, "I can't make this decision. I don't need you to make it for me. I can make my own decision. If those 100,000 elite troops attack, I will be the first to go to the battlefield. I will not retreat until the enemy is defeated." Seeing his sister pledge her loyalty to Xiaoyang, Yang Feiyu felt a wave of helplessness. He rubbed his forehead and said softly to his sister, "My dear sister, are you out of your mind? This is the Xia Kingdom, and we are from the northern frontier. The world belongs to all people. I am a part of the world. At a time like this, why are you still saying such things?" Yang Xuanya disdainfully retorted, "If the Xia Kingdom falls, do you think we'll be spared? For the past 2 years, there's been no war, and the common people have just started to live a good life. Are you uncomfortable with that?" This was simply adding insult to injury. Yang Feiyu dared not take the blame for disrupting peace. He hurriedly shook his head. No, I didn't mean that. What I meant was, don't be reckless. Don't let a few words from someone else drive you to act impulsively. I'm very clear-headed. This is what I want to do. You'd better stay out of it." Yang Xuanya waved her hand dismissively, her face full of disdain. Chapter 336. Planning. Disgusted? He was actually disgusted by his own sister? Yang Feiyu looked at her with a sense of heartache. Taking a deep breath, he said irritably, "Xiaoyang, what exactly do you mean? You should be honest with me now. What exactly are you here for this time?" Xiaoyang crossed her arms and looked at Yang Feiyu with a half-smile. Indeed. Yang Feiyu was speechless at Xiaoyang's demeanor. He knew he couldn't hide anything from her. With a sigh of resignation, he lowered his voice and said, "Actually, I'm here to help. But my older brother said we can't help for free. We need to make a deal. I just haven't figured out how to make that deal yet. Besides, I didn't know the situation was this dire before coming. It seems difficult to make a deal now, since this isn't just your problem. We're involved too." Hearing this, Xiaoyang snorted and then looked at Yang Xuanya. Clearly, Yang Xuanya hadn't known about the plans between her two brothers beforehand, so her expression turned sour upon hearing this, feeling a sense of shame she couldn't quite explain. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly as she glared at Yang Feiyu and then turned to leave. Now, Yang Feiyu's gaze toward Xiaoyang shifted, and he said irritably, "What's your problem? Did you deliberately say all this in front of my sister? Otherwise, should I have said it behind her back? I like making deals, but I won't make one on this. If you're going to do it, do it. If not, get out." Xiaoyang's stance was clear. Yang Feiyu knew that bringing up a deal in this situation would indeed be inconsiderate, but he looked at Xiaoyang and said softly, "Whether you believe it or not, I truly didn't know the situation was this severe before we came. If I had, we wouldn't have proposed a deal. This is something we should do without hesitation. It's just that when it comes to the issue of the goo worms, we in the northern border are completely clueless. So, what exactly can I do now?" "That's more like it." Xiaoyang glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, "Just wait and see. I'm afraid that if conflict arises here, they might scatter everywhere. If that happens, I hope you can guard the city gates and prevent them from passing through." "Is that all?" Yang Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. "Given your personality, I didn't think you'd let us off so easily. Are there really no additional conditions?" "Get lost." Xiaoyang's expression darkened, and she shot him a glare. "Normally, I might joke around with you, but what's the situation now? Do you really think I have the mood to waste time talking to you? Go back and relay my words to your brother. If he doesn't agree, take your sister and leave. I'm tired of looking at you." With that, Xiaoyang stood up and turned to head toward the inner palace. Her inner palace was bustling with activity, more lively than ever. Although the arrival of several princesses was kept secret, Xiaoyang decided to host a banquet in the Zhaoyang Palace to welcome them and discuss the progress of their current situation. Shen Yunyan had specially prepared a hot pot for them, believing that no one in the world could resist hot pot. As soon as the pot was brought out, everyone's eyes lit up, staring at the bubbling copper pot with anticipation. "Empress Dowager, what is this?" Nanyuaner looked at Shen Yunyan with curiosity. Shen Yunyan smiled and demonstrated how to eat it, saying gently, "This is a dish invented by His Majesty, called hot pot. You should try it. It's really delicious. Today, it's just us, so there's no need to follow any formalities. Just eat however you're comfortable." Hearing this, everyone began to eat without restraint, following Shen Yunyan's lead. Xiaoyang sat beside Shen Yunyan, naturally tossing a few large shrimp into the pot. Then, he peeled them one by one and placed them into Shen Yunyan's bowl. Shen Yunyan was accustomed to such favor and didn't hesitate or feel awkward as she picked up her chopsticks and ate. Watching the interaction between the two, Yang Xuanya felt a pang of jealousy. She had grown up in the palace and seen many favored concubines, but she had never seen anyone receive such treatment. She had also never seen an emperor so humble as to serve his woman like this. The feeling was quite striking. Yang Feiyu, noticing his sister's expression, roughly understood what she was thinking. He frowned slightly and then passed a shrimp to her, saying coolly, "If you want to eat, peel it yourself?" What did that mean? Yang Xuanya understood. She took a deep breath, frowned at her brother, and muttered, "Sometimes, I really find having a brother like you annoying. I, on the other hand, find having a sister like you quite enjoyable." Yang Feiyu chuckled, leaning closer to her. "I haven't thought of the terms of the deal yet. How about I ask for a position as a noble consort for you?" That sounded rather infuriating. Yang Xuanya was not the type of woman to be gentle and virtuous, so upon hearing this, she didn't hesitate to throw a punch at him. "You dare. Try it. Why are you fighting while eating?" Xiaoyang found their antics amusing. Yang Feiyu awkwardly got up from the floor, smiling sheepishly. "Sorry, my apologies. I made a fool of myself." Who exactly made a fool of themselves? As the atmosphere was just right, Xiaoyang spoke up. "Actually, this gathering is for the same purpose, to find and eliminate the 100,000 goo worms and bring peace to the world. So, I ask everyone to do their best and use their unique skills to help us overcome this crisis. The 100,000 goo worms are a scourge wherever they go, so it's not really helping. It's something we should do anyway," Nanyuaner spoke first. "The matter of goo worms is my specialty, so I won't decline. I'll do my best to minimize the damage. As long as I'm here, not a single rat will cross the northern border." Yang Xuanya stated her stance decisively. Chu Ruyue smiled and said, "Our Chu kingdom doesn't have much else, but we're rich. If you need money, just come to me." Chapter 337, Cooperation. These few individuals together could be considered half of the world. Xiaoyang watched them with satisfaction, nodding and smiling. "Since everyone has a clear understanding, I won't say much else. All right, let's eat, and then get to work after we're full." After this meal, Yang Xuanya would leave the capital and head to the border to stand guard. Accompanying her would be the elite troops left behind by the Princess Chonggong, which was Xiaoyang's true confidence. After the meal, everyone returned to their positions, leaving only Yang Xuanya behind. Zhang Jian had already arrived overnight and was now here to report to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled and said lightly, "You two can get to know each other. From now on, you'll be comrades fighting side by side." The two introduced themselves, exchanged greetings, and then stared straight at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's attitude was straightforward. He waved his hand and said, "I'll provide whatever you need, money, but there's one bottom line. Not a single one must be let off." Both men nodded. "Yes, we understand." "Zhang Jian, you may go." Xiaoyang waved his hand. He knew that Yang Xuanya had stayed behind not to talk to Zhang Jian, but to speak with him. With only the two of them in the room, Yang Xuanya showed an unusual shyness, a rare softness in her demeanor. She had been drinking, her cheeks flushed, and she looked at Xiaoyang with longing. "I didn't understand what you meant by that world before, but now it's different. I see it. I understand it. I envy the women of your Xia kingdom." "You don't need to envy them. You can be yourself, do what you love." Xiaoyang smiled gently, looking at her. "You're doing great now, aren't you? Do you really think I'm doing well?" Yang Xuanya took a step forward, raising an eyebrow as she looked at Xiaoyang. "How well?" Xiaoyang wasn't naive. Over time, he had sensed her feelings for him. He smiled and said softly, "Exceptionally well. The kind of good that doesn't belong in a courtyard, the kind that shouldn't be confined." Indeed, Yang Xuanya had prepared herself for rejection before speaking, but now that it had come, she still felt a pang of sadness. "I've met your empress. She's wonderful, truly wonderful, worthy of you. But I still feel a sense of reluctance, because I think I'm good too." Yang Xuanya looked directly at Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, I like you." It wasn't a princess liking an emperor, but Yang Xuanya liking Xiaoyang. Purely about feelings, nothing else. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, "Thank you for liking me. It's very precious, but I'm truly sorry. I already have someone I like, and she's very precious to me." "I know. I just felt that if I didn't say it now, I might never have the chance to." Yang Xuanya smiled with a sense of relief, stood up, and turned to walk out. Watching her strong, spirited back, Xiaoyang shrugged helplessly. It seemed that sometimes, having too much charm wasn't a good thing. He touched his face and chuckled. Just as he was smiling, Shun Yinyan walked in. Seeing his smug expression and feeling a surge of anger, she said irritably, "You look pretty pleased with yourself, don't you?" "No, absolutely not." Xiaoyang immediately snapped back to reality and denied it. "How could I be pleased?" "Humph." Shun Yinyan rolled her eyes at him and walked over, pinching his cheek. "I just saw it with my own eyes, and you still dare to deny it? No wonder this young lady had such hostility towards me the first time we met. The root of the problem is you, isn't it? I never realized you were such a heartthrob. Do you really think she likes me?" Xiaoyang pulled her over, letting her sit on his lap, and whispered, "In the northern border, she may have been pampered, but life was always difficult and restrictive. But with me, it's different. Now, who wouldn't envy the women of our Xia kingdom? After all, women are already stepping onto the court, aren't they?" This Shun Yinyan had never thought of it from this perspective before. She looked at Xiaoyang curiously and whispered, "When do you think they'll be able to live like this? As long as this way of life is more beneficial than harmful, it won't be long before everyone lives like this. Then, your and my ideals will be realized, won't they?" Xiaoyang smiled softly, holding her and kissing her repeatedly. Mentioning this, Shun Yinyan's lips also curled up slightly. She blinked and whispered, "Yes." "Hee hee, so don't be jealous, don't be angry, okay?" "Okay." Shun Yinyan leaned on his shoulder and murmured in agreement. With the stage set, how could the actors not take the stage? Early the next morning, Xiaoyang summoned Shen Yuanfeng to the imperial study. He sat there, arms crossed, staring at the somewhat haggard Shen Yuanfeng. "It's been half a month now. I want to know what you've been thinking. You've had plenty of time to reflect, haven't you?" "I don't know," Shen Yuanfeng answered honestly. Yes, for the past half-month, he had been reflecting, but in the end, it was all just random thoughts, nothing useful. Hearing this, Xiaoyang was a bit surprised. He raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "So you're still clinging to those unrealistic fantasies, are you?" "No," Shen Yuanfeng shook his head. "I'm not your match, and my sister won't side with me. Besides, as you said, what kind of royal bloodline am I? I'm just a joke, but I'm unwilling. Why should they toy with me so casually?" The Xiaozhao Pavilion has 100,000 elite soldiers, immortal and indestructible, created through the gruesome process of human goo. The creation of human goo is extraordinarily difficult, so you can imagine how many lives have been sacrificed. Xiaoyang spoke without reservation, laying bare the harsh reality. "You once told me your dream was to defend the country. So now? Has your dream changed?" "No." Shen Yuanfeng answered urgently. He looked straight at Xiaoyang. "No, it hasn't changed. My dream is still the same." "Good. I'll give you the chance. Protect your country." Xiaoyang smiled at him. "You must cooperate with me on the matter of the Xiaozhao Pavilion." "Absolutely must." Chapter 338. Listening to you. It all came back to this Xiaozhao Pavilion. Yang Xuanya looked at Xiaoyang with some confusion, hesitated for a moment, and then softly asked, "Actually, I've always thought you were quite brave. So I really don't understand. Why? Why are you so concerned about this Xiaozhao Pavilion? Is it really that remarkable? Or do you think the remaining rabble of the Linglong Kingdom are something special?" "Neither," Xiaoyang said, looking at her with a hint of helplessness. "Xiaozhao Pavilion isn't anything special, and neither are the leftover rabble of the Linglong Kingdom. But our country can't handle it. The recent wars have just ended, and the effects of the famine haven't completely passed. If something like this happens now, it would be a catastrophic blow to us." "Why?" Yang Xuanya still didn't understand. Across the world, people had been living in similar hardships over the years. Although Yang Xuanya was the 10th princess, she wasn't someone who had never done manual labor. She understood these things, but she just couldn't see how they were related to what she was doing now. "It's because the world isn't in a good state right now that people are nostalgic for the past," Xiaoyang said with a sigh. "With the world in such chaos, if someone were to claim they could give everyone a better life, just by restoring the Linglong kingdom, do you think people would believe it? We don't believe it because we can see the bigger picture, but ordinary people don't have that perspective. All they care about is having enough to eat and wear, which is the most important thing in the world to them. So you can't expect too much from the common folk, you know? Xiaoyang finally broke it all down and explained it to her. Before this, Yang Xuanya had never considered these issues from the perspective of the common people. Now, hearing Xiaoyang's explanation, it suddenly made sense to her. She looked at Xiaoyang with confusion, hesitated for a moment, and then softly asked, logically speaking, you're also a high-ranking prince, so why are you so clear about the thoughts of the lower class? Because the world isn't the world of the nobility. It's the world of the people. Those lower-class people you mentioned make up the vast majority. A single spark can start a prairie fire. That's the way it is. Do you understand? Xiaoyang sighed. So, don't always think about using your status and power to suppress people. That will only make things worse. At this point, Yang Xuanya was completely convinced. She nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. And your brother is also doing this for your own good. Although his methods are despicable, after all, he's your own brother. You shouldn't make him sad, you know? I understand. After saying this, Yang Xuanya waved her hand and turned to leave. Everyone could stay in the inner palace, but since Yang Feiyu was a man, he couldn't stay there. Unable to do anything about it, Yang Xuanya changed into different clothes and secretly left the palace, heading toward Feiyu Tower. Yang Feiyu was already very angry because of Yang Xuanya's actions. Now, seeing his troublesome sister come over, he was even more furious. He said irritably, "You're so obsessed with that man. So why are you here with me? No matter how obsessed I am, he's someone else's man. You're my brother." Yang Xuanya smiled and moved closer, standing behind him and starting to massage his shoulders. This action immediately calmed Yang Feiyu down, but he felt that if he gave in so easily, it would be too weak. So he crossed his arms and snorted, "Don't think that doing this will make me forgive you. I know I was wrong, and that's why I've come to apologize. Brother, I know everything you've done is for my own good. I also know you saw that I like him, so you were willing to stoop to underhanded tactics to help me achieve this. But shouldn't you have discussed it with me first, asked for my opinion?" Yang Xuanya sighed, speaking in a muffled tone. "You didn't ask anything, just blurted it out, and he rejected me. Do you know how awkward that made me feel? After all, I'm the princess of the northern border. Isn't that embarrassing for the entire royal family?" Hearing this, Yang Feiyu couldn't stay angry. Looking at his sister, he felt a pang of pity. "Who knows you better than I do? I'm just worried about you, afraid you'll do something foolish. In this world, apart from Xiaoyang, I really can't think of anyone else who can protect you." Protect? Yang Xuanya never expected that. Despite her strength and toughness, in her brother's eyes, she still needed protection. She looked at Yang Feiyu with a mixture of laughter and tears. "My silly brother, I'm the princess of the northern border. I grew up on horseback. My horsemanship, swordsmanship, and martial arts are top-notch. Who do I need protection from? I can even protect you. Besides, I have the entire northern border royal family behind me. Who would dare to mess with me? So you're not going to get married? I think in this world, apart from Xiaoyang, no one else is worthy of you." Yang Feiyu snorted. His sister wasn't someone just anyone could match. Yang Xuanya looked at him, slightly frowning, hesitating for a moment, and then softly said, "Brother, I feel like your feelings for Xiaoyang are a bit off. It seems like you're doing this for me, but in reality, maybe you like Xiaoyang yourself?" What kind of outrageous statement was that? Yang Feiyu felt completely flustered upon hearing this. He immediately changed his expression and said irritably, "Pfft, you silly girl, what are you talking about? Do you even know what you're saying? Let me tell you, I'm very clear that I like women. Stop talking nonsense." "You like women? Then why aren't you happy when the emperor orders you to marry and have children?" Yang Xuanya looked at him with confusion. "You don't want to get married yourself, yet you're always pressuring me to get married. My dear brother, aren't you being a bit too hypocritical?" Yang Feiyu felt a bit guilty upon hearing this. He looked at his sister, sighed, and said with a hint of helplessness, I'm a man. I can marry whenever I choose. But you're a woman. If you miss the right time, it's you who will bear the consequences. Do you understand? I don't. Yang Xuanya shrugged and said indifferently, I don't care about any of that. To me, men and women are the same. Why divide them into high and low? Isn't that ridiculous? Yang Feiyu knew that whatever he said now would be useless, so he just looked at her helplessly. So, what did you come to see me for? Chapter 339. Panic. Of course, I'm doing this to make you happy. Yang Xuanya smiled, looking at him. I'm sorry, I said those things about you in front of Xiaoyang. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. No matter what, you're my brother, and everything you do is for my own good. I know that. I'm sorry, brother, good brother, don't hold it against me. Okay? This was downright terrifying. Yang Feiyu couldn't even believe his ears. He couldn't believe what he had heard, or what he had seen. Was this his sister? Was this the same stubborn, cold-blooded sister of his? No, it couldn't be. He must have woken up too abruptly, or he was seeing things. How could this be possible? Seeing Yang Feiyu's shocked and horrified expression, Yang Xuanya felt a surge of irritation. She pouted and said, I've already apologized sincerely to you. What more do you want? Brother, I really know I was wrong. Please don't hold it against me, okay? I promise I won't say such things again. Don't be mad at me, all right? Yang Feiyu hesitated, looking at his sister, then spoke softly. Are you sure you're genuinely apologizing to me? Of course I am. When have I ever joked with you? I truly know I was wrong, brother. Good brother, please don't hold it against me, okay? Yang Xuanya smiled warmly at her brother. That's more like it. Yang Feiyu finally felt the joy of being a brother. All these years, because his sister had been so extraordinary, he had never experienced the pride and happiness of being a sibling. But now, things were different. His sister had become as soft and adorable as any other sister. So, what was there to refuse? All right, you're my sister. How could I really stay mad at you? But what should we do next? Yang Feiyu finally brought up the matter at hand. Yang Xuanya let out a sigh of relief, then began to explain what they needed to do next. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang attended court as usual, and the entire empire seemed to be going about its business as if nothing had happened. Even though the undercurrents of turmoil were brewing behind the scenes, Xiaoyang remained unshaken, leaving everyone guessing about his intentions. Your Majesty, it has been over half a year since your ascension, yet the imperial harem remains empty. Please consider the welfare of the empire and take action. The Minister of Rights finally brought up the matter. Xiaoyang looked at the old man kneeling stubbornly on the floor, feeling puzzled. He couldn't understand why Lu Jing had taken a liking to this old-fashioned man's daughter. He rolled his eyes and said indifferently, I already have a child, and the great Xia has a crown prince. What more is needed for the welfare of the empire? Is there any need to rush into filling the harem? Hearing this, the Minister of Rights became even more agitated. Your Majesty, you only have one empress. May I ask, which emperor in history has only had one empress? That was true. Traditionally, an emperor would have a harem of 3,000 concubines. But for Xiaoyang, these were all remnants of the past. He looked at the Minister of Rights and said calmly, I love the empress, and the empress loves me. The emperor and empress are deeply in love, living in harmony. What's wrong with that? The world is so vast. Why must you all focus on my bedchamber? Enough. Forget about the idea of selecting concubines. It's over. Xiaoyang waved his hand impatiently, putting an end to the matter. And that was it? The Minister of Rights felt humiliated, kneeling there like a fool while they discussed other matters. He was filled with anger, feeling as if his years of service had been in vain. Perhaps it was due to his narrow-mindedness, but he felt a surge of anger that caused him to spit blood and faint. Someone, take him away and call a physician, Xiaoyang said, immediately recognizing what had happened. He was a bit exasperated. He had merely not followed the minister's wishes, and the man had been so furious that he had spat blood? Whose empire was this, anyway? A mere employee trying to dictate to the boss. Was that reasonable? After listening to Qi Jingtian's report, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. You and your father have worked tirelessly for the benefit of the Liao region. Your Majesty, you flatter us. We dare not claim such credit, Qi Jingtian quickly denied. In truth, he wasn't sure why he was so afraid of Xiaoyang. After all, things had been different when they were in the Liao prince's residence. Seeing his restrained demeanor, Xiaoyang didn't say much. He just smiled and said, "All right then, let's adjourn the court." Soon, Qi Jingtian was summoned to the imperial study. It's only been a little over a month. Have we grown distant? Xiaoyang asked with a teasing smile. Qi Jingtian knelt on the floor, saying, "I dare not." "Stand up and speak properly," Xiaoyang said, raising an eyebrow. "When we were in the Liao region, I thought you were quite bold. Why has your courage shrunk now that you're in the capital?" "Your Majesty, please forgive me. When we were in the Liao region, I was at fault. I will never dare to act so recklessly again." Qi Jingtian looked at Xiaoyang pitifully. Now, Xiaoyang was truly puzzled. He rolled his eyes and said, "Speak like a normal person. When we were in the Liao region, it wasn't clear that you were the emperor. But now, with the weight of the throne, I truly feel afraid," Qi Jingtian confessed, feeling helpless. Was that even possible? Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Xiaoyang was filled with disdain. He said irritably, "I'm still the same person. You really don't need to act this way." Hearing this, Qi Jingtian shook his head. "In the Liao region, your Majesty was like a brother to me, approachable and kind. But now that we're in the palace, you seem like a different person, one that's no longer so easily accessible. What kind of nonsense was that? Did your father only teach you etiquette and not how to read properly? Easily accessible isn't the right phrase to use here." Xiaoyang was annoyed and said, "I called you here to talk. Acting like you're a wronged person. What's the point of that?" "Yes, I will speak properly." Qi Jingtian finally felt a bit more at ease. He stood up shakily, saying, "Your Majesty, my legs have gone numb." What a lack of nerve. Xiaoyang looked at him, feeling exasperated, but then he suddenly remembered that Qi Jingtian was only an 18 or 19-year-old youth. At that age in modern times, one would still be inexperienced. For him to have reached this point was already quite commendable. Chapter 340. Incapable. Thinking of Qi Jingtian's age, Xiaoyang felt more lenient towards him. She smiled at him and then said softly, "If you can't stand steady, just find a place to sit. You must have been through a lot on your way here. You look quite haggard." Hearing this, Qi Jingtian was once again deeply moved. He lowered his head and whispered, "The journey here was quite smooth, but things were a bit complicated in Liaodong, which is why I look like this. But your Majesty can rest assured, everything has been resolved." Before leaving, the Prince of Liaodong had actually instructed him not to reveal everything, but Qi Jingtian, being so incapable, couldn't help but spill the beans as soon as he saw Xiaoyang. She hadn't even probed deeply, yet he had already confessed everything. Seeing Qi Jingtian's honest demeanor, Xiaoyang found it amusing. She blinked at him and said, "So, something happened in Liaodong after I left?" As expected, he had revealed both what should and shouldn't be said. Qi Jingtian looked at Xiaoyang, unsure of how to explain himself. He could only sigh helplessly and mumble, "My father said these were minor matters and didn't need to be reported to you. But I don't know why, as soon as I saw you, I told you everything." Seeing his defeated expression, Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile. She said lightly, "If it's inconvenient to tell me what happened, then forget it. You're here mainly to report on Liaodong's affairs. Now that you're here, don't be too tense. Enjoy yourself, and take a look around the capital. See if there's anything here you'd like to take back." Take something back? Qi Jingtian initially didn't understand what Xiaoyang meant. He looked at her confusedly and asked softly, "What should I take back?" "That depends on you," Xiaoyang shrugged and said casually. "With spring in full bloom, how about this? Tomorrow I'll arrange a hunting trip. We're all young people, so we should have some fun together." Just a moment ago, she had mentioned sightseeing, but now she was talking about hunting? Qi Jingtian suddenly realized he couldn't keep up with Xiaoyang's train of thought. He looked at her bewildered and asked softly, "Can I join too?" "Of course you can." After all, you're the young prince of Liaodong. Xiaoyang smiled. Now, go get some rest. Seeing you so tense is tiring for me. Finally, Qi Jingtian relaxed a bit. He let out a long breath, bowed, and turned to leave. Ji Xiang, standing at the door, found his behavior amusing. He stepped forward to help him, asking gently, "What's wrong, young prince?" "Nothing much, just a bit weak in the legs," Qi Jingtian admitted, knowing how unmanly it sounded, but he truly couldn't face the imposing presence of Xiaoyang with ease. Seeing his reaction, Ji Xiang felt puzzled. He looked at him curiously and whispered, "The emperor has always been lenient towards Liaodong. Why are you so nervous?" "The emperor is indeed very considerate of us in Liaodong, but I still feel fear." "Thank you, eunuch Ji." Qi Jingtian bowed slightly to Ji Xiang. Ji Xiang nodded and, after seeing Qi Jingtian off, returned inside. "Your Majesty, the young prince has left." Xiaoyang glanced at Ji Xiang and said indifferently, "The young prince's journey here seemed smooth, but the way he looks doesn't suggest that. Go investigate and see what happened along the way." Ji Xiang immediately nodded. "Yes, I will do it right away." In the Zhaoyang Palace.
What?
Shen Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, gritting her teeth and saying angrily, "Are you crazy? What time is it now? And you want to take everyone out for a spring hunt? What if something happens?" Xiaoyang looked at her with a smile, then said calmly, "Don't worry, the security will be absolutely fine. Besides, everyone is an expert in archery and horsemanship. What kind of special situation could occur? Could they not even save their own lives?" Hearing this, Shen Yunyan's expression changed again. She muttered unhappily, "I know, you're deliberately giving these people a chance to harm you, aren't you? You truly are my wife, understanding my intentions in an instant." Xiaoyang chuckled, wrapping an arm around her, luring the snake out of its hole, catching the turtle in the jar. "We know too little about the Xiaozhao Pavilion, so capturing a few people to interrogate would be beneficial. What if I say I don't agree?" Shen Yunyan glared at him unhappily. "I'm asking you, what if I'm not willing?" Xiaoyang knew this reaction was coming. He held her waist, kissed her forehead, and whispered, "Sweetheart, I know you're saying all this for my sake, but don't worry, I'll protect myself well. You know my capabilities. Moreover, as we go out, others will come in, don't you think?" What does going out and coming in mean? Shen Yunyan couldn't understand these convoluted words. All she knew was that Xiaoyang was in danger, a walking target. "I know you're strong, but I'm still worried about you." Shen Yunyan leaned on him and muttered. Xiaoyang was deeply touched by her concern. He smiled tenderly and whispered, "I know, no matter how strong I am, in your eyes, I'm always fragile. You worrying about me makes me happy, but I'm a man, I can't always hide. I need to step out and fight, you understand?" She didn't. Shen Yunyan didn't understand the concept of being a man or not. All she knew was that her man was in danger. She took a deep breath and whispered, "Xiaoyang, no matter what happens, when it comes to a choice between two, don't choose me." Seeing her serious expression, Xiaoyang smiled and murmured, "No matter who it is, I'll always choose you. You know that." "No, don't choose me. Don't choose me." Shen Yunyan stared straight at him. "Xiaoyang, I have your love for me, and I'm truly satisfied. So even if I die, I have no regrets." Chapter 341. Shy? Although Xiaoyang still didn't know exactly what had happened, he still looked directly at Shen Yunyan and said, "The decision is in my hands, so I will make my own choice. I don't care what others think. In my heart, you will always be my first option, forever." Xiaoyang gave her a firm kiss and smiled. This was Xiaoyang's first spring hunt since ascending the throne, so the event was grand, and almost all the citizens of the city knew that the emperor was going to leave the palace. There were countless legends about Xiaoyang and the common folk, so everyone was curious about what the new emperor looked like. Seeing the emperor in person was a rare opportunity, so when Xiaoyang went out, the streets were packed with people eager to catch a glimpse of him. This kind of scene was the first time Xiaoyang had experienced it, and he felt a bit nervous, clutching Shen Yunyan's hand tightly as he whispered, "Why do I feel like I'm being treated like a monkey?" What? Shin Yunyan hadn't expected Xiao Yang to feel nervous in such a situation. Seeing his expression, she couldn't help but find it amusing and blinked at him. Are you feeling nervous or scared? Nervous? Scared? That's impossible. Xiao Yang shook his head and whispered, I'm not nervous, I just feel a bit uncomfortable. Stubborn as a duck. Having lived together for so long and with a child already, Shin Yunyan knew Xiao Yang very well. She could almost instantly tell what he was feeling. Seeing Shin Yunyan smirking, Xiao Yang looked at her with a hint of grievance. Are you laughing at me? Of course not. I think you're very cute and great this way, Shin Yunyan smiled and looked at Xiao Yang. Soon, they arrived at the royal hunting grounds. It was the first time Xiao Yang had come here since his transmigration. Gazing at the vast expanse of grassland, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder everyone in the world wants to be an emperor. Being an emperor is indeed different. Even a spring outing is so interesting. Seeing his inexperienced look, Shin Yunyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. You were once the Qin prince, even if you were physically weak. You've been on a few spring hunts before. Why are you so shocked? You don't know. In a few hundred years, grasslands like this will be very rare. Xiao Yang looked at the scenery before him, his lips curling up with a bit of nostalgia. Shin Yunyan was taken aback by his words and looked at him. Then, what will it be in a few hundred years? White trash. Xiao Yang smiled at her. Just trash everywhere. This? How could that be? Shin Yunyan looked at Xiao Yang in surprise and whispered, Why would it be like that? Why would there be trash everywhere? Because people are inconsiderate. Xiao Yang didn't want to continue the topic, smiled at her, and then softly said, Since we met, I've never seen you ride a horse. Do you know how to ride? Of course, my horsemanship and archery skills are pretty good. Hee hee, just watch, you'll be satisfied. After saying that, she mounted her horse, but I don't feel like hunting now. I want to play polo with them. Hearing this, Xiao Yang looked to the side and asked softly, With a few princesses? Yes, just us few. Shin Yunyan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, All right, I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm off. Did she just abandon me? Seeing Shin Yunyan enjoying herself so freely, Xiao Yang's lips curled up, and he mounted his horse, heading straight into the woods. Earlier, young Xuanya had been quietly watching them flirt, but now things were different. With only Xiao Yang entering the forest alone, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow him. Xiao Yang had no intention of hunting, so after entering the forest, he found a tree and sat on it to rest. In modern times, Xiao Yang often spent nights in the wilderness, so his movements were quite graceful when climbing the tree. This young Xuanya entered the forest and couldn't find Xiao Yang anywhere. After wandering around for a while, she finally saw Xiao Yang's horse and looked up to see him lying leisurely on the tree, seemingly asleep. This young Xuanya had never seen such a side of Xiao Yang. Usually, he seemed either majestic, calm, or cunning, but at this moment, he was beautiful. Yes, beautiful. Lying there, he seemed as if he belonged in the mountains, not out of place at all. As she watched, young Xuanya didn't know what came over her and climbed the tree. The distance between them had never been so close. Gazing at Xiao Yang's features closely, her heart began to race. After a moment of hesitation, she somehow mustered the courage to untie her belt and cover his eyes. In the next second, she kissed him. Xiao Yang's vigilance was usually high, but the place was too comfortable, and he had fallen into a deep sleep, so he didn't notice young Xuanya approaching. The next moment, he woke up abruptly and pushed her away. What are you doing? Young Xuanya hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Xiao Yang. Losing her balance, she fell backward. Ah! Young Xuanya screamed, instinctively grabbing Xiao Yang's belt. As a result, the two of them fell together, their bodies pressed tightly against each other. In the next moment, the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Shin Yunyan, Chu Ruoyue, and Nan Yuan'er stared in disbelief at the scene before them. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This is too absurd. Chu Ruoyue reacted the fastest, stepping forward and pulling the two apart, slapping young Xuanya hard across the face. How shameless of you! Young Xuanya's face burned with pain. Meeting Shen Yunyan's gaze, she felt guilty and lowered her head. It was just an accident. An accident, huh? A very beautiful one, Shen Yunyan said with a mocking smile, glancing at Xiaoliang before turning and leaving. At this, Xiaoliang's expression changed. He didn't even look at the disheveled young Xuanya on the ground and rushed after Shen Yunyan. Look at what you've done. Are you satisfied now? Chu Ruoyue seethed with anger. How shameless! Chapter 342. Disgusting. Who are you calling shameless? Yang Xuanya wasn't known for her good temper. She had remained silent earlier because Shen Yinyan was there, but now that Shen Yinyan was gone, she had no reason to hold back in front of Chu Ruoyue. I'm calling you shameless. Chu Ruoyue retorted, her anger rising. You know he's married, yet you still throw yourself at him like some shameless harlot. Disgusting. What's the difference between you and a prostitute? Nan Yuaner, hearing this, felt it was going too far. She quickly grabbed Chu Ruoyue's arm and whispered, all right, stop. That's enough, it's too much. I think you're the one being too much. Yang Xuanya snapped, throwing a punch straight at Chu Ruoyue. Yang Xuanya was the type who acted on impulse, so she wasn't about to take such insults lying down. She immediately engaged in a fight with Chu Ruoyue. Coincidentally, Chu Ruoyue was also trained in martial arts, and the two of them together made for quite a match. Nan Yuaner watched the two princesses brawling and felt a mix of disbelief and exasperation. She never expected that Xiaoling could stir up so much drama, enough to make these girls fight over him. Yin. Xiaoling quickly caught up to Shen Yinyan, frowning as he looked at her. Wait, what are you doing? What am I doing? What do you think I'm doing? Or do you think I should be doing something else? Shen Yinyan shoved Xiaoling's hand away, glaring at him. Do you think I should be happy seeing something like that? Is that what you think? Xiaoling felt a pang of guilt seeing her Wei Chi, Yo Fun Nu de Biaoqi. He sighed, feeling helpless, and softly said, I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional. I didn't foresee this happening. You didn't mean to, you didn't know. So what do you know? What did you do? Shen Yinyan covered her face and cried out, Why are you doing this to me? Why? Why did you hold her? Why did you kiss her? Xiaoling pulled Shen Yinyan into a tight embrace and kissed her fiercely. Let go of me. Shen Yinyan struggled violently. The thought of Xiaoling having just kissed someone else before coming to kiss her made her feel utterly disgusted. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Let go of me, you're disgusting. Hearing this, Xiaoling couldn't help but chuckle, though he looked somewhat helpless. He gazed at Shen Yinyan and softly said, My dear wife, can you calm down a bit? I can't calm down. Shen Yinyan retorted, slapping him across the face with a resounding smack. The sound was crisp and clear. For a moment, both of them fell silent. Shen Yinyan suddenly came to her senses, looking at Xiaoling in surprise, then at her own hand, and at his now reddened cheek. She felt a wave of regret. You. Can we talk now? Xiaoling took Shen Yinyan's hand, sighing helplessly. I swear to you, my heart belongs only to you. There's never been anyone else. Please don't overthink things. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. Even if you weren't the one who initiated it, even if it was just a misunderstanding, what about the fact that she likes you? Is that a misunderstanding too? Shen Yinyan's eyes reddened as she spoke quietly. I can tell. I'm a woman too. When she looks at you, her eyes shine. She must really like you. Xiaoling didn't deny this. He nodded and said softly, Yes, she does like me, but I've made it clear that I don't like her. I only like you, Yinyan. Please don't be angry. This time, it's my fault. I promise I'll stay faithful to you and keep everyone at a distance. No matter how beautiful someone is, they won't get close to me. Shameless. What are you talking about, desecrating? Shen Yinyan rolled her eyes, feeling exasperated. She spat out the words, then gently touched his cheek, whispering, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. I was just too impulsive. Seeing that Shen Yinyan genuinely felt bad for him, Xiaoling immediately started acting spoiled. But it hurts so much. If you'd hit me any harder, you might have knocked out my teeth. Honey, it hurts. What should I do then? Shen Yinyan looked at him, feeling helpless. She sighed softly. Should I let you hit me back? Xiaoling immediately hugged her tightly, resting his head on her shoulder and whispering, no need to go that far. It's not that bad. Just kiss me, and it'll be better. Whoosh! A sharp arrow flew past the two of them. Xiaoling's instincts kicked in, and he pulled Shen Yinyan close, rolling on the ground to narrowly avoid the arrow. His arm was grazed, leaving a trail of blood. Ah, Liang, are you okay? Shen Yinyan exclaimed, filled with worry. Xiaoling instinctively shielded Shen Yinyan behind him, his eyes scanning the surroundings with caution. Then, with pinpoint accuracy, he locked onto the source of the attack, knocked an arrow, and fired. Yinyan, run! Xiaoling pushed Shen Yinyan away and charged forward himself, shouting, run! Without hesitation, Shen Yinyan grabbed her skirt and sprinted toward the camp, her heart racing. She knew that staying would only hold Xiaoling back, so she chose to run as fast as she could, hoping to find a chance at survival. Xiaoling's expression darkened as he faced the dozen or so black-clad figures in front of him. He let out a cold snort. Looks like today I'll have to go on a killing spree. He drew his sword from his waist and charged forward. In his previous life, Xiaoling had been most skilled in close-quarters combat. Since his transmigration, he hadn't had many opportunities to showcase his skills, but today was a rare chance to do so. The black-clad figures clearly had every intention of capturing Xiaoling, but they hadn't expected his combat prowess to be so formidable. Soon, Xiaoling noticed something was off. Despite being injured, these figures showed no signs of pain, their movements unimpeded. These are human puppets. Xiaoling immediately realized what was going on and changed his tactics, carefully observing his opponents. According to what he'd heard before, these human puppets wouldn't have their own consciousness. There must be someone normal among them, controlling these puppets to attack him. To defeat the enemy, one must first capture the leader. He needed to find and take out the controller. After a moment, Xiaoling spotted the telltale signs and made a beeline for the last black-clad figure. He effortlessly weaved through the layers of black-clad attackers, charging straight toward his target. The figure clearly hadn't anticipated Xiaoling's speed. Instinctively, the figure backed away, swinging his sword to engage Xiaoling in combat. Just then, Shen Yuanfeng received the news and arrived with reinforcements to assist Xiaoling. Chapter 343. How despicable. Brother-in-law, let me help you. These are human goo. Be careful. Xiaoyang quickly warned. Shen Yuanfeng, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. Brother-in-law, you be careful too. Fortunately, the men Shen Yuanfeng brought were all elite, and they quickly coordinated with Xiaoyang to take down the dozen or so human goo. Xiaoyang then stepped on the neck of the black-clad man, frowning slightly as he looked down at him. Well, I finally caught you. He pulled off the mask, slightly surprised. You're quite a beauty, aren't you? Pa. The woman gritted her teeth and spat directly at him, then attempted to commit suicide. But Xiaoyang was faster. He punched her in the face, and the tooth containing the poison flew out. The woman stared at him in shock and despair. You. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. After all these years, you people still haven't come up with anything new. Always hiding poison in your teeth, huh? Take them all back. Xiaoyang shouted, then glanced at Shen Yuanfeng and chuckled. Not bad at all. You did well. Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng blushed and muttered shyly. It's all thanks to brother-in-law's guidance. That's more like it. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. All right, since our objective is achieved, let's call it a day and head home. With a wave of his hand, he strode toward the camp. Xiaoyang. Shen Yunyan rushed over and threw herself into Xiaoyang's arms. Are you okay? You scared me to death. I was so scared. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and gently caressed her cheek. I'm fine, see? I'm perfectly fine. That's good. You scared me. Honey, you've got work to do now. The people who attacked me this time were human goo. Xiaoyang wrapped an arm around Shen Yunyan's shoulder, his tone teasing. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunyan was stunned. looking at him in disbelief. Are you serious? Of course I am. Come on, let's head back to the palace to talk. Xiaoyang smiled warmly, pulling her along. Soon, they all returned to the palace. In the Zhaoyang Palace, Nan Yuan'er and Shen Yunyin exchanged glances, their faces dark as they looked at the dozen or so black-clad figures kneeling on the floor. After a moment, Nan Yuan'er stepped forward, pulled off their masks, and was shocked. Why do they all look the same? Who recognizes this face? Xiaoyang frowned, feeling something was off. Shen Yunyin stepped closer, examining them carefully, then whispered, I think she looks a lot like my mother. She must be the queen of Linglong. Hearing this, Xiaoyang was stunned. That's just sick. I suddenly feel that the person who made these human goo might have some kind of obsession with the queen of Linglong. Xiaoyang looked seriously at Shen Yunyin. Could it be someone infatuated with the queen of Linglong? Shen Yunyin shook her head, looking at him helplessly, then softly said, Although you might think I'd know the most about this, I'm sorry, my mother never told me anything. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pressed you about this. Xiaoyang felt apologetic and stepped forward to pat her shoulder. I'll leave this to you. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. With that, he turned and headed straight to the dungeon. Compared to Shen Yunyin, Nan Yuan'er was clearly more excited. I've only heard of human goo before, but I never thought I'd see them in real life. Look at this, how amazing. How insane must someone be to create something like this? Seeing Nan Yuan'er's excited state, Shen Yunyin couldn't help but laugh and cry. We shouldn't be talking about this now. What we should be doing is studying these things to see if there's a way to deal with them. Dungeon. Xiaoyang looked at the woman on the rack, a smirk playing on his lips. Are you going to talk voluntarily, or should I ask you? You won't get anything from me except my life. The woman snorted coldly, disdainfully looking at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang nodded, smiling. I believe that. People like you must be quite stubborn. So, I think I should play a special game with you, don't you think? What do you want? The woman glared coldly at Xiaoyang. Go ahead. Kill me if you have the guts. You want a quick death? Ha, dream on. I'll show you that in my hands, death is a luxury. Xiaoyang clapped his hands, and over 20 strong men entered. Xiaoyang looked at the woman, smiling. I'm sure there's a love goo in your body, so you must crave men, right? Here are plenty of men who will take good care of you. The woman never expected that Xiaoyang, ruler of a nation, would use such despicable methods. She stared at him in disbelief, taking a deep breath and gritting her teeth. Despicable, shameless. Look at you. Where's the dignity of a ruler? Disgusting. Seeing her furious expression, Xiaoyang only found it amusing. People like you can exist in this world, yet you have the nerve to say such things? Ha! Who's the shameless one? You're just too funny. You lot, go ahead and give this lady some special attention. Xiaoyang chuckled, then waved his hand and turned to leave. The 20 men didn't hesitate, immediately starting to undress. Seeing this, the woman panicked. Stop! You bastards! Get away from me! Xiaoyang, you bastard! You scoundrel! Xiaoyang stood to the side, watching the woman's furious cursing, finding it quite amusing. He clapped his hands and said casually, What? Is that not enough for you? I'll talk, you ask. Do I need to ask personally? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, looking at her. The woman glared at Xiaoyang, her teeth clenched, and she spat out harshly. You are the most despicable and shameless person in the world. Am I? Xiaoyang smiled. I think you're even more despicable and shameless. How many people have died under your command? Do you even know? Tell me, where is the hideout of the Xiaozhao Pavilion? I don't know. The woman shook her head. I really don't know. I'm just a hall master of the Xiaozhao Pavilion. I know nothing else. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled, then softly said, All right then. Where's your hall? In the southern part of the city, at King Tiewen. The woman looked at him with teary eyes. Please, don't do anything reckless, okay? Seeing the woman's terrified expression, Xiaoyang snorted disdainfully. You're just a lowlife. What right do you have to act like a virtuous woman here? This is amusing, really funny. Hearing this, the woman's face turned even paler. Chapter 344. Is that so? Although her expression was grim, it quickly shifted, and she smiled faintly, saying lightly, "Yes, in the eyes of men like you. We are just low and despicable, aren't we? This is what men are like, what normal men think. Why should I have any illusions about you?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang's face also changed. Suddenly, it seemed he understood something, and he frowned, looking at the woman. "Are you saying you did this on purpose? You let yourself be caught on purpose, didn't you?" The woman shook her head immediately upon hearing this. "You're overthinking. It wasn't for you. It was for myself. In the end, I've just grown tired of it all. I've told you what you wanted to know, and now I want nothing more than a quick end. Grant me that, will you?" "What? Isn't living comfortable?" Xiaoyang looked at her, feeling both amused and helpless, his lips curling slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "Or do you feel this way of life is too difficult for you?" Her eyes darkened, and she turned her face away, remaining silent. "I absolutely won't let you die quickly," Xiaoyang said with a smile before turning and walking out. As he went, he added lightly, "People like you should live well, atone for your sins, you know? Living like this was harder than death, wasn't it?" Soon, Xiaoyang returned to the Zhaoyang Palace. Seeing Shen Yinyan and Nanyuaner huddled together, their brows tightly knitted, he smiled and walked over, pouring tea for both of them. "Didn't I say not to disturb me?" Shen Yinyan was irritable, but when she looked up, she saw Xiaoyang standing in front of her. She took a deep breath, looking apologetic as she whispered to Xiaoyang, "Sorry, I didn't mean it." Xiaoyang walked over, putting his arm around her shoulder, smiling tenderly as he said softly, "Tired, aren't you? This matter is difficult, but you can't rush it. After all, your health is the most important, isn't it? What's the point of my health? This isn't human goo." Shen Yinyan sighed, looking at Xiaoyang with a sullen expression. "I'm telling you, the nature of this matter is far worse than we initially thought." "What? Worse than human goo?" Xiaoyang frowned. "What is it?" "We don't know yet," Shen Yinyan said gloomily. "That's why we can't find a way to counter it. So, I think you should consider what we should do next." Seeing Shen Yinyan like this, Xiaoyang realized the situation might be more serious than he imagined. He frowned, hesitated, then asked softly, "Nanyuaner, what do you think?" Nanyuaner glanced at Shen Yinyan, hesitating, unsure whether to speak. "You honor, after all these days together, I've always felt you're a straightforward person. So, if you have something to say, just say it. There are many things I might not have seen, but maybe you have." Shen Yinyan said with a light smile. Nanyuaner looked at her, hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "You should know. The Lingshui Island, the 10,000 Gu Cavern." "What?" Each word from Nanyuaner struck Shen Yinyan like a hammer. She stared at her in disbelief. "What did you say?" "I knew I shouldn't have said it," Nanyuaner muttered, lowering her head. Seeing their reactions, Xiaoyang understood this matter was no small issue. Shen Yinyan's body uncontrollably began to tremble. Startled, Xiaoyang quickly stepped forward, putting his arm around her shoulders and glancing at Nanyuaner. Nanyuaner, too, hadn't expected the situation to be so severe. She spoke apologetically, "I'm sorry, really sorry. I didn't know it would be like this." Hearing this, Shen Yinyan waved her hand, taking a deep breath as she said softly, "I know, it's not your fault, but I'm really sorry. Could you leave for now? Please, just go, okay?" "Okay." Nanyuaner didn't hesitate for a moment, turning and walking out. Watching Nanyuaner's retreating figure, Shen Yinyan leaned heavily against Xiaoyang, hugging his waist tightly as she choked out, "Xiaoyang, please, don't ask me anything now. Just hold me tight. Okay? Okay." Xiaoyang truly didn't ask anything, just holding her tightly, as if wanting to merge her into his very bones. After a long, long time, Shen Yinyan finally composed herself. Taking a deep breath, she whispered, "Am I really very ugly right now?" "No, my darling is always the most beautiful in the world. Xiaoyang said with a slight smile, kissing her tenderly. Don't worry about those messy things. Just rest, okay? Shun Yinyan nestled in his arms, her eyes filled with terror as if recalling something terrible. She whispered, I'm scared. I'm really scared. That's a terrifying place. When I was 12, before my mother passed away, she took me there. It's a place known only to the royal family of Lingshui Kingdom, an absolute secret. Every year, some children are sent to Lingshui Island, where special methods are used to implant goo into them, slowly turning these children into goo children. They aren't infected by goo. They themselves are the goo. Shun Yinyan's hands trembled as she held Xiaoyang's. Those children are pitiful, really pitiful. From the moment they set foot on the island, every second is torment. Even if they survive the goo's corrosion, they might be killed for showing the slightest human reflex. So these people are inhuman. Every second of their lives is filled with pain and torture, yet they don't even realize it's painful. Damn. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt utterly horrified. He looked at Shin Yinyan in disbelief. How can there be such a cruel method? Goo children, chosen from tens of thousands. These aren't human goo. These are grown goo children. That means... Shin Yinyan sat up, her eyes red. That means at least 10 times that number have already died. 10 times that number. What did that mean? Xiaoyang didn't dare to imagine, truly didn't dare. After saying all this, Shun Yinyan suddenly felt her entire body drenched in sweat. So, Lingshui Island is still breeding goo children, isn't it? Xiaoyang's voice trembled slightly, isn't it? Chapter 345, Too Terrifying. This, I really don't know. I truly don't know. Shin Yunyan shook her head forcefully, speaking softly. I was only 12 years old back then, and I didn't understand many things. Xiaoyang knew that pressuring Shin Yunyan at this moment wouldn't be of much use, but the matter was just too horrifying. He stared directly at her and said, So, the revival of the Linglong Kingdom, it absolutely cannot happen, right? Yes, Shin Yunyan stammered as she took out a jade pendant from her collar and handed it to Xiaoyang, whispering, Before my mother died, she didn't leave me anything except this. But after so many years, I still don't know what's special about it. Now that things have escalated to this point, I think you should find a way to decipher it. Examining the emerald jade pendant Shun Yunyan handed him, Xiaoyang studied it closely but shook his head. I can't tell. I'll try to figure it out. I'm so tired. Can I sleep a little more? Shin Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang pitifully. Xiaoyang wasn't the least bit polite. He lay down, pulling Shin Yunyan into his arms and smiling. I'm tired too, very sleepy. Let's both get some good rest. While the outside world was in chaos, the couple slept soundly together, as if all the turmoil had nothing to do with them. Nanyuaner felt the gravity of the situation, so she sent a message to her brother overnight. She truly didn't know what to do. Using Xiaoyang's special channel, Nanyuaner's letter quickly reached the hands of the Southern Emperor. Upon reading Nanyuaner's letter, the Southern Emperor didn't hesitate, immediately arranging state affairs and heading towards the Xia Kingdom. In addition, the northern border and the Chu Kingdom also received the news and hurried towards the capital. However, Xiaoyang remained unfazed, continuing with his daily routine. After half a month of research, it was finally confirmed that these were not human-controlled goo but goo children. When Shun Yunyan learned of this, she fainted on the spot. Xiaoyang, who was in the middle of court when he heard the news, left the entire court of ministers behind and rushed towards the Zhaoyang Palace. Yunyan, Shun Yunyan. Xiaoyang clenched his teeth, growling, You useless fools, what happened to the Empress? Speak. Tell me. Your Majesty, please calm down. The Empress is fine. She just fainted due to a sudden surge of anger. She will wake up soon. The imperial physician felt as if his head might be twisted off. Just as the physician finished speaking, Shin Yunyan woke up, crying out, Don't leave me behind. Realizing what had happened, Xiaoyang quickly stepped forward, embracing Shin Yunyan and softly saying, What's wrong? What happened? I won't leave you. I will never leave you. Aoyang, my mother is going to leave me. She doesn't want me anymore, I'm scared. Shen Yunyan clung tightly to Xiaoyang. Mother said if I don't behave, she'll leave me and never want me again. I had no choice. I had to study. Mother said I can't talk about it. What do I do? I've already said too much. I can't say anymore. Although Shen Yunyan's words were chaotic and frantic, Xiaoyang could roughly understand what was going on. He took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, then softly said, "All right, I understand. I understand. Don't worry. I will never let go of you. I want you. And even if they all know, what can they do? I like you. I want you. And I will protect you. Hold me, Hua. Hold me." Shen Yunyan clung tightly to his neck. Xiaoyang knew her words and actions were driven by instinct, and his heart ached for her. Are the physicians all useless? Quickly, prepare the calming incense. Let the Empress get some rest. Only then did the physicians snap back to reality and hurriedly prepare the calming incense. Soon, Shen Yunyan fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Xiaoyang felt even more irritated and waved his hand. "Get out, all of you, useless fools." Everyone was eager to leave and quickly turned to exit. Not long after, Li Nu entered. "Your Majesty, they've all arrived." "All three emperors have arrived." Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow at her. "Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Li Nu chuckled and then said calmly, "Yes, they're all resting at the inn." It seemed everyone understood the severity of the situation. Xiaoyang's lips curled up slightly. This could be considered a grand gathering, couldn't it? Li Nu glanced at him and whispered, "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" "What to do?" Xiaoyang smiled. "Although the situation seems chaotic, if we retrace our steps from the beginning, it's actually quite clear. All the flashy tricks are just means to an end. Their goal has already been achieved, to gather the four emperors together and launch a joint extermination." What? Li Nu looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, taking a deep breath before hesitating to speak. "This? How could this be? Where did they get such power?" "Indeed, where did they get such power?" Xiaoyang shrugged, saying indifferently, "Maybe they don't have much power, but in their eyes, we're the useless ones." "Could it be?" Li Nu looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, hesitating as she whispered, "Then now, what should we do?" "What to do?" Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. "Good friends get good wine. Bad ones get bullets. I'll just tear them all apart one by one." After saying that, he waved his hand. "Get out. I'm not seeing anyone now. I'm staying with my wife." "What? This is a matter of life and death for the entire world, and he's choosing to stay with Shen Yunyan at a time like this? Isn't Shen Yunyan doing fine right now? What's the problem?" Seeing Li Nu's expression, Xiaoyang felt a surge of disdain and said irritably, "What are you blabbering about now? Get out." "Yes, this servant withdraws." Li Nu turned and walked out. Xiaoyang tightly held Shen Yunyan's hand, speaking softly, "Don't be afraid. I'll be here, always. I'll protect you. No one can hurt you. Come, bring Shen Yuanfeng here." After a day and a night, Shen Yunyan finally woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Xiaoyang and Shen Yuanfeng right in front of her, and her heart felt at ease. Chapter 346, Holding Your Hand Forever. "Are you awake?" Xiaoyang quickly noticed that Shen Yunyan had woken up and hurried over, looking at her with concern. "How do you feel now? You've been asleep for a long time. Are you hungry? I've prepared some delicious food. Let's get up and eat together, shall we?" Seeing Xiaoyang's deep concern for her, Shen Yunyan felt a warm glow in her heart. She lowered her head and whispered softly, "I'm fine now. You don't need to worry so much. It feels a bit exaggerated." "Exaggerated? How so?" "I don't think it's exaggerated at all. In fact, I feel it's still not enough," Xiaoyang said with a smile, blinking his eyes gently. "Don't worry. I promise that no matter what happens, I'll always stand by your side." "I know, but now?" Shen Yunyan struggled to sit up. For everyone, the Linglong Island is like a curse, something too shocking to comprehend. If they really confront you about it, they won't let it go. It will become a huge scandal, known to the whole world. What will you do then? If you were just an ordinary person, you could leave at any time. But you're not ordinary. You're the emperor, the ruler of a nation. Xiaoyang was well aware of this. While Shun Yunyin was asleep, he had already thought it through. He looked at her anxious expression and smiled softly. I've never had parents since I was young. From the time I can remember, my life has been filled with battles and schemes. There was never love, never sincerity. It was you who gave me love, gave me sincerity, and gave me a home. So, compared to you, being an emperor doesn't seem like such a big deal. I don't want to be an emperor. I just want to be your husband. If things really get out of hand, we can just run away together. With our skills, even without being emperor and empress, we won't starve, don't you think? Xiaoyang gently put his arm around Shan Yunyin's shoulders, smiling warmly. His tone was calm, but his words were like a tidal wave, leaving Shan Yunyin completely stunned. She looked at him in disbelief. Are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? Of course, I know what I'm saying, Xiaoyang replied with a smile, his voice calm. Universal harmony is my dream, and it's yours too. But the premise is that it's our dream. If we're not together, what's the point of this so-called dream? Xin Yuanfeng, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, was completely baffled. He had no idea what Xiaoyang was talking about. Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, he knew that his words were sincere. If it came to that, Xiaoyang might truly abandon the throne and leave. But why? He couldn't understand what kind of love could make a man, for the woman he loved, abandon the throne that so many people coveted. Unfortunately, his confusion would remain unanswered. His upbringing had been such that he couldn't comprehend the depth of true love. I don't want you to give up anything for me, Shin Yunyin said earnestly, looking at Xiaoyang. I know you're willing, but that's not enough. I don't agree. Xiaoyang wrapped his arms around her and smiled gently. It's just a casual thought now. Why are you so worked up? Maybe things won't be as complicated as we imagine. Maybe it won't be that bad. Until the very last moment, I won't give up. I'm not someone who runs away. I'm good at attacking. I'll work hard too. I'll work hard with you, Shin Yunyin replied softly, wrapping her arms around his waist. After learning about Linglong Island, her reaction had been too intense. Now that she had calmed down, she felt a bit ashamed of herself. Even if she had been there as a child, even if she had been abused and frightened, so many years had passed. She should have let go of those memories by now. Why had she fainted at the mere mention of it? Thinking of this, Shun Yunyin felt another wave of guilt. I've always told myself to forget about it, but now I think I should remember it. Only then can we take control of the situation. The initiative has always been in my hands. You don't need to worry too much. Whatever happens, these are just scattered remnants. If I didn't want to get to the bottom of it, I would have acted long ago. Do you think I would let them be so arrogant? Xiaoyang snorted disdainfully. The Xiaozhao Pavilion was indeed extraordinary, but it hadn't reached that level yet. So Xiaoyang was just playing a game with them. The initiative was always in his hands, and he could end the game whenever he wanted. Hearing this, Shun Yunyin finally felt relieved. That's good. I feel much better now. Yes, so you don't need to worry about me. Just take care of yourself and don't make me worry, okay? Xiaoyang pinched her nose gently and smiled. Shun Yunyin nodded immediately, leaning against him. Xiaoyang, we can hold hands and walk to the end together, can't we? Yes, Xiaoyang nodded immediately, kissing her gently. You're right. We will hold hands and walk to the end together. Shin Yunyin finally felt at ease and gently pushed Xiaoyang away. Xiaoyang glanced at her, then stood up and walked out confidently. At this moment, Shun Yuanfeng, who had been hiding in the corner and staying silent, finally approached. Watching his sister, he felt a pang of heartache. Sister, are you okay? Do you want me to be okay or not? Shin Yunyin looked coldly at her brother, filled with disappointment. Earlier, when you came to talk to me, I thought you had come to your senses. Now it seems I was too naive, wasn't I? Sister. Shin Yuanfeng was getting anxious. The throne is something anyone can sit on. If he doesn't care about it, why can't it be mine? Was this guy insane? Shin Yunyin looked at her brother as if he were a stranger. She felt like she didn't even know him anymore. She took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, then said softly, I really don't understand why you have such thoughts. Whether in the past or now, the throne has nothing to do with you. So where do you get the confidence to think that this position is yours? Didn't brother-in-law just say that for you? He can give up the world, the throne, and the empire? If he doesn't want it, then just give it to me. Write a document of abdication, and it will be good for everyone, won't it? Shin Yuanfeng took a step forward. Or do you think I can't be a good emperor? Chapter 347. Familiar? A good emperor? Upon hearing these words, Shin Yunyan felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. She looked at her younger brother with disdain and said coldly, You don't lack the ability to be an emperor. You simply don't deserve to be one. You should be well aware of what kind of person Xiaoliang is. For now, he might spare you, pretending not to know anything because of me. But what if I'm not around one day? Do you think you can withstand his wrath?
What?
Shin Yuanfeng looked at her, disbelief written all over his face. He took a deep breath, feeling wronged, and said, Sister, do you prefer to die rather than help me? He himself said that compared to you, these things don't matter. Don't you want to verify whether what he said is true or false? I don't want to, not at all. Whether it's true or false, I won't let this happen. I can tell you now, if you want to be an emperor, do it by stepping on my bones. Shin Yunyan said, delivering a harsh slap to Shin Yuanfeng's face. From this moment on, you are no longer my brother, and I am no longer your sister. If you dare to do anything treacherous behind my back, I will personally send you on your way. Shin Yunyan said, tears in her eyes, her stance resolute. Shan Yuanfeng, struck hard across the face, looked at her in utter disbelief. He had never expected his sister to beat him over this matter. He covered his face and stared at Shan Yunyan. How can there be a sister as heartless as you? For a man, you're willing to abandon your own brother, aren't you? Aren't you? Yes, Shin Yunyan said, meeting his gaze directly. Don't think I'm heartless. I learned it from you. For this so-called empire, you've even schemed against your own sister. You did it first, and now I'm doing it. It's fair. Don't look at me with that wronged expression because you're not innocent. Get out. Fine, I'll make you regret it. I'll show you how foolish your choice was. Shin Yuanfeng stood up and stormed out. He now understood that no matter before or now, he was never the first choice. With their father, it was the same. Now, with his sister, it was no different. Feeling a surge of resentment, he thought, why? If he didn't vent this anger, wouldn't his life be wasted? Then, Xiaoliang appeared before the Southern Emperor in plain clothes. Although it was their first meeting, the Southern Emperor recognized him immediately. He looked at Xiaoliang and smiled, saying, It seems my sister was right. You are indeed a unique individual. There's probably no other emperor in the world who would meet a foreign envoy in such a manner. Do you prefer seeing me in the Golden Hall? Xiaoliang casually found a seat and sat down, grinning. I don't think you're that old-fashioned, are you? Someone who could raise such an outstanding sister couldn't possibly be a stick in the mud. Seeing Xiaoliang's demeanor, the Southern Emperor didn't deny it. He just smiled and said, I've never seen a ruler like you before. Interesting, very interesting. Hearing this, Xiaoliang shrugged and said with a grin, To be honest, I never planned to be an emperor. But sometimes, some things aren't up to us to decide. This remark was sharp, but also reflected reality. People often find themselves in situations beyond their control, which is rather pitiful. What exactly are you going through all this trouble for? The Southern Emperor asked, intrigued. Xiaoliang waved his hand and said casually, It's not a big deal. I just wanted to ask if your father said anything to you before he died. Father? Upon hearing this term, the Southern Emperor was momentarily stunned but quickly caught on. He tilted his head and looked at Xiaoliang. That's a secret of the Nanjiang royal family. I'm afraid I can't tell you. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I'm not particularly interested. I'll just let my sister work a bit harder and let the Xiaojiao Pavilion have its moment. No big deal. Xiaoliang shrugged and snorted. Sure enough, the Southern Emperor's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. He looked at Xiao Yang's confident demeanor and felt a surge of anger. What do you mean by that? Are you so sure I'll cave in? It's not me who's sure you'll cave. It's your sister who taught me to say that. To be honest, your sister is quite something. She really cares about and understands her brother, doesn't she? Xiaoyang said, chuckling. Damn it. The Southern Emperor hadn't expected that his precious sister had come up with this idea, nor did he expect Xiaoyang to blurt it out so directly in front of him. That was just too underhanded. What a scoundrel. The Southern Emperor ground his teeth, saying, Are you so sure I'll tell you? Not sure, just curious. I want to see if a sister can control her brother, Xiaoyang said, shrugging and smiling merrily. He was feeling quite pleased now, as no matter the outcome, it was a matter between the siblings, not much to do with him. Seeing his smug expression, the Southern Emperor felt a surge of anger. Earlier, my sister said you have the personality of a street punk, and I thought she was wrong. Now it seems she was spot on. You are a punk, a street punk? Call me whatever you want. But shouldn't you tell me what I want to know? Xiaoyang said, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow at him. Just as the Southern Emperor was about to speak, Yang Tianhe walked in, seeing Xiaoyang sitting there. He was a bit surprised. He raised an eyebrow and said, I thought you'd come to see me first. What? Are you jealous? Xiaoyang snorted, raising an eyebrow at him with a smirk. What kind of nonsense is that? Yang Tianhe looked at his smug expression and laughed. It's only been a few months, and you've become more shameless than ever. Ha, interesting, very interesting. Hearing this, Xiaoyang just shrugged and said, I'll stick to my words. Being shameless makes you invincible. I like to think I'm invincible. Is that even possible? Watching the two of them, the Southern Emperor felt their interaction was odd. They didn't seem like emperors to emperors, but more like street punks facing off. He frowned, looking at the two of them. Are you two familiar with each other? Chapter 348. How did you become emperor with that brain? Can't you see it? How did you even manage to sit on the throne with that brain of yours? Xiaoyang looked at him with disdain. Yang Tianhe snorted. He's inherited the position. Do you think everyone is like us, unloved by our relatives and having to fight for everything we want? Wait, what's going on here? Just a moment ago, these two were at each other's throats, and now they're working together? They're ganging up on him? That's just too much. The Southern Emperor was utterly speechless. Can you two just have a proper conversation? We are having a proper conversation. If you can't handle this, then we'll really think you're a pain. A pain? Oh, come on. The Southern Emperor never expected that the biggest obstacle he'd face upon arriving would be this. This? He glanced at Yang Tianhe and then at Xiaoyang, feeling a bit helpless. All right, stop messing around. Things are already this bad. Let's get to the main issue. Of course, we'll discuss the main issue, but we're still missing one person. We can wait for the Chu Emperor to arrive. Xiaoyang smiled, took a sip of tea, and squinted his eyes. You know, your southern region has so many good things. Look at this tea. We don't have anything like it in Xia. If you like it, I can give you some to enjoy at your leisure, the Southern Emperor smiled. At this, Xiaoyang seemed to recall something, leaning back with his legs crossed and arms folded, looking like a local tyrant as he stared at the two. You two traveled all this way? Didn't you bring anything with you? Don't you know to bring gifts when visiting someone's home? This. Neither of the two had expected that the dignified ruler of a country, Xiaoyang, would speak so shamelessly. How utterly shameless. They looked at each other, and in the end, could only reluctantly take out their gift lists. Seeing the thick gift list handed over by the Southern Emperor, Xiaoyang finally felt his life was complete, grinning from ear to ear. But soon, he noticed that Yang Tianhe wasn't being very generous, bringing far too little. I say, Yang Tianhe, with our relationship, is that all you brought? Aren't you ashamed? What's there to be ashamed of? This trip wasn't for a casual visit. Besides, the northern region is poor in resources. You know we can't even feed ourselves. Be grateful. This is what I managed to save from my own rations. Yang Tianhe spoke with such righteous indignation. Hearing this, Xiaoyang actually nodded seriously, sighed, and then muttered softly, the situation in the northern region, I've always kept in mind. You know, I've recently developed a type of rice that can grow in your extreme cold climate, and the yield is quite good. Really? Yang Tianhe immediately became interested. For the northern region, the most lacking was food. If such rice existed, it would be a huge help. Xiaoyang nodded. Of course. The planting method is a bit different, though. I'll have someone explain it to you in detail later. I can teach you the method for free, but the seeds will cost you. What? The Southern Emperor was somewhat surprised when he heard this. He looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. You. The words that were about to come out were all swallowed back the moment he saw Yang Tianhe. Although he didn't say it, Xiaoyang understood what he was thinking. He just smiled and said lightly, "What's the big deal? Good brothers share both fortune and misfortune, right?" Yes. Yang Tianhe didn't refute Xiaoyang's words at all now. After all, this was beneficial to the northern region. Watching the interaction between the two, the Southern Emperor could basically confirm that this wasn't their first meeting. Just as the words fell, Chu Xiaoyao knocked and walked in. I have to say, among the four of us, Chu Emperor is the most polite. He knows to knock when entering, unlike us two, just barging in, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Chu Xiaoyao rolled his eyes and said irritably, "It's been almost half a year since we last met, and your mouth is still so chatty?" Now, the Southern Emperor couldn't stay calm. If Xiaoyang's relationship with Yang Tianhe was unusual, at least he could still try to win over Chu Xiaoyao. But now it seemed that the relationships between all three were quite close. If that's the case, wouldn't the southern region be isolated? Xiaoyang knew exactly what the Southern Emperor was thinking. He directly stated, "We've known each other for a long time. Chu Emperor and Northern Emperor both came to power with my help. So when I say great unity under heaven, I'm not just talking nonsense. I'm serious." Both nodded. Yes, that's what we think too. War is just so boring. Peaceful coexistence is much better. Oh, come on. The Southern Emperor never expected that behind his back, their relationships had already become so intimate. He had even considered helping the late Xia Emperor attack the Qin territory. Thank goodness he had pulled back at the last moment, otherwise, he would be the one being crushed now. Just a moment of indecision and the southern region almost became the second Linglong kingdom. Having said what he needed to, and achieving the desired effect, Xiaoyang changed the subject. Now that everyone is here, let's discuss something important. The matter of the Linglong kingdom tied to the Xiaozhou pavilion. I think everyone is already aware. Now, let's exchange the information we have to see if there are any gaps. Saying this, Xiaoyang took out the prepared documents, clearly detailing his investigation into the entire matter. Chu Xiaoyao and Yang Tianhe both nodded and exchanged documents with Xiaoyang. The Southern Emperor also took out his own information to exchange. Everyone carefully read through the documents in hand, and the room fell into an eerie silence. The guards outside had no idea what was happening inside, only feeling inexplicably tense. Several teams seemed a bit on edge. Xiaoyang's reading speed was the fastest. He quickly finished the documents and began to organize all the information in his mind. It was now clear that the Xiaozhou Pavilion was the command center for the Linglong Kingdom's remnants. In other words, instead of gathering in the southern region, which benefited the most, they had come to the Xia Kingdom. So why? After all, the capital of the Linglong Kingdom was now the capital of the southern region. Why didn't they cause trouble there, but instead went to the Xia Kingdom? Xiaoyang's expression was grim. He threw the documents in his hand to the Southern Emperor. "I can't help but feel like I'm taking the blame for you." The Southern Emperor also saw the implications and, seeing Xiaoyang's displeased expression, shrugged helplessly and said softly, "Can't you be reasonable? Is this something I can control? Besides, I think their choice of the Xia Kingdom was inevitable." Chapter 349. Do I fear you? Oh? Why? Xiaoyang was suddenly intrigued and raised an eyebrow, looking at him. Why is it inevitable that they chose our Xia Kingdom? Of course, it's because the methods they plan to use, our Nanzhang royal family also possesses. If it were in Nanzhang, they probably couldn't have remained hidden for so many years. Moreover, the previous Emperor Xia was a foolish man, which is why they had the opportunity to disrupt your court. If you had ascended the throne from the beginning, things might have been different. Besides, your Xia kingdom is vast and rich, with many people coming and going, making it the perfect place to hide their schemes, isn't it? The Southern Emperor spoke with such logical precision. Although his reasoning was sound, Xiaoyang wasn't about to let it go. With a sour expression, he retorted, "None of what you said matters. I don't care about all that nonsense. I just want to know, what are we going to do about this situation?" What to do? What exactly did he mean by what to do? The Southern Emperor looked at Xiaoyang's shameless demeanor and couldn't help but say, "You summoned us here to help you figure things out, didn't you? Now you're acting like some petty scoundrel. Sure, the Xiaozhao Pavilion is within your Xia kingdom, but let's not forget, Linglong was divided among the 4 nations, so we are absolutely obliged to help." Stop spouting these lofty words. You're not helping me. You're helping yourselves. Everyone knows the principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Besides, if our Xia kingdom were truly taken over by Linglong, do you think you'd be able to live in peace and stability? Xiaoyang snorted directly. This was a joke. This matter concerned everyone. If someone thought they could use this situation to gain favor, it simply wouldn't work. Wow, it's only been half a year, and you've become so shameless? Yeah, we traveled thousands of miles, and now we're the ones who deserve it? That's too much. Yang Tianhe and Chu Xiaoyao were stunned by Xiaoyang's shamelessness, and even the Southern Emperor had a mouthful of curses ready. Seeing their reactions, Xiaoyang became even more defiant. My words may be harsh, but that's the reality of the situation. What? You want to renege on your promise? No one's trying to renege, but your attitude is insufferable. Is it too much to ask to beat you up? Yang Tianhe gritted his teeth, ready to strike. Xiaoyang stood up and snorted. Do I fear you? Without any hesitation, the two leaped out the window and started fighting. This scene. The Southern Emperor truly didn't expect to witness such a ridiculous spectacle in his lifetime. Was this even reasonable? It was utterly absurd. He looked at Chu Xiaoyao, unable to hide his amusement, and whispered, "Can you tell me what's going on here?" "As you can see, they've started fighting," Chu Xiaoyao replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "I told you, this Xiaoyang is a lunatic. It seems he's been holding in a lot of frustration and is venting it here. Could this really happen?" The Southern Emperor suddenly felt a bit out of touch with the current situation. Actually, Yang Tianhe had wanted to test his skills against Xiaoyang for some time. He had only heard rumors of Xiaoyang's prowess, but wasn't sure how formidable he truly was. Now that they were fighting, Yang Tianhe realized the rumors were too modest. This Xiaoyang wasn't just formidable, he was downright insane. After a stick of incense's time, the winner was clear. Yang Tianhe cupped his hands. "You truly live up to your reputation. You're not bad either. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time." Hee. Yang Tianhe had only been being polite, but to his surprise, this guy was so shameless. His face turned pale with anger, and he spat out, "How do you manage to be so shameless? That's why I say, a shameless man is invincible in the world. If you admire me, you can learn to be shameless too." Xiaoyang took out a handkerchief and wiped his face. Turning back to face the Southern Emperor's puzzled and shocked gaze, he smiled faintly. "You've been raised in the palace since childhood, and it seems it's made you naive. I think we're all about the same age. There's no need to be so restrained. How about this? Change into some clothes, and we'll sneak out without the guards. What do you say?" "No, that's too dangerous." Chu Xiaoyao frowned at Xiaoyang. "It's fine for us, since we all know martial arts, but the Southern Emperor can't. Who are you looking down on?" The Southern Emperor finally couldn't hold back. "Just because you're skilled and think you're amazing, doesn't mean I'm weak. I was also well educated from a young age. Don't believe me? Let's compete." The group burst into laughter at the Southern Emperor's reaction. Soon, they changed into different clothes and sneaked away from the roof. The guards below thought their masters were still inside discussing matters, so they stood at attention at the door, afraid of embarrassing their masters. Although they had arrived in the Xia kingdom, this was Chu Xiaoyao's first time on the streets. He suddenly noticed that the streets here were quite different from those in Nanjing. Most of the small stall owners were women, and even some shops were run by women. I heard about your theory on women when I was in Nanjing, and at the time, I thought it was absurd. But now, seeing it in action, you've done an excellent job, the Southern Emperor sincerely remarked. Xiaoyang smiled faintly. Women's productivity is truly incredible. It's just that men have confined their world too much, not giving them enough room to shine. Once they have the opportunity to express themselves, there will be surprises. Don't you think this is great? As he spoke, Xiaoyang walked up to a small stall and began carefully selecting jewelry. Although the items here weren't as exquisite as those in the palace, the unique ideas of the women made them quite fresh. Watching Xiaoyang's meticulous selection, Chu Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel disdain. I mean, you already have a child together. Isn't that enough? Why are you still so clingy? Because she risked her life to give me a child. I need to cherish her even more. I can't neglect her just because we have a child. Otherwise, she'll be heartbroken, Xiaoyang said with a smile as he selected a few items and paid. The Southern Emperor glanced at Xiaoyang and quietly said, I've heard about your relationship with the Empress before. You two truly are a rare example of deep affection in this world. It's nothing. I just wish to find a soulmate with whom I can grow old together, Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Soon, the Southern Emperor noticed that the streets were not only selling Xia Kingdom goods, but also many Nanjing specialties, and there were even many Nanjing people. Although they spoke in the common language, their Nanjing accents were still noticeable. Seeing the Southern Emperor's wide-eyed amazement, Xiaoyang put his arm around his shoulder. Your sister saw all this when she was in Qin. How come you didn't know? Did she not tell you anything when she returned home? Chapter 350. Not fond of women. The Southern Emperor glanced at him somewhat awkwardly and whispered, My sister mentioned it, but I just thought seeing it with my own eyes would be more stunning. Stunning? Hearing this, Xiaoyang immediately nodded in satisfaction, grinning as he said, Exactly, stunning. It's only natural for you to feel stunned. Hee hee. I like that you're stunned. Good. It's all about the stunning. Is this guy okay in the head? The Southern Emperor looked at Xiaoyang, hesitating before saying, Actually, I think you're very special. You're quite unique in many ways. Sometimes you seem like a street rascal and other times. What? What do you mean by that? Oh my, you're not falling for me, are you? Xiaoyang quickly let go of him and hid behind Chu Xiaoyao. I'm not into women, you know. Forget it. The Southern Emperor's veins bulged as he clenched his teeth and said, Sometimes you're just shameless. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, collapsing into fits of mirth. After wandering around the streets for a while, Xiaoyang led them directly to a riverside spot for a barbecue. I say, can't you guys move a little? Xiaoyang looked disdainfully at the Southern Emperor, who was sitting there. Honestly, someone raised in a palace just doesn't cut it. No sense of observation, not a single bit of initiative. Exactly, Chu Xiaoyao chimed in, flipping a roasted lamb leg. No one here is going to serve you. If you don't get your hands dirty, you won't get to eat. The Southern Emperor's face was filled with disdain as he frowned at the blackened food, asking, Are you sure these things are edible? Of course. Xiaoyang laughed. These are all organic. You can't get this kind of stuff anywhere else. Stop being so uptight and come over here. Fish. Grilled fish. Yang Tianhe strolled over with 2 fish in hand, his shoes off and his pants rolled up high, proudly swinging the fish. For the Southern Emperor, the scene unfolding before him was truly mind-blowing. Indeed, none of these people had grown up in palaces, nor had they received traditional imperial education. They were, by and large, more carefree and unrestrained. Only the Southern Emperor was a thoroughbred heir to the throne, having received elite imperial education from a young age. So it was truly hard for him to believe that a ruler of a nation could have such a side to them. Especially when he saw Yang Tianhe's appearance, it felt like all his previous perceptions had collapsed in that moment. He suddenly realized that there was never just one type of emperor. There were many kinds. He glanced deeply at Yang Tianhe, then stepped forward to help, though in the southern frontier, he had never lifted a finger for such tasks. So now, His attempts to help were more like hindrances, but even so, Yang Tianhe managed to suppress his irritation. Seeing how hard Yang Tianhe was trying to endure, Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh unkindly and came over to help. He looked at the Southern Emperor. Your survival skills are terrible. If we left you here, you'd probably starve to death. Although the Southern Emperor knew they wouldn't abandon him, seeing how familiar everyone else was with these tasks, he suddenly felt a sense of defeat. He had always excelled at everything he did, even as an emperor, but now he realized that in terms of being a human being, he was a failure. He didn't know any of these basic survival skills. Seeing the Southern Emperor's defeated expression, Xiaoyang patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "There's no need to feel embarrassed. After all, you were raised in the lap of luxury, never having to endure hardship. It's only natural that you don't know these things. If we had a choice, we'd also want to grow up as safely as you did, without having to fight for everything ourselves." Although no one said it outright, Xiaoyang knew that for someone who had grown up in such a privileged environment, they couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and resentment. By bringing this up directly, Xiaoyang dissolved the lingering tension between them, and the gap between them disappeared. Xiaoyang wasn't stupid. He orchestrated this whole scene to help everyone get familiar with each other quickly, so that when they worked together, it would be more seamless. Soon, the grilled meat and fish were ready. The Southern Emperor, who had previously looked down on the messy food, was now devouring it heartily. In the face of delicious food, concerns about cleanliness faded into the background. Of course, eating meat called for drinking. Xiaoyang smiled at them. "This is wine, made by me and the Empress. Consider yourselves lucky." Seeing Xiaoyang's smug expression, the others snorted coldly, as if to retaliate against his show of affection, each of them drinking like it was a personal vendetta, consuming as much as they could. Although the wine was sweet, its aftertaste was strong. Before long, 3 emperors were sprawled out by the riverside, drunk. Seeing these 3 pathetic figures, Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel disdain. He sent out a signal and sat elegantly, waiting for the elite guards from various countries to arrive. When these guards saw their masters unconscious by the riverside, they were in disbelief, all turning to look at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang took a sip of wine and said with a grin, "It's fine. Identify your master and carry them back. A good night's sleep will fix them right up." Not knocked out, but drunk? The guards quickly realized the situation, and when they looked back at their masters, their expressions became strange, filled with obvious disdain. Stepping forward, they hoisted their masters onto their shoulders, lacking the courage to even say goodbye to Xiaoyang, and left with their heads hanging low in embarrassment. Xiaoyang watched their actions and couldn't resist laughing heartily. Looks like even guards can disdain their masters. "Your Majesty, let's hurry back. The Empress is waiting for you." Li Nu emerged from the shadows, looking somewhat helpless as he watched Xiaoyang. Although Xiaoyang hadn't collapsed, he had drunk quite a bit and was feeling dizzy, leaning on Li Nu as they headed toward the carriage. He chuckled, "Right, you're right. My wife is waiting for me." Before the words were even out, a blade sliced through the sky. Even though Xiaoyang was dizzy, his reflexes were sharp. He kicked Li Nu away almost immediately and dodged the fatal strike himself. Then he noticed that the carriage had already been surrounded. "Been waiting all day, finally decided to make your move. Looks like you're not after anyone else, but me, Xiaoyang. Traitor. Everyone should kill you." The leader of the black-clad men spat. "Whoa, who's the traitor here? I'm the one restoring order, so how am I a traitor? Besides, all of old Emperor Xia's sons are dead. What are you? Running around under their banner, deceiving people." Pfft. Xiaoyang, fueled by alcohol, unleashed even more verbal firepower. The man clearly hadn't expected the emperor himself to engage in such a brutal verbal battle. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Xiaoyang. "Die, traitor." "Pfft, come at me. I'm not scared." Xiaoyang snorted, drawing his sword from his waist and charging forward. In hand-to-hand combat, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Chapter 351. Not a single one worthy. Originally, Li Nu and the others had intended to help Xiaoyang secure an opportunity to leave, but they never expected that Xiaoyang was even more reckless than them, practically charging at the forefront. Where in the world would you find an emperor behaving like this? Watching Xiaoyang freely navigate through the melee of swords and spears, Lu immediately felt a wave of unease. She contemplated the necessity of reporting today's actual events to the Empress when they returned. Of course, Xiaoyang, being bold enough to charge at the front line, had the skills to back it up. In a few swift moves, he had knocked down the black-clad assassins, not even giving them a chance to catch their breath. Seeing Xiaoyang wreaking havoc in front, Li Nu hurriedly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, spare a live one." Unfortunately, she was too late. All of them were already dead, clean and efficient. Even someone like Li Nu, who had emerged from a sea of blood and corpses, was momentarily stunned by Xiaoyang's swift actions. Was he an emperor or an assassin? "Your Majesty, we still don't know who's behind this. How can we just kill them all like this?" Li Nu approached, feeling a pang of regret. "We finally lured them out, yet we didn't even ask a single question before killing them. Isn't all our previous effort wasted now? Your Majesty." As Li Nu's words grew increasingly disrespectful, Jian Yu stepped forward, tugging at her sleeve and whispered, "You're being too bold. How can you speak to the emperor like that?" Li Nu then realized her mistake and, lowering her head, murmured softly, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I didn't mean it. I was just too anxious." Seeing Li Nu's regretful expression, Xiaoyang chuckled lightly and said, "Anyone daring enough to attempt an assassination at this time won't have anything useful to say. Granting them a quick death is doing them a favor. Besides, such ruthless measures will keep those behind the scenes quiet for a while." "Quiet?" Li Nu looked at Xiaoyang, puzzled, and whispered, "Your Majesty, weren't you saying earlier about luring the snake out of its hole and catching the turtle in the jar? Why are you now wanting them to be quiet?" "You little fool, it's because we haven't prepared enough yet, so we can't catch the turtle in the jar. As for luring the snake out, I already know who's behind it, so there's no need to take further risks. All right, let's go home." Xiaoyang waved his hand and turned to board the carriage, showing no signs of being drunk anymore. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Li Nu realized she had probably been tricked again. Thinking about how she had been duped so often lately, she felt a surge of resentment. Once on the carriage, she sat in the corner muttering to herself, "The Empress is most concerned about your Majesty's safety. If she knew how invincible and brave the Emperor is, she probably wouldn't worry so much, right? Wait, what does this little brat mean by that?" Xiaoyang wasn't stupid. He caught the subtle thread in her words. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Li Nu and snapped, "You little brat, I've been too lenient with you lately. Have you forgotten your place and the basic decorum?" Li Nu glanced at Xiaoyang, feeling a bit intimidated, but remembering how he usually threatened without action, she grew bolder and retorted, "Your Majesty, did I say anything wrong? Isn't the Empress worried about you? Or are you not invincible and brave? You little brat, your boldness is growing by the day. I should really teach you a proper lesson. However, I don't like making things difficult for women. So, Jinyu, take her back and give her 80 strokes of the cane." "What?" Li Nu had thought she could threaten Xiaoyang, but she never expected this outcome. She looked at him, both amused and frustrated, and muttered, "Your Majesty really knows how to manipulate people and balance interests." Hearing this, Xiaoyang didn't feel she was wrong. He smiled and said, "Those two things you mentioned are what a ruler should do. You don't need to praise me for that. However, since you like that wooden boy so much, how about I arrange a match for you?" Mentioning this only made Li Nu angrier. She lowered her head, even more frustrated. "I don't know what's going on. He's usually so gentle and considerate, and I thought he liked me, but every time I bring up marriage, he avoids the topic. Does he like me but not want to marry me?" The thought of this possibility made Li Nu want to tear the person apart. Seeing Li Nu's troubled expression, Xiaoyang chuckled and said, "People say women are hard to read, but many men are just as hypocritical. Tianzhao and Afu are like that too. Don't worry, I'm most familiar with this kind of thing. I understand it well." "Familiar? Understand?" Those words sounded rather odd. Li Nu looked at him with suspicion in her eyes. But it was clear Xiaoliang didn't want to continue the topic. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and said, "As long as you don't tattle to the Empress, I'll help you with the wooden one." Could this be considered a deal? Li Nu looked at Xiaoliang, feeling both amused and helpless, and said, "Your Majesty, you are truly the most unique emperor I've ever seen." "Good, that's what I like to hear. I was afraid I wasn't unique enough." Xiaoliang smiled and soon fell asleep. Returning to the palace, Xiaoliang had intended to take a nap, but upon entering the imperial study, he found Shan Yunyan sitting there, her expression somewhat gloomy. What's going on here? Xiaoliang wasn't sure why, but he felt a pang of guilt. He approached cautiously, smiling ingratiatingly. "Hey, honey, why are you here?" "Where else would I be? Where do you want me to be?" Shan Yunyan crossed her arms, smiling faintly as she looked at Xiaoliang. Seeing her expression, Xiaoliang felt a chill run down his spine. He instinctively glanced at Li Nu. Li Nu looked completely innocent. They had all returned together, so even if she wanted to tattle, she wouldn't have had the time. This definitely had nothing to do with her. "Everyone, leave. I have something to discuss with the Emperor alone." Shan Yunyan waved her hand, dismissing everyone in the room. These people were all well-trained. They knew they could offend the Emperor, but never the Empress. They scattered like rabbits, fearing any misstep might implicate them. Seeing these spineless individuals, Xiaoliang felt a wave of disdain. He muttered irritably, "Unreliable, not a single one worthy." Chapter 352. Why are you still upset? Alone with Shan Yunyan, Xiaoliang chuckled and approached her, whispering softly, "I feel like your aura is getting stronger and stronger." "What do you mean?" Shan Yunyan raised an eyebrow, looking at him. "Do you think I'm too fierce now?" "What are you talking about? How could I mean that? What I'm saying is that my wife is the most powerful woman in the world. No one else comes close, hee." Xiaoliang looked at her helplessly, whispering, "So, what's the matter with you now? Did I do something wrong? Is it because I took matters into my own hands?" "No, did I say anything?" Shan Yunyan looked at him, pinching his cheek. "From the moment you walked in, I haven't said a word. You're the one who's been mumbling non-stop. Are you confessing guilt without being questioned? What's the point of girls reading so many books?" Xiaoliang sighed, looking at his wife's fierce expression, and whispered, "Yes, you didn't say anything, but look at you now. You're scarier than anything I could have said. I know I was wrong, so please don't be angry, okay?" "You were wrong? Where did you go wrong?" Shan Yunyan looked at him. "You're the Emperor of Xia, my husband, my everything. How could you be wrong?" "I really was wrong. I shouldn't have used myself as bait and put myself in danger, making you worry. Is that enough?" Xiaoliang admitted his mistake earnestly. Hearing this, Shan Yunyan's expression softened a bit. She looked at Xiaoliang and said softly, "Do you remember what you promised me before? You said no matter what happens, you would protect yourself. But now you've done something like this. Don't you think it's too much?" "I knew you would be angry if I did this, but I couldn't think of a better way. The provisions and troops aren't ready yet. If we fight now, what will we do? We can't act without certainty of victory, or else the common people will suffer. We discussed making the capital the main battlefield, so troops from all directions are quietly gathering there. Just give me some time. I need a little more time." Xiaoliang held Shan Yunyan's hand, speaking earnestly. Originally, Shan Yunyan was really angry, but after hearing this, she felt a pang of softness, a mix of emotions. She looked at Xiaoliang, sighed, and whispered, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." "How is this your fault? The Gu children aren't raised by you, and the Gu aren't made by you. Why feel guilty? You've already helped me a lot, so don't take on more responsibility. As long as you're with me, I'll hold you, and we can face anything without fear. Trust me, okay?" Xiaoliang smiled gently, kissed her, and said, "All right, don't be angry anymore. Everyone's been under high tension lately, and it's time to relax a bit." "Relax? Is this the time to relax?" Shan Yunyan looked at Xiaoliang, torn between laughter and tears. After hesitating, she whispered, Xiaoyang, what are you thinking? The situation is so tense, and you want to relax? Yes, relax. Let's go on a spring outing. Everyone can come? Xiaoyang smiled softly, looking at her. You arrange it, okay? Although Shen Yunyan didn't understand what Xiaoyang was thinking, she knew that the only thing she could do now was support him. She nodded obediently. All right, it's good for Tsonger to get some fresh air now that he's started crawling. Yes, good. Xiaoyang's expression changed slightly when he heard the name Tsonger, but it quickly returned to normal. Shen Yunyan looked at him and whispered, Why do I feel like you're a bit worried? What's wrong? Nothing, just a bit tired lately. Xiaoyang held her and whispered, Don't scold me. Let's just lie down and rest for a while, okay? Seeing Xiaoyang's pitiful expression, Shen Yunyan felt helpless. She led him to the nearby couch and asked, Just lie down for a while? Yes, just for a while. Xiaoyang agreed with a sincere expression. But once they got into bed and under the covers, those words were quickly forgotten. Xiaoyang, you're such a scoundrel. I want to be a scoundrel. Hearing these indecent sounds from outside, everyone blushed and hurriedly retreated. They had thought they might need to intervene, but to their surprise, the emperor had managed to smooth things over so skillfully. At the inn, Nan Yuaner looked at her brother, slightly furrowing her brow. I'm quite busy right now. You called me out, but you haven't said a word. What are you doing? Do you like Xiaoyang? Are you out of your mind? Nan Yuaner looked at her brother, who was covered in alcohol fumes, with complete disdain. She sighed and said helplessly, I think I need to remind you properly. I'm already married, and it was you who arranged the marriage. I mean, are you drunk or something? You don't like Xiaoyang? The Southern Emperor asked again. Nan Yuaner was completely speechless, rolling her eyes. If I liked him, I wouldn't have accepted the marriage. I don't like him, not at all. That's good. He's a dangerous man. You should stay away from him. The Southern Emperor sighed sincerely. Dangerous man? What does that mean? Nan Yuaner looked at her brother, unable to understand his behavior. She coughed and hesitated to speak. Did someone trick you? As expected of my sister, you understand. They all bullied me. They were already close behind my back, and I didn't even know. Am I that stupid? The Southern Emperor pulled his sister, feeling defeated. They even laughed at me, calling me a pampered flower of the greenhouse, saying I've never done any hard work. Nan Yuaner looked at her brother and hesitated, then whispered, Brother, I think they weren't wrong. You are pampered, and you've never done hard work. Why are you upset about being told that? You look down on me too, don't you? The Southern Emperor glared at her, grinding his teeth. So what if I can't grill meat? I can hunt. So what if I can't cook? I can rule the world. Why do they all say I'm stupid? Going out to eat a meal, and you come back with a complex? Nan Yuaner looked at him helplessly and said, Brother, I really don't know what you're upset about, but I'm really busy right now. If you don't have anything else, I need to go back, okay? You're also abandoning me. Go ahead, go. Leave me alone. The Southern Emperor huffed, laying his head on the table, pouting in a tantrum. Chapter 353, Seeking Trouble on Purpose. What on earth is going on today? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Nan Yuaner would never have believed that the shameless person in front of her was her heroic and wise brother. She really wanted to know what Xiaoyang had done to her brother. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her teeth and said, If you keep acting like this, I'm really going to lose my temper. I'm very busy, you know? I'm very busy. Upon hearing this, Emperor Nan seemed even more wronged. He snorted and said sullenly, Yes, busy. You're all busy, busy with diplomacy, busy making friends, but you don't include me. You're isolating me. I don't care. Forget it. Nan Yuaner felt that whatever she said to her brother now would be useless, so she rolled her eyes and turned to leave. After all, he might not even remember these chaotic things once he woke up. Returning to the Zhaoyang Palace, Nan Yuaner still felt something was off, so she eventually went to find Xiaoyang. Crossing her arms and furrowing her brow, she looked at him and said, I think you owe me an explanation. I want to know what's wrong with my brother. Your brother? What's wrong with him? Xiaoyang, having just enjoyed some meat, was in a good mood. He chuckled and looked at Nanuaner. We went on a picnic, so he drank a bit more and might be a little out of it. My brother is deeply distressed right now. I'm really curious about what you told him. He's now doubting his own abilities. Nanuaner clenched her teeth and glared at Xiaoyang. Although I admit you're very capable, my brother is also very capable. I mean, can you stop comparing and belittling him? For heaven's sake. Xiaoyang truly hadn't expected that Emperor Nan would feel inferior just because of a few drinks. He looked at Nanuaner helplessly and said, What you're saying now, I don't really know how to explain. But the truth is, I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything. He's the one who feels like he can't do anything right. What does that have to do with me? Besides, he was coddled since birth. We didn't say anything bad about him. Weren't you coddled since birth too? Nanuaner snapped, clearly annoyed. But soon, she seemed to think of something and looked curiously at Xiaoyang. That's right. You were also coddled since birth. Before this, I'd heard of you too. Although you came from a noble background, you were sickly as a child and weren't good at much of anything. But after going to Qin and becoming the king of Qin, everything changed. How did that happen? This guy is really something. Xiaoyang smiled at Nanuaner's expression and crossed his arms, looking at her. Yes, how did that happen? Why don't you tell me why? How would I know why? I'm asking you. Nanuaner stared straight at him. Or are you saying that you're actually good at everything, and all these years in the capital you were just biding your time? Forget it. Forget it. It doesn't matter to me. Just be careful with what you say when you're with my brother in the future. Don't bully him anymore. Nanuaner said this and turned to leave. Really? Xiaoyang watched Nanuaner's retreating figure, feeling both amused and helpless. After hesitating for a moment, he muttered, Your brother's fragile heart has nothing to do with me. Why don't you lecture your own brother instead of coming to me? Your Majesty, she's already gone far, Li Nu said, looking both amused and helpless. He whispered softly, Since you're feeling so wronged, why didn't you say all this to her face? You don't understand, Xiaoyang said, staring at him and snorting. One must be tactful in dealing with people. It's best not to be heard when speaking ill of someone. Otherwise, it can get complicated. Really? Isn't stabbing someone in the back just as troublesome? Your Majesty, the imperial uncle requests an audience. Ji Xiang entered, his expression somewhat odd. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang was visibly annoyed and waved his hand. Fine. Let him in. Soon, Xin Yuanfeng walked in, knelt down, and performed a formal bow. Your subject pays respects to your Majesty. The two of them were now completely devoid of their previous closeness, with everything being strictly business. Xiaoyang glanced at Li Nu, who understood and tactfully turned to leave. Before exiting, he couldn't help but give a sharp glare to someone. Seeing Li Nu's glare, Shun Yuanfeng snorted coldly, clearly disdainful. When they were alone in the room, Xiaoyang finally spoke. Isn't your sister telling you to reflect at home? So? Have you thought it through? What did I do wrong? Shun Yuanfeng, though kneeling, looked up with a face full of stubbornness. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang also found it somewhat amusing. After thinking for a moment, he said softly, Yes, what did you do wrong? You merely withheld information, collaborated with the Xiaozhao Pavilion, and coveted the throne. You didn't do anything wrong. You just made a mistake that any man might make. It should be forgivable, right? Although these were indeed Xin Yuanfeng's innermost thoughts, for some reason, hearing them from Xiaoyang's mouth made him feel uncomfortable. He clenched his fists and stared straight at Xiaoyang. You don't need to be so sarcastic. I admit you're a good emperor, but I'm not useless. If I were to sit on that throne, I would be just as excellent as you. You said you don't like the empire, so why don't you stop being the emperor? Take my sister and elope? Wouldn't that be great? Seeing Xin Yuanfeng's righteous demeanor, Xiaoyang found the whole situation laughable. You're asking me for something so brazenly. How do you manage that? Let me make it clear. The person I like is your sister, not you. Even your sister isn't this reckless in front of me, so what gives you the right? Xiaoyang coldly looked at him. Do you think you're incredibly capable? Do you think I don't know about your schemes? Let me tell you, I know everything. I've said nothing because I like your sister. I value and respect her. I don't want her to be torn between you and me. What if I force my sister to make a choice? Shin Yuanfeng suddenly stood up and stared straight at Xiaoyang, grinning maliciously. Guess who she would choose? Xiaoyang didn't want to know the answer to that question. He knew that no matter who Shin Yunyan chose, the process would be filled with pain and struggle. So he didn't want to make her suffer, didn't want to make her struggle. Seeing Shin Yuanfeng's confident expression, Xiaoyang smiled. Of course, she would choose you. After all, you're blood-related, aren't you? Chapter 354, Assassination. Originally, Shin Yuanfeng had intended to use this incident to deeply hurt Xiaoyang, but he never expected that Xiaoyang could accept this possibility so openly. He frowned, looking at Xiaoyang with confusion. Why? Why aren't you angry at all? Don't you like her? Yes, I like her. And then what? Should I force her to choose me? Xiaoyang coldly stared at Shin Yuanfeng. You've never had a mother's upbringing, and your father is like that. Even with a good sister like Yunyan, because of her own difficult circumstances, she couldn't take care of you. This has made you think in black and white terms, believing that you must fight tooth and nail for everything you want. But that approach doesn't work, do you understand? You'll only push everyone further away, making them leave you. Do you understand that? I don't need you to lecture me. I came here to negotiate. Shin Yuanfeng stared directly at Xiaoyang. If you're willing to give up your position to me, I guarantee that Xiaozhou Pavilion won't cause any more trouble. How about it? Heh. Xiaoyang had previously thought Shin Yuanfeng was adorably naive, but now he found him not just naive, but laughably foolish. Do you really think a mere Xiaozhou Pavilion can shake the foundation of the empire? The reason I haven't used force isn't because I can't defeat them, but because I don't want to see a bloodbath. But if one day I can no longer hold back, how long do you think Xiaozhou Pavilion can last? Shen Yuanfeng, you stand here so confidently in front of me, not because of Xiaozhou Pavilion, but because of my softness and my love for your sister. In the end, you're nothing more than a parasite feeding off your sister. What right do you have to raise your voice to me? Every word from Xiaoyang pierced straight into Shan Yuanfeng's heart like a steel needle. The boy's mind was already troubled, and now, stimulated by Xiaoyang, he became even more irrational. He suddenly brandished a dagger and lunged at Xiaoyang, shouting, "Let's see how a dead man can compete with me." Had he gone mad? Xiaoyang was utterly shocked that Shin Yuanfeng would actually attack him. He could have dodged, but he didn't. He wanted to see just how capable Shin Yuanfeng was. The dagger plunged deep into Xiaoyang's shoulder. Shin Yuanfeng, what are you doing? Shin Yunyan entered just in time to witness this scene. She rushed over in disbelief, pushing Shin Yuanfeng away with all her strength. Have you gone mad? Ignoring everything else, she hurried to inspect Xiaoyang's wound, her voice trembling with fear. Someone, call the imperial physician. Quickly. No, it's not like that. He could have dodged. He could have fought back. Why didn't he? Shin Yuanfeng stared at his blood-soaked hands, backing away in disbelief, muttering to himself. He had deliberately intended to assassinate Xiaoyang, fully aware that Xiaoyang would dodge and retaliate, resulting in his own injury. That's why he had someone notify his sister, hoping she would see him hurt. But why had things turned out like this? Why was Xiaoyang the one injured? No, this didn't make sense. It shouldn't have happened this way. Xiaoyang grasped Shin Yunyan's hand firmly. Don't be afraid. I'm fine. Don't panic. How can you say you're fine? Look at all the blood. Shin Yunyan's voice trembled. The imperial physician soon arrived and quickly tended to Xiaoyang's wound. Your Majesty, rest assured, the emperor's injury is superficial. Although it looks severe, it does not threaten his life. Hearing this, Shin Yunyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned and slapped Shin Yuanfeng hard. You scoundrel! Look at what you've done. Shin Yuanfeng stared at Shin Yunyan in disbelief. Sister, do you really believe him? If he wanted to dodge, why wouldn't he? Besides, I'm your own brother. You're hitting me for him? I think you've truly lost your mind. He did it on purpose? Shen Yunyan's eyes were filled with disappointment as she looked at her brother. I'm not blind. I saw everything clearly. You suddenly charged at him. How could he have expected you to hurt him? He's been so good to you, so caring. How could you bear to do such a thing? How could you be so ungrateful, you scoundrel? Li Nu, arrest him and lock him in the dungeon of Zhaoyang Palace. Shen Yunyan forced back her tears and gave the order. Li Nu hesitated, unsure if this was a genuine command or just a moment of anger. She didn't know whether to act. What are you waiting for? Go! Shen Yunyan, exasperated, shouted. Now certain, Li Nu quickly stepped forward, subdued Shen Yuanfeng, dislocated his arms, and dragged him away. Finally, I can get rid of you, Li Nu muttered, feeling immensely relieved, spitting in disgust. Shen Yuanfeng was utterly shocked that his own sister, for a man, would have him arrested and imprisoned. He stared at Shen Yunyan in disbelief. So it's true. You don't care for me. You only care about yourself. Shut up. Li Nu couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him hard, knocking him unconscious. Seeing her brother in this state, Shen Yunyan felt utterly powerless. She turned to look at Xiaoyang, who was still being bandaged, her heart in turmoil. She knelt before Xiaoyang. Dismiss me from my position. Have you gone mad? Xiaoyang pushed the physician aside and quickly pulled Shen Yunyan up. This isn't your fault. Why are you saying such things? In the commotion, Xiaoyang's wound tore open and blood gushed out even more. The physician watched in alarm. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Your Majesty, I'm serious. As long as I remain Empress, they won't let go of Shen Yuanfeng or me. Only when I'm no longer of use will they leave us alone. Please, dismiss me. I truly don't want to face such a situation again. Seeing Shen Yunyan in such a heartbroken state, Xiaoyang felt a pang of guilt. He sighed, speaking helplessly. Yunyan, I'm really tired and in pain right now. Please don't argue with me. No matter what, I will never harm you or dismiss you. Be good, go back, all right? Xiaoyang, go back. Xiaoyang finally changed his tone, speaking sternly. Reluctantly, Shen Yunyan had no choice but to turn and walk out, her steps heavy, almost looking back at every step. Watching her like this, Xiaoyang felt equally troubled. Clenching his teeth, he said, the news of my injury is not to be spread. Chapter 355. Are you crazy? Your Majesty, it might be too late. Jixiang knelt on the ground, looking at Xiaoyang. The news has already spread like wildfire. What? In such a short time, it has already become a sensation? Xiaoyang's face darkened as he looked at Jixiang, his tone sharp. You are the head eunuch of this palace, yet you can't even control the spread of information? What else can you do? Useless. Seeing Xiaoyang so angry, Jixiang felt wronged but could only kneel there helplessly. Yes, I deserve to die. Get out. Xiaoyang waved his hand, snatching the golden wound salve from the imperial physician. He poured it onto his wound and snapped, applying medicine so slowly. What else can you do? Get out. The physician dared not linger and hurriedly turned to leave. Once everyone had left, Yang Feiyu slipped in quietly. He grinned at Xiaoyang's battered state and clapped his hands. I've roamed the martial world for years and witnessed countless plots and schemes, but a self-sacrificing ruse like yours is a first for me. Hearing this, Xiaoyang shot him a glare and efficiently bandaged his wound. You think this is a ruse? Look at all the blood I'm losing, and you call yourself a leader? Observing Xiaoyang's irritated expression, Yang Feiyu chuckled and said, Let me tell you, you're smart, your wife is great, but how did you end up with such a stupid brother-in-law? Does he really think he can rise to the top overnight? Forget about the Shoujiaogura being a bunch of nobodies. Even if they had real skills, would the throne ever be his? Exactly. The kid has been brainwashed. I thought explaining all the pros and cons would make him see reason, but instead, he's even more deluded. I'm at a loss. Xiaoyang said, still puzzled by the situation. He truly couldn't understand what the boy was thinking. What's so great about the throne? Why must he have it? And without considering his own capabilities. Your Majesty, the Duke of Protecting the Nation, the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, and the 6 ministers are all requesting an audience, Ji Xiang said from outside the door, his voice trembling. The news spreads fast. Xiaoyang glanced at Yang Feiyu, who tactfully stepped back and hid. Let them in, Xiaoyang said, covering his wound. Soon, a crowd entered the imperial study, led by the Duke of Protecting the Nation. Seeing Xiaoyang covered in blood, he immediately knelt. Your Majesty. The others followed suit, and Xiaoyang couldn't help but worry about the floor tiles of the study. He looked at them, his brow furrowed. What is this? A group visit? Are you staging a coup? Your Majesty, we heard about the assassination attempt and came to check on you, the Duke said, kneeling, his expression filled with concern. Why would there be an assassination attempt in the imperial study? Xiaoyang felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples and said calmly, It wasn't an assassination, just an accident by my subordinates. It's just a superficial wound. Don't worry. Return to your duties. We'll discuss matters tomorrow during the court session. The Duke of Protecting the Nation, stay. I have something to discuss with you privately. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Your Majesty, the Shun siblings must not be spared. Get out. Xiaoyang finally lost his patience and overturned the imperial desk. Though Xiaoyang usually seemed easygoing, when he lost his temper, no one dared to defy him. One by one, they quickly stood and left. The Duke looked at Xiaoyang with a helpless expression. Your Majesty, are you still determined to protect them? Yes, Xiaoyang answered honestly. I promise to ensure the safety of the Empress, and I won't let anyone harm her. But I didn't keep you here for that. I want you to see your daughter. He clapped his hands, and Xiaja entered, leading 2 women. Father. Zhao Mingyue ran over and threw herself into his arms. Father, I've missed you so much. Even though she had grandchildren of her own, seeing her father brought out her inner child. The Duke, having not seen his beloved daughter in a long time, was naturally distressed. He held her and gently caressed her cheek. My little moon, you've lost so much weight. Father, I haven't lost weight. I'm actually happier now and might even be a bit plumper, Zhao Mingyue said with a smile. She then pulled the little girl beside her. Father, this is your great-granddaughter. They hope she was still a toddler, just learning to walk and not yet speaking. Her big eyes darted around, utterly adorable. The group, having removed their extravagant attire, no longer exuded the previous grandeur, but they radiated a new vitality and happiness. Xiaja bowed to Xiaoyang. Greetings, Your Majesty. I feel like you're not very sincere with that, Xiaoyang said with a smirk. Congratulations, you're a father now. At this, Xiaja couldn't help but boast, lifting the little girl from the ground. What do you think? Doesn't she look exactly like me? Pretty, right? This wasn't just him showing off. The child truly resembled him, as if she had been carved from the same mold. Seeing his smug expression, Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh. He stepped forward and pinched the little girl's cheek. I thought you might not adjust to this life, but it seems you're quite enjoying it. Of course, I love this life of having a wife and kids. How about you? How do you feel being an emperor? Xiaja asked curiously. You said we'd never see each other again. So why did you bring me back? You really know how to rub it in, Xiaoyang shot back, rolling his eyes. I didn't capture you. I invited you, all right? The Shoujiaogura is causing trouble, and I'm afraid they might harm you. I brought you here to protect you. Embroidered Splendor Pavilion? Chu Yuewei stepped forward, her brow furrowed as she looked at Xiaoyang. Did you provoke them? Hearing this, Xiaoyang looked utterly innocent. He shrugged. If I say I'm innocent, would you believe me? No, Chu Yuewei replied decisively. Even dogs might be innocent, but you definitely are not. From the sound of it, you know something about the Shoujiaogura.